Chapter 1251, Master-Servant Territory Contract. The call was connected, and Collier's appearance appeared on the virtual screen. "Collier greets your majesty," Collier said respectfully. "What's the matter?" Zhou Zhou asked casually. "Your majesty, I have already bought the true god-tier Master-Servant Territory Contract through another high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction according to your instructions. Your majesty, when will we conclude the contract?" Zhou Zhou was stunned. He actually managed to buy it in such a short period of time? He thought that it would take a long time even if the other party were to buy it. Zhou Zhou was even prepared to wait for the other party for a while. In any case, there was no hurry to sign a contract. At most, Collier would join the Blazing Sun Empire in his own name and become a subject of the Blazing Sun Empire. This way, he could at least ensure that the loyalty of the other party, the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, would not be a problem. He did not expect Collier to be able to obtain it so quickly. As expected of a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. This foundation and channels were indeed deep. "Come here now. Remember to bring all the available troops of your behemoth Divine Kingdom. When the time comes, we'll fight together," Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. "Yes, your majesty," Collier said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and hung up. Half an hour later, at the border of the Blazing Sun Empire, a purple behemoth-like biological battleship flew over and stopped outside the border under the warning of the Homeland Defense Legion. Then, a low-tier deity-level amethyst behemoth flew out. He looked at the Homeland Defense Army members who were looking at him warily and said helplessly and respectfully, "We were instructed by His Excellency Common People's Regal to join the Blazing Sun Empire. Please inform His Excellency Common People's Regal that we have arrived at the border and are waiting for His Excellency's orders at any time. You want to join our Blazing Sun Empire?" The defending troops at the border were enlightened when they heard this, but they did not look surprised. Ever since the Blazing Sun Empire's reputation resounded throughout the myriad worlds, they had seen many lord factions and even race factions that wanted to rely on them. Some lord factions and races even came from other worlds and crossed countless light years to the high continent to join the Blazing Sun Empire. In the beginning, they were quite proud and novel, but as time passed, they got used to it. "So you're friends who want to join the Empire? Hehe, wait here for a moment. I'll report it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately." "Oh right, which lord's faction or race are you from? So you're friends who want to join the Empire? Hehe, wait here for a moment. I'll report it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately." "Oh right, which lord's faction or race are you from?" "We are the Lord faction of the beginner-level Divine Kingdom, the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. I am the Holy Son of the Divine Kingdom Bartoli. My father is Collier, the Lord of the Divine Kingdom," Bartoli said proudly. Then, he felt very depressed. As the eldest son of the dignified Lord of the Divine Kingdom of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom, Collier, and the Holy Son of the huge Divine Kingdom, he usually had a respected status. Countless subjects dreamed of currying favor with him. When has he ever done such a humiliating thing? He really didn't want to appear here if he had a choice. However, he still came over obediently when he thought of his father's firm attitude wanting to change out his position of the Holy Son of the Divine Kingdom if he was unwilling. I wonder what father is thinking. It's true that the common people's regal is powerful, but there's no need to rush to give yourself to him, right? We're a Divine Kingdom Lord faction, but we actually took the initiative to surrender to an Empire-tier Lord faction and even want to become their subordinate territory. This can be said to be the first time in history. Our Behemoth Divine Kingdom is probably going to be nailed to the pillar of shame in the history of the heavens. The Crown Prince of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom felt extremely complicated, but he could not make any changes. He understood his father's stubbornness very well. He felt that even if he threatened to die, he probably wouldn't be able to change the will of the founding king. What else could he do? He could only accept reality. All right, Divine Kingdom, right? What? Divine Kingdom? The captain of the garrison and the others didn't react at first. When he reacted, he couldn't help but be shocked. The captain of the garrison and the others didn't react at first. When he reacted, he couldn't help but be shocked. This is very rare. No, this is probably the first time in history, right? He, who had once been fortunate enough to read the history of the worlds in the myriad races inheritance tower, could not help but think. Then, he verified Bartoli's identity in disbelief. After confirming it again, he immediately sent a message to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs excitedly. Soon, someone from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs came and brought Bartoli and their true god-tier biological battleships to the capital. Our Blazing Sun Empire is really getting stronger and stronger. The best thing I did in my life was to bring my family here to settle down. The captain of the garrison looked at the departing biological warship and smiled. In the Blazing Sun Imperial capital, at the Central Emperor Palace, Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and looked at the true god-tier master servant territory contract in his hand. He looked it up and down before nodding slightly. Then, he looked at Collier not far away and said, "In that case, this emperor won't say anything else. Prepare to become this emperor's subordinate territory. Don't worry. Since you chose to bring your behemoth divine kingdom and join this emperor's Blazing Sun Empire, this emperor naturally won't let you down." Zhou Zhou said. "Thank you, Your Majesty. However, I joined the Blazing Sun Empire only to follow Your Majesty. I wish for nothing," Collier said respectfully. Zhou Zhou pretended not to hear it. Then, he looked at the master-servant territory contract in his hand and chanted in his heart. "Please choose the lord you want to sign the master-servant territory contract with. Behemoth Divine Kingdom Lord Behemoth. A request for a master-servant territory contract has been sent to the Behemoth Divine Kingdom Lord Behemoth. Please wait patiently." Zhou Zhou looked at Collier. Collier also saw the text prompt that appeared in front of him and knew that once he confirmed it, he would become the first lord of the Divine Kingdom to have a Divine Kingdom Lord Force sign a master-servant territory contract with an Empire-tier Lord Force. However, he didn't hesitate at all and chose to confirm it. The next second, a text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Behemoth Divine Kingdom Behemoth Lord has agreed to your master territory contract application and officially become your subordinate territory. New subordinate territory has been added to your subordinate territory column Behemoth Divine Kingdom, beginner level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. You have the sovereignty of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom's territory. The king of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom and its subjects cannot disobey your orders as the lord of the main territory. At the same time, as the lord of the main territory, you also have to bear the responsibility of protecting your subordinate territory. You have added a special building to your territory, a cross-border teleportation array, true god level elementary grade. You can choose to share the effect of your lord talent with your subordinate territory. Chapter 1252, The Monster Demon Clan. At this moment, Zhou Zhou and Collier both felt a sense of connection between them. It wasn't just them. Collier's son, Bartoli, and the other ministers of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom who had come felt the majesty on Zhou Zhou's body inexplicably become heavier at this moment, making them involuntarily feel subservient. From now on, we are a real family. Zhou Zhou finally revealed a sincere smile. After signing the master-servant territory contract, the other party was considered one of them. Yes, Your Majesty. Collier also smiled in relief. Then, he was suddenly alarmed as he sensed his divine body in shock. This was because he could actually sense that his potential, which was originally true god tier advanced grade, had actually increased rapidly at this moment. In a short while, he had crossed the threshold of the Master God tier and reached the level of the Master God tier's potential. Moreover, this did not stop until his potential reached the Master God tier advanced grade. This increase in potential finally stopped. This. Collier was dumbfounded. He was both surprised and terrified. What is going on? He subconsciously looked at Bartoli, the child he valued the most, and realized that Bartoli's expression was similar to his. Father, my potential seems to have increased to the true god tier advanced grade. Bartoli said to Collier in surprise after his potential increased. True god tier advanced grade. Collier was in a daze. He knew his son who originally only had the potential of a high tier deity level advanced grade. While it was only a step away from the true god tier potential, this step was the difference between heaven and earth. Many Amethyst Behemoth ministers in the Divine Kingdom were dissatisfied with the potential of the Holy Son of the Divine Kingdom. They believed that he was not worthy of inheriting the Behemoth Divine Kingdom with his potential. Collier had been worried about this. However, he only had one son with the Amethyst Behemoth bloodline. The most powerful one was a yellow gold tier behemoth, so he was even less qualified. Unexpectedly, the problem that had troubled he for a long time had mysteriously disappeared today. Could it be? At this moment, Collier and his son looked at Zhou Zhou at the same time. The other ministers of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom also looked at Zhou Zhou excitedly. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly when he saw this. The increase in your potential is just the first small gift this emperor gave you after you joined the Blazing Sun Empire. Next is the second gift. With that, Zhou Zhou directly shared the legendary tier blessing of the war god with the behemoth divine kingdom. The behemoth divine kingdoms present immediately understood the power of this lord talent and could not help but be dumbfounded again. Oh my god, we can obtain an additional 9000% promotion energy after killing the enemy. Doesn't this mean that killing one enemy is equivalent to killing 91 enemies? Doesn't this mean that our growth speed is equivalent to directly increasing by 90 times? This lord talent is too terrifying. Too shocking. I'm so happy. No wonder His Majesty's Blazing Sun Empire has clearly just risen not long ago. In terms of the average strength of the soldiers, it's already not inferior to those top-notch races. The Beeman ministers discussed excitedly. Collier and Bartoli were no exception. Especially Bartoli, he was behaving very differently from his previous reluctance. Bartoli's eyes lit up as he looked at his father in admiration. His father was really far-sighted. They had actually found such an extremely wise lord who could bring them a bright future. If he had known this earlier, he would have been willing to be a dog, let alone a subordinate territory. Other than what you feel, there are many, many benefits to becoming this emperor's subordinate territory. You might not be able to feel it now, but you will gradually feel it in the future. Zhou Zhou asked. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a world ring flew out and floated in front of Collier. Here's another little gift for you. Take a look. He smiled faintly. Collier took a deep breath and entered the world rings with anticipation. Then, he saw a set of true god-tier divine artifacts that were compatible with his nomological path. Collier clicked his tongue. Even though he had long heard that the god spirits of the Blazing Sun Empire all had a set of true god-tier divine artifacts of their own, hearing about it and experiencing it personally were two completely different feelings. Collier suppressed the excitement in his heart and said gratefully, "Thank you for the divine artifacts, Your Majesty. Work hard for this emperor and I guarantee that you will have the future you dream of." Zhou Zhou said. "I'm willing to die for Your Majesty." Collier, Bartoli, and all the officials of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom present said respectfully. A large amount of information about the increase in loyalty appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. He took a look and retracted his gaze. "Since the matter is done, let's move on to the next matter. Let's go out and fight." Zhou Zhou said. "Your Majesty, who are we waging war against?" Collier and the others were extremely excited. If it was in the past, they would never have such a reaction. However, as the saying goes, one has a sharp blade and killing intent arises. Now, be it the increase in their own potential, the enhancement of the War Master God's Lord talent, or the true God-tier divine artifacts that Collier had just obtained, they all made them have the urge to immediately engage in a huge battle. Zhou Zhou didn't answer. Instead, he asked. "Collier, do you have any enemies in the Behemoth Divine Kingdom?" Collier was stunned. Then, he subconsciously said, "Of course it's the dragon race." "Other than the dragons?" Zhou Zhou asked. "If it's not the dragons, then it's the Monster Demon Divine Kingdom Lord faction." Collier's face revealed a trace of hatred. Monster Demon. Information about this race naturally appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. Monster demons. Such monsters were born from the negative emotions of the world's life forms. Coupled with some negative energy items that triggered negative emotions, such a monster could be born. The genes in their bodies were naturally filled with the tyranny of destroying the world. The birth of every monster would bring about a shocking disaster in the world. It was also because of this that in the myriad worlds, they had a name that was more familiar to the life forms of the myriad worlds. That was monster or calamity beast. They were similar to the abyssal creatures, but they were somewhat different. The biggest difference was that no matter how high the bloodline level of the abyssal creatures was, the newly born abyssal demons still needed to grow step by step in the abyss to become god spirits or even stronger. However, monster demons were born strong, and the weakest among them was at the extraordinary tier level. The most powerful monster demon was even born at the master god tier level. However, the most powerful master god tier level monster demon Emperor King had been killed by the combined forces of other master gods not long after he was born. As for whether there were other master god tier monster demons, he did not know yet. The few monster demon lords on the high continent were all established by true god-tier monster demons. He thought for a moment and said, "In that case, our target today is your enemy. Divine Kingdom Lord Faction Monster Demon Divine Kingdom." Chapter 1253-1253 Arriving at the Monster Demon Divine Kingdom. It was quiet in the shrine. Everyone was shocked by Zhou Zhou's order. Even Zhang Yuankai and the others, who were familiar with His Majesty, were no exception. Should he attack a Divine Kingdom Lord faction? One had to know that they were only an intermediate grade Lord faction. The difference between the two was at the national level. As an intermediate grade empire, it was extremely unlikely to destroy a Divine Kingdom Lord faction, even if that Lord faction was only a beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. However, when they thought of the Blazing Sun Empire's robust military forces and His Majesty's Master God tier level combat power, they felt more confident. They had even defeated a terrifying opponent like AUS. It was just a beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Normally speaking, a normal beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction that was not newly established would probably have trillions of soldiers, more than 10,000 God spirits, and more than 10 true God tiers. Moreover, they would have a certain amount of Master God tier trump cards. However, what about Zhou Zhou? He now had a total of 1,629,974.6,091.47,002,446 soldiers. There were also 3,571,296 God spirits and 1,725 true God tiers. Honestly, with Zhou Zhou's military strength and his Master God tier combat power, it would not be a problem for him to directly attack a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Fortunately, Zhou Zhou had a stable personality and was unwilling to easily challenge a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction that was very likely to be protected by a Master God tier. Otherwise, he would have long attacked a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. At this moment, when Collier and the other ministers of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom heard Zhou Zhou's words, they could not help but be stunned. Then, they looked at Zhou Zhou in disbelief. A thought subconsciously flashed through their minds. Your Majesty, are you serious about facing a beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction as an intermediate-grade empire? However, they also thought of Zhou Zhou's strength and the terrifying troops under him. This made them suddenly feel that it wasn't impossible for the Blazing Sun Empire, an intermediate-grade empire, to challenge a beginner Divine Kingdom. Yes, Your Majesty. Collier didn't dare to hesitate and immediately said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked. How many troops did you bring? Reporting to Your Majesty, I brought a total of more than 650 billion soldiers, 111,658 God spirits, and 6 true God tier behemoths. This is all the troops that can go out in our Beeman Divine Kingdom. Collier said respectfully. It's too little. Forget it, let's do it together. Zhou Zhou didn't mind and waved his hand. Then, everyone did not waste any time. They immediately gathered the troops that they had long prepared and boarded a Cosmos Emperor. Then, through the cross-border teleportation array given by the Master Servant Territory contract, they first headed to the Behemoth Divine Kingdom before heading to the Strange Demon God Kingdom. The Strange Demon God Kingdom was adjacent to the territory of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. When the Behemoth Divine Kingdom was at its strongest, the Strange Demon God Kingdom was still the side that the Behemoth Divine Kingdom could casually manipulate. However, later on, the Behemoth Divine Kingdom lost the method to advance its bloodline. After the entire race began to decline, the Behemoth Divine Kingdom gradually began to be controlled by the Monster Demon God Kingdom. Not only were their territories constantly plundered by the Monster Demon God Kingdom, but there were also a large number of monster demons from the Monster Demon God Kingdom who often collectively entered the Behemoth Divine Kingdom and caused terrifying natural and man-made disasters. However, the few racial allies of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom did not help when they saw the Behemoth Divine Kingdom weaken and fall into trouble. They only watched coldly from the side. This made the already precarious situation in the Behemoth Divine Kingdom even more miserable. Therefore, the Beemons hated the monster demons to the core. Later on, as a new bloodline advancement method, the sacred worship ceremony, was developed, more and more amethyst behemoths began to appear. Only then did this situation ease slightly. However, this did not alleviate their hatred for the monster demons. Instead, it made them want revenge even more. When Cosmos Emperor arrived at the periphery of the Demon God Nation's territory, all the Beemons, including Collier, erupted with shocking hatred in their eyes. Master God tier monster demon Eros, we meet again. Collier gritted his teeth. In the past, he was actually not Bartoli's direct descendant of the Amethyst Behemoth. Instead, he had 5 direct descendants of the Amethyst Behemoth. The potential of one of the direct descendants had even reached the true God tier advance grade. He could completely inherit his position as the Master God. At that time, the entire country believed that his son could become the next perfect ruler of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. In the end, when the other party went out to train, he was ambushed by a monster demon true god tier from the demon god nation and was straightforwardly eaten by the other party. Since that time, Collier's hatred for the monster demon could be described as monstrous. Army soldiers, listen up. Fly out of Cosmos Emperor and prepare for battle. The acting legion commander of the Blazing Sun Army ordered. He was a true god tier advance grade god spirit. At the same time, he was deeply trusted by Bai Yun. After Bai Yun left, the Blazing Sun Army was temporarily under her control. Splash! More than 160 billion soldiers, 3 million god spirits, and more than 1,000 true god tiers flew out of Cosmos Emperor. With such a terrifying number of extraordinaires and god spirits gathered together, it promptly caused the weather to change, space to tremble, and time to stop. All kinds of illusions of laws appeared around the army. When Collier and the other ministers of the behemoth divine kingdom saw that they had such deep strength, they promptly felt endless confidence. In the face of such a shocking force, what was a small and strange demon god kingdom? Hide most of the soldiers and god spirits. Before the provincial war begins, these monster demons will be scared away. In addition, the hidden soldiers and god spirits can secretly surround the entire monster demon scarlet divine kingdom to prevent any enemies from trying to escape after the war begins. Zhou Zhou ordered. The military strength that he controlled was too terrifying. It was far from what a beginner divine kingdom could deal with. Moreover, the monster demons were not a race that would defend their territory to the death. In order to prevent them from escaping, Zhou Zhou pondered of this method. Yes. The acting commander of the Blazing Sun Army uttered respectfully. Then, he began to give orders again. Soon, most of the soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Empire had hidden themselves and piloted spaceships to secretly surround and monitor the entire monster god kingdom to prevent any monster demons from escaping during the war. On the Cosmos Emperor's side, there were only more than 3 trillion soldiers, more than 20,000 god spirits, 10 human true god tiers, and 6 behemoth true god tiers. The phenomenon between heaven and earth suddenly weakened greatly. Soon, the monster demon divine kingdom also discovered the phenomenon here. A team of 12 monster demons flew over from afar and stopped far away from the Blazing Sun Empire's army. Zhou Zhou looked at it. He realized that most of these monster demons had terrifying appearances and were huge. To ordinary life forms, they were very intimidating. However, it was only so-so to extraordinaries and god spirits like them. At this moment, this group of monsters was also looking at the army of the Blazing Sun Empire with a savage and greedy expression. Which divine kingdom faction is here? I can sense the auras of many god spirits. I saw the guy from the behemoth divine kingdom. So it's the behemoth divine kingdom. Hehe, did these behemoths find help? So what if they find help? Under the leadership of our Emperor Eros, they will still be vulnerable. That's right, but we have to report it to His Majesty immediately. Ha ha ha, how interesting. Every few hundred years, a group of lords who call themselves righteous people will come to crusade against us with great fanfare. In the end, they were all eaten up by us. Thinking about it, it's really delicious. Don't these helpers invited by the behemoth divine kingdom know the consequences of provoking us, the monster demons? There's a new batch of help. He, leave me a batch of behemoth and god spirits to eat when the war starts later. These monster demons commented arrogantly on the army of the Blazing Sun Empire. Chapter 1254, This Emperor Askew, is that funny? However, even though they were arrogant, they weren't stupid. They knew that their numbers were small, and that it wouldn't be wise to fight head-on. Thus, they didn't stay in front of the army of the Blazing Sun Empire for too long before flying to the divine capital to report the situation. Zhou Zhou and company did not stop him. It was good that they had gone to inform them. It would be best if they could call all the powerhouses of the monster demon divine kingdom over. Only then could they kill all of them. After they left, Zhou Zhou and company did not stop. They directly piloted Cosmos Emperor and flew towards the capital of the monster demon divine kingdom. Along the way, a large number of fearless monsters saw Zhou Zhou and company coming over and rushed up to attack them from afar. In the end, they were naturally wiped out by Zhou Zhou's soldiers. As they slaughtered their way forward, they were soon not far from the monster demon divine kingdom. At this moment, the divine kingdom army of the demon god kingdom had finally appeared. More than 3 trillion troops of monster demons swept over from afar. Wherever they passed, the sky was dark. From afar, there was an aura of destruction and doomsday. It looked extremely shocking. After Zhou Zhou spread out his perception, he easily sensed the auras of more than 100 true god-tier monster demons. These monster demons have become stronger again. Collier also saw this scene and could not help but grit his teeth. Monster demons are born from the negative emotions and negative items of all living beings. And now, it's the era of lords fighting for supremacy. Because of the continuous wars, the families of the life forms of the myriad races were shattered, displaced, their relatives separated, and lives were plunged into misery and suffering. This is the best soil for nourishing the birth and strengthening of monster demons. No wonder the monster demons became so strong. With this kind of troops, they're almost catching up to an intermediate grade Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought. Then, he looked at Collier and said with a smile, "Collier, your behemoth Divine Kingdom's defeat is not unjustified." Collier smiled bitterly. "Collier." At this moment, a hoarse, high-pitched, and extremely terrifying voice resounded in the ears of the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Empire and the behemoth Divine Kingdom. "How many times have you come to our Divine Kingdom's territory?" "Let me think, it should be the 7th time, right? Ever since your behemoth Divine Kingdom's bloodline advancement method failed, you have come to our Divine Kingdom's territory 6 times in a row, wanting to counterattack our Eraz's monster demon Divine Kingdom and wash away the humiliation your behemoth Divine Kingdom had suffered here in the past. In the end, you returned in defeat every time. Tisk tisk, what's the matter? It's rare for you to find a helper this time. Do you think you can do it? What a joke! You've already seen it, right? My Eraz monster demon god kingdom is already 10 times stronger than before. Not to mention finding a helper, even if you find 10 divine kingdom helpers, you will still be defeated by me. Moreover, you will suffer even more cruel humiliation and punishment than before. Your resistance is too weak. What's the point? The monster demon divine kingdom won't destroy your country. At most, we'll occupy your territory. Occasionally, we'll send our citizens to play in your territory for a few hundred years before leaving. Why do you have to court death?" Towards the end, the Master God Tier Divine Kingdom, Eraz, said in a regretful tone. Collier couldn't take it anymore. He flew out of the army and said coldly to Eraz. "Eraz, what one want to say is the opposite of you. Today is actually the day you and your Divine Kingdom are destroyed." After Eraz heard Collier's words, many monster demons, including him, were stunned. Then, they all laughed loudly. "Is Collier seeing things? After seeing our army, he still dares to say such words. He must have lost his mind after being bullied by us. How could such a thing happen to a god of the Divine Kingdom? Tisk, tisk. Why don't we turn him into a member of our monster demon race? This is the reserve of the best monster demon race. Once he's transformed, he'll become an emperor-level monster demon. Could it be that he is confident in his allies? I think the allies around him are only so-so. Why waste so much time talking to him? Just go up and eat them all. I've wanted to eat the flesh of this behemoth Divine Kingdom Lord for a long time." After Eraz finished laughing, his gaze also landed on the people of foreign race beside Collier. Only then did he realize that the person who came was a human god spirit. The human race? Eraz was surprised. The human race was very weak in the high continent. Even though a famous human lord, the common people's regal had recently appeared in the human race, he had never taken him seriously because he had never interacted with him. The main reason was that he did not believe that a lord who had just risen to power would have the legendary combat strength. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was impossible. Who would have thought that the usually arrogant master god Behemoth would actually seek out the human alliance? What was Collier thinking? "Collier, I didn't expect you to look for the human alliance." "Why? You really can't find anyone to help you, so you randomly found someone to be your scapegoat before you die?" Eraz mocked. "The humans beside me are not my allies," Collier said calmly. "They are the soldiers of the human race's common people's regal's Blazing Sun Empire. Now that our behemoth Divine Kingdom has become the Blazing Sun Empire's subordinate territory, everything we do is up to the common people's regal. The reason why I came here today is because Your Excellency Common People's Regal wants to help us get rid of this thorn in our side. Eraz, even though you don't believe me, your doomsday has arrived. It's too late to escape." As soon as these words were spoken, Eraz's side was all stunned. Did they hear it wrongly? Such a huge divine kingdom was actually willing to be a subordinate territory of a human empire. This This could be said to be the first case since ancient times. Collier, I think you're probably crazy. If what you said is true, doesn't that mean that you're going to take your behemoth race and be tied to the pillar of shame in history? A dignified divine kingdom is actually a subordinate territory of a human empire. It's funny just thinking about it. Araz laughed out loud. Is that funny? At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice suddenly resounded in the hearts of all the monster demons. At the same time, the world instantly turned dark. A bright moon rose high into the sky and shone endless moonlight on the territory of the monster god divine kingdom. It also shone on the bewildered expressions of all the monster demons. Boom! A shocking master god tier pressure erupted from the army, instantly crushing the aura of the monster demon army. Shortly after, more than 16 trillion blazing sun empire troops, more than 3 million god spirits, and more than 1,000 true god tiers appeared from space. They were high and mighty, overlooking the army of the strange demon god kingdom below. It was as if he was looking down at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This emperor is asking you. Is that funny? Zhou Zhou's cold voice sounded again. Araz and the monster demon army felt the pressure of the master god tier and looked at the army and god spirits that filled the sky. The smile on their faces finally froze. Chapter 1255, Activate the 10,000 Spirit Saint. Defeat the monster demon divine kingdom. Araz looked at the soldiers and god spirits that filled the sky, and his legs could not help but tremble in fear. How could there be so many soldiers and god spirits? There was also that extremely terrifying master god tier pressure. Did the other party really have the protection of a master god tier? Was it true that the legendary tier common people's regal had faced O's Scarlet Invasion army head-on and even repelled the Scarlet Invasion army? It's the king of the monster demon divine kingdom. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded again. He had an indifferent attitude as he looked down at this true god tier monster demon king. This emperor can give you a chance to surrender to this emperor. This way, this emperor might spare your lives and serve this emperor. How about that? The king of the monster demon divine kingdom was stunned. Then, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. A mere lord of a life form actually wants me, the king of monster demon, Araz, to submit to you. In your dreams. General Yanagaki, General Bolton. For the glory of the monster demons. Lead all the monster demons and attack them for the glory of the monster demons. Even if we die, we have to bite off a piece of the other party's flesh. The monster demon king screamed. Yes. The eyes of the two true god tier advance grade, Yanagaki and Bolton, were burning with anger. They led an army of more than 300 million monster demons, more than 10,000 monster god spirits, and more than 100 true gods to charge at the army of the Blazing Sun Empire. The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was hard to imagine how the monster demons had the courage to attack them. Zhou Zhou frowned as he watched this scene. He was very puzzled, but then he thought of the reason for the birth and history of the monster demons and had some guesses. However, the enemy had already closed in. Zhou Zhou didn't have time to think. The moment the soldiers of both sides fought the god spirits, he raised his right hand and activated the 10,000 Spirit Saint. He didn't believe that even if the other party could resist the fear of death, could he resist his Lord Talent? Soon. Prompt, you have activated your mythical tier unique Lord Talent, 10,000 Spirit Saint. All spirits see you as a supreme saint and long to follow you. Lord Talent Notification 1, a total of 125,632,4515 Extraordinary Tier Monsters, 325,540,6908 Epic Tier Monsters, 151,330,215 Legendary Tier Monsters, 3,156 Low-Tier Deity Level Monster God Spirits, 1,522 Mid-Tier Deity Level Monsters, 501 High-Tier Deity Level Monster God Spirits, and 52 Monster True God Tiers have left their territory and become your loyal followers. Lord Talent Notification 2, you have obtained a Spellcaster Lamba, True God Tier Intermediate Grade. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Not bad. The 10,000 Spirit Saint had directly incited 1,502,040,233,003 soldiers, 5,179 God Spirits, and 52 True God Tiers. Even though it was far inferior to yesterday's gains, Zhou Zhou was not too greedy. Then, without another word, he ordered the monster demon soldiers and god spirits who had instigated the incite defection to attack their companions with all their might. It had to be said that this order did throw the monster demon army into chaos. However, what happened next exceeded Zhou Zhou's expectations. This was because after the monster demon army experienced a short period of chaos, a portion of the monster demon soldiers and god spirits broke free from the internal enemies and fought with the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Empire again. As for the other group of monster demon soldiers and god spirits, after being injured by the infighting soldiers and god spirits, they immediately flew into a rage and began to attack all the enemies around them. This included not only the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Empire and the monster demon soldiers who were fighting among themselves, but also the monster demon soldiers who had not been incited by incite defection. Moreover, from their expressions during the battle, they seemed to be even more excited than when they were fighting against the Blazing Sun Empire's external enemies. When the other monster demon soldiers and monster god spirits saw this scene, they were not surprised at all, as if it was reasonable. Many monster demon soldiers and monster demon god spirits even took the initiative to join the internal strife and release the destruction and brutality deep in their genes. Is this a race that is born to be tyrannical and full of the desire to destroy? Zhou Zhou shook his head. They would even kill their own people when they went crazy. They really lived up to their reputation. Half an hour later, the army of the monster demon divine kingdom, which was plagued by internal and external troubles, was completely destroyed. The one who lasted until the end was the king of the behemoth divine kingdom, Araz. Common people's regal, we will meet again. Monster demons are indestructible. Araz roared viciously before he was killed by the Blazing Sun Empire. Zhou Zhou calmly watched Araz die and didn't care much about what he had said before his death. He had many enemies. Every enemy had similar thoughts, but in the end, didn't all of them die anyway? However, the monster demons are indeed indestructible unless my lord's law reaches the level of willpower and wipes out the dark side in the hearts of all living beings. It's impossible to completely destroy the monster demons. But that's too hard. Zhou Zhou shook his head. How difficult was it to destroy the dark side in the hearts of all living beings? It could be said that any normal living being would have a dark side in their hearts. Even Zhou Zhou was no exception. If Zhou Zhou wanted to erase the dark side of all living beings, he would first have to deal with the dark side in his heart. At the thought of dealing with him, Zhou Zhou felt a little helpless. The difficulty of destroying he, who had mastered all kinds of undying recovery methods, was no less than destroying a supreme god realm. One could imagine how difficult it was. The dark side of life forms can't be destroyed, nor can it be destroyed. Even though I don't want to admit it, darkness and light sometimes complement each other. If the darkness is eliminated, the light will become an unsolvable darkness. This darkness will only be more terrifying. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. However, there were ways to deal with the monster demons. He could not kill the source of the birth of monster demons, but it did not stop he from restricting the birth of monster demons. As long as he forcibly restricted the birth of the monster demon and prevented it from appearing in front of life forms, even if the monster demon existed, it would be no different from extinction. Apart from that, what surprised Zhou Zhou was that he had originally thought that Araz, the god lord of the divine kingdom, would use some master god tier level trump card to counterattack. However, in the end, Araz did not use any ultimate moves, making he feel a sense of pity. He still wanted to play by himself. Clean up the entire divine kingdom's territory, collect all the divine kingdom's treasures, and bring them back to the Blazing Sun Empire. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and ordered. Yes. The generals obeyed. Then, he immediately went to make arrangements. This strange monster demon divine kingdom probably doesn't have many treasures. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself as he watched them leave. Chapter 1256 to 1256 Divine Kingdom Token. Destructive Origin Energy. Zealous Divine Talisman. The monster demons were a destructive and destructive race. They did not care about any treasures and rarely wore weapons and equipment. They only fought with their powerful bodies and bloodline talents. With the monster demons' hatred for civilization, after they occupied the new territory, they would immediately destroy the remnants of the original forces and civilizations, including buildings, artworks, and so on. The only treasures that could be left in the monster demons' territory were the raw ores, raw materials, and other items that were not processed by any civilization. This was also the reason why many forces were unwilling to attack the monster demons. They would have meaningless sacrifices. In addition, the monster demons were not weak to begin with. After dying for a period of time, they might even revive in a stronger state. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to risk their lives to exhaust these monster demons? Therefore, unless the monster demons took the initiative to attack them, not many lords would be willing to do such a thankless task. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. He first summoned the corpse of the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, Eros. Then, he calculated in his heart and quickly calculated the location of the Eros Divine Kingdom. If Eros was still alive, it might be very difficult for Zhou Zhou to calculate. However, after Eros's death, most of the defensive methods that he had set up were ineffective. In addition, with Eros's corpse as divination material, it was much easier to divinate the location of the other party's divine kingdom. Zhou Zhou looked at the sky. His gaze seemed to pass through the distance and see a yellow desert planet. Go to the divine kingdom and divine capital and wait for me. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking to the people around him, he immediately teleported and disappeared. On a yellow desert planet, Zhou Zhou's figure appeared. He looked at the desert in front of him. He raised his hand and waved. He saw a grain of sand fly out from the bottom of the desert and land in his palm. Disguise the divine kingdom world as an ordinary piece of gravel and throw it into a desert planet. I've heard of such things from bloodline inheritance in the past, but this is the first time I've seen it in reality. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Following that, he directly broke through the gravel's disguise with his divine sense and transformed into a 9-colored stream of light that entered. In Eros's divine kingdom world was the scene of a desolate apocalypse. Sand filled the sky, yellow clouds covered the sun, the universe was silent, and all living beings were gone. When Zhou Zhou arrived and saw this scene, he didn't look further. After teleporting again, he arrived in front of a simple palace. This palace was made of the most solid stone and was more than 10 light years tall. There were many tall and majestic stone chairs and all kinds of simple weapons inside. It looked like an ancient temple. The corpses of a group of monster demons and pilgrims lay scattered on the ground of the stone hall. It was as if they did not expect themselves to die so suddenly. Zhou Zhou shook his head. This was how the believers who had ascended to the divine kingdom were. As long as the God Spirit did not die, the pilgrims who believed in the God Spirit could exist forever. However, once the God they believed in died, no matter how powerful the pilgrims were, they would die with him. Currently, there doesn't seem to be a pilgrim in my divine kingdom. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself before smiling and shaking his head. He walked forward and soon arrived at the deepest part of the temple. There was a towering white jade tablet that was 1,000,000 kilometers tall. The white jade tablet emitted an extremely pure 5-colored divine light, as if it could suppress the world and suppress the universe. Zhou Zhou looked at the majestic jade tablet with anticipation in his eyes. The Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet. This is the first time I've seen it in the flesh, even though I've seen it many times in the bloodline inheritance memories. Let this Emperor open you up and take the Divine Kingdom token inside. This way, when I establish my Divine Kingdom in the future, I can also use the Divine Kingdom token. Then, he took a look at the durability of the Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet. In the end, he discovered that the durability of this elementary Divine Kingdom Jade Steel was shockingly as high as 10 trillion. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he took a deep breath and directly activated the king. He also activated his Moon Demon talent to raise his power to the low-level Master God tier elementary grade. Then, he put on a full set of Master God tier divine artifacts and finally took out the Regal Sage Deo sword. He gathered the power of the myriad method star palm and condensed it on the blade. Rumble. The universe of the Divine Kingdom changed. Large black cracks appeared in the space, and pitch-black lightning roared angrily in the universe. It was Eros's already dead Divine Kingdom universe that looked apocalyptic. It could not withstand the Master God tier power that Zhou Zhou had unleashed at this moment and was actually about to collapse. Slash. Zhou Zhou completely disregarded all of this. His gaze turned sharp as he raised the Regal Sage Deo sword and slashed it down at the Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet. Rumble. A loud bang sounded in the world. The entire true God tier middle world collapsed under the power of this sword. Zhou Zhou was extremely powerful and had the protection of a Master God tier divine artifact, so he was naturally unharmed. As for this towering Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet that was 1,000,000 kilometers tall, it was actually unaffected. However, more than half of it had been slashed apart by Zhou Zhou's sword, revealing a hideous crack. Its durability had also directly increased from 10 trillion to 450 trillion. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. The power contained in his sword, with the support of many Master God tier divine artifacts, was already comparable to the power of a Master God tier advanced grade. He actually didn't destroy this Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet with a single strike? As expected of the symbol of the top-notch Divine Kingdom, Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and slashed again. This Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet that had collapsed by more than half finally collapsed completely, turning into countless jade stones that fell into the void accompanied by a louder roar than before. Zhou Zhou picked them up and threw them into his king's treasure vault. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the treasure on the Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet. There were a total of 5 treasures on the Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet. 3 of them were the True God Tier Intermediate Grade Regional Token, the True God Tier Elementary Grade Territory, and the most important one was the True God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Kingdom Token. Zhou Zhou looked at the Divine Kingdom Token. The Divine Kingdom Token was made of 5-colored divine jade and emitted a faint 5-colored light. Treasure name, Divine Kingdom Token. Treasure grade, True God Tier Elementary Grade. Treasure effect, those with a high-level empire can use the Divine Kingdom Token to obtain one of the qualifications to establish a beginner Divine Kingdom. Treasure description, certificate to establish a supreme Divine Kingdom. After Zhou Zhou finished reading it, he kept it in the king's treasure box in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the other 2 items. One of the items was a grayish-black stream of air, while the other item was a blood-colored talisman. Treasure name, Destructive Energy. Treasure grade, Master God Tier Advanced Grade. Treasure effect, the first wisp of destruction energy from the chaotic era. It contains the original law of destruction. After placing it in the Kingdom Stone Tablet / Empire Golden Tablet / Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet, the Lord and his subordinates' attacks will increase the law of destruction's indestructible assault characteristic. Treasure description, the original substance of the law of destruction. It contains primitive and pure destruction energy. Treasure name, Berserk Divine Talisman. Treasure grade, Master God Tier Advanced Grade. Treasure effect, an intrinsic divine talisman created by a Berserk Master God. After fusing with the Kingdom Stone Tablet / Empire's Golden Tablet / Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet, the Lord and his subordinates can be even more fanatical and focused in battle. There is a 100% chance of unleashing twice their normal combat power, and a 10% chance of unleashing 5 times their normal combat power. Treasure description, an intrinsic divine talisman created by a Berserk Master God Tier. It was accidentally obtained by Eros after its death. It contains astonishing power that can double the combat power of life forms. Chapter 1257, Universal Sky Tablet. Zhou Zhou looked at these 2 top-notch Master God Tier Advanced Grade treasures in surprise. Destructive Genesis Chi? Berserk Divine Talisman. I originally thought that Eros's strange demon god kingdom did not have any Master God Tier treasures. So it's all here. Furthermore, they are all top-notch treasures at the level of Master God Tier Advanced Grade. He clicked his tongue in wonder. 2 top-notch Master God Tier Advanced Grade treasures. Even existences at the level of the 10 Master God Tiers would be tempted by such treasures. Then, his gaze landed on RHE Fanatical Divine Talisman. A 100% chance of unleashing twice the combat power of a normal state? A 10% chance of unleashing 5 times the combat power of a normal state. I wonder how effective this top-notch Master God Tier treasure will be when it lands on me. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. His normal combat strength was actually only comparable to a true God Tier. His strength lay in his King, Moon Demon Talent, Power Heavenly Emperor's Power, various Master God Tier Divine Artifacts, Lord Talent and various other additional means. Then, he didn't think too much about it. He put it away and prepared to integrate it into his Empire's Golden Tablet. Then, he looked at the text notification that had just appeared. I Lord of the Race Event Notification, congratulations, you have successfully conquered True God Tier Heron and his forces. You obtained 2 million hegemony points. I Lord of the Race Event Notification, you have been awarded 1000 Obscure Lord Shop points since you conquered a beginner-level Divine Kingdom during the first stage of the Race Lord event. I announcement from Lords of all races and all channels, congratulations to Lord of the Blazing Sun, the human race, for becoming the first Lord to break through the power of a Divine Kingdom. The reward is Supreme Treasure Box +1 and Mythical Reputation Rating +10. Lord Announcement, congratulations to the human Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord Announcement, congratulations to the human Lord of the Blazing Sun. Zhou Zhou nodded after reading it. As expected of a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. The hegemony points and Obscure Lord Shop points rewarded after capturing were 10 times more than the Empire Tier Lord faction. Moreover, this time, it also triggered the entire channel announcement of the Lord of all races. Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to look at the rewards. He first opened the Lord's channel. At this moment, the Lords of the myriad races were discussing the announcement in the entire channel. Am I seeing things? The Lord of the Blazing Sun defeated a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. What Lord of the Blazing Sun? How can you call her that? Call her Your Excellency Common People's Regal Divine Kingdom Lord faction, hee, why the heck should one still be a lord? I can just hand over my territory token and surrender my ass. I'm still thinking about how to defeat a beginner kingdom with my allies. The Divine Kingdom Lord faction has already fallen. I'm not included in the Lord of All Races version update, right? It's really ridiculous. At this rate, the Lord of All Races is probably already in the other party's hands. Don't be in such a hurry to come to a conclusion. The Lord of All Races competition has just begun. If we want to see if the Lord of the Blazing Sun is qualified to obtain the position of Lord of All Races, we'll have to see if he can survive this Lord of the Races event. If he can survive this event, it proves that even the forces of the 10,000 races can't do anything to this Lord of the Blazing Sunday. In that case, he really has the qualifications to come into contact with the position of Lord of All Races. That makes sense, but I still think that the Common People's Regal is too powerful. To be able to defeat a Divine Kingdom Lord at this stage, it's too ridiculous. Currently, there is a theory in the universe. Starting from the Lord of the Blazing Sun, the new era of the Lords of the Myriad Races is about to begin. The old races and factions in the past will be reshuffled in the Lord of All Races competition. I didn't believe it at first, but now, I believe it a little. Now that the huge Divine Kingdom Lord factions have been destroyed, how far can it be for those top bloodline races and factions to be destroyed? Be careful with your words. After Zhou Zhou finished reading the bragging of the Lords of the Myriad Races, he closed the Myriad Race Lord channel in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the Supreme Treasure Chest. He saw an ancient grey wordless stone tablet lying quietly inside after opening the treasure chest. Zhou Zhou looked at the wordless stone tablet. Gradually, mysterious words gradually appeared on it. After he finished reading, he actually felt that he had more insights into the higher level Lord laws. This stone tablet is actually helpful for me to comprehend the Lord's law. Zhou Zhou was slightly surprised. At this moment, a text notification appeared. Treasure name, Universal Sky Tablet. Treasure grade, Master God Tier Advanced Grade I. Treasure effect, a treasure created by the Chaos Will. It records the endless laws of all living beings in the myriad worlds. Every God Spirit level existence can see their own path of laws in the Universal Sky Tablet. Treasure description, a law cultivation treasure that records endless laws. A treasure created by the Chaos Will? The Universal Sky Tablet. So it's not just the Lord's law. All God spirits can see their own nomological path in this Universal Sky Tablet. TSK. Not bad. I can put it in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace for all the God spirits to cultivate. Zhou Zhou took a few last glances before putting it into his king's treasure box. As for the mythical reputation rating talent represented by the 10 points of mythical reputation rating, he would probably have to wait until tomorrow. Following that, he looked around a few times and didn't find any treasures worth paying attention to before returning to the Cosmos Emperor. At the same time, Collier, Baroli, and the ministers of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom were looking at the land of the strange demon god kingdom that had been destroyed. For a moment, they were stunned speechless. Father! The Eros Monster Demon Divine Kingdom was destroyed just like that. They are our Behemoth Divine Kingdom's greatest enemy for tens of thousands of years. Bartoli said in disbelief. Collier looked at the ruins of the Eros Divine Kingdom and did not speak for a moment. At this moment, the Time Divine Dragon, Kaido, appeared. As soon as he appeared, he used the time reversal to restore RHE ruined Demon God Kingdom to its original state. After that, he looked extremely relaxed as he floated away again. This scene shocked Collier and the others again. After a long time, Collier snapped back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said, "Yes, the Eros Monster Demon God Kingdom was destroyed. And in less than half a day. This is the consequence of becoming enemies with RHE Common People's Regal and the Blazing Sun Empire. Bartoli, as the subordinate territory of the Blazing Sun Empire, we must do our part and not have any thoughts of overstepping. Do you understand? Bartoli, as the subordinate territory of the Blazing Sun Empire, we must do our part and not have any thoughts of overstepping our boundaries. Do you understand? I understand. Bartoli hurriedly said. Overstepping our boundaries? How would he dare to do that? He did nor even dare to have the slightest thought of crossing the line. The powerful Eros Divine Kingdom was directly destroyed without even having the chance to make a splash in front of the Blazing Sun Empire. In other words, if the common people's regal wanted to destroy the behemoth divine kingdom where he was, it would only be easier than destroying the Eros monster demon god kingdom. Bartoli was extremely terrified and also extremely excited. Following such an expert and hugging the thigh of such a powerful lord meant that as long as they did not make any mistakes midway, they were destined to rise together. Maybe. Not only could they bring the behemoths back to their peak, they might even surpass their peak and reach a new height. Bartoli was trembling with excitement for such a future. I'm going to see His Excellency Regal. Collier took a deep breath and flew towards Cosmos Emperor. Chapter 1258, Zhou Zhou's Intention. Inside the Cosmos Emperor, Zhou Zhou sat in the captain's seat and looked at the extremely respectful Collier in front of him. Why are you looking for this emperor? He asked casually. Your Majesty, it's about the monster demon divine kingdom. Collier said respectfully, in the entire high continent, there are no less than 10 divine kingdom lord factions of the monster demon race and no less than 10,000 empire tier lord factions. As for the scattered kingdoms and lord factions below the kingdom level, there are countless of them. Ever since the monster demon king died, they had a great sense of danger and became united. His Majesty suddenly attacked this time and destroyed Eros's monster demon divine kingdom. When the other strange demon god kingdoms and lord forces see this, they will definitely attack your Majesty. Your Majesty has to prepare early. The other monster demon divine kingdoms, Zhou Zhou pondered and said, 0, open the map of the entire high continent. Yes, your Majesty. 0 obeyed, then, a huge virtual map appeared in the air in front of Zhou Zhou. Check for monster demon divine kingdom forces within 1,000,000 light years around the Eros divine kingdom and the Blazing Sun Empire. Zhou Zhou asked. The next second, the entire virtual map was split into two. A portion of it was a map of the high continent with the Blazing Sun Empire as the center and a radius of 1,000,000 light years. Another part was the map of the high continent with the Eros divine kingdom as the center, covering a radius of 1,000,000 light years. There were a total of 6 blood-red spots on the two virtual maps, showing the monster demon divine kingdom lord factions nearby. There's 1 monster demon divine kingdom lord faction around the Blazing Sun Empire, and 5 monster demon divine kingdom factions around the Eros monster demon divine kingdom. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows in surprise. They are actually so close? The entire high continent was very large, comparable to a super-large boundless universe. Its diameter alone was as far as 100,000 trillion light years. This was just a very inconspicuous small portion of it. He did not expect that there were actually a total of 6 divine kingdom lord forces of the monster demons within such a small area. Something's wrong. Zhou Zhou rubbed his chin. He did not believe that such a coincidence could exist in this world. He wanted to check what the secret was, but just as he was about to take action, he hesitated for a moment and gave up. There were too many secrets in the myriad worlds. If he wanted to use the Bodhi Supreme to resolve his doubts when he encountered one, no matter how many opportunities there were, it would not be enough. Moreover, with his current strength and faction, he could fight with a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Even if there was a secret to why the Demon God Kingdom was so densely distributed, it should not be able to threaten him. There was no need for him to waste a precious opportunity to resolve his doubts for something that could not threaten him. The new event has just begun. Let's use the opportunity to clear my doubts on the new event. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the map in front of him and suddenly thought of something. He revealed a smile. Don't worry, Collier. Even if the other strange demon god kingdoms don't look for this emperor will take the initiative to look for them. This is a rare good opponent. We can't waste it. Zhou Zhou smiled. This was because he had always been cautious. Other than the Titan God race, he had almost never had a direct conflict with any true Divine Kingdom Lord faction. This made his situation relatively safe. At the same time, he encountered an awkward situation when he was looking for a Divine Kingdom Lord faction to be his opponent. That was, he had almost no good reason to start a war with these Divine Kingdom Lord factions that he had never interacted with. He spoke frankly. In fact, expanding the territory normally was a very good reason to start a war in this era. However, if he really did that, unless the target of his war was the Scarlet faction, the other Divine Kingdom Lord factions would treat the party who took the initiative to start the war as a potential danger. If he wasn't a lord of the myriad races, even if the other Divine Kingdom Lord factions saw him as a dangerous person, he would probably turn a blind eye to their war expansion. However, not only was he a lord of the myriad races, but he was also the strongest lord of the myriad races. Then, it was very likely that these Divine Kingdom Lord factions would use the excuse of potential danger to launch a joint attack on him. It was very likely that a large group of Divine Kingdom Lord factions would jointly attack him. Zhou Zhou didn't want to face such a terrifying attack so early, so he wouldn't expand so unscrupulously for the time being. In that case, choosing a suitable opponent was a very important matter. Now, Zhou Zhou suddenly realized that the Divine Kingdom Lord faction of the monster demons was an excellent target for war. First, due to the characteristics of their race, the monster demons were born to be the destroyer of myriad worlds, which made them extremely notorious among the 10,000 races. Except for the abyss and other destructive forces, almost all the other 10,000 races regarded the monster demons as their enemies, which made the monster demons almost without any allies. This way, when Zhou Zhou attacked the other party, he would not have to worry that the other party would suddenly stand up and have a few allies help the other party attack him. Second, the monster demons were the enemies of the behemoth Divine Kingdom. He could completely use this as a reasonable reason to launch an invasion war against the other party. The other 10,000 races could not say anything about this. If there was really a faction of all races speaking up for the monster demons, he could accuse them of colluding with the monster demons and make them fail to steal the chickens. Instead, he would be in trouble. And from this, Zhou Zhou also thought of another target that could reasonably launch an invasion war. That was the Abyssal faction. This faction could be said to be inferior to the monster demon race on the enemy rankings of the life forms of the myriad races. He could even be considered to have occupied the first place on the enemy rankings. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the number one enemy of the myriad worlds. Even though monster demons like to cause destruction in the myriad worlds and spread panic and destruction, they would not really destroy the world and the life forms of the myriad worlds because they needed to gain power from the negative emotions of the life forms of the myriad worlds. Unless they did not want to become stronger, they would definitely not want to destroy the myriad worlds and life forms. As for the Abyss clan, they really wanted to destroy the world and pull the myriad worlds into the abyss, turning all the life forms of the myriad worlds into the Abyss clan. The entire myriad worlds regarded the abyssal forces as common enemies. Back then, the Holy Night Temple of the human race had also guarded an entrance to the abyss and fought against the invading forces of the abyss year after year. There were countless such things in the High Continent and even the myriad worlds. It could be seen how often the abyssal forces invaded the myriad worlds. Your Majesty, are you going to take the initiative to attack the other monster demon kingdoms of the monster demon race? Collier asked in surprise. Chapter 1259, War Summary. Preparing to upgrade the territory. The monster demons were a very famous race in the myriad worlds and there were mainly people who hated them. Even though the reputation of this race had decreased a lot after the destruction of the monster demon king, many races and lords still hated the monster demons to the core. Don't you think they are good opponents? Zhou Zhou asked. I understand, Your Majesty. They are indeed good opponents. Collier quickly understood Zhou Zhou's thoughts. However, he was still very surprised. He understood the reason behind it, but not every lord dared to choose such a race to fight. There's still some time today. I'll go back and destroy the monster demon divine kingdom ruled by the true god tier monster demon, Antonella, in the southeast of the Blazing Sun Empire first. We'll destroy the strange demon god kingdoms around your behemoth divine kingdom tomorrow. During this period, if any other monster demon forces dare to disturb us, we'll destroy them together. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Collier said respectfully. After today's incident, Collier no longer doubted His Majesty's decision. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, after the army cleaned up the battlefield, they immediately returned to the Blazing Sun Empire through the cross-border teleportation array. Then, they piloted Cosmos Emperor again and flew towards Antonella's monster demon divine kingdom without stopping. Antonella's monster demon divine kingdom was even stronger than the monster demon divine kingdom. There were more than 80 billion monster demon soldiers, more than 30,000 monster demon god spirits, and more than 200 true god tier monster demons. However, in front of Zhou Zhou's army, they were all destroyed in less than an hour. After cleaning up the battlefield and occupying this place, Zhou Zhou led the army and the lords of the Star Alliance back to the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. As he developed the Blazing Sun Empire's border territory, he let the lords use their incite defection opportunities. At the same time, not long after the Blazing Sun Empire's lord announcement of conquering the Divine Kingdom was released and the races and factions behind the lords came to know about it, some of the race leaders gathered together and began to discuss this matter. How long has it been only? This Lord of the Blazing Sun can actually defeat a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. We can't let the Lord of the Blazing Sun continue to develop like this. There are only a few races with Divine Kingdoms after all. The upper limit of many high-level bloodline races is the Divine Kingdom Lord faction. If the Lord of the Blazing Sun can conquer a Divine Kingdom Lord faction, it means that he already has combat power comparable to high-level bloodline race factions. In other words, his strength is not far from top-level bloodline races like us. His development speed is too shocking. By the way, didn't you say that you wanted to target the Lord of the Blazing Sun's mother planet? How is it now? Don't you know? I'll send you a video, but don't be too surprised after watching it. After a while. The War Master God Terence, the Wisdom Master God Taught Birth, and the Machina Master God Zero. These three Master Gods actually protected the common people's regal. As the 10 Master Gods closest to the Supreme God realm, weren't they restricted by the Supreme Will long ago? They can't interfere in this Lord of all races contest unless they meet certain conditions, isn't it? It's obvious that the human Lord of the Blazing Sun has already satisfied the restrictions of using these three Master God tier existences. Damn it! Over the countless years, we've spent countless resources, treasures, and energy to rope in these 10 Master God tiers, but they didn't give us any response. Now, that Lord of the Blazing Sun actually invited these 3 Master God tiers easily, and Terence is among them. Why is this Lord of the Blazing Sun so lucky? That's not the main point now. The main point is how we should deal with the Lord of the Blazing Sun, who has the protection of 3 top Master God tiers. It's very difficult. Those are 3 existences ranked among the top 10 Master God tiers, quasi-Supreme God realm existences that have been personally recognized by the Supreme Will. Even top-notch bloodline races like the original spirit race that are related to the Supreme God realm have to be polite to them. With the protection of the 3 of them, who can deal with the common people's regal? Could it be that I really have to let the common people's regal develop unscrupulously? If I really do that, I might as well let the Supreme Will directly give the position of the Lord of all races to that human Lord. One discovered something. These 10 Master God tiers seem to only appear when we mobilize real Master Gods to attack the common people's regal. When a fake Master God tier like AUS dealt with the Lord of the Blazing Sun, the 10 Master God tiers never appeared. Do you think it's possible that as long as we don't mobilize the Master God tier, the War Master God won't come out to help the Lord of the Blazing Sun? I think that should be the case. How can the Supreme Will allow an existence like the 10 Master God tiers to help the Lords of all races rise without any restrictions? Wouldn't the other Lords of all races have nothing to play with? If that's the case, we won't mobilize the Master God tier. We can completely rely on the activity of the Supreme Will to defeat the Lord of the Blazing Sun within the rules of the activity. This way, no matter how strong the Lord of the Blazing Sun is, he won't be able to do anything to us within the rules of the activity. Our top races are not only strong in terms of the number and quality of experts, but we are also strong in all aspects. Now that the Supreme Will is also open and restricted, with our help, our Lords of all races will definitely be able to defeat Zhou Zhou and seize the position of the Lord of all races. The Lord of the Blazing Sun won't be happy for long. This Lord of all races competition will only officially begin from the start of the Lord of the Races event. The sky gradually darkened. In the Blazing Sun Imperial capital, at the Central Emperor Palace, Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and looked at the war summary in front of him. Over the entire day, Zhou Fight and Zhou Zhan had eliminated a total of more than 5 trillion enemies, 63,000 god spirits, and more than 500 true god tier. He obtained billions of mist cores of various levels, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, basic materials, basic gem resources, lightning, life, and death elemental gems. There were also 3,896,000,2320 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 170 legendary tier and below Scarlet Lord Talent sphere and a large number of other Lord Talent crystal fragments. Time elemental gem resources were more than 3,312,000,000 units. Space elemental gems were more than 3,012,000,000 units. More than 38,660,000,000 units of divine crystals from the low-tier deity level to the high-tier deity level. 55,420 true god-tier divine crystals. More than 1,122,000,000 low-tier to high-tier deity level divine artifacts. 9,500 true god-tier divine artifacts. 16 master god-tier divine artifacts. There were a total of more than 120 million divine spark fragments, God-tier medicinal herbs, God-tier ingredients, God-tier ores, God-tier blueprints, and other treasures. 122,205 Master God-tier herbs, God-tier ingredients, God-tier ores, God-tier blueprints, and other treasures. After Zhou Zhou finished reading, his gaze landed on the space-time elemental gem. More than 6 billion space-time elemental gems, plus the more than 4 billion space-time elemental gems I already have. I can barely upgrade my territory. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhou immediately flew out of the Imperial Palace and began to upgrade his territory. Chapter 1260 to 1260 Upgrading the Territory. Upgrading the Summoning Gate. Upgrading the original Dragon Abyss. Zhou Zhou looked down at the Imperial capital below and silently chanted to level up. The next second. With 20 million trillion units of basic materials, 1000 mid-tier deity level advanced grade divine crystals, 5 trillion origin crystals, 10 billion units of space-time elemental gems, and 10 mid-tier deity level advanced grade territory tokens, they disappeared. Congratulations, your mid-tier deity level intermediate grade shrine, Lord's Law, has successfully advanced to the mid-tier deity level advanced grade shrine, Lord's Law. Your territory has successfully been upgraded to a mid-tier deity level advanced grade territory. Your mid-tier deity level elementary grade divine origin augmentation formation has been upgraded to a mid-tier deity level advanced grade divine origin augmentation formation. Territory stone steel durability increased to 50 trillion/50 trillion. Your territory has expanded to 5 billion km times 5 billion km times 1 million km. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Mythical Tier Building Blueprint Treasure Chest, Mid-Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade. Lord Talent Notification, your Scarlet Broodmother can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint, your Mysterious Caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent Notification, the strength of the clergy of your life arc has increased. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he opened the requirements to upgrade the mid-tier deity level advanced grade territory to the high-tier deity level elementary grade territory. Construction upgrade, 10 million trillion units of wood, 10 million trillion units of fine sand, 10 million trillion units of metal, 10 million divine crystals, 10 trillion origin crystals, 10 billion units of time elemental gems, 10 billion units of spatial elemental gems, 10 low-level high-tier deity territory, 10 low-level high-tier deity god spirits, 100,000 racial heroes, 10 low-level high-tier deity territory tokens. Zhou Zhou couldn't help but take a deep breath after reading it. It was the same problem. He had satisfied all the other upgrade conditions, but he was far from meeting the conditions for the space-time elemental gem. 20 billion units of space-time elemental gems. I still have more than 445 million units of the space-time elemental gem in my hand. There's a difference of more than 19.5 billion units of space-time elemental gems. It will take me 3 to 4 days to gather a harvest of this level today. He felt a little helpless. However, he did not care too much. 3 to 4 days was actually very short. However, he only felt this way because he was used to rapidly leveling up. To ordinary lords, this advancement speed had already exceeded their imagination. Then, he came to the gate of summoning and spent 40,000 trillion units of basic resources and 10,000 mid-tier deity level divine crystals to upgrade the gate of summoning to the level of a mid-tier deity level advanced grade. Congratulations, your gate of summoning has successfully been upgraded to a mid-tier deity level advanced grade building. You can summon plus 300,000 subjects every day. You will summon 20,000 professionals every day. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer X, the number of subjects you can summon every day has reached 21,655,000. You will summon 10,011 professionals every day. After reading it, Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The number of basic subjects summoned by the mid-tier deity level advanced grade summoning gate was 2,465,500. After being enhanced by the Glory of the Pioneer X, it directly increased by 10 times, becoming 24,655,000 people. Moreover, because he had upgraded to the territory of a mid-tier deity level advanced grade, the god spirits that he summoned every day had also become 11 mid-tier deity level advanced grade god spirits. I really hope that my gate of summoning can summon true god tier subjects every day. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements of the gate of summoning. Construction upgrade, 50,000 trillion units of wood, 50,000 trillion units of fine sand, 50,000 trillion units of metal, 50,000 trillion units of stone, 10,000 low-level high-tier deity grade divine crystals, territory level upgraded to low-level high-tier deity grade. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze. Then, he spent 4,000 trillion units of basic materials, 1 billion mid-tier deity level divine crystals, and 1 billion basic elemental gems to upgrade the original Dragon Abyss in the Gate of Summoning to the level of a mid-tier deity level advanced grade. Then, he looked over. Building name, Original Dragon Abyss. Construction level, mid-tier deity level advanced grade. Construction effect, every day, you can summon 600 million white silver tier advanced grade pure-blooded dragons, 60 million yellow gold tier advanced grade pure-blooded dragons, 6 million white platinum tier intermediate grade pure-blooded dragons from the original Dragon Abyss, 6 high-tier deity level advanced grade dragon gods will become subjects under the Lord. There is an 11% chance of summoning legendary dragons. Construction upgrade, 5,000 trillion units of wood, 5,000 trillion units of fine sand, 5,000 trillion units of metal, 5,000 trillion units of stone, 5 billion divine crystals of mid-tier deity level advanced grade, 5 billion basic elemental gems. After reading it, Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He could directly summon 666,666,666 pure-blooded dragons in a day the next day. When the primordial dragon saw this, it would probably doubt its life. The next upgrade would have to wait until the territory advanced to the high-tier deity level elementary grade. Zhou Zhou did not stop. He returned to the shrine and sent someone to call Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Moli over. After the three of them arrived, Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and asked with a faint smile. This emperor has just upgraded his territory. Tell me about your respective improvements. Yes, your majesty. The three of them said in unison. Then, Mugu was the first to speak. Your majesty, the current level of the Scarlet Broodmother that I'm raising has already advanced from the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade to the mid-tier deity level advanced grade. The number of mist mothers that had evolved from the mid-tier deity level advanced grade Scarlet Broodmother has increased from 150,000 to 200,000. Every mist mother world can now nurture 800 million fog monsters. 200,000 mist mothers able nurture a total of 160 trillion fog monsters. In addition, the quality and efficiency of cultivating high quality scarlet heirs has also increased. Currently, I able foster 3 high-tier deity level advanced grade Scarlet God Spirits in a day, or 50 mid-tier deity level Scarlet God Spirits and 200 low-tier deity level Scarlet Descendants. Zhou Zhou could not help but click his tongue. Good God! He could foster so many Scarlet God Spirits in a day. This was much more than the God Spirits summoned by the Gate of Summoning. Of course, this could only be nurtured at the price of not nurturing ordinary Scarlet Fog monsters. Therefore, even though Mugu's words were very attractive, Zhou Zhou still had no intention of nurturing the Scarlet God Spirit. It seems that your Scarlet Broodmother still needs to advance to the high-tier deity level to foster a Scarlet True God tier, right? Zhou Zhou asked. Yes, your majesty. Mugu nodded. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he thought for a moment and said. Among your 200,000 mist mothers, you left 40,000 to specially foster the iron-eating bear and the withered tree. The other 160,000 mist mothers, 80,000 are used to foster the violent storm demon spirit, and the other 80,000 are used to nurture the yellow talisman Deo soldier. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, he was looking forward to it. This was a total of 160,000 mist mothers. It could foster a total of 128 trillion mother nest monsters. With the enhancement of the Lord Talent and title of the King of Loots, he could obtain 256 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier recruitment books, 256 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificates, 256 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books, and 256 trillion violent storm spirit class change certificates tomorrow. If he converted all these recruitment books and class change certificates into new recruits, it would be a total of 1024 trillion soldiers, which was 1024 trillion soldiers. Chapter 1261, Increase in Lord Talent. Total military force. At this point, Zhou Zhou could not help but be surprised and delighted. It had to be known that he only had a military strength of more than 1,600 trillion. Now, the Scarlet Broodmother could recruit more than half of his troops in a day. The Scarlet Alliance army led by AUS back then only had a total of more than 8,000 trillion. Which meant, with his current recruitment speed, he could recruit an entire OS military strength in 8 days. In other words, one only need 8 days. No, I don't need 8 days to gather more than 8,000 trillion troops and launch a total offensive on the high continent like AUS. Zhou Zhou's expression was strange. Then, he shook his head and laughed. The reason why OS Scarlet Invasion Army was strong back then was not only because he had an army of more than 8 trillion, but more importantly, he still had more than 5,000 Scarlet True God Tier and more than 33 million Scarlet God Spirits. The combination of the three made him look so strong. It also gave him the courage to attack all the races and factions in the High Continent except for the Divine Kingdom Lords. Zhou Zhou still lacked too many conditions. Therefore, it was impossible for him to replicate AUS and launch a full-scale attack on the Supreme Continent in a short period of time. However, this might not be impossible in the future. With the current growth rate of my soldiers, I might be able to ignore the Divine Kingdom Lord faction and launch an all-out attack on the High Continent in at least half a year or at most a year. When I conquer the High Continent, I should be able to satisfy one of the conditions to become the Lord of all races. Zhou Zhou thought. Of course, there were only his guesses. However, with Zhou Zhou's intuition, he felt that such a thing was indeed very likely. Yes, Your Majesty. At the same time, Mu Gu immediately said respectfully after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. When Zhang Fugui saw this, he said respectfully. Reporting to Your Majesty. Now, the number of our mysterious merchant has increased from 1 billion to 2 billion after our territory advanced to the mid-tier deity level advance grade. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 2 billion. All of us mysterious merchants' strength has also increased to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Our treasure hunting ability has increased again in probability. In the future, when we go out to do business, we should be able to bring back at least 1,000 god-tier treasures each time. Even though Zhou Zhou was mentally prepared, he was still a little stunned when he heard this. These were 2 billion mid-tier deity level advance grade god spirits. Hearing about it alone was scary. The only pity was that these mysterious merchants couldn't fight for him. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and jokingly asked. When the territory level advances to a true god tier territory, will your mysterious merchant group advance to true god tier as well? I don't think so. Zhang Fugui also smiled and said, however, there should be a small number of mysterious merchant who will be promoted to true god tier mysterious merchant. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked. By the way, when will the mysterious auction you mentioned last time start? Previously, Zhang Fugui said that the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce that they belonged to would invite all the trading partners who had dealt with the mysterious merchant and the leaders of the Divine Kingdom Lords to participate in a mysterious auction. It was supposed to be held 2 days ago. In the end, a fork appeared midway, and the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce obtained a new batch of auction items. In order to quickly transport this batch of auction items to the auction venue, they chose to postpone this auction. Moreover, they had yet to inform the new auction time, so Zhou Zhou asked. Your Majesty, I'm about to report this matter. According to the latest news I received, the mysterious auction will officially be held the night after tomorrow. All the auction items have been prepared for completion this time. In addition, because of this delay in the auction, the mysterious auction has specially prepared a small gift for all the auctioneers. Your Majesty will receive it when Your Majesty participates. Zhang Fugui said. As long as it can be held. Zhou Zhou nodded. Ever since the items in the Lord's shop became less and less interesting to him, he was more and more interested in this mysterious auction. He hoped that there was something that he was interested in. After Zhang Fugui finished speaking, Carol Molly stood up and said respectfully. Reporting to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, after the territory was upgraded to a mid-tier deity level advance grade, our life arc already has 10 trillion clergymen, 10 trillion priests, 10 trillion nuns, and 100 trillion life holy knights. These clergymen are enough to complete the war treatment mission and resurrect the army. Also, currently, there are already 200,000 high-level divine duty members at the life arc god spirit level. Every one of them has mastered the resurrection spells, and they can resurrect the deities of our country alone. As for my strength, I'm still at the intermediate true god tier grade at the moment. My strength hasn't increased yet. I can only revive life forms below the master god tier level. Not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded. However, even though he didn't need Carol Molly to revive the master god tier yet, it might not be the case in the future as Blood Moon Sun joined and recovered his strength. I don't have the Lord talent of the goddess of life yet. When I have the master god tier worshipped god spirit, I'll need to turn the goddess of life's lord talent into my lord talent. This way, when my territory level advances to a divine kingdom lord faction, I can let the goddess of life revive my worshipped master gods. Zhou Zhou thought. Of course, the time divine dragon, Kaido, and the master god of death, Thanatos, could also revive god spirits at the master god level. Therefore, they were all within his consideration. Then, Zhou Zhou and Mugu chatted for a while more about their respective work before letting them return. Then, he continued to read the list of insight defections and god spirits. In the entire day, he and the 312 lords of the Star Alliance under him had a total of 5,821,212,333,203 soldiers of the people of foreign races, 17,125 god spirits of the people of foreign races, and 118 true god tier. In addition, in the army under him, 12,050 legendary tier soldiers had advanced from legendary tier advance grade to low tier deity level elementary grade, and 16 high tier deity level advance grade god spirits had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. Zhou Zhou's original military strength was 1,628,774,691,472,446 soldiers, 3,576,671 god spirits and 1,713 true gods. The number of soldiers under him had already reached 1,634,595,903,825,649 soldiers. In terms of the number of god spirits, there were 3,599,303 god spirits and 1,847 true gods. After the war with the US ended, the number of god spirits increased much slower. Zhou Zhou could not help but be speechless after reading this data. It seemed that only by experiencing powerful enemies could he grow quickly. He did not know if the monster demons he was about to face were qualified to be his enemy. Then, he brought up the situation on Zhou Fight's side. Chapter 1262, Saint Dao Potion Type 2. The Excited Collier. Over the day, Zhou Fight led the soldiers to expand in all directions and conquered a total of 5 true god tier lord factions and a total of 215 lord factions. He obtained a total of 310,600,000 hegemony points and 154,200 obscure lord shop points. Zhou Zhou now had a total of 1,126,320 hegemony points and 456,900 obscure lord shop points. He nodded slightly when he saw this. With Zhou Fight's current military strength, it was already not bad for him to be able to do this. Tomorrow is the last day of the first stage of the Lord of the Race's activities. I have to seize the opportunity and obtain more hegemony points and obscure lord shop points. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Fortunately, the Eternal Mothership would bring his army and god spirits to the Cerulean planet tomorrow. At that time, he would be able to expand and fight without restraint. At this moment, Alia's respectful voice sounded from outside. Your Majesty, the Divine Lord of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom, Collier, requests an audience. Let him in. Zhou Zhou said casually. Yes, Your Majesty. Alia replied respectfully. Soon, Collier entered. Greetings, Your Majesty. What is it? Your Majesty, since we're going to continue fighting the monster demons tomorrow, I plan to station the Behemoth army in the Empire so that we can set off together tomorrow. Therefore, I'm here to ask for Your Majesty's permission. Collier said respectfully. Sure. However, in the future, you can just look for Zhou manage to settle such a small matter. You don't have to come and ask this Emperor. Zhou Zhou asked. Yes, Your Majesty. I'm not familiar with His Majesty Zhou manages matters, so I've disturbed His Majesty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Collier was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said respectfully. He had just arrived in the Blazing Sun Empire and was not familiar with the Blazing Sun Empire's process for a while. As soon as he thought of something, he directly came to Zhou Zhou's main body to resolve it. It's fine, as long as you get familiar with it in the future. Zhou Zhou waved his hand. He naturally did not care about such a small matter. Then, he thought of something and said. Collier. I'm here. Your performance today was not bad. Take this as this Emperor's reward. After saying that, Zhou Zhou threw a world ring to the other party. Collier hurriedly caught it and immediately said respectfully, Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty, but this is just my responsibility. There's no need to specially reward me. If I tell you to take it, take it. Thank you, Your Majesty. See for yourself what it is. Zhou Zhou said casually. Yes, Your Majesty. Collier nodded and sent his consciousness into the world rings. Then, he saw a total of 10,000 purple potion bottles in this world rings. In the crystal clear potion bottle, was an extremely pure and crystal clear potion liquid that was like the starry sky. It made people unable to look away. Collier's eyes widened. He would not be mistaken about this potion. It was the most important potion of the behemoth race, the Saint Dao potion. With these 10,000 bottles of Saint Dao potion, they could perform the sacred worship ceremony on the yellow gold tier behemoth in their race, giving the yellow gold tier behemoth a chance to advance to the amethyst behemoth. Once it became an amethyst behemoth, it would be a terrifying life form that could tear apart pure-blooded dragons of the same level. Collier was extremely excited. If used well, these 10,000 bottles of Saint Dao potion would give them at least 2,000 to 3,000 amethyst behemoths. It could be said to be a huge strengthening to the current amethyst behemoth race, which had less than 10,000 amethyst behemoths. At the same time, he was secretly alarmed. The Saint Dao potion needed true god tier divine medicine in the production process as a true god level potion. How many true god tier divine medicines would be consumed to make these 10,000 bottles of Saint Dao potion? Even a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction would probably find it difficult to take out so many divine medicines to make Saint Dao potions, right? However, he, who was extremely observant, quickly discovered that the 10,000 bottles of Saint Dao potion seemed to be a little different from the ones he was familiar with. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Zhou Zhou seemed to know what he was thinking as he leisurely said. The 10,000 bottles of Saint Dao potion you see have been modified and innovated by doctors, pharmacists, alchemists, scientists, pharmaceutical scientists, and other experts in our country. In addition, this emperor had infused 100 million points of help to create these bottles of potions. The previous Saint Dao potion only had a 20% success rate in helping the yellow gold tier behemoth advance to the amethyst behemoth. Now, not only can this Saint Dao potion 2 help the yellow gold tier behemoth advance, it can also reach an 80% evolution success rate. Moreover, it can allow every amethyst behemoth that successfully advances to at least reach the low-level true god tier elementary grade potential. It's equivalent to the true god tier potential advancement potion that your behemoth race exclusively enjoys. It's already considered a relatively perfect work. It's much better than the original version of the Saint Dao potion. If you're willing to buy a few more true god tier potions, you might be able to develop an evolution potion that has a 100% chance of successfully advancing. However, that's not cost-effective, so this emperor abandoned it. Zhou Zhou was not lying. In terms of improving the Saint Dao potion, the professionals in various fields in his country played a very important role. However, the one who played the greatest role was actually himself. He had relied on the mythical Tier 1 Lord talent he had just obtained yesterday, the Book of Genes, and the mythical Tier 1 Lord talent he had obtained not long ago. It was the life science inheritance left behind by the goddess of life in the life arc, combined with the principles of the sacred worship ceremony and the Saint Dao potion. In addition, Zhou Zhou had a lot of knowledge about the various bloodline inheritances in his mind. In addition, he had spent some time in the time world to specially study and improve this potion. All sorts of factors combined to create this Type 2 Saint Dao potion. If it were any other faction, even the top bloodline factions of the original spirit race would not be able to develop such a perfect potion in such a short period of time. However, Zhou Zhou happened to gather all the factors of success to create such a potion. Collier immediately took out a bottle of Saint Dao potion from his world ring and looked at it carefully. When the description of the effect of the Saint Dao potion appeared in front of him, Collier was immediately deeply shocked. Was this really the Saint Dao potion with an 80% chance of advancement? Moreover, it was researched by His Majesty. Collier did not think that Zhou Zhou was lying at all. In fact, Zhou Zhou was indeed not lying. Your Majesty, you're the benefactor of our behemoth race. Collier knelt on the ground and said gratefully to Zhou Zhou. At this moment, he was extremely grateful to His Majesty. Collier, who was holding the Saint Dao potion too, seemed to have seen hope for the revival of the behemoth clan. He once again deeply felt that he had made the right choice to lead the entire behemoth divine kingdom and pledge loyalty to His Majesty. Chapter 1263-1263 Recruiting Quadrillion Soldiers. Ancestor of Creation's Refinement Experience. U, Dat by XN, Val. M. So what if it became a subordinate divine kingdom? As long as he could obtain a potion like the Saint Dao potion Type 2, he would be willing to be a subordinate divine kingdom to a kingdom-level lord faction or even an unknown lord faction. Furthermore, he was relying on an emperor with unlimited potential like His Majesty. Therefore, he had never felt that the choice he had made was to wrong himself and the behemoth race. He only hoped that after His Majesty completely rose, he would not feel that they, the behemoth race, were a burden. Zhou Zhou did not expect Collier to think so much. He smiled faintly and said, "This is just the beginning. Work hard for this emperor and this emperor can give you whatever you want." It was just 10,000 bottles of true god-tier potions. To Zhou Zhou, it was at most a drop in the ocean. Splash! Splash! I have nothing else to ask for. I only want to follow your Majesty's side. Collier said from the bottom of his heart. A text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou that the other party had been promoted to a fanatic believer. Zhou Zhou stroked his chin. He thought about it before he threw another world ring to the other party. Collier took it in a daze and entered it with his divine sense. Then, he was shocked to discover that there were a total of 100,000 bottles of Type 2 Saint Deo potion. This. Collier's eyes widened. This was 100,000 bottles of Type 2 Saint Deo potion. As long as it was used normally, it could bring them at least 80,000 amethyst behemoths. At this moment, Collier's breathing was a little hurried. However, even though he was excited, he had not lost his mind. "Your Majesty, what are you?" he asked carefully. "This emperor likes loyal people. Loyalty should be rewarded." Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. When there was no shortage of talent, loyalty was the most important criterion for judging the importance of his subordinates and whether they were promoted or not. There was no other criteria. Collier fit the bill, so Zhou Zhou chose to give he another reward. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely give my all to Your Majesty." Collier's tone was extremely firm as he used the cerulean planet language that he had just learned. Zhou Zhou smiled and chatted briefly with Collier before asking him to leave. After Collier left, Zhou Zhou briefly dealt with the remaining matters. Then, he entered the reincarnation sacred palace and continued cultivating the Lord's law. The next day, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes in the reincarnation sacred palace. It's the third day. The second stage of the Lord of the Races event will begin tomorrow. He muttered to himself. His voice was very calm. The hegemony points and obscure lord shop points he had obtained in the past 2 days gave him great confidence, allowing him to dare to welcome the second stage of the event. Then, he did not think too much about it. He came to Mugu and realized that Wu Xin had already led the soldiers into the Scarlet Brood Mother. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou habitually chatted with Mugu. A moment later, a golden stream of light flew out of the Scarlet Brood Mother and landed on the ground, turning into Wu Xin. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Wu Xin said respectfully. "Thank you for your hard work, Legion Commander Wu." Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. "Haha, Your Majesty must be joking. How can it be difficult to kill a group of mother nest monsters that won't resist?" Wu Xin smiled. Then, he immediately handed over 3 world rings respectfully. Zhou Zhou immediately looked forward to it. His quadrillion recruits were among them. He scanned with his divine sense and was delighted. One of the world rings contained a large number of iron, eating bear pet eggs, tree core gems, and other loots. Among the other 2 world rings, one of them contained 256 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier recruitment books and 256 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books. The other world's ring contained 256 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificate and 256 trillion violent storm spirit class change certificate. If he used all these class change certificates and recruitment books, he could instantly obtain trillions of soldiers. These were trillions of soldiers. Even some high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions might not have such terrifying troops. Legion Commander Wu, as usual, you should go to the reserve recruits and choose 51.2 trillion new recruits to change their profession to the Violent Storm Spirit and the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier. Then, lead the Violent Storm Spirit to change their profession to a Forbidden Mage. This Emperor will go to the Gate of Summoning to recruit new recruits. Zhou Zhou immediately said. I understand. Wu Xin nodded. His tone was also filled with anticipation. Recruiting trillions of soldiers a day. No one dared to write this even in the legendary stories he had read since he was young. He did not waste any time. He immediately transformed into a golden stream of light and flew out of the Divine Kingdom world, returning to the capital of the Blazing Sun to prepare for the recruits. The so-called reserve recruits were to recruit living beings who were willing to become soldiers from the subjects under the Blazing Sun Empire and become reserve soldiers. These reserve soldiers usually only did basic soldier training. When there was an extra class change certificate in a life form needed to change to a soldier, these reserve soldiers should immediately come over and use the class change certificate to become official extraordinary tier professional soldiers. Then, they would join the various legions under the Blazing Sun Empire to strengthen their strength. One of Zhou Zhou's goals for continuously attacking the surrounding enemies every day was also to obtain a large number of subjects. Then, he would choose a large number of soldiers from these subjects to be reserve soldiers. The two complemented each other. Once it started, it formed a positive cycle that continued until now. On Zhou Zhou's side, seeing that Wu Xian had left, he immediately teleported to the Gate of Summoning. He looked at the tall Gate of Summoning in front of him and waved his hand, throwing the 512 trillion recruitment books in the world rings into the Gate of Summoning. Boom! The Gate of Summoning shone brightly. Zhou Zhou skillfully called over a cosmos ruler when he saw this. Then, he threw 100 mid-tier deity-level advanced-grade divine crystals into the Gate of Summoning, summoned all 512 trillion new recruits, and placed them in the Cosmos Emperor's internal world. He said a few simple words to these recruits, then questioned Zero to bring these novices to the Forbidden Archmage statue to change their profession to Forbidden Mages. Then, he spent another 100 mid-tier deity-level advanced-grade divine crystals to summon today's new subject. In the end, he summoned a total of 30,133,658 new subjects. Among them were 11 mid-tier deity-level advanced-grade god spirits. In addition, there were 4 other low-level god spirits. Zhou Zhou nodded to himself. Not bad. Not only did he summon more than 5 million subjects, furthermore, he had actually summoned 4 additional god spirits. Even though he no longer valued god spirits of this level, this was also a small surprise. Then, he came to the Lord's shop and questioned Zhou Jinmin what new products he had today. He originally thought that there wouldn't be anything that he valued this time. However, to his surprise, he really saw a product that he cared about. Item name, Ancestor of Creation's Refinement Experience. Item level, Master God Tier Intermediate Grade. Item effect, after using it, you can acquire a portion of the Ancestor of Creation's Weapon Refinement and Advancement Insights. It can help divine artifact forgers advance to the Ancestor of Creation more easily. Item description, the Artifact Refinement Notebook of the Mystic Fire Divine Ancestor records his insights into the creation of the Divine Artifact Law. He bestowed this notebook to his disciple, Orofa, hoping that Orofa can break through the barrier of the Ancestor of Creation as soon as possible and become the Ancestor of Creation. Chapter 1264-1264 The Classification of the Regions of the Blazing Sun Empire. Ancestor of Creation's Refinement Experience. Did Orofa's teacher, the Mystic Fire Divine Ancestor, give it to him? Zhou Zhou was surprised. The value of this insight was almost no less than the inheritance of a Master God tier lifestyle professionals. How much is this merchandise? Zhou Zhou asked. Only 100 million legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Jinmin smiled. What if it's divine crystals? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and asked. Then only 10 Master God tier divine crystals. Zhou Jinmin said. Then let's use Master God tier divine crystals to trade. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Up until now, the divine crystals in his hands had not been consumed much. At most, he had distributed a small portion of the salary as a domestic worshipped god spirit. However, it was nothing compared to the divine crystals that he had. On the other hand, ordinary mist cores, as the most common currency in the high continent, were circulating extremely frequently. Therefore, Zhou Zhou did not plan to continue paying with the mist cores since he did not lack divine crystals. He could just pay with divine crystals. It was only 10 Master God tier divine crystals. He could casually kill a true God tier and drop hundreds of them. Alright. Zhou Jinmin received the 10 Master God tier divine crystals from Zhou Zhou with a bright smile. I'll take these 2 goods too. Zhou Zhou said casually. Even though he didn't value the other 2 goods, he adhered to the 2 principles of I don't lack money anyway. Since he was already here, he might as well buy these 2 goods. These 2 items cost a total of 11 high-tier deity-level divine crystals. Zhou Jinmin smiled. It was such a blissful feeling to meet such a lord who did not lack money and allow him to reach the standard every day. Zhou Zhou nodded. After handing over the divine crystals to the other party, he took away the 3 items in front of him. Then, he stood on the spot and threw 2 goods that he did not value into his personal treasure vault. Then, his gaze landed on the ancestor of creation's refinement experience. Jik and Seeli's figures appeared in his mind. These 2 little fellows had already become divine artifact forgers, so they were naturally the most suitable to obtain this inheritance. However, who to give it to was a problem. After some thought, he decided to leave this problem to Orofa to make a choice. After all, this inheritance came from his teacher. It wouldn't be good for him to rashly give it to others. Let him struggle with it. Then, Zhou Zhou went to the gate of summoning and summoned the 666,666,666 pure-blooded dragons today. It was a pity that no legendary dragon had been summoned by him this time. Don't tell me I used up my luck. Zhou Zhou could not help but doubt his luck. That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, he should have accumulated a large amount of luck through various event rewards and lord talent. It shouldn't be a huge guarantee, right? I can only summon it a few more times to take a look. Zhou Zhou shook his head and was not too conflicted. At this moment, Zhang Yuankai quickly walked over from afar. Your Majesty, another large number of subjects, god spirits, and true god tier have come to our Blazing Sun Empire to become subjects of our empire. I've already ordered the domain lords of the various domains to properly receive these subjects who have come from afar. By tonight, these new subjects and god spirits should be able to be counted. At that time, I will immediately report to His Majesty. Zhang Yuankai said respectfully. The Blazing Sun Empire's territory was divided into 5 levels according to the size of the region. They were. Domains were equivalent to the territory of an entire race. The commander was named the Domain Lord. For example, Yin Ghost Region, Fire Sound Region, Blood Moon Region, Rakshasa Region. Regions were generally equivalent to a country's territory. According to the level of the country, they were divided into Divine Prefecture, Emperor Prefecture, and King Prefecture. The overarching management was called the Regional Lord. For example, the Bohemian Divine Continent, the Monster Demon Emperor Continent, the Taiyan King Continent. Provinces were usually formed by many regional territories. There were usually about 3 to 10 provinces in every king prefecture. The commander was the province lord. Regions were basic regional territorial units. As long as there were regional tokens in the territory, they could basically be evaluated as regional territories, and the commander would be called the regional lord. As for cities, they were the smallest territorial units established by territory tokens, such as Blazing Sun City, Quicksand City, Kunt City, and so on. The commander was called the city lord. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded. If nothing went wrong, most of these new subjects and god spirits ought to be brought about by the Supreme Conquest Lord talent. He had conquered 2 Divine Kingdom Lord factions yesterday after all. Even though Zhou Fight had conquered 5 true god tier Lord factions, they were only Empire tier Lord factions protected by true gods. They were not Divine Kingdom Lord factions that had established a Divine Kingdom. The 2 were completely different concepts, so they could not bring too many subjects and god spirits to Zhou Zhou. After that, he didn't waste any time and immediately led all the soldiers and god spirits to fly towards the strange demon god kingdom around the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. There were a total of 5 Divine Kingdom Lord factions of the monster demon race around the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. The most powerful Divine Kingdom Lord faction was an intermediate grade Divine Kingdom Lord faction called Kiduk. Zhou Zhou's goal this time was this Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Inside the captain's room in the Cosmos Emperor, Zhou Zhou looked at the virtual projection in front of him. On it was written the intelligence information of the Divine Kingdom. The founder of the Kiduk Divine Kingdom is a true god tier, a monster demon true god tier advanced grade named Kiduk Emperor. It's uttered that the other party was once the direct descendant of the monster demon King Kiduk. Later, after the monster demon King Kiduk was jointly killed by many master gods, this guy also hid his identity. It was not until a while after the storm that Kiduk dared to appear and established his own lord faction. It's uttered that the monster demons originally had many high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions. However, because of the Master God tier existences, they eliminated the high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions of the monster demons, causing no one to dare to create high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions anymore. At most, they only dared to create intermediate-grade Divine Kingdom Lord factions. It's also because of this that even though on the surface, Kiduk is only the Emperor of a Divine Kingdom intermediate-grade Lord faction, the faction controlled by him might not be inferior to an advanced Divine Kingdom Lord faction. He merely doesn't dare to advance. Is that so? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Then, he revealed a smile. He had finally met an interesting opponent. A moment later, at the border of the Kiddick monster demon god nation, the Cosmos Emperor floated above the border. As soon as it entered the territory of the strange demon god empire, Zero's voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the high-ranking officials of the Blazing Sun Empire. Reporting to your majesty. The Kiddick defense minister requests to speak. Do you want to connect? Put him through. Zhou Zhou ordered. Yes, your majesty. Chapter 1265-1265 Stealing Home. Soon, an extremely arrogant voice resounded inside Cosmos Emperor. Where did this idiot come from? Tell me your name. How dare you invade our Kiddick monster demon god kingdom? Stop hiding. Our Kiddick monster demon god kingdom is equipped with a master god tier anti-reconnaissance system. All disguises at the true god tier and below are useless in front of our anti-reconnaissance system. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he looked at the soldiers and him smiled. Leave the spatial concealment mode. He said. Yes, your majesty. Zero said respectfully. Then, he immediately exited the spatial concealment mode. Tisk, it's a top-notch true god tier battleship. Not bad, not bad. You're smart. Come to Galore City and accept your surrender. Perhaps I can arrange a high-level monster demon conversion ceremony for you. The monster demon continued to speak arrogantly. There's no need for the conversion ritual. The surrender ritual can be left behind. Zhou Zhou said indifferently, tell your master god to quickly head to Galore City and prepare to surrender. Tell him that the common people's regal has led the Blazing Sun Empire's army to conquer you. You're really not afraid of death. Forget it, forget it. This king is magnanimous. Leave. I won't ask you to surrender. If you dare to continue staying, don't blame me for not reminding you when death arrives. Zhou Zhou frowned. With the monster demon's racial habits, would they let the enemy leave when they encountered an invasion? There was a problem. Stop talking nonsense. Tell your lord of the Divine Kingdom to prepare for the surrender ceremony. Zhou Zhou did not back down. All right, all right, all right. You're bold enough. Just you wait. Our great monster demon army will come and destroy you soon. After saying that, the monster demon's voice disappeared. For some reason, Zhou Zhou actually felt a little guilty. All generals, immediately give the order for the entire army to prepare for battle. The acting legion commander of the Blazing Sun Army immediately ordered. Yes. The generals replied one after another and began to make arrangements through the army interface. 0. Continue forward to the divine kingdom of the strange demon god kingdom. In addition, send god spirits to set up defenses around the spaceship and be prepared to counterattack at any time. If you encounter any enemies who dare to stop you, kill them all. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Yes, your majesty. 0 said respectfully. Then, he immediately piloted Cosmos Emperor and flew towards the divine capital of the Kiddick Divine Kingdom. On the way, they indeed encountered waves of monster demon armies. These monster demon armies ranged from a few thousand to hundreds of millions. They all tried to stop Cosmos Emperor from afar with various long-range methods. However, the Cosmos Emperor was like a firm barrier that could easily block any attack. The gods guarding the ship either directly activated their law skills to counterattack remotely or directly used the battleship weapons of the Cosmos Emperor to attack these monster demons remotely. After a few times, not only did the monster demons who tried to stop them not achieve anything, but they also suffered heavy losses. However, even so, they did not retreat. Instead, more and more monster demons came forward, trying to stop Cosmos Emperor from advancing. They seemed to be stalling for time. The acting commander of the Blazing Sun Army said. It's just stalling for time. It's waiting for the army of the Kiddick Divine Kingdom to return. Their Divine Kingdom army is not in the Divine Kingdom. They should be back in half an hour. Zhou Zhou did some calculations in his heart and actually calculated that the army of the Kiddick Divine Kingdom had actually been brought out to fight by the Lord of the Divine Kingdom of Kiddick. As a result, there were only scattered garrisons left in the country, so he spoke. No wonder the other party had been letting them leave just now. It turned out that he was bluffing. Then we can take advantage of this period of time to directly go to the other party's divine capital and occupy the core area of the other party's divine kingdom. The acting commander of the Blazing Sun Army's eyes lit up. Sure. Zhou Zhou smiled. The moment the other party returned and found out that his house had been stolen, his expression would definitely be very interesting. After the acting commander of the Blazing Sun Army received His Majesty's affirmation, he could not help but be shocked. The expression on his face became much more confident. He immediately gave the order and advanced in the direction of the divine kingdom of Kittic at full speed. Even he, who was trying to stop the monster demons along the way, could not be bothered. He accelerated and disappeared in front of them. When they realized that Cosmos Emperor was heading in the direction of their divine capital, their expressions immediately changed. Once the divine capital was occupied by the other party, even if they occupied it later, they would not be able to escape the crime of losing the capital. Then they would definitely die. Quickly chase after him. We must stop them. Once they harm the divine capital in the slightest, I'll use your lives to appease His Majesty's anger. The leading true god tier monster demon said angrily. As soon as he said that, the surrounding monster demons panicked and flew towards the monster demon divine kingdom. Capital of the monster demon god kingdom. A Cosmos Emperor floated quietly in the sky above god capital. More than 100 billion soldiers, more than 1 million god spirits, and hundreds of true god tier lay in the sky. They each emitted a shocking pressure, suppressing the monster demon subjects below and not daring to move at all. Some monster demons at the god spirit level or even the true god tier level wanted to resist at first, but after seeing such a lineup, they had no thoughts of resisting at all. The two sides could still fight when their strength was about the same. If the difference in strength was so huge, wouldn't they be courting death? When Zhou Zhou saw this, he could not even be bothered to let his subordinates use incite defection. He said lightly, and his voice spread to all the monster demons below. I'll give you 20 breaths time to immediately say that you want to join the Blazing Sun Empire and become a subject of the Blazing Sun Empire. Once the time is up, all the monster demon subjects who have yet to submit to us will die. His voice was cold and filled with unquestionable determination. For a moment, the monster demon subjects hesitated. Could he survive just by saying these words? If he didn't say anything, he would die. Judging from the other party's tone, it did not seem to be fake. Time was tight, and the monster demon subjects knew that they could not hesitate. Soon, large batches of monster demon subjects began to say what Zhou Zhou had taught them. Then, with Zhou Zhou's agreement, they immediately became subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire. There were about 10 trillion monster demon subjects in the entire divine capital. After 20 breaths, more than 800 billion monster demon subjects announced that they would join the Blazing Sun Empire and become its subjects. As for the remaining 200 billion subjects of the monster demon empire, they seemed to be the ones who did not believe in the supernatural. Even after some time, they still did not seem willing to speak. Zhou Zhou snorted when he saw this. He immediately used the Law Skill King. Then, he used the other party's execution of words domain from a real divine grade under him who walked the law of spiritual words. Then, he launched the execution of words domain at the entire divine capital. After the execution of words covered all the gods, he directly ordered that all the monster demon subjects in the gods who were unwilling to surrender be wiped out. The next second, the more than 200 billion monster demon subjects widened their eyes and fell to the ground, no longer alive. The remaining monster demon subjects who chose to surrender couldn't help but tremble when they saw this scene. At the same time, they were even more glad about their choice. This common people's regal was someone who didn't even blink when his clan was wiped out. How dare you not surrender? Do you really think the other party doesn't dare to kill you? Inside the Cosmos Emperor. Take over the Fiend Beast capital. Zhou Zhou ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. The soldiers obeyed and went to make arrangements. Zhou Zhou took out the Bodhi Supreme and used an ordinary question to ask and learn the location of the Kittic Divine Kingdom. He directly instant transmitted and vanished. Soon, he instantly transmitted back. Zhou Zhou opened his right hand and 3 tokens appeared in his hand. It was the Kittic Fiend Beast God Kingdom's Real Divine Grade Intermediate Holy Territory Token, True God Advanced Grade Regional Token, and True God Tier Intermediate Grade Territory Token. He looked at the 3 tokens and smiled. The speed at which these 3 tokens were obtained was much faster than he had imagined. At the same time, the expression of the Master of the Divine Kingdom, Kittic, who was rushing towards the Demon God Kingdom at full speed hundreds of millions of kilometers away, suddenly froze. Then, his face turned red, and his veins bulged. His expression was filled with anger and grievance. He roared at the sky, his voice containing monstrous anger and killing intent. Common people's regal. How dare you ruin everything for me? I'll definitely slay you. Chapter 1266, Ji Yuan. On the emperor's throne in the imperial palace of the monster demon capital, Zhou Zhou sat leisurely on the throne and enjoyed the worship of the billions of monster demon ministers below. He had a relaxed expression. It was obvious that he enjoyed everything that was happening. This battle was too easy. It's so easy that it's far beyond my expectations. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. At the same time, he was very glad since this was the consequence of the other party being too careless. They actually took advantage of the fact that no one came to find trouble with them and did not even place a garrison in the country. They only knew how to lead troops out to war. Serves them right, isn't it? They even lost their home. Let's see if the other party will still be unrestrained in the future. No, perhaps from now on, the other party would not even have a chance to have fun. Even his identity as a lord had disappeared after all. In the myriad worlds of this lord, other than the other party's strength being of some value, he basically had no status. Fortunately, I've always been cautious and have always treated the Blazing Sun Empire as my most important foundation. I've never taken all the soldiers away and have always left the Homeland Defense Army in the country as my greatest means of guarding the house. Otherwise, Kiddock's present might very well be my future. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. On the surface, the Homeland Defense Army was weaker than the main combat army like the Blazing Sun Army. However, that was actually in comparison. Relying on various True God tier defensive array formations, True God tier puppets, Divine Kingdom and Kingdom-level combat professions, True God tier army formations, the enhancement of various Lord talents, True God tier war machines, Supreme Defense city walls, and other defensive factors, even if a Divine Kingdom Lord faction suddenly attacked, the Homeland Defense Army could rely on these advantages to defend against the other party for a period of time until their army returned. Therefore, when Zhou Zhou went out, he always trusted the Homeland Defense Army with his rear. And the performance of Homeland Security all this time also proved that his trust was not wrong. At this moment, the Time Divine Dragon, Kaido, flew over and said respectfully. Your Majesty, one have something to report. Your Excellency Kaido, just say it. Zhou Zhou said. Your Majesty, one just observed the situation of Kiddock's army from afar through the mirror of time. And guess what? Zhou Zhou. He thought about it and did not use divination or other techniques. He casually said, could there be internal strife? Your Majesty's guess is really accurate. Kaido was stunned for a moment before he chuckled and said, when the monster demon ministers of the Kiddock Divine Kingdom found out that Kiddock had lost his identity as the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, they actually rebelled. Kiddock was careless and was directly severely injured. Fortunately, the other party used the relic left behind by his father and summoned a projection of the monster demon king. Kidotali's Master God. After barely killing a few monster demon True God tier advance grade, he fled in a panic. The remaining monster demon army is in a mess. Some are fighting, and some are escaping. They should have almost dispersed by now. Zhou Zhou was speechless. This was the first time he had encountered such a Divine Kingdom army. It was an army of the Divine Kingdom and yet it collapsed just like that? Tisk. As expected of the monster demons, organized and undisciplined, thinking about betrayal at all times was engraved in their genes. It was indeed very difficult for these guys to follow the organizational rules that ordinary life forms followed. Do you know where Kiddock is? Zhou Zhou asked. I do. Then, Your Excellency, please take action this time and deal with the other parties so that there won't be any future trouble. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Kaido agreed with a smile. Even though he looked like a mid-tier deity-level intermediate-grade Time Divine Dragon on the surface, Zhou Zhou wanted he to deal with a true God-tier advanced-grade monster demon god spirit with a Master God-tier trump card. He would not be careless. Zhou Zhou nodded. This was a top legendary dragon. Even if he only looked like a mid-tier deity-level intermediate-grade dragon god on the surface, Zhou Zhou would not underestimate him. Whoever looked down on the other party was a fool. Kaido left. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou called the acting commander of the Blazing Sun Army over. Your name is Ji Yuan, right? Zhou Zhou asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Ji Yuan replied. Who is His Majesty Ji Yuan, the ruler of the Night Empire, to you? Zhou Zhou asked. He's my father. Ji Yuan said honestly. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Then, he began to divine in his heart. After he finished his divination, he couldn't help but look at Ji Yuan in surprise. According to the results of his divination, the Crown Prince of Ji Yuan had actually joined the Blazing Sun Empire under his real name Ji Yuan in the beginning. Then, through normal selection, he had joined the Blazing Sun army in a very fair manner. Later on, the other party grew all the way and constantly accumulated military merits. It was only when he grew to the true god tier level and became the deputy commander of the Blazing Sun army that he revealed his true identity to Bai Yun. According to the other party, he wanted to remove all his halo and become a general under Zhou Zhou in the most fair and just manner. That was why he chose to do this. He didn't use his status to take the shortcut to advance. From his performance in the past 2 days, this kid's control of the war and his ability to seize opportunities are also very good. Uncle Ji Yun has a good son. Zhou Zhou praised in his heart. He looked at the other party's god's inheritance and realized that he already had a top-notch gold law true god tier inheritance from a true god tier advance grade. The Night Empire definitely did not have a true god tier inheritance of this level, so there was a high chance that it was exchanged from the military merit exchange system. He checked the interface of the army and realized that it was indeed the case. He thought for a moment and flipped his right hand. A top-notch inheritance of a master god tier advance grade appeared in his hand. Then, with a thought, he appeared in front of Ji Yuan. I'll give you this master god tier advance grade god spirit inheritance of the fallen spear master. His nomological path is metal and spear. It's very compatible with your nomological path. This is a gift from this emperor as an elder to you, a junior. It's also the divine inheritance that a general of your position should obtain. Cultivate well. Don't embarrass the Blazing Sun Empire and your father when you are fighting outside. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. The other party was now the acting commander of the Blazing Sun army. Even if Bai Yun returned, she would still be the deputy commander of the Blazing Sun army. A subordinate with such a position was already qualified to obtain a top-notch god spirit inheritance. He just needed to accumulate military merits to exchange for it. In order to show his care and admiration for the other party, Zhou Zhou directly skipped the process of accumulating military merits and directly rewarded him. Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. I will definitely not let Your Majesty and father down. I will definitely perform well in the upcoming war. Ji Yuan looked at the top-notch master god tier inheritance in front of him excitedly. He had previously seen the military merit exchange list. He clearly remembered that although there were many master god tier inheritances, there were no top-notch master god tier inheritances related to the law of gold. There was a master god tier elementary grade inheritance of the god of gold. Ji Yuan naturally wouldn't mind, so he had originally planned to exchange for this master god tier elementary grade inheritance. He did not expect to receive such a top-notch metal master god's inheritance. What did this mean? This meant that His Majesty had chosen this from his little treasure vault and given it to him. To a certain extent, it also meant that the other party valued him and was kind to him. Facing the importance and concern of the common people's regal, who was now famous throughout the myriad races, even though Ji Yuan was the prince of the empire, he could not help but be very excited. He secretly decided that he had to do his best to serve His Majesty in the war and expand His Majesty's territory. Only then would he not let His Majesty down with his value and investment. All right. Also, Ji Yuan, one called you over to arrange an errand for you. Due to the destruction of the Divine Kingdom, the monster demon army of the Kiddick Monster Demon Kingdom has also fallen apart. Currently, these fallen monster demon armies are causing trouble everywhere in this territory. Now that this is already our territory, we naturally can't let them do whatever they want. Take your Blazing Sun army and destroy the collapsed Divine Kingdom army. Leave no one alive. Zero will help you find all the fleeing monster demon soldiers. I'll give you an hour to destroy all the monster demon armies of the Kiddick Divine Kingdom. Come back immediately after you're done. We have other goals to fight. Zhou Zhou said. Chapter 1267-1267 Killing Keto Talai. 4 sets of the Monster Demon Emperor King Bloodline. Yes, Your Majesty. Ji Yuan said respectfully and immediately left. Zhou Zhou took this opportunity to walk around the Imperial Palace. But soon, he lost interest. The monster demons were indeed an evil race that was known as the destroyer of civilization. Apart from the fact that the huge palace was a little larger, it did not look dignified at all. It was like a messy beast nest, making people lose interest at a glance. Moreover, there were no civilization items exclusive to the monster demons in the huge imperial palace. Most of the items and treasures were snatched. It was obvious that they were not theirs. As a race born from the negative energy of the universe, the monster demons don't seem to have any intention of establishing their own civilization. They seem to exist only to destroy and spread fear. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Even the abyss had its own abyssal civilization, but even though the monster demons had existed for so long, there were no signs of civilization at all. It was indeed ridiculous that there were only legendary tier monsters recorded by the other races. It could only be said that the myriad worlds were vast and filled with all kinds of strange things. He did not say much and simply returned to the imperial palace. Half an hour later, a legion commander of the 10,000 races army walked over from outside the hall and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, all the treasures in the Divine Kingdom have been collected. This is the world ring that stores all the treasures." He held it up with both hands, and a black world ring lay quietly in his palm. With a thought from Zhou Zhou, the world rings appeared in front of him. He entered it with his divine consciousness and began to check the things inside. Treasures below the true God tier level were ignored by him. He would only take another look at Master God tier treasures and special treasures. But from the looks of it, he had really gained something. He first saw 2 Master God level treasures. One of them was the elementary grade Master God treasure, the Monster Emperor King Kidotali's ring finger. The other was the intermediate grade Master God treasure, the Monster Emperor King Kidotali's kneecap. Both of them could obtain the power of the dead demon Emperor King Kidotali by sacrificing themselves. The former could allow his strength to advance to the Master God tier elementary grade in a short period of time, while the latter could advance to the Master God intermediate grade in a short period of time. However, there were also drawbacks to using them. After using them, those who were not from the monster demon race would uncontrollably transform into the monster demon race and become the possessors of the true God tier monster demon bloodline. After the monster demons of the monster demon race used it, they would directly become the owners of the Master God tier monster demon bloodline. Other than these 2 drawbacks, Zhou Zhou had many bloodline inheritances and could see another obscure drawback. The relics of these 2 strange demon emperor kings actually have such a strong aura of will. These 2 Master God remains are probably the supreme weapons that the other party reincarnated and possessed. Whoever uses it, unless their strength can suppress the monster demon Emperor King Kidotali, they will basically become one of the other party's possession bodies. Zhou Zhou shook his head. He had no intention of using them at all. However, it contained an extremely rich Master God tier bloodline of the monster demons. Zhou Zhou was quite interested. This was the first time Zhou Zhou had encountered such a negative energy bloodline at the Master God tier level. He thought for a moment and had an idea. He contacted Ji Yuan through the army interface and got him to capture a monster demon that did not surrender. He did not need to be of a high level. It could be done below the epic tier. Soon, 2 god spirits came over with an extraordinary tier advance grade monster demon. This extraordinary tier advance grade monster demon had a pair of wings. Its entire body was purple-gray, and its head was triangular. It had a pair of purple triangular eyes and tiny purple lightning flickered on its body. Ow! He roared at Zhou Zhou, its eyes filled with violence and the desire to destroy. Lightning Demon. Zhou Zhou glanced at the other party's message. This name was simple enough. He didn't mind. After letting the 2 god spirits retreat, he directly activated the King and the Moon Demon. Then, he created a boundless universe and pulled the Lightning Demon into this world. He then activated the execution of words and let the other party devour the monster demon Emperor King Kidotali's ring finger and the monster Emperor King Kidotali's kneecap. The lightning demon lay on the ground in pain and began to roll. As he rolled, its reminder also began to expand rapidly, and its aura began to climb continuously. Even his strength realm began to increase rapidly. Epic tier. Legendary tier. Low tier deity level. Mid tier deity level. High tier deity level. True God tier. Master God tier elementary grade. In less than a moment, his strength had actually increased to the level of a Master God tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou had been watching coldly from the side. When he saw that the other party had advanced to the true God tier, he did not react. Even when he saw that the other party had advanced to the strength of an elementary grade Master God, he still did not move. This was because he had been looking at the other party's potential. He would only take movement when the other party's potential increased to the peak. Finally, just as this lightning demon's strength was about to increase to the level of a Master God tier intermediate grade, Zhou Zhou finally saw his potential increase to the level of God tier advanced grade. Zhou Zhou was delighted when he saw this. Feeding 2 Master God tier treasures in a row actually raised the other party's potential to a Master God tier advanced grade. Alright, alright, alright. I didn't squander my treasure. He actually let a low-tier deity-level monster demon obtain my remains. At this moment, a low voice came from the lightning demon. Zhou Zhou did not panic at all when he saw this. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Welcome back to the High Continent, Your Excellency Kido Talai. And you are?" Kido Talai looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. "It's actually a human? A human can actually give birth to a Master God tier? Human Master God tier, why did you wake me up? Is it for power? I am the common people's regal of the human race. I woke you up today naturally for..." Zhou Zhou smiled slightly, but his smile was a little cold. "I'll kill you again." Zhou Zhou instantly put on a Master God tier divine artifact and pulled out the regal Sage Dao sword. Then, he activated the power Heavenly Emperor's greatest strength and activated the power of the myriad method star palm to condense on his sword edge, launching his strongest assault at Kido Talai. Damn it! Kido Talai was furious and desperate. He could sense that the power of this sword had already reached the level of Master God tier advanced grade, and he had yet to recover his Master God tier intermediate grade power. The current he had no ability to resist this sword at all. However, he did not give up. He instantly released all his strength to resist Zhou Zhou's strike. In the blink of an eye, his divine body and incomplete soul were destroyed by Zhou Zhou's sword. "I can't accept this." The other party's resentful and angry voice was left in the air. The legendary monster demon king, Kido Talai, had just returned from his possession and was killed again before he was completely awakened. Zhou Zhou raised his hand and summoned the other party's corpse. Then, he directly extracted the loots. After excluding a large number of other loots, his gaze landed on the 4 portions of the Master God tier advanced grade bloodline. The Demon Emperor bloodline. A faint smile appeared on his face. Success. Chapter 1268, Absorbing the Monster Demon Emperor King bloodline. At the same time in the boundless universe that had been temporarily opened up, the Time Divine Dragon chuckled as he floated around in the void. Not far from him, a silver-white divine dragon that was more than 10,000 light-years tall and wore a silver holy crown on his head and a time divine robe was ravaging Kiddick and the Master God tier projection summoned by him without restraint. One of them was a top-notch True God tier that was at the True God tier advanced grade. Even though the other was a projection, he also had the strength of a Master God tier elementary grade. However, he was actually like a plaything and could not resist at all facing this incomparably tall and majestic Time Divine Dragon. This Time Divine Dragon was the past body that Kaido had summoned from the past with a top-notch Master God tier law skill space-time allomantic contract. Moreover, even this previous body had the top-notch strength of a Master God tier advanced grade. As the oldest Time Divine Dragon that had existed for a long time, he had surpassed the limits of the laws of time, space, and fate and walked his own nomological path. He could even be said to have no difference between his main body and his past and future self. Any of the Time Divine Dragons in the endless timeline could be considered his main body. The Time Divine Dragon was almost immortal unless one destroyed all the Time Divine Dragons in the timeline. He even had the confidence to break through to the Supreme God realm. That was to fuse the original bodies of the past, present, and future in the 3 main timelines. This way, he could become the Supreme God realm. If he could fuse with his main body in all the timelines and make a breakthrough in his willpower, he was even confident that he could become an existence of the will of space-time. However, he didn't. This was because the premonition from fate made he vaguely sense that if he encountered a breakthrough to the Supreme God realm, he would encounter an indescribable horror and calamity. Kaido was similar to Zhou Zhou and was also one of the contestants. The longer he lived, the more he cherished his life. Therefore, not only did he not choose to break through, he even took the initiative to hide his strength, afraid that he would be valued by the Supreme God realm and chosen as one of the so-called 10 Master God tiers or preparatory Supreme God realm. In addition, he tried his best to reduce his reputation. Therefore, until now, most existences had only heard of the existence of the Time Divine Dragon, Kaido, but they almost did not know anything about him. Speaking of which, Kiddick looked terrified when he saw that he and the ancestral avatar he had been summoned were actually ravaged by the other party. He looked at this extremely terrifying Time Divine Dragon as if he could already see the future him that was about to die. At this moment, he panicked. "Time Divine Dragon, Your Excellency Kaido!" he shouted. As the inheritor of Kidotali's bloodline, he naturally knew what kind of existence this divine dragon in front of him was. "Please spare my life. I can give you everything." "Well, what do you have?" Kaido's voice rumbled. I know where the treasures of our monster demon race are. One also know that our monster demon race has a top-notch true god tier divine artifacts. I also know the location of my father's other remains. Kaido grinned. Kido Talai, you have such a good son. Do you think I'm interested in what you're saying? Kaido asked calmly. This, Kidok was speechless. This was a legendary dragon, the Time Divine Dragon. Even other Time Divine Dragons had to respectfully address him as senior when they encountered him. It could be said that other than a very few special Time Divine Dragons, this was the top dragon god in the myriad worlds. The treasures that he took out might attract the interest of other Master God tier, but for this one? After countless years, what had he not seen? Looks like you can't take out anything good. Then one can only follow His Majesty's orders and kill you. I'll bring your corpse back to see His Majesty. Kaido said coldly. He felt that it was quite interesting. In fact, he had never thought of letting him off. The reason why he said so much was only to play with him. After countless years, even though he was the Time Divine Dragon, he still had some bad taste. Otherwise, he would have long gone crazy from the loneliness of countless years. Speaking of which, before Kido Talai was besieged and killed by the 6 lords, he actually invited me to deal with him together, but I was too lazy to go, so I rejected him. However, even though I rejected him, I still looked at him from afar through the time realm until he died. After that, I probably watched the rise and fall of the monster demons. I will even write a book and send it to the netherworld for you to read. Kaido chuckled. At this moment, Kidok deeply felt the other party's bad taste. He revealed a look of despair. He didn't want to die. He had clearly been hiding for so many years. He did not even dare to advance to a high-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Every day, he would at most bully the surrounding lords and neighbors and casually spread fear in his territory. Why was he suddenly facing a calamity today? When Kaido saw the other party's reaction, he knew that he was about to deal with he when he was done playing. Just as his past body opened its dragon mouth and prepared to spit the other party to death. The divine robe of time on his body changed slightly, as if a scene that seemed real and illusory appeared. Kaido's expression changed slightly, and he made his past body stop moving. Looks like fate doesn't want you to die so easily. That makes sense also. From His Majesty's point of view, you destroyed countless countries and killed countless life forms when you were alive. If you can die, it will be too easy on you. Come on. His Majesty wants to see you. Kaido waved his hand, and the stunned Kidok disappeared. At the same time, in the Blazing Sun Imperial capital, Zhou Zhou first used a Master God tier advanced grade Demon Emperor bloodline. Then, he felt a cold, angry and terrified feeling surge into his heart. This feeling was very different from the feeling of the bloodline that he had fused in the past. He couldn't help but feel surprised. You have absorbed one portion of the Monster Demon Emperor's bloodline, Master God tier advanced grade. Your Chaos Human bloodline has been unearthed with more potential. Your 6 senses powers have been greatly enhanced. Your parapsychic ability has been greatly enhanced. The strength of your soul has increased greatly. Your will realm has increased slightly. You have awakened the talent of Master God tier advanced grade, enhanceable, Monster Demon Race Kido Talai Light. You have awakened the talent of the Master God advanced grade enhanceable Monster Demon Clan Immortal and Indestructible. You have awakened the talent of Master God tier advanced grade enhanceable Monster Demon Clan Master God's Law of Fear. You have awakened the talent of the Master God tier advanced grade enhanceable Monster Demon Clan Master God Emotional Law. You have awakened the talent of the enhanceable Monster Demon Clan Master God tier advanced grade, Law of Destruction. You have mastered the general knowledge inheritance of the Monster Demon Clan. You have grasped the secret inheritance of the Monster Demon Clan. You have comprehended the will of a monster demon. Will like light realm. 1269 10,000 races announcement, the Monster Demon Emperor King Zhou Zhou has been born. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes and browsed through the general knowledge and secrets of the monster demons. After a while, he opened his eyes, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. The monster demons were actually created by the Chaos Will. Furthermore, after the death of the Chaos Will, the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord did not suppress it. Instead, they strengthened the other party's ability, allowing the other party to spread destruction and fear more easily among the myriad races. Just as I guessed. The monster demons have a backer behind them. That's why they've existed for so many years and haven't fallen. There are even more than 10 monster demon god kingdoms on the high continent. The Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord are backing them up. Coupled with the undying ability given by the negative energy source, what are they afraid of? Zhou Zhou sighed. The Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord probably valued each other so much because they wanted to use the monster demon to warn the life forms of the myriad worlds and make them realize that there was a problem with their world. When they solved the problem of their world, they would discover that the undying monster demon would never appear again. However, even though the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord would secretly protect the monster demons, they would not personally protect the undying monster demons. This could be seen from the fact that he had destroyed 3 strange demon god kingdoms in a row, but the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord had no reaction. Therefore, when he dealt with the monster demons in the future, he could just fight boldly. There shouldn't be any problems. Then, he looked at the other 3 monster demon Emperor King's bloodlines. These bloodlines can be left to the monster demons that I just recruited. He stroked his chin and thought. Then, he injected some of his Chaos Holy Power into the 3 bloodlines of the monster demon Emperor Kings. After his Chaos Holy Power entered the 3 bloodlines, he heard faint sounds of explosions from the 3 black hearts. Then, a large amount of black smoke appeared from the black hearts with weaker and weaker screams. It spread out and gradually dissipated in the air. After the black smoke dissipated and the screams disappeared, Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 monster demon Emperor King's bloodlines and realized that they seemed to be more energetic than before. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He had just eliminated the remaining willpower of the 3 monster demon Emperor King's bloodlines. This way, he didn't have to worry that his subordinates would become the other party's possession after using the 3 monster demon Emperor King's bloodlines. Then, he looked at the third item. It was also the last treasure in the entire Kiddick monster demon god kingdom that he was interested in. It was a racial divine artifact. The racial divine artifact of the monster demons. Race divine artifact name, Heart of Kido Talai. Equipment grade, Race divine artifact. Racial artifact ability 1 source of negative energy. As the first monster in the endless heavens, Kidotali's heart is a natural racial artifact, the source of negative energy. The source of negative energy can attract those who gather in the endless heavens. Negative energy comes to cleanse the endless heavens, but at the same time, powerful and immortal monsters will be born in the process. Race divine artifact ability 2 negative energy enlightenment. Use the negative energy source to enlighten any item and life form. It can transform items and life forms into monster demons. Monster demons have the mission of destroying and spreading fear. However, only destruction and spreading fear can wake up the life forms of the myriad worlds. Race divine artifact ability 3 monster demon emperor. A creature that fuses with a negative energy source will become the new generation of monster demon emperor and rule all the monster demons in the myriad worlds. Race divine artifact ability 4 origin of fear. The heart of Kido Talai contains the complete origin of the law of fear. The owner of the race divine artifact can enter it with his soul and comprehend the mysteries of the law of fear at any time. After reading it, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the last sentence of the race divine artifact ability 2 negative energy enlightenment. Only destruction and spreading fear can wake up the life forms of the myriad worlds. Is the purpose of the existence of the undying monster demon to warn the world? Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. He had originally thought of the monster demons as simple destroyers and spreaders of fear. However, now that he saw this race's divine artifact, he realized that his original thoughts seemed to have deviated. The monster demons seemed to have an extremely special mission. He seemed to not only destroy and spread fear, but also to let the life forms of the world save themselves. It's like a disease. Monster demons are the various illnesses that appear on a life form when they get sick. These illnesses are indeed harmful to a person's body, but if these illnesses don't appear, won't the life form never know about the existence of the illness? If the illness only erupts at the last moment, won't it directly take the patient's life? It's best to immediately discover illness when you first get it. That's the best. If we keep delaying, I'm afraid there'll be nothing we can do. Zhou Zhou seemed to have understood something. From the looks of it, the reason why monster demons were immortal was probably because there was an illness in this world, but it had never been treated. That was why monster demons appeared. When the illness was cured, perhaps the monster demon would no longer exist. Of course, this did not mean that monster demons were kind. They were ultimately the destroyer and the spreader of fear. The meaning of their existence was to be destroyed by the life forms of the myriad worlds. Destroying monster demons was one of the treatment methods. He didn't think too much about it. His gaze landed on the race divine artifact ability 3 monster demon emperor king. As long as I fuse with this heart of Kido Talai, I can become the monster demon emperor king. Should I fuse with it? Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. He took out the Bodhi Supreme and asked this question with an ordinary question. The monster demons are the health monitoring machines of the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos. Why are they hesitating to become the monster demon Emperor King among them? It's directly done. It's beneficial to you. At the very least, the Supreme will value you more in the future. Bodhi Supreme said without hesitation. This is going to fuse with my heart. Will it affect my divine body? Zhou Zhou asked. The heart was an organ that was quite important even to him as a god spirit. As a god spirit, he would not die even though his heart was destroyed. The core of a god spirit was his divine spark and soul after all. However, it was the hub of the operation of divine power. Once the hub was destroyed, even though the god spirit would not die, he would also be weak for a period of time. No, this is a racial holy artifact. If there's any harm, it will definitely mark it. Moreover, you're a supreme sacred body cultivator. If your supreme sacred body is destroyed by a race divine artifact of the monster demon clan, won't the supreme sacred body become a joke? Bodhi Supreme comforted Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou nodded. Good point. He gazed at the heart of Kido Talai in his hand, took a deep breath, and slowly pressed it to the heart on his right chest. When the pitch-black heart approached his heart, it suddenly turned into black spots of light that passed through his divine body and fused into his heart. A cold feeling appeared from the depths of his heart and quickly dispersed throughout his body, making Zhou Zhou shiver. It feels, not bad. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips and carefully felt the feeling just now. So I'm going to become the monster demon Emperor King. He thought in puzzlement. At this moment, the phantoms of monster demons suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. These monster demons had all kinds of forms. Some were ferocious, some were strange, and some were deformed. In short, they were all strange. Zhou Zhou looked over and realized that there were countless of them. Furthermore, there seemed to be all kinds of realms behind them. In other words, there were monster demons in every world, but some of them would show their life forms and disperse fear in the entire world. Some of them would hide in their emotions and do evil, affecting reality. At this moment, the countless monster demons suddenly knelt down to Zhou Zhou. They shouted for their king, their gaze fanatical, as if they were welcoming their supreme new monarch. At the same time, a notification appeared in the gaze of Zhou Zhou and the myriad races. 10,000 races announcement, the monster demon Emperor King Zhou Zhou has been born. Chapter 1270, Mythical Tier the only Lord Talent the number 1 treasure vault. Join forces. 1. 10,000 races announcement, monster demon Emperor King Zhou Zhou has been born. They were all simple, understandable words, but many races and lords were stunned. Monster Demon Emperor King Zhou Zhou? Why does this name sound so familiar? If I remember correctly, the original name of the human race of the common people's regal seems to be Zhou Zhou, right? Why was this Monster Demon Emperor King suddenly born? He should still be recovering his existence in the source of negative energy and condensing his demon body that had descended again after killing Kido Talai some years back. How could he suddenly recover? Monster Demon Emperor King Zhou Zhou? Not Kido Talai? It seems that there's a change in the monster demon clan. I've just confirmed one thing. Zhou Zhou is indeed the original name of the human race of the common people's regal. In other words, the monster demon Emperor King announced by the Supreme Will just now is this divine being of the common people's regal. So that's how it is? The common people's regal actually obtained the position of the monster demon race's emperor? Tisk. I feel that things have suddenly become interesting. If the common people's regal really becomes the lord of all races in the future, won't we have to listen to the orders of a monster demon? At Spirit of Light at Country of Justice at Demon Slayer. My old opponent has appeared. Come out and work. Spirit of Light, the Supreme will not allow a creature of the monster demon clan to be the lord of all races. The Lord of the Blazing Sun seems to have obtained an incredible identity this time, but in fact, he will only lose more. Really? You can't compete for the Lord of all races after becoming a monster demon. Then wouldn't the Lord of the Blazing Sun be dumbfounded? Ha ha ha. Not everything can be asked for, ha ha ha. Well, although I don't want to refute you, I have to say that the monster demons should be able to compete for the Lord of all races because I happen to have interacted with a Lord of all races of the monster demons some time ago. Although they have a bad temper, they are undoubtedly the monster demons. At Spirit of Light, who should we trust? Are you sure you're right? The lords of the light spirit race fell silent. They were also in disbelief. The monster demons were a race whose mission was to spread fear and destruction. Why did the Supreme will let such a race become the Lord of all races and participate in the Lord of all races? At the same time, the factions behind the Lord of all races could not help but fall into deep thought when they saw the announcement. Especially the ancient races with top bloodlines, as they began to envy Zhou Zhou's luck. As they had existed for countless years, they naturally knew some secrets of the monster demons. For example, even though the monster demons looked like a symbol of destruction and fear on the surface, they were actually the health detector of the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos. They even had the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord as their backers. Because of this, even though all the ancient races had the ability to suppress the monster demons, they would not overly suppress the monster demons every time they dealt with them. At most, they would kill some and release some, afraid of offending the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord. Now that Zhou Zhou had become the Monster Demon Emperor King, it meant that Zhou Zhou also had a special status in the Monster Demon race. This common people's regal was already valued by the Supreme Will. Now that he had this new identity, the other party's status in the Supreme Will's eyes was probably even more unbreakable. It was even to the extent that he would be valued more by the Crimson Overlord. Now, the common people's regal has the combat power of a Master God tier, is protected by the 10 Master God tiers, and is valued by the Supreme Will. Under these circumstances, it's definitely impossible to deal with the other party head-on. There's only one way to defeat the common people's regal and prevent the common people's regal from obtaining the position of the Lord of all races. Defeat him head-on in the activity of the lords of the myriad races set up by the Supreme Will. Many powerhouses at the peak of the infinite worlds came to this conclusion that made them feel a little aggrieved after interacting with their divine thoughts from an endless distance. They were used to using the power of their race to crush their enemies. It had been a long time since they had encountered such a grievance. They had to admit one thing. Since the common people's regal was powerful, they would be forced to compete with the common people's regal fairly. Fairly? It had been a long time since they had come into contact with this word, since they were used to using the privileges of the strong. Right at that moment, an incomparably powerful divine sense forcefully entered the conversation between the divine senses of all the experts. Hello, everyone. As soon as this divine sense voice appeared in the divine sense of all the god spirits naturally knew the other party's identity. The current patriarch of the original spirit race, one of the 10 great master gods, the original master god Origin. Greetings, Your Excellency, Master God. Greetings, Lord Origin. They were either respectful, terrified, or excited. The original Master God tier replied simply. The true Lord of our race has also admitted that he can't defeat that common people's regal in a one-on-one battle. Perhaps we could try to join forces to suppress the common people's regal together and make him lose the chance to fight for the Lord of all races. As expected. The god spirits thought to themselves. As expected, the power of the common people's regal was forcing this important person to show his hand. However, he did not expect the true Lord to personally admit that he could not defeat the common people's regal. As the Lord of the number 1 race of the original spirit race, that fellow was powerful and determined. He would not give up easily. To be able to make the other party say such words, it could be seen how much pressure the common people's regal gave the other party. 1271 Mythical Tier, the only Lord Talent, the number 1 treasure vault. Join forces. 2. The god spirits thought of many things in a short period of time, but they tacitly kept quiet and no one replied. The original Master God tier snorted coldly in his heart. A bunch of eagles that don't fly until they see a rabbit. I can promise everyone that I can open our original spirit race's treasure vault and give you one of the treasure as long as you cooperate with our original spirit race and join forces to suppress the common people's regal, causing the other party to lose the right to compete for the Lord of all races. He said indifferently. Really? Hearing this, the eyes of the god spirits immediately burned with passion. That was the original spirit race's treasure vault, one of the most famous treasuries of the races in the endless heavens. It was said that true god tier treasures were only the lowest level treasures inside. Only master god tier treasures could be considered precious. There were even supreme god realm treasures accumulated by the original spirit race since they were born. Even existences like the Supreme God Realm wanted to obtain the Supreme God Realm treasures inside. It could be seen how precious and rare the treasures in this treasure vault were. If they could obtain a treasure from the primordial treasure vault, even if it was the lowest level true God tier treasure, it would be enough to greatly increase their strength. Since the common people's regal doesn't know where he should stand, us seniors should teach him what to do. A lord from a weak human race actually wants to taint the status of a lord of all races? Dream on. Don't worry, Lord Origin. We'll let him know what it means to be powerful among the top bloodline races. The reason why the common people's regal's reputation was so widespread in the past was only because of the protection of the supreme will. Moreover, we didn't deal with him seriously. From now on, we will be serious. With our cooperation, the other party definitely won't have any fate with the position of the Lord of all races. An existence like the Lord of all races can only be possessed by races like us who are born with powerful bloodlines. The divine spirits were no longer as silent as before. All of them patted their chests and promised the original Master God. The original Master God nodded in satisfaction. The figure of the common people's regal flashed through his mind, and his heart gradually turned cold. Regardless of whether you relied on your strength and brain to reach this height, or perhaps you are the son of destiny personally chosen by the supreme will to let you walk here unimpeded. What our original spirit race wants would definitely be ours. It must be. There was also the War Master God, the Wisdom Master God, and the Machina Master God. The three of them were already on his side. Is it because of the 10 sacred blessings Lord Talent? Origin thought to himself. This was the only possibility that could make 3 of the 10 Master God tier existences gather beside a Lord at the same time at this stage. This common people's regal had at least 3 mythical tier Lord Talents. What a terrifying possessor of the Lord Talent! No wonder he could walk the path of a Lord and even become a regal. Thinking of the regal status that the other party had, he could not help but reveal a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Regal status. Moreover, he had directly stepped onto the path of a Lord's law from the moment he stepped onto the path of a God spirit. He was an innate regal. Even an existence like him yearned to obtain it. This was because at his level, he already knew very clearly that if he wanted to break through the bottleneck of the Master God tier and become a Supreme God Realm Venerable, one of the important elements was to comprehend the Lord's law and obtain the status of a regal. It could be said that the common people's regal had already possessed one of the qualifications to become a Supreme God Realm from the moment he stepped onto the path of the God Spirit. Even higher willpower level existences had a very small chance of success to become an innate regal. As for those who did not comprehend the Lord's law, they could only sublimate the law they comprehended postnatal and advance to the Lord's law to become a postnatal regal. Only then could they have a very small chance of becoming the Supreme God Realm. However, it was already the limit for such a postnatal regal to reach the Supreme God Realm with an extremely small chance. It was impossible for him to take another step forward and become a will-level existence. However, there was another possibility that could allow a postnatal regal to easily become a Supreme God Realm or even a will-level existence. That was to be supported by the Lord of all races. The status of the Lord of all races was comparable to the Supreme Will. In some cases, it was even higher than the Supreme Will. As long as such an existence spoke and spoke, it could easily create a Supreme God Realm existence. It was not difficult to spend some effort to create a will existence. This was also why the original Master God tier and the other 10 Master God tiers had added their strength to the Lord Talent. They wanted to use this method to get to know and even create the Lord of all races. This way, when the other party grew up, in order to repay them and would naturally agree to become a Supreme God Realm existence or even an existence with a will. Then, the original Master God did not say much. After setting a time to cooperate and discuss how to deal with the common people's regal, he left. After Origin left, these God spirits conversed through their divine senses for a while before returning to make preparations. Speaking of which, at the capital of the Kiddick Divine Kingdom, Zhou Zhou looked at the announcement in front of him in surprise. I've become the Monster Demon Emperor King. Is this worth making a special announcement? Why does this feel a little like the world boss in the game appearing and then making a server announcement? Will there be a bunch of guys interested in me, the world boss, coming to deal with me next? He could not help but complain but quickly stopped caring. With his current Master God tier combat power, in addition to the protection of the 3 great Master God tier existences, in the absence of the Supreme God Realm and stronger experts, Zhou Zhou could not think of anyone in the myriad worlds who could hurt him. Can't get cocky. Zhou Zhou warned himself in his heart. Then, he had a thought. A golden illusory cube appeared in his palm. The surface of this illusory cube emitted a misty golden gas that was like golden sand. The surface was engraved with mysterious precious words, looking very luxurious and psychedelic. Then, Zhou Zhou placed all the treasures in the world rings into the golden cube. This golden cube was the mythical Tier 1 Lord talent that he had awakened through cultivating the supreme sacred body for the entire night yesterday, the first treasure vault. His original talent was the extraordinary Tier Lord talent. King's Treasure Box. After the upgrade of the supreme sacred body, it became the number 1 treasure vault of the mythical tier, the only Lord talent. Zhou Zhou glanced at the illusory golden cube. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, First Treasure Vault, Soul Binded, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Treasure grade, Master God tier unique. Treasure effect 1 unlimited space. The first treasure vault is the number 1 supreme treasure vault space in the myriad worlds. It contains unlimited space and can store endless treasures. Moreover, some treasures with special storage environments can also automatically generate the corresponding treasure storage environment to safeguard the integrity of the treasure to the greatest extent. Treasure effect 2 automatic pickup. After the owner of the first treasure vault kills the enemy and extracts the loots can automatically be stocked in the treasure vault space of the first treasure vault and can't be peeped at by other life forms. Treasure effect 3 sublimation. Treasure stocked in the first treasure vault. If it is damaged, it can be restored to its intact form on the second day after being placed in the treasure vault. If the intact treasure is placed in the treasure vault, under the continuous influence of the sublimation power contained in the treasure vault, it can be upgraded to a high-level treasure of +1 quality after 7 days. Note, cannot produce a repetitive sublimation effect on the same treasure. The highest quality treasure can be upgraded to Master God tier advanced grade. Treasure effect 4 creation. The first treasure vault has the ability to create endless treasures. Every day, a God spirit level treasure will automatically be born in the treasure vault. Every 3 days, a true God level treasure will automatically be born in the treasure vault. Every 7 days, a Master God level treasure will automatically be born in the treasure vault. Treasure description, a fashioning from the Lord talent. It has been crazily fought over by countless God spirits. It contains an infinite treasure vault space and is the number 1 treasure vault in the myriad worlds. Chapter 1272, Kiddock's Promise. Zhou Zhou looked at his first treasure vault and nodded in satisfaction. He was naturally very satisfied with this mythical tier unique Lord talent. Firstly, the first talent effect infinite space satisfied his need to store a large number of treasures. Needless to say, automatic pickup was a necessary ability. Sublimation was a very top-notch innate ability. As long as any treasure was damaged, it could be directly repaired in a day. 7 days later, it could be directly raised to the level of quality +1. In other words, a legendary tier treasure could become a low-tier deity level treasure after being placed in the first treasure vault for 7 days. High-tier deity level treasures could become true God tier treasures after being placed in the first treasure vault for 7 days. True God tier advanced grade treasures could become Master God tier treasures after being placed in the first treasure vault for 7 days. Not to mention a Master God tier, even the 10 Master God tiers would go crazy over this effect. Even existences at the Supreme God realm would probably covet it. Even existences like the Supreme God realm could not treat Master God tier treasures as trash after all. Master God tier treasures were considered very good treasures to them. Moreover, the time to improve its quality was only 7 days. This was only 7 days. Even though 7 days was a long time for Zhou Zhou, 7 days was nothing to experts. The time they took to comprehend the laws at any time was calculated in hundreds or thousands of years. In other words, they could completely repair all the treasures they had after casually comprehending the laws 2 or 3 times. Then, their quality would increase by 1. This increase was almost equivalent to increasing their wealth by more than 10 times. The fourth effect of this talent was even more shocking. In just a day, a God spirit level treasure could automatically be born in the treasure vault. In just 3 days, a true God tier treasure would automatically be born in the treasure vault. In just 7 days, a Master God tier treasure would automatically be born in the treasure vault. Even Zhou Zhou, who had countless treasures, would be envious of such an effect. Even Supreme God realm experts would crazily snatch this number 1 treasure vault because of this talent effect. The time to derive the treasure was too short after all. It could even be said to be ridiculously short. To those gods who had lived for countless years, they only needed 1,000 years to obtain 365,000 God spirit level treasures, about 120,000 true God tier treasures, and more than 52,000 Master God tier treasures. He could do this in 1,000 years. What about 10,000 years? 100,000 years? It could be said that, with the existence of this first treasure vault, as long as he could continue living, even if he did not do anything, he could become the richest existence in the endless heavens. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but gasp. He looked at the number 1 treasure vault in his hand, his eyes shining. This is my first treasure vault. The longer I have it, the more shocking the effect will be. You're the real late-stage Lord Talent! Zhou Zhou exclaimed. It was so even now. When it became a Supreme God Realm Lord Talent, wouldn't it be able to give birth to a Supreme God Realm treasure? What? Then, even willpower level experts would probably go and snatch this first treasure vault? He thought to himself. With this in mind, he immediately decided that this Lord Talent had to be upgraded to the Supreme God Realm Lord Talent. After improving, the gains would definitely not disappoint him after all. At this moment, a god spirit guarding the door walked over. Reporting to your majesty. Your Excellency Time Divine Dragon is back. He said respectfully. Let him in. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, your majesty. The god spirit guarding the door said respectfully. Then, he left. Soon, the Time Divine Dragon, Kaido, walked in. At the same time, he was accompanied by a true god-tier advanced grade monster demon. It was the master of the Kiduk Divine Kingdom, the legitimate son of monster demon Emperor King Kido Talai Kiduk. As for the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, his eyes widened as soon as he entered, as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Zhou Zhou in disbelief. Father! Father! He was dumbfounded. Zhou Zhou glanced at him indifferently. Boom! Kiduk felt as if a hammer had struck his soul heavily. He immediately felt dizzy. At this moment, a faint but dignified voice sounded in his heart. Look carefully before you speak. Greetings. Your Excellency Common People's Regal. Greetings, Emperor. Kiduk endured the pain in his soul and said respectfully to Zhou Zhou. He had just secretly glanced at Zhou Zhou again and already knew what was going on. His father, Kido Talai, had been killed by the other party. This time, his death was different from before. The other party had even taken away the most important source of negative energy for the monster demon Emperor King, the heart of Kido Talai. That was the race divine artifact of the monster demons. Whoever obtained this race's divine artifact would directly become the emperor of the monster demon race. Now that Zhou Zhou had obtained it, he naturally became the emperor of the new monster demon race. As for his original king father, Kido Talai, even though he would not really die because of the undying characteristics of the monster demons, after he was reincarnated, he would naturally not have the identity of the monster demon Emperor King. At most, he would retain his strength when he was alive and become a top true god tier of the normal monster demons. From now on, Kidotali's era was over. The monster demon Emperor King who ruled the monster demon clan was the common people's regal. After Zhou Zhou heard Kiduk's words, he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Kaido beside him. His gaze was very obvious. Why did you keep him? Just kill him. Your Majesty, one just received a revelation from fate. Keeping this monster demon will be of some use to your Majesty, so I made the decision to keep he and bring him to your Majesty. If your Majesty thinks that this fellow is useless, one will immediately deal with him. Kaido said respectfully. Is this guy useful to me? Zhou Zhou was surprised and looked at Kiduk again in surprise. What use could this guy be to me? Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Kiduk again. He flipped his right hand, and the monster demon Emperor King bloodline of Master God tier advanced grade appeared in his hand. As soon as Kiduk saw the monster demon Emperor King bloodline in Zhou Zhou's hand, he could not move his gaze away. He stared straight at the monster demon Emperor King bloodline in Zhou Zhou's hand, as if it was very attractive to Kiduk. You want it? Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. I want it. Kiduk hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. It's not impossible to give it to you, but you have to make some contributions to make this emperor feel that you have the right to obtain this monster demon Emperor King bloodline. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Kiduk fell silent and thought hard. After a while, Kiduk's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly said to Zhou Zhou, Your Excellency Regal, there are 4 other monster demon god kingdoms around our Kiduk Divine Kingdom. They are the Red Monster Demon God Kingdom, the Bermula Monster Demon God Kingdom, the Pigaman Monster Demon God Kingdom, and the Zarab Monster Demon God Kingdom. I can go to them and help His Majesty incite surrender them. This way, His Majesty can obtain the forces of the 4 monster demon god kingdoms without any effort. 1273 5th Clone Zhou Win. Kiduk returns. Are you that confident? Zhou Zhou looked at him with interest. If it was in the past, I really wouldn't be so sure, but don't I still have you, Your Excellency? Your Excellency is now the Emperor of our monster demon race. As the monster demon Emperor King, you still have a lot of deterrence in our monster demon race. Most of the monster demons in our monster demon race have a natural sense of respect for our monster demon Emperor King. I only need to use Your Majesty's name and the direct bloodline of the previous generation's monarch of the monster demon god kingdom. Unless they want to rebel, there's a high chance that the 4 monarchs of the monster demon god kingdom will surrender to Your Majesty. Kiddock said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. According to the inheritance of the monster demons in his mind, the monster demons indeed had a natural sense of reverence for the monster demon Emperor King. As the owner of the heart of Kedo Talai, the origins of countless monster demons in the myriad worlds were almost all in the Kedo Talai heart after all. Every time they died, they would be reborn in the Kedo Talai heart until they were born in the myriad worlds again. For the monster demons, the monster demon Emperor King who had the heart of Kedo Talai was almost equivalent to their mother. This was also the reason why the monster demon Emperor King was respected. You can try. If you can really do it, this bloodline of the monster demon Emperor King is yours. Zhou Zhou finally agreed. Because he felt that if this monster demon Emperor King bloodline was used on Kiddock, it might bring him some surprises. He had asked him to instigate the 4 forces of the monster demon god kingdom to join incite defection because he wanted to find a reason to give the monster demon Emperor King's bloodline to them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Kiddock's eyes flashed with excitement as he immediately said respectfully. However, you have to join our Blazing Sun Empire before that. Zhou Zhou said. Kiddock was already prepared when he heard this. He immediately knelt down and said that he wanted to join the Blazing Sun Empire and become a subject of the Blazing Sun Empire. Anyway, this person was already the monster demon Emperor King and could be considered one of them. What was so embarrassing about working under his race's emperor? Zhou Zhou nodded and waved his hand. Kiddock understood and left. Zhou Zhou thought about it and felt that it might not be safe for Kiddock to go alone, so he called over another soldier and asked him to order Kiddock to bring a few spellcasters and a few lords of the Star Alliance when he went to the 4 monster demon god kingdoms. Spellcaster specialized in incite defection and was lucky to encounter a monster demon god lord who was not very smart. He might be able to use his glib tongue to trick the other party's entire divine kingdom over. He was not afraid even if he was unlucky and even aroused the other party's killing intent. He would directly let the lords of the Star Alliance instigate incite defection in the monster demon god kingdom that wanted to attack once and let them fight internally. This way, they could also save Kiddock and the others' lives. With these 2 guarantees, Kiddock's trip should be much more stable. Your Excellency Kaido, you really brought me a pleasant surprise. After Zhou Zhou made all the arrangements, he turned to look at Kaido and smiled. Actually, I suddenly had an omen in my heart. I thought that rather than killing this fellow, why don't I leave him alive to serve Your Majesty and squeeze him dry of his value? Perhaps this would be better for His Majesty's benefits, so I took the initiative to bring him to His Majesty. I hope Your Majesty can atone for your sins. Kaido said respectfully. Your Excellency, you're too kind. Zhou Zhou waved his hands. Then, they chatted for a while more before Kaido left. After Kaido left, Zhou Zhou called Ji Yuan over and began to discuss the next attack. Because Kiddock had gone to incite defection on his own, Zhou Zhou did not focus his attack on the 4 monster demon god kingdoms. Therefore, after discussing with Ji Yuan, he decided to return to the Blazing Sun Empire and continue expanding the territory around it. While the generals did not believe that Kiddock was so capable as to bring back 4 monster demon god kingdoms, they did not object. They listened to his orders and directly led their troops back to the Blazing Sun Empire through the cross-border teleportation array of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. Then, they continued to expand the surrounding territories of the Blazing Sun Empire. Zhou Zhou also made a trip. However, after using up his 10,000 Spirit Saint, he directly handed the military authority to Ji Yuan and returned. As the main body, even though his strength was enough to dominate the high continent, he had already developed a habit, so he did not plan to continue following the army into battle. In any case, with his current teleportation ability, he could teleport to the army. Even if something happened, he could provide support in time. Therefore, he was not worried that something would happen to the army without him. However, he quickly thought of something else. Currently, I'm in charge of cultivating in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Zhou manages handling government affairs in the country. Zhou Fight and Zhou Marshall are fighting the activities of the Lord of the Race on the Cerulean planet. Zhou Tianming is doing a mission in the myriad worlds. If I don't follow the army to battle, even though I can teleport over at any time, this might interrupt my comprehension. Zhou Zhou pondered for a long time before muttering to himself. Let's create another clone. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately used his talent doppelganger technique to create another clone. Soon, his fifth clone appeared in front of him. Zhou Zhou sensed the depletion of the origin in his body as he looked at the fifth clone in front of him with a calm expression. Greetings, main body. The fifth clone smiled. Zhou Zhou signaled and said. Your name is Zhou Win. Immediately assist the army to attack the territories of the people of foreign races around our country. Okay. Zhou Win nodded and turned to leave without hesitation. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he swallowed a few true god tier divine medicines to replenish his origin while his divine sense clone entered the world of reincarnation to comprehend the Lord's laws. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, night fell. In the blazing sun imperial capital. In the imperial palace, Zhou Manage was dealing with government affairs. In the past 2 days, the territory of the Blazing Sun Empire had expanded rapidly, and because of this, many problems had arisen in the country. Most of the problems were caused by the different customs of the subjects. Over the past few days, Zhou Manage had been promulgating various policies for such matters to let the various races seek common ground and live in harmony. Therefore, even though Zhou Manage did not appear often in war, he was actually the busiest of all Zhou Zhou's clones. At this moment, an imperial palace guard quickly walked over and said respectfully. Reporting to your majesty. Bizarre demon god nation master Kidok requests an audience. Let him in. Zhou Manage wrote his opinion on the virtual memorial and uttered calmly. Yes, your majesty. The guard retreated respectfully. Soon, Kidok walked over. Reporting to your majesty. Kidok said respectfully with an irrepressible smugness in his voice. I've already convinced the 4 monster demon god kingdoms to join our Blazing Sun Empire. A look of surprise flashed across Zhou Manage's eyes. His will spread out silently and fused into Kidok's soul almost instantly. He began to look via Kidok's memories. Now, his willpower realm was infinitely approaching the second realm of willpower, the soul formation realm. This realm was usually only possible for Supreme God realm experts. Therefore, via the power of will in this realm, it was naturally simple to read the memories of a true God tier advanced grade. After flipping via it, Zhou Manage understood. However, he was additionally a little surprised. He had underestimated the prestige of the Monster Demon Emperor King among the monster demons. Chapter 1274, Zhou Zhou, I'm the villain leader. Zhou Zhou flipped through Kidok's memories and learned that after Kidok went to the monster demon god kingdoms to incite their surrender, the monster demon god lords of the 4 monster demon god kingdoms heard that the existence of incite surrender was the monster demon emperor and queen of their race. They immediately agreed without any hesitation. Then, they brought their divine kingdoms to join the Blazing Sun Empire that had joined Zhou Zhou. The spellcaster and Star Alliance master that he had prepared for Kidok were actually useless. The monster demon emperor king's prestige was so terrifying. Zhou Zhou was surprised. Below the stage, Kidok was still advocating the attack he had done by inciting their surrenders this time. He made himself sound like a decisive and brave hero. Zhou Zhou could not be bothered to expose the other party's bragging. Even though the monster demon emperor king's reputation played a decisive role in this trip, the other party was more or less useful. At this moment, Kidok finally finished bragging about his credit and said respectfully. Reporting to your majesty, the 4 god lords of the monster demon god kingdom want to see your majesty. Does your majesty want to see them? Let them come and see me. Zhou Zhou nodded. What did that mean? They were 4 divine kingdom god lords, existences standing at the peak of the myriad worlds after all. How could he not see them and not give them face if such an existence wanted to bring their divine kingdom to join his Blazing Sun Empire? He had to give them face. Kidok acknowledged respectfully and left the hall to find the 4 divine kingdom divine lords. Soon, the 4 god lords of the monster demon god kingdom came over. Zhou Zhou glanced at the 4 monster demon god lords. The 2 god lords of the monster demon god kingdom had the strength of a true god tier intermediate grade, while the other 2 god lords of the monster demon god kingdom had the strength true god tier advanced grade. As for the divine kingdom lord factions they controlled, they were all beginner level divine kingdom lord factions. They were not even comparable to Kidok, the direct descendant of the monster demon emperor king. The moment the 4 god lords of the monster demon god kingdom saw Zhou Zhou, they immediately confirmed that the existence in front of them in the human skin was the monster demon Emperor King they had been thinking about day and night. Your Majesty, I've finally seen you. Your Majesty, we've suffered a lot in your absence. That's right, Your Majesty. Ever since you were killed by many Master God tier, the situation of the monster demons has been getting worse and worse. Even though those who are hostile to us didn't kill us, they tried their best to suppress us and make our lives worse. As emissaries of destruction and fear, we haven't spread fear and destruction to a large scale in the myriad worlds for many years. Even if we secretly spread it, we can only spread it on a small scale. We don't dare to spread it on a large scale at all, afraid of attracting the attention of those guys. Now, the king is back, and our sky is back. We can spread fear and destruction in the myriad worlds at will. The 4 Divine Kingdom Lords first complained to Zhou Zhou with tears in their eyes. Then, their expressions changed as they excitedly discussed which worlds to spread fear and destruction to and which enemies to counterattack. They did not notice Zhou Zhou's reaction at all and were discussing it happily. Zhou Zhou was speechless. If others saw this scene and did not know the inside story, they would probably think that I am the head of the villain, right? That's not right. As the Emperor of the Monster Demons, I am now a real villain. Could a messenger of light from some planet suddenly appear and attack him to uphold the justice of the myriad worlds? Zhou Zhou complained in his heart. Shut up! Zhou Zhou, who could not stand the content of their discussion, finally could not help but speak coldly. The 4 monster demon god lords were stunned. They looked at Zhou Zhou obediently, as if they did not know that they had said something wrong. In fact, from their standpoint of survival, spreading fear and destruction to the myriad worlds was a normal activity that was indispensable for them, just like how humans wanted to eat and sheep wanted to eat grass. However, as a normal life form, Zhou Zhou had his own stand. In order to protect his position and the survival of his race, he could only do wrong to the monster demons. However, he couldn't directly wrong the other party. He wanted to power harass them. Look at you guys! Zhou Zhou snorted coldly and said, spreading fear and destruction to ordinary life form civilizations, even if you do it, how much fear feedback will you obtain? A group of living beings with lives like grass. No matter how much fear they contribute, they're only low-end ingredients to us. Don't you want to try high-end ingredients? High-end ingredients? Kittic was stunned. The 4 monster demon god lords looked at each other. Then, the red demon god lord carefully said. What do you mean, Your Majesty? This emperor intends to rebel against those top bloodline races. When the war begins, spread the fear of the monster demons to those top bloodline races. This emperor thinks that you should know how delicious the fear emitted by those true experts will be, right? Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Kittic and the 4 god lords of the monster demon god kingdom were almost drooling. Of course, they knew the deliciousness emitted by those experts with top bloodlines. It was a delicacy that one would never forget for the rest of one's life as long as one tasted it once. Kittic and the other monster god lords had tasted this delicacy a few times when the monster demons were at their peak, and they could not forget it even now. However, ever since Monster Demon Emperor King, Kido Talai, died, they had never tasted such delicious food. They could only create destruction from ordinary life forms and taste the low-end delicacies emanating from them. The taste was far inferior. After a long time, these monster demon god lords recovered from their fantasies. Then, the monster demon god lord, Bermula, hesitated and said. The delicacy emitted by a powerhouse is indeed far from the delicacy of ordinary life forms. However, we can't afford to offend those experts either. They all have the protection of their race behind them. If we kill 1, 10 stronger experts will come out to counterattack us. The other monster demon god lords also nodded in understanding. They had also had designs on those powerful races back then, yet later on they were beaten up badly. You don't need to bother about this. Zhou Zhou said deeply. Since this emperor is now the monster demon emperor king, my soldiers would help you in spreading intimidation. From now on, order all the monster demons of the monster demon race not to harass ordinary life form civilizations. If you want to spread fear, follow this emperor and spread fear to the original spirit race, the chaos gods race, the shepherd's god race, the titan god race, and other top bloodline races. That's true ability. Monster demons who only dare to bully weak civilizations, don't blame this emperor for looking down on you. As the monster demon emperor king, Zhou Zhou's words and actions were like holy words. His tone was already extremely serious. As long as this news spread, they would basically listen to his orders obediently unless any monster demon did not want to stay in the monster demon race anymore. Chapter 1275 Subduing the Monster Demon Race. Kiddick absorbing the bloodline of the Monster Demon Emperor King. When Kiddick and the other Monster Demon God Lords heard Zhou Zhou's words, their expressions immediately turned solemn as they said respectfully in unison, "We'll heed your instructions." They were also a little excited. This new Monster Demon Emperor King was much bolder than the previous Monster Demon Emperor King. As monster demons, they naturally preferred such an emperor. Zhou Zhou nodded. In fact, he had asked these monster demons to attack the high-level bloodline races of the original spirit race not only because he wanted to become the lord of all races, but also because the birth of monster demons was not caused by those weak ordinary life forms, but mainly by those powerful life forms who had the power to destroy the world. It was precisely because those powerful life forms casually used their terrifying power that caused the tragedy of living beings in countless worlds that the negative energy in the myriad worlds increased and stacked at an astonishing speed. As a result, the negative energy accumulated more and more, and the monster demons were endless. Even the monster demons became stronger and stronger. Those high-level bloodline races did not reflect on their actions. Instead, they used violence to suppress the monster demons and brainwashed the weak races to restrain the weak supernatural power they mastered to restrain the birth and become stronger. As the life form of the race that controlled the strongest power, they were still unscrupulous when using extraordinary power and the power of the god spirits. They could use them however they wanted, saving the weak and suffering, destroying and wasting the benefits of the strong. This was the most obvious comparison between the strong and weak races in the myriad worlds. This was also the reason why many weak races hated those high-level bloodline races. However, they could not resist this situation even if they wanted to because they did not have enough power and was restricted by the higher races. As a result, the weak became even weaker, and the strong became more extravagant. Therefore, when Zhou Zhou, the top lord of the human race, appeared, they were so excited because they saw their race turn around and resist the future of those powerful races. At this moment, Zhou Zhou passed an order. In the next period of time, this emperor will instruct you to do something. That is to announce the emperor's existence to all the monster demons in the high continent and order them to submit to me. This emperor wants to unify all the monster demons in the high continent. Those who disobey will be the enemies of the monster demons. We'll chase them away. In addition, this emperor will strip away the resurrection rights of those monster demons who are unwilling to submit. Kiddick and the other 5 strange demon god lords shivered in unison. Then, they said respectfully in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Once this order was given, most likely every single one of the monster demons would have to obey. There was no choice, becoming enemies with all monster demons and getting chased away was too ruthless. There would basically be no place for them on the high continent if any of them were to receive this punishment. When the time comes, the life forms outside would not accept them nor would the monster demon clan. Moreover, they would lose the right to resurrection in the heart of Kido Talai, which basically meant a death sentence. Who would dare to resist this order? Zhou Zhou nodded his head with a light smile when he saw how respectful they were. It was too useful to blame the monster demon's natural revered status. He could actually make the other party so obedient. Zhou Zhou estimated that even if he did not have the Lord talent and other methods to increase loyalty like the peaceful times, just the identity of the monster demon Emperor King was enough to make these monster demon god lords listen to his orders wholeheartedly. In addition, gathering the monster demons of the high continent was only the first step in his plan. If the monster demon clan becomes strong again, they would be a pretty good source of combat power. When the time was right, he would gather all the monster demons everywhere to become a sharp blade in his hand against those top-grade bloodlines. Do this as soon as possible. This emperor will send a Cosmos Emperor to you and let you gather the monster demons on the high continent as soon as possible. This emperor will give you a maximum of 10 days. This emperor wants to see a united monster demon race after 10 days. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Yes, Your Majesty. Kiddick and the other 5 monster demon god lords immediately felt a sense of urgency. Gathering all the monster demons in the high continent in 10 days? This was too short. They were worried, but they did not dare to disobey the first order of this new monster demon Emperor King. They could only rack their brains to think of a way while listening respectfully. Zhou Zhou could tell what they were thinking from their expressions. However, he didn't explain. After they saw the speed of Cosmos Emperor, they would naturally know that 10 days was not short. Then, Zhou Zhou chatted with them for a while before he let the 4 monster demon god lords leave. Only Kidok was left in the hall. Zhou Zhou saw Kidok's expectant expression and did not say much. He directly threw a portion of the monster demon Emperor King's bloodline to him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Kidok was overjoyed when he saw the monster demon Emperor King's bloodline in front of him. As the legitimate offspring of the previous monster demon Emperor King, Kido Talai, he had the bloodline of a master god tier elementary grade. That was why he had the strength of true god tier advanced grade. However, at this level, he felt that it was increasingly difficult to make another breakthrough. This was a breakthrough of a major realm after all. He still needed to reach the will-like light realm to officially advance. He had enough potential and had accumulated enough promotion energy, what he lacked was a breakthrough in the willpower realm. However, he was still unable to break through this hurdle. Now that he had the monster demon Emperor King's bloodline, he was confident that he could raise his potential from an elementary grade to an advanced grade master god tier. At that time, with the potential and comprehension of an advanced grade master god tier, as well as the inheritance of the monster demon Emperor King in the lineage of the monster demon Emperor King, he was confident that he could comprehend the will-like light realm within 1,000 years and officially become a master god tier. At the thought of this, he looked at the black-purple heart in his hand, his eyes burning. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded in his heart. "Since I've already obtained the bloodline, then take it immediately. Let me observe how much you, the legitimate son of Kido Talai, can improve after using the lineage of the monster demon Emperor King." Kidok looked at Zhou Zhou in a daze, then looked around awkwardly. Here? He wanted to go back and find a quiet place to absorb the monster demon Emperor King's bloodline. However, the Emperor's order would be able to not be refused, so Kidok could only nod and agree. In any case, it was just absorbing a lineage of the same origin. There shouldn't be any problems. He no longer hesitated. He held the black-purple heart and approached his heart. The next second, the black-purple heart turned into countless black-purple light spots and rushed into Kidok's heart. At first, Kidok looked pleasantly surprised and relaxed before his expression suddenly changed. "Ah!" He roared at the sky in pain and fell to the ground, rolling around in pain. Zhou Zhou watched this scene coldly, as if he had expected it. Chapter 1276, Kidotali's Return. War Summary. Your Majesty, save me. Kidok widened his eyes and reached out his trembling hand to Zhou Zhou, as if Zhou Zhou was his last life-saving straw. Zhou Zhou looked at Kidok calmly. After a long time, he nodded. Kidok immediately revealed a relieved smile when he saw this. It was as if he was very assured of Zhou Zhou's promise and did not resist at all. It was not that he did not resist. It was mainly because Kidok knew that he could not resist. In that case, he might as well give up. In any case, His Majesty would save him later. Kidok, who had given up resisting, quickly lost consciousness and lay quietly on the ground. A moment later, Kidok suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were blood-red and tyrannical. They were filled with an endless desire to destroy, as if he wanted to spread fear in the name of him to the world. He instantly disappeared and appeared in front of Zhou Zhou again. However, the current him had actually changed into a black robe and looked mysterious and dignified. "Welcome back, Your Excellency Kido Talai." Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. That's right. The person standing in front of Zhou Zhou was no longer Kidok, but his king father, the previous monster demon Emperor King, Kido Talai. Kido Talai looked at Zhou Zhou with a complicated expression. After a long while, he knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Kido Talai greets my king." Having lost the heart of Kido Talai, he naturally understood that he was no longer the monster demon Emperor King of the past, but an ordinary monster demon true god tier who occupied the body of his descendants' bloodline. He even lost his master god tier strength. "Your Excellency Kido Talai, how about joining this emperor's empire?" Zhou Zhou said. "I will do my best." Kido Talai said without hesitation. No matter what grudge he had with Zhou Zhou, as long as the heart of Kido Talai was in Zhou Zhou's hands, he and the entire monster demon race would fight for Zhou Zhou. This was something that the entire monster demon race would not hesitate to do. No, it should not be called the heart of Kido Talai now. It should be called the heart of the monster demon Emperor King. Once he obtained it, he would undoubtedly become the monster demon Emperor King. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He clicked his tongue in wonder. This monster demon Emperor King's heart was really useful. Then, he recalled something and waved his right hand. A divine master token flew out of Kidotali's body and landed in front of Zhou Zhou. He looked at the Master God's token. This Master God's token was Kidik's identity symbol. Even though the materials used to make it were relatively rare, it was actually useless. It could only be used as Kidik's relic now. He threw the Divine Lord token into the air and then used the Great Resurrection spell. Emerald green light quickly spread out with the Divine Master token as the center. Soon, a confused monster demon appeared in the sky above the hall. It was Kidik. Kidik, who had just been resurrected, was still a little confused. However, when Phi saw Zhou Zhou, who was looking at him with a faint smile, and Kido Talai, who looked calm and even a little indifferent, he instantly recalled all his memories. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for reviving me." Kidik looked at Zhou Zhou gratefully. "This emperor will do what I promised," Zhou Zhou said calmly. Kidik nodded hard and looked at Kido Talai. He remembered that the other party had taken over his divine body and could not help but grit his teeth. "My good king father." Kidik gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. He originally thought that it was his fortuitous opportunity, but he did not expect it to take his life. Furthermore, it was his father who took his life. This was quite explosive among the monster demons. "How dare you look at me like that?" Kido Talai glanced at him indifferently. Kidik lowered his head unwillingly. "Kido Talai," Zhou Zhou said, "you're now a true god tier advance grade. When can you recover to your former peak strength?" "Your Majesty." Kidotali's indifferent expression suddenly became very respectful. "With the heart of the monster demon Emperor King providing me with endless negative energy, as long as you give me enough divine power to recover resources, one can recover my strength as Master God tier advance grade in 2 days. In 7 days, I can recover my Master God tier intermediate grade strength. In a month, one can recover my peak strength as Master God tier advance grade." Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the monster demon Emperor King of the previous generation, the speed at which he recovered his strength was far from what the Blood Moon Sun could compare to. "Tell this Emperor the divine power recovery resources you need," Zhou Zhou said. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Kido Talai thanked him and then told him the divine power recovery resources he needed one by one. Zhou Zhou memorized them one by one. After Kido Talai finished speaking, he took them out of his first treasure vault and gave them to him. "Open a random seclusion place in this Emperor's Divine Kingdom world and recover your strength," he said. "Yes, Your Majesty." Kido Talai did not hesitate at all. After receiving the divine power recovery resources, he immediately turned around and left. When Zhou Zhou saw this, his gaze landed on Kidik, who had a complicated expression. "Don't think too much. Whatever your father does doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, you're still alive now. You got what you wanted. If you have the time to be conflicted, why don't you think about how to subdue all the monster demons in the Supreme Continent?" he asked. "Your Majesty is right." Kidik took a look at the word's potential that he had become a master God tier advance grade. He exhaled and said respectfully. His Majesty was right. He had indeed not lost anything. Instead, he had benefited a lot. There was indeed no need to be conflicted. At this moment, he thought of something and hurriedly said respectfully. "Your Majesty, when my father, Your Excellency Kido Talai recovers his strength, can you let him subdue the monster demons on the high continent with me? With him around, the speed at which we subdue the monster demons will definitely be much faster." "Sure." Zhou Zhou agreed without hesitation. He currently had 5 clones, and each clone could unleash the combat power of a Master God tier. He did not care if he had a Master God tier combat power like Kido Talai beside him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Kidik hurriedly thanked him. Then, he didn't say anything else and left. Not long after he left, Zero sent Zhou Zhou the list of today's war. Zhou Zhou looked at it. In the entire day, the High Continent and Cerulean Planet had eliminated a total of more than 1.8 trillion enemies, 31,000 god spirits, and more than 100 true god tier. The reason why the number of enemies they eliminated suddenly decreased so much was mainly because they did not kill many enemies in the High Continent. Most of them surrendered without even thinking of resisting when they saw the Blazing Sun Empire coming. Especially the 5 monster demon god kingdoms. He took them all down almost effortlessly. It was also because of this that among the enemies eliminated today, other than a small number that Zhou Wen led the army to expand the Blazing Sun Empire's territory, most of the other enemies were eliminated by the Cerulean Planet. Chapter 1277, War Summit. Supreme Conquest Effect. It was worth mentioning that today was the third day of the first stage of the Lord of the Races activity. At noon, Bai Yun led the Eternal Mothership to the location of the Cerulean planet. With the help of a large number of reinforcements from the Eternal Mothership, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had killed so many enemies today. Otherwise, they would have killed even fewer. After killing so many enemies, he obtained trillions of mist cores, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, basic materials, basic gem resources, lightning, life and death elemental gems. 1,811,021,125 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 102 legendary tier and below Scarlet Lord Talent spheres and a large number of other Lord Talent crystal fragments. Time elemental gem resources were more than 6,213 million units. Space elemental gems were more than 6,563 million units. More than 21.365 billion units of divine crystals from the low-tier deity level to the high-tier deity level. 31,120 true God-tier divine crystals. More than 632 million low-level to high-tier deity level divine artifacts. 6,800 true God-tier divine artifacts. 8 Master God-tier divine artifacts. There were a total of more than 80 million divine spark fragments, God-tier medicinal herbs, God-tier ingredients, God-tier ores, God-tier blueprints, and other treasures. 65,805 Master God-tier level God-tier herbs, God-tier ingredients, God-tier ores, God-tier blueprints, and other treasures. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the 12.776 billion space-time elemental gem. He actually obtained so many time and space elemental gems. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He opened it and took a look before understanding. It turned out that so many space-time elemental gems were provided by Kiddick and the other god lords of the monster demon god kingdom. The monster demons did not value the development of civilization. Therefore, the space-time elemental gems, a series of other gems, and various items and resources to build the divine kingdom that they had plundered from the war had almost never been used. Now that they had joined the Blazing Sun Empire, these things were all given to Zhou Zhou. There's actually such a benefit in attacking the monster demons. Zhou Zhou looked a little surprised. He did not even think of that. Then, he laughed. This was really a pleasant surprise. I already have 13,221,000,000 time and space elemental gems. I'm only more than 6 billion space-time elemental gems away from the 20 billion space-time elemental gems needed to upgrade. In at most 2 days, no, maybe a day, I'll be able to gather the requirements to upgrade my territory and raise it to the high-tier deity level elementary grade. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the list of insight defections and god spirits. In the entire day, he and the 312 lords of the Star Alliance under him had a total of 3,120,012.6 million soldiers of the people of foreign races, 15,450 god spirits of the people of foreign races, and 78 true god tiers. In addition, in the army under him, 10,600 legendary tier soldiers had advanced from legendary tier advanced grade to low tier deity level elementary grade, and 19 high tier deity level advanced grade god spirits had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. Zhou Zhou's original military strength was 1,628,774,691,472,446 soldiers, 3,576,671 god spirits and 1,713 true gods. The number of soldiers under him had already reached 1,634,595,903,825,649 soldiers. In terms of the number of god spirits, there were 3,599,303 god spirits and 1,847 true gods. Zhou Zhou looked at the insight defection list and shook his head with a smile. The reason why the insight defection had so few troops was because the lord factions that they had instigated today were mostly Empire tier lord factions. Ordinary Empire tier lord factions usually had between 1 billion to 100 billion troops. There were only 312 in total for the Star Alliance masters under him. According to the legendary tier insight defection, a 40% insight defection rate was at most 3 to 4 trillion. The difference between legendary tier insight defection and mythical tier 10,000 Spirit Saint is too great. The 10,000 Spirit Saint can instigate an insight defection on the entire enemy faction. As for legendary tier and below insight defection, they can only incite a single lord faction in the entire enemy. In the face of a trillion terabyte enemy, a 10,000 Spirit Saint, can induce an insight defection to 4 to 5 trillion. As for the Star Alliance Master who has grasped the legendary tier Insight Defection, he can only designate one of the Lord factions first and then instigate 40% of the troops in the Insight Defection. After 2 reductions, it's already not bad if he can instigate 400 to 500 billion. The difference is about 10,000 times. Zhou Zhou sighed. He felt that configuring legendary tier Insight Defection for the Lords of the Star Alliance did not seem to help them improve much. Should he change all of them to legendary tier Blessing of the War God? Zhou Zhou thought. However, he felt that the difference was not big. He thought about it and found it a little difficult to choose. In the end, he simply opened the Star Alliance Master Group chat and asked for everyone's opinion. What surprised him was that all the Star Alliance Masters were very determined to continue using legendary tier Insight Defection. This was because as Lords, they liked having more troops. Moreover, the more, the better. As for the quality of the individual soldiers, would it be dangerous if they were weak? They were all fighting alongside His Majesty, so why should they worry about safety? Seeing this, Zhou Zhou did not change their Lord talent. Then, he brought up the situation on Zhou Fight's side. For the entire day, Zhou Fight led the soldiers to expand in the morning and conquered a total of 2 True God tier Lord factions, the Empire tier Lord faction protected by the True God, and a total of 107 Lord factions of the Lord of all races. He obtained a total of 210,700,000 hegemony points and 107,800 obscure Lord shop points. At noon, the Eternal Mothership led an army of more than 500 trillion troops, more than 1 million God spirits, and more than 700 True God tiers to descend. With so many troops and the help of God spirits, the efficiency of Zhou Fight and the others' expansion increased by 100 times. In just an afternoon, they had conquered the 3 surrounding Divine Kingdom Lord factions, more than 160 Empire tier Lord factions, and a total of 1,031 Lord factions of the myriad races. He obtained a total of 19,319,150,000 hegemony points and 1,025,000 obscure Lord shop points. Previously, Zhou Zhou had a total of 1,126,320 hegemony points and 456,900 obscure Lord shop points. Now, including the hegemony points and obscure Lord shop points obtained from these 2 rounds of battle, Zhou Zhou now had a total of 20,615,652,000 hegemony points and 1,589,700 obscure Lord shop points. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this number. With so many hegemony points and obscure Lord shop points, he should be able to occupy 100 million points of advantage in the following activities, right? Then, he checked the statistical table that Zhang Yuankai had just sent over regarding yesterday's Supreme Conquest effect. New subject, non-professionals, professionals, heroes, God spirits, True God tier, statistics. Non-professionals subjects, 81,252,054,850,000,000. Professionals, life and battle 3,598,020,780,980,000. Heroes, 1,308,500. God spirits, low God and mid-tier deity level and high-tier deity level 351,545. True God tier, 25 True God tier elementary grade God spirits, 10 True God tier intermediate grade God spirits, 2 True God tier advanced grade God spirits, segment 137,736H. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The effect of the Supreme Conquest was still very powerful. 1,278 3,000 trillion troops. Zhou Zhou thought about it and decided to place these professionals and God spirits in the Homeland Defense Army to protect the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. As for the main combat army, they did not lack these soldiers and God spirits for the time being, so there was no need to add more soldiers and God spirits into it for the time being. The Blazing Sun Empire was the foundation after all. If there was a mistake in the basics, it would be useless no matter how many glorious battle achievements he had obtained outside. In the following period of time, Zhou Zhou and Zhou Sheng comprehended the Lord's Law in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace at the same time. The former comprehended the Lord Law itself, while the latter specialized in studying Lord Law skills. If the two of them comprehended it together, the efficiency would double. The next day, at 4 o'clock in the morning, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes and saw the projection of the Universal Sky Tablet. He and Zhou Wen, who had woken up at the same time, looked at each other and smiled. The effect of this Universal Sky Tablet is really not bad. Zhou Wen said. That's right. Zhou Zhou nodded in agreement. It's almost equivalent to a small supreme domain. He had become a god spirit through the extremely shocking reign of laws in the supreme domain, established his divine kingdom, and even comprehended his second lord's law skill myriad methods star palm. Now, he had used a small supreme domain to describe the universal sky tablet. It could be seen how helpful this thing was in comprehending laws. I already have the feeling of the third lord's law skill. I can comprehend the third lord's law skill in no more than 3 days. Zhou Wen said. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, the two of them conversed for a while more before Zhou Wen got up and went to the army. Zhou Zhou also went straight to Mugu and obtained the soldier-type recruitment books and the spoils of war from Wu Xian, who had already finished his battle in the Scarlet Brood Mother. Then, he and Wu Xian split up and arrived at the Gate of Summoning. He spent 100 mid-tier deity-level divine crystals to summon 512 trillion new recruits. Then, he spent another 100 mid-tier deity-level divine crystals to summon today's new subjects. A total of 30,134,652 new subjects were summoned. Among them were 11 mid-tier deity-level advanced grade god spirits, 5 low-tier god spirits, and 1 high-tier deity-level advanced grade god spirit. As usual, Zhou Zhou integrated all the professionals and god spirits of the subjects summoned from these gates of summoning into the Homeland Defense Army. Then, Zhou Zhou summoned the 666,666,666 pure-blooded dragons in the original Dragon Abyss again. Unfortunately, he did not summon the legendary dragon race again. However, Zhou Zhou was already used to it and did not care at all. It would naturally be best if it came, but his territory was not lacking in such a pure-blooded dragon even if it did not. Including the soldiers on Wu Xian's side who changed their profession, the total military strength under my command has already reached 3,888,837,500,95.69,001,689, 3,641,350 god spirits and 1,944 true god tiers. In another 3 to 5 days, my soldiers will be able to break through 10,000 trillion. Even the Scarlet Army that AUS led to invade the High Continent previously is inferior to me in terms of numbers. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Even though he was now inferior to the AUS army in terms of the number of god spirits and true god tier, at least in terms of numbers, he already had more hope of surpassing the other party. He stood rooted to the ground, his emotions surging for a while. Then, he appeased his mood and headed to the Lord's shop. When he arrived at the Lord's shop, Zhou Chenmin was drinking tea at the door. When he saw Zhou Zhou, he stood up slowly and smiled. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Are there any goods today? Please don't be goods that I'm not interested in like before, all right?" Zhou Zhou said. The goods from the past few days made him not even have the desire to buy them. "Your Majesty, it's not that our goods are bad, but your standards are too high now." Zhou Chenmin smiled bitterly. Zhou Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Zhou Chenmin could only take out the goods from under the counter and open them one by one. Zhou Zhou looked over and he saw 2 books of the God Spirit, and they could be used by others. The first book of the God Spirit was the Book of Gods of the previous Monster Demon Emperor King, Kido Talai, who was a Master God tier advanced grade. The second book, Book of the God Spirit, was the Book of the Gods of the True God tier advanced grade God Behemoth Collier. As for the third item, it was the Monster Demon Emperor King Bloodline of Master God tier advanced grade. He shook his head after reading them. Frankly speaking, these 3 items were already very top-notch. However, Zhou Zhou still felt that it was tasteless and it was a pity to abandon it. Most importantly, he had 2 of the 3 goods. Forget it, forget it. I can at least give them to my subordinates. It is not all losses. Zhou Zhou reminded himself. How much are these 3 goods? Zhou Zhou asked. The Book of the God Spirit by the previous Monster Demon Emperor King Kido Talai, a Master God tier advanced grade is worth 20 Master God tier advanced grade divine crystals. The Book of the God Spirit by the True God tier advanced grade Almighty Behemoth, Collier, is worth 10 True God tier advanced grade divine crystals. The Monster Demon Emperor King Bloodline of a Master God tier advanced grade is worth 10 Master God tier advanced grade divine crystals. Zhou Chenmin said seriously. Zhou Zhou nodded and took out 20 Master God tier and 10 True God tier divine crystals to buy these 3 items. Then, he turned around and threw them into the military merit exchange system. Bye-bye. Zhou Zhou waved at Zhou Chenmin and turned to leave. I really miss His Majesty from back then. Zhou Zhenmin looked at Zhou Zhou's back and sighed in his heart. Then, he walked back to the shop and continued playing games. At the same time, Kittuk was leading the 4 Divine Kingdom Divine Lords to travel the entire Blazing Sun Imperial capital. The matter of subduing the monster demons of the entire High Continent could not be rushed, so he was not in a hurry to do it immediately. Instead, he planned to see what His Majesty's country was like first. After a while, these 4 true god-tier monster demons had scanned through more than half of the entire imperial capital. Rumor has it that the Blazing Sun Empire is a paradise of peace in the High Continent. I didn't believe it at first. How can there be any so-called paradise of peace in the myriad worlds? But now, I believe it. Vermula said with emotion. It's indeed a paradise of peace. The monster demon god Lord Red twitched his nose and shook his head. We've walked more than half of the Blazing Sun Imperial capital, but I actually don't smell any negative energy. There will be a lot of negative energy accumulated in the hearts of life forms even in the peaceful country I've seen before. However, there's actually pitifully little negative energy in His Majesty's Imperial capital. I don't want to stay here anymore. The monster demon god Lord Pegamin frowned. I feel that if I continue to stay here, my strength and realm will decrease. The hearts of every life form in this place are filled with hope and beauty for the future. Even if we use negative energy law skills, it will probably be very difficult to draw out much negative energy. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Kittuk also sighed. The monster demons would not want to invade such a country also if such a country was placed in front of them. There was no other reason. It was really tiring and unrewarding. They might also be obliterated. This place is so peaceful and blissful that it doesn't also seem like a country of life forms. Reed sighed. It's simply like paradise in the legends of the God-Spirit religion. Only those believers who believe in pure faith can survive in those heavenly kingdoms, so they look happy. However, the people living here are all ordinary life forms. This place is like heaven on earth. Unbelievable. It might be related to the war. Vermula was deep in thought. Because of the conflict in the outside world, the people living here know that it's not easy to come here, so they cherish the peace and happiness here also more. When there's a comparison, life forms will know how precious some things are. The other monster demon god lords nodded. Let's go, let's go. We can't stay here for long. In the future, we have to apply to His Majesty to let us stay in our own divine kingdom. Otherwise, we might just drop dead one day if we stay here for a long time. This place is too terrifying. The few monster demon god lords cursed and left. Chapter 1279 The second stage of the Lord of the Race event base camp. At the same time, at the Central Emperor Palace, Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and quietly waited for the second activity of the Lord of the Race to begin. Under the hall, Bai Yun and the other generals were ready. Zhou Zhou called them all back so that they could discuss the countermeasures for the event later in order to prepare for the second stage of the event. A moment later. It was 6 o'clock sharp. The next second. A text notification appeared in front of all the Lord of all Races, including Zhou Zhou. Attention all lords, the first stage of the activity of the Lord of the Race has officially ended. First of all, congratulations to all the lords who have survived and obtained the title of Lord of the Race of various grades. You have passed the first round of selection for this event. It has proven that you are lords of your own race who can be said to have passable results and are qualified to enter the second stage of the event. In the next second stage of the Lord of the Race's activity, as the representatives of your respective races, you will face more challenging and dangerous new activities for the survival and future of the race behind you. After experiencing these challenges, the lords who can still survive will be one step closer to the position of Lord of all Races. May the lords kill your enemies and step on their corpses to reach the end. Those who stand tall after experiencing all kinds of wars are the winners. Now, I'll begin to announce the specific rules of the second activity of the Lord of the Race. The theme of this event is, Base Camp. In the territory of your races, a pagoda-style headquarters will appear. The headquarters will protect the gate of summoning of the Lord of all Races. The Lords of all Races will use their respective territories as a defense base. They will set up various defenses around their base camp to defend against the enemy's invasion. Every time you successfully defend against an enemy invasion, you can obtain a certain amount of hegemony points. Those who have spare strength can take the initiative to send troops to invade the surrounding enemies in the starry sky outside of defense. Occupying the base camp of the other lord's territories is equivalent to successfully occupying a local territory and depriving the other party of its lord qualifications and all the hegemony points and obscure lordship points it has. In addition, occupying the territories of other lord factions will also obtain a large number of hegemony points and a small number of obscure lordship points. Duration of this event, 10 days. During the duration of the event, the Lord of all Races ranking and the obscure lordship function will appear on the Lord function panel of the Lords of all Races. The hegemony points obtained by the Lords of all Races during the event will determine your specific ranking on the Lord of all Races rankings. After the event time ends, the final ranking order of the Lords of all Races on the rankings will determine what rewards you will obtain. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. If not, the worse it is. Lords who have not entered the top 1 trillion will not be able to appear on the rankings and will not be able to obtain the rewards of the hegemony rankings. However, if they can survive until the end of the event, they will obtain the participation award. When the second stage of the Lord of the Race event ends, the Lords ranked 1000 to 10,000 will obtain the basic base camp treasure chest. The Lords ranked 100 to 999 will obtain a good base camp treasure chest. The Lords ranked 100 to 999 will obtain an outstanding base camp treasure chest. The Lords ranked 4th to 9th will obtain the perfect base camp treasure chest. The Lord ranked 3rd will obtain the number 3 base camp treasure chest. The Lord ranked 2nd will obtain the number 2 base camp treasure chest. The Lord ranked 1st will obtain the number 1 base camp treasure chest. The above lords who entered the rankings will unlock the title effect of their respective Lord of the Race after the event ends. During the second stage of the Lord of the Races event, the resources and personnel of the Lords of the Myriad Race can be doubled. 10 days later, the Lord of any race with the title of the Lord of the Race in the second stage will be qualified to enter the third stage of the event universe battlefield. This is the Lord's personal event notification. Lord of the Race event tip 1, your Lord panel has opened a new function, the Lord of all Races competition list. Your current ranking on the list is number 1. Lord of the Race event tip 2, your Lord interface has a new function, hidden Lord shop function. You can obtain the shop goods you want by spending the obscure Lord shop points you obtained. Lord of the Race event hint 3, since your territory is a mid-tier deity level advanced grade territory, you can transfer up to 20 billion Black Iron tier citizens / 20 billion units of Black Iron tier materials and 2 billion Green Bronze tier citizens / 2 billion units Green Bronze tier supplies, 200 million White Silver tier citizens / 200 million units of White Silver tier supplies, 20 low-tier deity level god spirits / 20 units of low-tier deity level supplies, 2 mid-tier deity level god spirits / 2 unit of mid-tier deity level supplies go to Cerulean planet / Earth every day. Lord of the Race event hint 4, as you have obtained the title of the strongest novice lord in the novice lord test, the subjects and resources you can transfer every day have an additional plus 100%. Lord of the Race event hint 5. As you have obtained the title of the strongest Lord of all Races during the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event, the subjects and resources you can transmit every day have an additional plus 100%. Lord of the Race event hint 6, as you have obtained the title of the King of 10,000 Kings in the King of 10,000 Kings event, the subjects and resources you can transfer every day have an additional plus 100%. Lord of the Race event hint 7, as you are favored by the Supreme Will, the subjects and resources you can transmit every day plus 100%. Lord of the Race event tip 8, as you are ranked first in the first stage of the Lord of the Race event, the subjects and resources you can transfer every day have increased by 500%. Lord of the Race event hint 9, since you are the Scarlet natural enemy, you are naturally hostile to the Lord of Scarlet. The number of fog monsters born around your territory will increase by plus 1000%, and there is a very small probability of attracting the mist sources. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the content of the new event. After reading it, he fell into deep thought. So this is the base camp. It's a little like the tower defense strategy game I used to play. Protect the base headquarters while carrying out the Incite Defection War, right? He only paid attention to the content at the beginning of the event. As for the rest of the content, he stopped reading it after taking a look. His eternal mothership had already brought over 5 trillion troops, more than 1 million god spirits, more than 700 true god tiers, and countless resources. This extra transmit of supplies and personnel was meaningless to him. At this moment, in the main hall, Bai Yun seemed to have received some news. After listening for a while, she stood up and stated respectfully. Your Majesty, just now, a green bronze tier tower suddenly surfaced out of thin air around the gate of summoning on the Cerulean planet. This green bronze tier tower protects the gate of summoning in the center, but it doesn't affect the entry and exit of the people in the gate of summoning for the time being. Chapter 1280 General Race Divine Artifact Venus. Hegemony Rankings. Zhou Zhou nodded. This should be the base camp mentioned in the event. What they had to do next was to protect this base camp from outsiders and protect their race's territory. However, this was only the basic requirement of this event. If he wanted to stand out and enter the Lord of all Races rankings or even the first place on the rankings after completing the basic requirements, he would have to make a fuss about going out. He directly copied and activated the content of the event announced by the Supreme Will to the generals and ministers present. Let's take a look and discuss what to do. After the generals and ministers finished reading the content of the event, they discussed in low voices. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he took advantage of this time to open the Lord of all Races rankings. The second stage of the Lord of the Races event, Lord of all Races rankings. Number 1, Human Race Mortal Lord Hegemony Points, 20,615,652,000 Hegemony Points. Number 2, True Spirit Stars Original Spirit Race True Lord Hegemony Points, 615,121,205 Hegemony Points. Number 3, Golden Crow Region Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord Hegemony Points, 58,634,100 Hegemony Points. Number 4, Godly King Planet, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord Hegemony Points, 436,061,600 Hegemony Points. When Zhou Zhou saw this ranking and the hegemony points of top bloodline races like the original spirit race, he could not help but narrow his eyes. These guys actually have hundreds of millions of hegemony points? Something is wrong. Normally speaking, even if they were like him and immediately went to conquer the other lord factions of the myriad races after fighting for the title of the first stage of the lord of the race, it was impossible for them to obtain so many hegemony points in 3 days. Having hundreds of millions of hegemony points could only prove one thing. They had gone to attack the Empire Tier Lord faction. Only by conquering an Empire Tier Lord faction could they obtain hundreds of millions of hegemony points at once. However, with their current strength, it was absolutely impossible for them to have the strength to attack an Empire Tier Lord faction. This was not because Zhou Zhou was conceited. It was what Zhou Zhou had learned after compiling information on many aspects and asking Bodhi Supreme. It seems that the race behind them has helped them. Zhou Zhou thought, unsurprised. When Zhou Zhou found out that the Supreme Will did not restrict the races behind the Lords of the Races from helping them during this Lord of the Race event, he had expected the current situation. It's a pity, they won't be able to defeat me even with their help. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm and confident. Even though the people of foreign races had the main force of the race behind them, so what? He was his greatest backer. Then, he opened the Obscure Lord's shop interface and immediately trembled when he saw the first item in the Obscure Lord's shop interface. There's actually such a thing. Obscure Lord's shop. Day 1. Time Limited Open Goods. Venus, Universal Race Divine Artifact, Number, Unique. The upper limit of the potential of all living beings in the race that possesses this Universal Race Divine Artifact has increased by a large level. The upper limit of the potential increase is a Master God Tier Advanced grade. When undergoing a major realm breakthrough, the probability of breaking through will increase by 10%, sale price, 2 million Obscure Lord shop points. Note, this item will be taken off the shelves in 3 days. Lords who want to buy it, please buy it before the item is taken off the shelves. It's actually another racial divine artifact that can increase the upper limit of a life form's potential. Moreover, it can increase the probability of successfully breaking through a major realm. Most importantly, it doesn't restrict the use of races. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. There were no restrictions on races, which meant that no matter which race obtained it, they could directly use it. Unlike his Sun Moon Star Sword, only the humans of the Cerulean planet could be affected by its effect. This race divine artifact was a super divine artifact that could increase the upper and lower limits of all living beings of a race. Whether it was a weak race or a powerful race, they would want it crazily. This effect was too ridiculous. I'm afraid the racial factions in the outside world are about to go crazy after seeing this racial divine artifact, right? Zhou Zhou thought. However, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. No matter what obstacles he encountered, he had to obtain this race's divine artifact. With a race divine artifact like Venus, coupled with his Xian Yuan divine sword, the potential of the subjects under him could directly increase by 2 levels. This meant that even the black iron tier humans with the worst potential under him would have a chance to advance to the white silver tier in the future. Those with epic tier potential had a chance of becoming a god spirit. Even though he had some lord talents that could allow subjects with limited talent to forcefully break through the potential bottleneck and advance to a higher level through life and death battles and researching life professions. However, this was not as direct as increasing his potential. Zhou Zhou felt that it was safer to directly increase his potential. However, I only have more than 1.58 million obscure lord shop points now. There's still some distance to exchange. He frowned slightly. He had to save up more. Fortunately, even he could not reach this number, so he was not worried that the other lord of all races could reach it in advance. At the same time, when the many races and factions in the outside world, especially the top races and factions, saw Venus, this universal race divine artifact, just as Zhou Zhou had thought, they almost immediately proceeded crazy. Titan Sanctuary, Titan Continent. A vast and dignified voice spread throughout the entire high continent. The Patriarch has ordered. At all costs, obtain the universal race divine artifact Venus. As long as we obtain this universal race divine artifact, our Titan God race will have a chance of catching up to the original spirit race, the Shepherd's God race, and the Chaos God race. It's only a matter of time before I become a top-notch bloodline race like them. This operation concerns the rise and fall of our race in the future. There can be no mistakes. Yes, sir. Tens of thousands of voices sounded from all over the Titan continent. The owners of these voices were all true God-tier Titan God spirits. In the territory of the original spirit race, the original Master God, Source, also studied about Venus. Venus. The Supreme Will actually took out this racial divine artifact. Looks like the war over there has intensified again. He muttered to himself before a look of determination flashed in his eyes. I have to get this Venus. That secret technique needs more original spirit race Master God tier to assist me. With this Venus, in less than 10,000 years, our race should be able to produce enough Master God tiers. Then, they can assist me use the mystic technique to enter that mystic realm. Perhaps I can find the resources to advance to the Supreme God realm from that mystic realm. In the Chaos Sea's Golden Crow domain. Great One looked at Venus, the fire in his eyes as bright as the supreme sun star. Venus. Who else can be the number one race in the myriad worlds if one owned this race's divine artifact? It's also very likely to be able to take down the Lord of all races. It will definitely become mine, notwithstanding though this is something that all species covet. The Great One Lord declared with ambition. Chapter 1281, Day 1 Merchandises. Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Class Change Certificate. At this moment, a large number of high-level bloodline races like the Titan God race and even top-notch bloodline races like the original Spirit race were looking at Venus with determination in their eyes. They were all determined to obtain Venus. Even the other middle-level races and weak races yearned to obtain it. This was because they saw the hope for their race to make it and become masters or even take another step forward from this race's divine artifact. Just like the consensus of the myriad worlds, this Venus was a race divine artifact that could uplift the entire race. Everyone would be tempted, even Zhou Zhou was no exception. Zhou Zhou thought for a while and looked at the goods below. Apart from Venus, there were also other goods sold on the first day. Day 1 Merchandises. Star Annihilation Cannon, Low-tier deity level elementary grade, quantity, 1A Star Annihilation Cannon with the power of a god spirit. It can be parked in space to guard a planet or placed on a spaceship. It can be used as a conventional weapon in a spaceship. After fully accumulating energy, a full power cannon can destroy a regular inhabited planet in one strike. It can also be used in battle with a low-tier deity. Selling price, 10,000 obscure lord shop points. Elementary Sun Energy Shield, low-tier deity level elementary grade, quantity, 1 A planetary protection facility with defense at the level of a god spirit. It can absorb the light of the supreme star Sun Star to accumulate energy and set up a defense layer for the planet. It can defend against attacks at the level of a low-tier deity level. It's a basic planetary defense facility. Selling price, 10,000 obscure lord shop points. Blue Bird, low-tier deity level elementary grade, quantity, 1 basic god-tier spaceship. Its normal sailing speed is 1 light-year per hour. After entering the dark universe, it can reach 100 light-years per hour. It can preliminarily satisfy the actions of the lords of all races in the active universe. Selling price, 10,000 obscure lord shop points. Potential Advancement Potion, low-tier deity level elementary grade, quantity, 10 god-tier potion that can increase a life form's potential to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. It has the right to become a god spirit. Selling price, 1000 obscure lord shop points. Spacewalker class change certificate, kingdom level soldier type, quantity, 10,000 hunters walking in space can exert extraordinary combat power in space and can use stellar energy and spatial power to fight. Selling price, 100 obscure lord shop points. Heavenly Knight class change certificate, Empire tier soldier type, number, 100 famous top soldier type profession in the universe. Cultivates the gravity technique and controls the power of gravity. Use the Star Core Spear as a weapon and contract a Star Spirit as a mount. Organizational Heavenly Knights can fight Divine Kingdom soldier types with the corresponding array formation. Selling price, 1000 obscure lord shop points. Universe Legendary class change certificate, Divine Kingdom soldier type, quantity, one of the strongest soldier type professions in the universe. Cultivate the main body's universe technique and open up the universe in your body. You don't need any weapons. You yourself are the strongest weapon. You have telekinesis that can overturn the universe. With a thought, the galaxy can reverse and time can reverse. Selling price, 10,000 obscure lord shop points. Note, after purchasing all of them, you can obtain a mysterious item. Mysterious goods are formed according to the situation of the Lord of all races. You can obtain goods that meet the needs of the Lord of all races. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly after reading them. Of the 6 items, he didn't care much about the first 3. However, the last 3 items really surprised him, especially the last one. The Universal Legendary Class Change Certificate. There's actually a Divine Kingdom soldier type for sale. Zhou Zhou was surprised. There was no need to say how powerful the Divine Kingdom soldier type was. It was an existence that could easily fight 10,000 people at the same level. Even after entering the God Spirit realm, Divine Kingdom soldiers could easily fight 100 Empire tier soldiers who were also God Spirits. The weaker soldier types could even fight 1,000 people alone. It could be seen how powerful this soldier type was. He did not expect that it would be sold. According to the hint above, these are just the first day of merchandise. It'll be refreshed after today, so one have to be fast if one want to buy them. Moreover, there is still a mysterious item if one exchange for all of them. I wonder what it will be. But a mysterious product that can be specially annotated shouldn't be bad, right? Zhou Zhou pondered. However, he was also a little conflicted. He wanted to exchange for Venus, a universal race divine artifact, and buy all these goods. After a long time, he sighed. I thought I was already very rich, but now one realized that I'm still very poor. He shook his head and wondered how the other lords were doing. He suddenly had this thought. Then, he opened the channel of the Lord of all races. However, just as he opened it, he discovered that someone at him. At Blazing Sun Empire Lord of the Blazing Sun, big shot, why did another heaven-defying lord appear in your human race? What's with that mortal lord? Do you know him? How did he manage to be ranked first as soon as he entered the Lord of all races rankings and obtained more than 20 billion hegemony points? Which Divine Kingdom Lord faction did he destroy? I remember the Spirit Venerable Big Shot of the 10,000 Spirit race said that they had the race behind them send experts to help them defeat an Empire tier Lord faction. He was only rewarded 100 million hegemony points. This more than 20 billion must have defeated a Divine Kingdom Lord faction, right? It must be right, right? Is it possible that the mortal lord is the Lord of the Blazing Sun, but the Lord of the Blazing Sun is in disguise? Disguise? Are you saying that he can deceive the Supreme Will? That's really amazing. If that's the case, I'm willing to call the Lord of the Blazing Sun the strongest of us all. Please think before you speak. Disguising himself? Can one fool the Supreme Will no matter how much one disguises? This is clearly another invincible lord of the human race. What about the common people's regal? Why didn't I see his name on the rankings? I feel that common people's regal is holding it in. I think so too. The common people's regal will never give up on the second stage of the event. He's already first in the first stage. How can he not participate in the second stage of the event? He must be holding it in. One don't care about the common people's regal anymore. I'm only concerned about the second stage of the Lord of the Race's activity this time. I feel that I'm probably going to fight to the death. Did you see that Venus? It's really the best. It's no exaggeration to say that whoever can obtain that race divine artifact will be able to bring their race forward by a large level. Those top races will definitely slaughter the weak lords of the myriad races for this Venus to obtain a large number of obscure lord shop points. One feel that I'm finished. I have similar thoughts. The races behind the lords of all races can send some experts to participate in this lord event. This will only make the strong stronger and the weaker. Even though the Supreme Will has given us 1 trillion goals on the surface, I estimate that less than 1 trillion lords of all races might survive in the end. You guys are exaggerating. I'll listen to you guys. My body is trembling now. What should one do? Zhou Zhou looked at the contents of the chat between the lords of all races thoughtfully. The effect of this twin body was really not bad. These guys had already begun to imagine things themselves before he could say anything. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 1282, Base Camp Defense Battle and Base Camp Offensive Battle. They were right. The second stage of the Lord of the Races activity this time would probably beat the brains out of the lords just for this Venus. However, I'm going to redeem it today. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He had more than 1.5 million obscure lord shop points now. It shouldn't be a problem to spend another day earning 2 million points. At this moment, the ministers were almost done discussing. The scene gradually quietened down. When it was completely silent, Bai Yun was the first to stand up. Your Majesty, with our current strength, it's almost easy for us to sweep through all the lords and factions of the myriad races. Only the indigenous lord factions and cosmic organizations in the active universe need us to be more careful. However, with our strength, there's actually no need to worry too much. In addition, we now have the Mortal Empire as an alias. Therefore, I suggest that we directly conquer the Lord of all races in the active universe and increase our ranking on the Lord of all races contest. Even if we attract a lot of attention or even use hidden methods, we'll just deal with it when the time comes. One believe that no force can stop us. Bai Yun said loudly, her tone was extremely confident. Wu Xin, who was fighting alongside her, could not help but smile in relief when he saw Bai Yun's confident, steady and bold appearance. This student of his was already much more outstanding than him. When the other generals heard this, some fell into deep thought, some nodded, and some remained silent. However, almost all the generals did not show any fear. Following that, the shepherd's god race's Yuan Kong also stood out and said, I also think Legion Commander Bai makes sense. Even though this move is a little ostentatious and eye-catching. However, this is what we should do with our strength. Furthermore, what we're facing now is an event personally set up by the Supreme Will. If we keep being timid for the sake of caution and cause us to lose what we should have been able to obtain with our strength, we'll regret it when the time comes. As soon as these words were spoken, many generals agreed. Then, the Chaos Humans Ying Ning, the Human True God Suan, the Human True God Luo Sheng, the Divine Lord of Behemoth Collier, the Shadow Clan True God Tarot Call, and the Rakshasa True God Xuechan Ale stood up and said that they wanted to attack with all their might. As a mortal empire, they wanted to welcome the second stage of the Lord of the Race. Seeing that everyone had the same opinion, Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Well, with his current strength and faction, there was indeed no need to be too cautious. This was also because he didn't want to waste the mythical tier-only Lord talent, Twin Body. Otherwise, he would have wanted to compete for first place on the hegemony rankings as a true Lord. Then, Zhou Zhou did not waste any time. He immediately got the generals to prepare and immediately returned to the Cerulean planet. Zhou Zhou had just returned to the Cerulean planet when a text notification appeared in front of him. The Lord of the Race Second Stage Activity Notification 1, at 8 in the morning sharp in Cerulean planet, you will welcome a base camp defense battle and a base camp offensive battle. You can arrange the time of these two battles at any time on that day. Please prepare for the battle in time. The Lord of the Race Second Stage Activity Notification 2, when you obtain a consecutive win in the base camp defense battle or the base camp offensive battle, you will be matched with stronger opponents the next day. The Lord of the Race Second Stage Activity Notification 3, when you don't complete the day's headquarters defense battle and the headquarters offensive battle, you will automatically be considered to have given up your status as a lord. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He was trying to force a match again. But then, his brows relaxed. He was no longer the Lord of the Blazing Sun from the Lord Arena. The current he wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. We'll start the base camp defense battle now. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. Just as he said that, a new text notification appeared in front of him. Match in progress. In less than a second, the words match successful appeared. Your Majesty. An unfamiliar planet suddenly appeared out of thin air 99.36563 kilometers in front of our planet. Zero's voice appeared beside Zhou Zhou's ear. At the same time, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. It was a verdant planet. Green was the main color of this planet, and there was not even much blue that represented the sea. At this moment, the virtual screen was pulled to a plane on the surface of this planet. There was a stone city gathered on the surface of this plane. This stone city was primitive and desolate, and there were more than 1 million goblins gathered inside. In the center of the stone city, there was a yellow stone platform. On the yellow stone platform was a yellow stone throne. On the throne sat a strong and sharp-eyed goblin king in black armor and holding a mace. He was looking up at the blue planet 1 million kilometers away. Zhou Zhou also looked at him. Then, a sinister smile appeared on both sides. Match successful. Your opponent is the green planet goblin race Lord Giant Tooth. This lord has 525,000 hegemony points. This lord has obscure lord shop points, 11,300. The number of consecutive wins of this lord, 0. From now on, you will defend against the enemy's attack until the end of this day or the other party is destroyed. You will obtain victory. Otherwise, you will fail. The base camp defense battle has officially begun. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. This opponent was not bad. Judging from the other party's hegemony points and obscure lord shop points, the other party should have completed the first stage of the Lord of the Race's activity early and immediately went out to fight. That was why he obtained so many points. If this continued, he might be able to enter the rankings in the end and successfully participate in the third stage of the Lord of the Race's event. Unfortunately, he met him. Bai Yun. Lead a team of soldiers to deal with the other party. Zhou Zhou ordered. Who said that the defending side could not directly attack? Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. Now that she was already at true god tier intermediate grade, she naturally did not feel any pressure when facing a lord faction of the myriad races that was at most a low tier deity level. Soon, he led a team of 100 people and rushed towards the other party's Green Plains planet. At the same time, the Giant Tooth Lord also saw the match notification that appeared in front of him. Match successful. Your opponent is the mortal Lord of Earth. This Lord has 20,615,652,000 hegemony points. This Lord has obscure Lord shop points, 1,589,700 obscure Lord shop points. The number of consecutive wins of this Lord, 0. From now on, you will attack the enemy's base camp as the offensive party until the end of today and successfully occupy the enemy's base camp. Otherwise, you will be judged to have failed. If your offensive fails, you will automatically lose your status as the Lord of all races. The main camp's offensive battle has officially begun. 1283 Crushing. God-slaying musket. The Giant Tooth Lord did not look at the information of the successful match immediately. Instead, he looked at the humans and Zhou Zhou on the cerulean planet from 1 million kilometers away. It's actually the Lord of the human race. A sinister smile appeared on the ugly face of the Giant Tooth Lord. He knew humans too well. This was because his initial territory on the high continent was adjacent to some human lords. Later on, they were all wiped out by him with his troops. Moreover, the difficulty of eliminating it was almost 0. Those humans seemed to have never experienced a battle. They were extremely flustered when they encountered a battle and only competed in running faster. Not many humans dared to stay behind and fight them head-on. Occasionally, a few humans would boldly want to fight them head-on, but because they lacked combat experience and no one helped them, they were easily destroyed by the goblin warriors under him. Goblins were weak. If you were strong, they were weak. If you were weak, they were stronger. In the face of an enemy stronger than the goblins would act more obedient and timid than slaves. However, when the goblins encountered the weak enemies in their eyes, their combat performance was comparable to unparalleled fierce generals. Therefore, when the humans showed weakness, the goblin warriors led by him easily eliminated those human lords and occupied their initial territory. When he saw the humans on the Azure planet again, the corners of his mouth were about to reach his ears. The first opponent was actually a human. It was really the blessing of the ancestor. As long as this human wasn't the two freaks, the Lord of the Blazing Sun and the Mortal Lord, Giant Tooth Lord was very confident that he could crush him. After all, he was a low-tier deity-level Goblin King. Even among the lord of all races, this single-target combat strength was considered the top at this stage. Let me see what kind of background this human lord has. Giant Tooth Lord leisurely looked at the matching information in front of him. Then, his face froze. This. He widened his eyes and stared at the name of the mortal lord, as well as the ridiculously high number of hegemony points and obscure lord shop points. There's no mistake. Currently, the only lord from the human race with this number of points would only be this mortal lord. My first opponent is actually such a freak. Giant Tooth Lord looked flustered, completely losing the calmness and conceit he had when he first saw Zhou Zhou. At this moment, he saw 101 streams of light fly over from the blue planet and quickly fly above his head. The female general looked immortal and heroic. She had the ethereal charm of the immortal Dao. I'm Legion Commander Bai Yongxian of the Mortal Empire. I'm here to destroy you. She shouted. I surrender. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Giant Tooth Lord broke out in cold sweat as he surrendered loudly. Our mortal empire doesn't accept just any opponent. Bai Yun sneered. There were actually many grudges between the goblins and humans in history. Coupled with the other party's personality of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, as well as the other party's weak strength, Bai Yun did not want to take him in at all. Go and destroy them. Bai Yun said calmly and commanded the Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers and Forbidden Mage behind her. These 100 Empire tier soldier types all had legendary tier strength. When they heard Bai Yun's order, they immediately moved out. The Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers were in front, and the Forbidden Mage was behind. They turned into 100 streams of light of various colors and rushed towards the million goblin warriors. How arrogant! Giant Tooth Lord could not help but feel furious when he saw this. Just 100 soldiers to attack his million-strong army? Didn't these soldiers of the Mortal Empire know how to write the word death? Even if their strength was legendary tier, they were not god spirits. Didn't they know that ants could bite an elephant to death? Kill them! The Giant Tooth Lord immediately ordered. Yes. The million-strong goblin army roared in unison. Swish 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 swish. At least 100,000 goblin warriors immediately soared into the air and flew towards the 100 Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers and Forbidden Mage. Then, an extremely contrasting scene appeared. The 50 Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, killing fearlessly among the more than 100,000 goblin warriors. The Forbidden Mage behind them also began to chant an incantation and cast a forbidden spell. Legendary Tier Advance Grade Forbidden Spell Fiery War. Legendary Tier Advance Grade Forbidden Spell Icean. Legendary Advance Grade Forbidden Spell Super Violent Storm. Legendary Tier Advance Grade Forbidden Spell Flame Explosion. Large-scale or super powerful single-target offensive forbidden spells were released from the staffs of the 50 Forbidden Mages and swept through the million-plus goblin army. It was almost just one round. More than 200,000 goblins were either dead or injured. As for the Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers that were charging in front of them and protecting them while killing, they were not injured at all under the precise control of the Forbidden Mage. If other mages saw this scene, they would definitely think that it was amazing. That was an incomparably explosive forbidden spell that could be controlled so perfectly after all. However, this was just an ordinary method for the Forbidden Mages under Zhou Zhou. Then, the Forbidden Mage fired another 2 rounds of forbidden spells at the same time, destroying most of the goblin army that the Giant Tooth Lord was proud of. Giant Tooth Lord was stunned when he saw this scene. Was this the strength of the Lord who had reached the top? Was it really reasonable to be so strong? He no longer had any thoughts of continuing the battle and had only had one thought now. Stay alive even if he had to give up his status as a lord. Therefore, while he was fighting happily in front, he quietly walked to the back of the army and turned into a stream of light as he fled into the distance. It's too terrifying. No wonder he could obtain so many hegemony points and obscure lord shop points in 3 days. Just 100 people are already so strong. If their army were to attack, the Giant Tooth Lord could not help but shiver when he thought of this. He felt that even a Divine Kingdom Lord might not be able to defeat such an enemy. At this moment, he suddenly stopped. This was because a Forbidden Mage wearing a platinum Forbidden Mage robe was floating in the starry sky and looking at him quietly. It was as if he had been waiting for a long time. Giant Tooth Lord was also shocked when he saw the other party. However, when he sensed the other party's strength and aura, his expression could not help but turn ferocious. A mere legendary tier advance grade mage dares to stop me. He really doesn't want to live anymore. The giant Tooth Lord was furious and immediately opened his mouth to bite the other party. A huge mouth phantom appeared in the starry sky and ate the forbidden mage. The giant Tooth Lord had used the law of devour to become a low-level deity. This move was his initial law skill, and also the only law skill he had grasped. He attacked with all his might even though he looked down on the other party. However, legendary tier advance grade forbidden spell god slaying musket. A faint voice sounded. Then, a 10,000 meter long fire divine spear appeared in the starry sky. The next second, it directly transformed into a flaming spear shadow that pierced through the law of devour. Then, it paused slightly and pierced through the giant Tooth Lord again. The giant Tooth Lord widened its eyes and gazed at the huge hole in his chest. He could not believe that he possessed died just like that. Then, the light in his eyes gradually disappeared, until they completely lost its light. Chapter 1284, 2 consecutive victory points. Yellow River died. Lines of text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou with the death of the giant Tooth Lord and the death and surrender of most of the goblin warriors under him. Congratulations, you have defeated the Green Planet Goblin Race Giant Tooth Lord and obtained the victory of this base camp defense battle. You have obtained all the hegemony points and obscure lord shop points that the other party has. You have obtained the reward for this base camp guard battle, 1000 hegemony points, 100 obscure lord shop points. Your latest hegemony points are 20,620,912,000. Your latest obscure lord shop points are 1.6 million, 1,100 points. You have completed today's base camp defense battle. You have received one consecutive win point. The accumulation of winning streak points will allow you to obtain more hegemony points and obscure lord shop points after the battle. However, it will also match you with stronger opponents and even match you with the local lord faction in the universe. You still have a base camp offensive battle that has not been completed today. Please complete it in time. Is it done just like that? Zhou Zhou shook his head. As expected, it was only the first battle, so it was destined to not be difficult. I'm going to start today's offensive at the headquarters. Zhou Zhou said calmly. After quickly completing the 2 battles today, he got his clone to lead the troops to battle. The hegemony points and obscure lord shop points provided by the base camp defense battle and the base camp offensive battle were still too little for him at the moment. The Lord of all races had only just started the second stage of the event after all. The points in his hands were pitifully low. In the last few days, the lords who survived would more or less have more points in their hands. Match in progress. Match successful. Your opponent is the Fire Python Starfire Python Race 3-headed Fire Flood Dragon Lord. This lord has 381,000 hegemony points. This lord has obscure lord shop points, 9,900 points. The number of consecutive wins of this lord, 1. From now on, you will attack the enemy's base camp as the offensive party until the end of today and successfully occupy the enemy's base camp. Otherwise, you will be judged to have failed. The main camp's offensive battle has officially begun. Zhou Zhou looked at this winning condition and pondered. If the offensive party wanted to win, the conditions had to be harsher. He had to take down the defense to win. Otherwise, he would lose. Unlike the defensive side, even if he couldn't take the initiative to attack the other party like him, as long as he kept defending the other party and lasted until the end of the day, it would be considered a victory. He shook his head and didn't think too much about it. The 3-headed Fire Flood Dragon Lord sounded impressive. However, in reality, be it in terms of military strength or strength, they were inferior to the giant Tooth Lord just now. In less than a moment, Bai Yun led the soldiers back victorious again. At the same time, a victory notification appeared. Congratulations, you have defeated the Fire Python Starfire Python Race 3-headed Fire Flood Dragon Lord and obtained the victory of this base camp's offensive battle. You have obtained all the hegemony points and obscure lord shop points that the other party has. You have obtained the reward for this base camp guard battle, 1000 hegemony points, 100 obscure lord shop points. Your latest hegemony points are 20,624,720 points. Your latest obscure lord shop points are 1,611,500. You have completed today's base camp defense battle. You have received one consecutive win point. You have completed all the offensive and defensive battles today. You can now choose to go out and invade the racial territories of other lords to obtain more hegemony points and obscure lord shop points. Looks like I can't continue to match. The rest will have to go out and invade the territories of the other lords. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he did not waste any time. He immediately got the two avatars, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu, to lead the soldiers and god spirits on the Eternal Mothership. According to the label on the universe star map, he headed to the territories of the other people of foreign races in the active universe and began to conquer them to obtain hegemony points and obscure lordship points. And he had also returned to the High Continent and entered the Reincarnation Sacred Palace to continue comprehending the Lord's laws. Zhou Wen led the Empire's army on the Supreme Continent and continued to expand into the surrounding territory from the surrounding territory of the Blazing Sun Empire. There would be no delays. Time passed quickly. At noon, Zhou Manage, who was dealing with government affairs in the Central Emperor Palace, suddenly received a message. The Yellow River Dockyard has been built. Zhou Manage looked at the virtual memorial in front of him in surprise. Very good. With the Yellow River Dockyard and recruiting some dead people to change their professions to Yellow Spring fishermen, one can catch the Yellow Spring fish in the Yellow Spring River. The Yellow River fish is a rare divine item that can increase the potential of the soul and even help awaken the power of will. Even though I've already awakened the power of my will and even reached the limit of the will-like light realm, I'm only a step away from breaking through the bottleneck and entering the second realm of my will divine transformation realm. However, this Yellow River fish also has a weak effect of strengthening my willpower. Perhaps the key to breaking through the willpower bottleneck lies in this Yellow River fish. Zhou Manage smiled. He might have grasped more than one willpower inheritance, he even obtained some inheritances at the will divine transformation realm, but for some reason, he had been stuck at the will-like light realm for now, unable to make a breakthrough. He wanted to see if the Yellow River fish could help he break through. He would have fulfilled one of them the many conditions to become a supreme god realm if he successfully advanced to the will divine transformation realm. In addition, he hadn't forgotten that his master god tier elementary grade divine artifact, the 9 Nether Yellow River Spear, had even been borrowed by the Lord of the Yellow River. At that time, the other party said that a calamity had descended on the Yellow River. This should be true, but he did not know how the Yellow River tribulation the other party was talking about was going. At this moment, a young man's voice suddenly sounded. Are you thinking about me, Regal? Zhou Zhou looked up and saw a yellow-robed man with his back facing him. An illusory yellow river surrounded the other party, making him look even more mysterious, dignified, and terrifying. Greetings, Your Excellency Lord of the Yellow River. Zhou Zhou said politely. You're welcome, Regal. I've heard a lot about you. With Regal's current strength, we can treat each other as peers. Lord of the Yellow River said and sighed. Who would have thought that it had only been a short period of time, but the weak Regal from back then was already on par with him, the Lord of the Yellow River. Then I'll accept it respectfully. Zhou Manage smiled faintly and said, how's the 9 Nether Yellow River Spear? Lord of the Yellow River did not say anything, but a terrifying holy spear that emitted the aura of the Netherworld appeared in front of him. It was the Master God tier divine artifact, the 9 Nether Yellow River Spear. Zhou Manage's expression changed slightly. This was because he could sense that the aura of this 9 Nether Yellow River Spear was actually much stronger than before. It had reached the level of a top-notch Master God tier divine artifact that was a Master God tier advanced grade. Moreover, it was surrounded by an unknown aura that even Zhou Manage could not understand. He was secretly alarmed. He was a Lord God Spirit who had grasped King, Myriad Method Star Palm and many bloodline inheritances. There were very few things in this world that he did not know about, but now, there was actually something on this spear that he could not see through. How could he not be shocked? It is naturally a good spear, as expected of a treasure personally nurtured by our Yellow Springs. Lord of the Yellow River caressed the spear and said with a complicated tone, unfortunately, it can't protect our Yellow Springs. What do you mean? Zhou Manage frowned. Common people's Regal. For the first time, Lord of the Yellow River turned around, revealing the dilapidated void inside. His voice changed from its previous gentleness as he said sternly, the Yellow Spring has already fallen. The calamity of the great cosmos will begin from now on. You bear the name of the common people's Regal. You must protect our myriad worlds. Remember not to let outsiders occupy our hometown. With that, under Zhou Manage's shocked gaze, his divine body quietly shattered and dissipated into the world. As for the Master God tier advanced grade Master God tier divine artifact, the 9 Nether Yellow River Spear, in his hand, had also turned into specks of yellow light and disappeared. Chapter 1285, Alternate Void Race. Unknown yet powerful enemy. Zhou Manage stared blankly at the empty space in front of him. What is going on? The Lord of the Yellow River had actually died. Even that Master God Tier Advanced Grade Master God Divine Artifact, the 9 Nether Yellow River Spear, had been destroyed. His expression turned extremely solemn. Then, he couldn't care less about losing a Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Artifact. He immediately took out Bodhi Supreme and asked. Bodhi Supreme, what happened in the Yellow River? An answer to a formal question. Bodhi Supreme said leisurely, but its voice was no longer as lazy as before. Sure. This time, Zhou Manage did not hesitate. He felt that something big had happened and he had to figure this out. Lord Yellow River has been killed by a group of outsiders. Bodhi Supreme said. Outsiders? Zhou Manage frowned. Did the Scarlet Wool occupy the Yellow River? The Scarlet Wool is actually not considered an outsider to the Supreme Will. The war between them is at most a family fight for the inheritance, while those guys are real outsiders. The alternate Void clan. Zhou Manage thought for a moment and asked. The alternate Void race was similar to the Void creatures, but they were the upper race of the Void creatures. Void creatures lived in the depths of space and fed on Void energy. At the same time, they would devour the crystal walls of worlds and invade the myriad worlds in a vain attempt to nourish Void energy through the method of destroying worlds and obtain greater growth. However, this was the difference between the alternate Void race and the Void race. The Void race was born in the 2 universes. At the same time, they only caused trouble in the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos. However, in the eyes of the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord, this kind of rebellion was a part of the cosmic cycle. Existences like them would not treat Void creatures as enemies at all. Instead, they would treat them as their children. Therefore, even in the Lord of all races, the Void race was allowed to participate. Only the creatures born in the world would think that this creature that devoured and destroyed the world was their enemy. However, the Yisu clan was different. They were born in the Void outside the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos and called themselves Ultimate Void creatures. They devoured the universe crystal walls of the 2 universes for a living. They dreamed of breaking through the universe crystal walls of the 2 universes and invading and destroying them. Therefore, even the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord regarded this creature as an enemy. They even established a special Ultimate Void battlefield outside the Great Cosmos. Every 1,000 years, a group of experts from the 2 universes would rush to the Ultimate Void battlefield to resist the invading alternate Void race. Almost none of the low-level life forms in the myriad worlds knew about this. However, almost all the gods knew about them in the circle of god spirits. Zhou Manage naturally knew. However, Bodhi Supreme said regretfully to Zhou Manage's answer. If only those little guys were here. Unfortunately, no. What enemy is that? Zhou Manage was shocked. That's an enemy that's fundamentally opposed to our survival. We're almost natural enemies with each other. You don't have to know much now, and I can't tell you much. You'll naturally know everything when you're strong enough in the future. After saying that, Bodhi Supreme did not say anything else. No matter how Zhou Manage called out to it, Bodhi Supreme did not speak. Zhou Manage frowned. However, after a while, his brows relaxed. Never mind. Since Bodhi Supreme said so, he would know in the future. Listen to others' one advice and eat your fill. The secret to a long life is to stay out of other people's business. Since this matter could not affect him for the time being, he should not worry so much. It would save him the trouble of not being able to do his job. Then, he thought of something. Wouldn't my Yellow River dockyard have been built for nothing since the Yellow River has already fallen? Zhou Manage asked. A chance to answer ordinary questions. The Bodhi Supreme said lazily. I did. Zhou Manage was helpless. Hehe, that might not be the case. Bodhi Supreme said leisurely, when I say that the Yellow River has fallen, one mean that the Yellow River has been occupied. Moreover, the path to the Netherworld from the Yellow River has been closed. It's not that the Yellow River has disappeared. The Yellow River is a place and a conceptual existence. It exists in the myriad worlds. It can be said to be spread throughout the myriad worlds. As long as the living beings in the world still remember the Yellow River will not really disappear. Therefore, even that enemy can't completely destroy the Yellow River. However, the control of the Yellow River has indeed fallen into the other party's hands. Even if the other party can't occupy it completely for the time being, existence outside the Yellow River can no longer interfere in the matters there. It's only a matter of time before they completely fall. However, if you want to obtain some benefits from the Yellow River before it completely falls, it's not impossible. Because you're an exception. Your Yellow River dockyard has just been built on the Yellow Spring. In addition, you have the Yellow River token. In the myriad worlds, only you have the ability to enter the Yellow River again and do something before the Yellow River completely falls. Even though the path from the Yellow River to the Netherworld has been closed, it's no longer meaningful to create the Yellow River underworld boat and recruit the fairy spirit of the Yellow River to lead the souls of other life forms to the Netherworld. However, you can still recruit some Yellow Spring fishermen. It won't be a problem to catch some Yellow River fish near your Yellow River dockyard. Zhou Zhou nodded. In that case, it was fine. In fact, he wasn't too interested in recruiting the Yellow River fairy spirit. He only cared about the harvest of the Yellow River fish. Now that the Yellow River fish was temporarily fine, he didn't care about anything else. He did not have the ability to care after all. After figuring it out, he sighed and said, "Now that the Yellow River has fallen, the path of the undead to the Netherworld has been closed. In the future, the undead in the myriad worlds will probably not be able to go to the Netherworld through the Yellow River. Bodhi Supreme, what do you think this world will become in the future?" "It's simple." Bodhi Supreme said lazily, "First, there are more and more undead in the myriad worlds. Then, the law of life and death is out of order. More and more living and dead life forms will appear in the myriad worlds. In the end, perhaps our myriad worlds will become the myriad worlds ruled by the living and dead race. Of course, it's also possible that the rules of life and death will be out of order, causing the yin and yang of the myriad worlds to be out of order. Then, the foundation of the heavens will be chaotic. At that time, the Supreme will can only refine its world again and let everything return to the chaos to start all over again." Zhou Zhou was silent. No matter which possibility it wasn't a future he wanted to see. However, what could he do? Even the entire Yellow River had fallen. It had to be known that there was a super existence like the will of the Yellow River in the Yellow River. If such an existence could not resolve the crisis of the Yellow River, what could he, a little Karami who was not even a supreme god realm, do? He shook his head. Never mind. If the sky collapsed, the tall guy would hold it up. It was better for him to obediently complete the activity issued by the supreme will. Then, he didn't think too much about it. He opened the army interface and contacted the patriarch of the Yin Ghost races, Yan Luo, who was currently working in the 10,000 Races Army. Chapter 1286, Yellow River Fish. Comprehending your own willpower. Back then, the patriarch of the Yin Ghost clan, Yan Jun, had already died under his Blazing Sun army, and this true god tier of the Yin Ghost clan called Yan Luo was Yan Jun's half-brother. However, the relationship between the two of them became not very good because of the competition for the position of patriarch, especially after Yan Jun became the patriarch of the Yin Ghost race. The relationship between the two of them became even worse, and it even felt like they were mortal enemies. Later on, Yan Jun died, and this fellow was instigated by Zhou Zhou with the 10,000 spirit saints incite defection. Therefore, Zhou Zhou simply ordered he to be the current patriarch of the Yin Ghost clan. At the same time, he was also the region lord of the Blazing Sun Empire's Yin Ghost region. As the domain lord of the Yin Ghost region, he was currently guarding the Yin Ghost region and did not go to the Cerulean planet to help. "Your Majesty, what do you need me to do?" Yan Luo said respectfully on the virtual projection phone. Zhou Zhou told the other party about the Yellow River dockyard. Then, he said, "The Yellow River dockyard has already been built. This emperor plans to send your Yin Ghost clan to the Yellow River dockyard and change your profession to a Yellow Spring fisherman to continuously fish for this emperor. A great crisis in the Yellow River will approach at any time. You have to catch as many Yellow River fish as possible before the great crisis descends." Zhou Zhou said seriously. The Yellow River fish concerned whether a new Lord-level Divine Realm expert could be born among his subordinates and whether he could advance to the Will Divine Transformation Realm. Therefore, Yan Luo's responsibility was very important. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yan Luo said respectfully. There was no fear on his face. In fact, he was a little excited. Looking at His Majesty's serious attitude, this was probably a rare opportunity to make a contribution. One must do this well for His Majesty. Yan Luo, who was already dead loyal to Zhou Zhou, was determined not to seek rewards, only the favor of His Majesty. Zhou Zhou nodded, then thought for a moment and said, "This emperor will go to the Yellow River with you to take a look." He still wanted to go to the Yellow River to see the true situation of the Yellow River. Otherwise, he would never be at ease. With that, he disappeared from the spot with Yan Luo. At the Yellow River, the sky was dusky. A vast yellow river descended from the sky and surged into the bottomless abyss. Yes, ordinary rivers flowed from high to low places, but the Yellow River was a magnificent divine river that flowed from low to high places. It was like a waterfall, but it was more like a river that fell to the sky. This was where the Yellow River of the Azure Heaven came from. Above the Yellow River, an ancient, dignified, majestic, mysterious, and terrifying dock stood at the side of the Yellow River. Clusters of beautiful yellow spider lilies that were as red as blood surrounded the dock in the middle, making the Yellow River dockyard look less terrifying and more gentle. At this moment, Zhou Manage and Yan Luo appeared on the dock. Is this the Yellow River? Yan Jun looked at the Yellow River in shock. Even though he was a true god tier, he had never stepped into this land. This was also the first time he had seen it today. Then, he took a deep breath and revealed a look of joy and obsession. The Yellow River Chi here is so suitable for our Yin Ghost race to cultivate. If I cultivate here since I was young, I'm confident that I can advance to the true god tier realm in 5,000 years. If my clansmen cultivate here, their cultivation speed can at least double. He muttered to himself. His expression was filled with surprise. This place really suited his intentions. At this moment, he was even more grateful that His Majesty had arranged such an errand for him. This job was undoubtedly a fortune for him and the Yin Ghost clan. Zhou Manage ignored Yan Luo's reaction. He only looked at the vast and magnificent Yellow River. After a long time, he frowned slightly. Normally, the aura of the Yellow River should be dead silent. However, the aura of Yellow River is a little more manic and uneasy now. Looks like Yellow River's will should have felt the same when it died. Zhou Manage took a deep breath. If it really followed the future development mentioned by the Bodhi Supreme, even if the Yellow River did not disappear, its strength would be weakened to a relatively low level, and it might even fall to an extremely ordinary mystic realm. He shook his head. Then, with a thought, he took out the Yellow River token. Even though the will of the Yellow Spring had already fallen, this Yellow River token was still somewhat useful before it completely fell. Like now, for example, Zhou Manage injected some chaotic sacred power into the Yellow River token in his hand. The Yellow River token emitted a faint yellow light that was like a water light. This yellow light covered a large area of the Yellow Springs basin in front of him. A moment later, a yellow river fish suddenly flew out of the Yellow River and landed in Zhou Manage's hand. Zhou Manage looked over. The treasure information appeared. Treasure name, Yellow River token. Treasure grade, special tier. Treasure effect, after eating it, it can increase the soul potential of a life form. After increasing it to the limit, the consumer will awaken a will power that is suitable for them from the depths of the soul and automatically enter the will-like light realm. Treasure description, a precious fish species that can only be produced in the depths of the Yellow River. It can help life forms awaken the mysterious and supreme power of will. After he finished reading, a smile appeared on his face. It was indeed what he needed. Then, he looked at the Yellow River token. This thing was also extremely useful. It actually had the effect of commanding the Yellow River fish to gather. If not for the fact that it took too long to get one of them, he would have relied on this to fish for Yellow River fish every day. Then, he didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Yellow River fish into his stomach. Then, he smacked his lips. Tisk. He ate too quickly and did not notice anything. Then, he casually sat down cross-legged and began to digest the power of the Yellow River fish in his body. Yan Luo was not idle either. After he roughly took a look at the scenery of the Yellow River dockyard, he did not forget about the serious matter. He immediately entered the Yellow River dockyard and familiarized himself with the various functions of the Yellow River dockyard to prepare for future work. A moment later, Zhou Manage finished digesting the power of the Yellow River fish. He opened his eyes, which were filled with realization. I see. I was wondering why I couldn't break through to the will divine transformation realm. So the will power I control comes from the will power of other master god tier existences. If you want to break through to the will divine transformation realm, you have to use your own will power to break through. I have yet to comprehend the power of my will. When I understand the power of my will, coupled with my previous accumulation, I can immediately break through and become a will divine transformation realm expert. Zhou Manage muttered to himself. The joy on his face grew stronger. He finally knew the reason why he could not break through. Moreover, he knew how to comprehend his own willpower. That was to continuously swallow the yellow river fish. The yellow river fish was the best treasure to assist life forms in comprehending their own willpower. As long as he continued to swallow the yellow river fish and refine the power of the yellow river fish, he would be able to comprehend the power of his will sooner or later and advance to the will divine transformation realm. I need more yellow river fishes. At the thought of this, Zhou Manage immediately looked at the yellow river zone in front of him with burning eyes. Chapter 1287, Ancestor Statue of the Human Race on the Cerulean Planet by Qi. Upgrade Territory 1. Zhou Manage controlled the Yellow River token and spent more than an hour catching more than 10 yellow spring fish Indiana a row before refining them into his body. And yet, he felt that he had only improved a little. There was still a long way to go before he could awaken his willpower. Unless he had stayed here to fish, it was impossible for him to advance to the will divine transformation realm in a short period of time. However, he naturally could not stay here forever. Yan Luo. He stopped fishing and called Yan Luo over. Your Majesty. Yan Luo said respectfully. I'll leave everything here to you. Remember, your first mission is to capture the yellow river fish in the yellow river with all your might. You can ignore everything else. This is the yellow river token. This emperor will lend it to you temporarily. With this yellow river token, your fishing efficiency should increase greatly. Zhou managed through the yellow river token to Yan Luo, who immediately took it. I understand. I will definitely mobilize all the strength of our Yin Ghost clan and do my best to catch the yellow river fish for your Majesty. Yan Luo said reverently and firmly. Do well and there will be no lack of rewards for your race. Zhou Manage nodded. Thank you, your Majesty. Yan Luo became happy. His Majesty's generosity was known throughout the entire High Continent, so he wondered what kind of reward His Majesty would give to their race if they fulfilled their wishes. Yan Luo was filled with anticipation. Zhou Manage nodded. Then, he gave Yan Luo some instructions before teleporting away. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already night. The Blazing Sun Imperial Capital, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Zhou Zhou slowly opened his eyes. I'm one step closer to the high-tier deity level advance grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He was not far from becoming a true god tier. When he became a true god, he would be able to control the power of the Master God tier level even without relying on the Moon Demon. At that time, he could use some stronger main divine artifacts to obtain even stronger strength. Then, with the Supreme Sacred Body, he was even confident in facing existences like the 10 Master God tiers without being at a disadvantage. He didn't think too much about it as he opened his personal terminal and realized that he had already received 3 reports. Zhou Zhou opened them one by one. The first was a war report from the Cerulean planet, the second was a war summary from Zhou Win's territory expansion war, and the last was a war summary. The third general war is a summary of the first 2. Hence, Zhou Zhou looked at the last one. In the entire day, the High Continent and Cerulean planet had eliminated a total of more than 52 trillion enemies, 63,000 god spirits, and more than 200 true gods. Among them, the Cerulean planet had eliminated a total of more than 32 trillion enemies, more than 43,200 god spirits, and more than 120 true gods. As for the expansion of the Blazing Sun Empire's territory, he had killed more than 20 trillion enemies, more than 19,000 god spirits, and more than 80 true gods. After killing so many enemies, he obtained trillions of mist cores, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, basic materials, basic gem resources, lightning, life, and death elemental gems. 3,818,012,150 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 215 legendary tier and below Scarlet Lord Talent spheres. As well as a large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments of other levels. Time elemental gem resources were more than 3,312,000,000 units. Space elemental gems were more than 3,012,000,000 units. More than 31,220,000,000 units of divine crystals from low tier to high tier deity level. 81,800 true god tier divine crystals. More than 1,577,000,000 low tier to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 11,500 true god tier divine artifacts. 12 master god tier divine artifacts. There were a total of more than 180 million divine spark fragments, god tier medicinal herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. 153,260 Master God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. Zhou Zhou's gaze immediately landed on the 31.827 million space-time elemental gems. I can upgrade my territory now. His eyes lit up. His two-front battle was not in vain. He had gained a lot. Then, he didn't hesitate. He immediately flew out of the shrine and arrived above the capital of the blazing sun. He looked down at his capital and silently chanted upgrade in his mind. The next second, with 40 trillion units of basic materials, 1,000 high-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine crystals, 10 trillion origin crystals, 20 billion units of space-time elemental gems, and 10 high-tier deity-level elementary-grade territory tokens disappeared. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your mid-tier deity-level advanced grade shrine, Lord's Law, has successfully advanced to the high-tier deity-level elementary-grade shrine, Lord's Law. Your territory has successfully been upgraded to a high-tier deity-level elementary-grade territory. Your mid-tier deity-level advanced grade divine origin augmentation formation has been upgraded to the high-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine origin augmentation formation. Territory stone steel durability increased to 100 trillion/100 trillion. Your territory has expanded to 10 billion km x 10 billion km x 1 million km. You have expelled all the fog monsters in the territory of the new territory. The scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, mythical tier building blueprint treasure chest, high tier deity level elementary grade. Lord Talent notification, your scarlet broodmother can be upgraded. Lord Talent notification, your mysterious caravan has been upgraded. Lord Talent notification, the strength of the clergy of your life arc has increased. The next second, an even more dignified and loud voice sounded. The Cerulean Planet World Channel Lord announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first Lord to upgrade his territory to high-tier deity level elementary grade. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Mythical Reputation Rating +3, Reputation Rating +1000, Unique Title of the Race, Glory of the Pioneer X has advanced to Glory of the Pioneer XI. Chapter 1288, Ancestor Statue of the Human Race on the Cerulean Planet by Chi. Upgrade Territory 2. Cerulean Planet's entire channel's Lord announcement, congratulations to the Blazing Sun Empire, Intermediate Grade, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet's entire channel's Lord announcement, congratulations to the Blazing Sun Empire, Intermediate Grade, Lord of the Blazing Sun. When Zhou Zhou saw the last announcement on the entire channel, a smile appeared on his face. He got the Glory of the Pioneer title again, not bad, as long as he didn't break the streaks. He immediately checked the content of the title. Title, The Glory of the Pioneer 11. Title Quality, Unique Title of the Race. Title Effect 1, you are famous among the lords of the Cerulean Planet. More people admire your reputation and want to join your territory. The number of subjects that can be summoned through the daily gate of summoning plus 1100%. Among the subjects summoned, there are 12 profession talents of the same level as the territory. Title Effect 2, same as before. Title Effect 3, when you become the first Cerulean Planet Lord to have a true God tier elementary grade territory, this title will be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer 12 and unlock more title effects. Zhou Zhou nodded after reading it. However, the number of subjects he summoned increased by n times. In addition, among the subjects summoned, there would be 12 professional talents of the same level as the territory. In other words, he could summon 12 high-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirits from the next morning onwards. Even though this was nothing to the current Zhou Zhou, who wouldn't like the 12 god spirits that were given for free. Then, he opened the Supreme Treasure Chest. There was a statue lying quietly in the luxurious and noble Supreme Treasure Chest. This statue was dressed in white and had a white sword hanging at its waist. Its expression was gentle, but the depths of its eyes were very cold and harsh. It was the ancestor statue of the human race on the Cerulean Planet. It's actually not a racial divine artifact. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. In the past, the Supreme Treasure Chest only rewarded race divine artifacts. However, he didn't care about it after that. This was because he knew that the effects of some top-notch human ancestor statues on Cerulean Planet were not inferior to racial divine artifacts. Moreover, the ancestor statue of the human race on Cerulean Planet in front of him was shockingly the top-notch one. He looked over and a text notification appeared. Treasure name, Ancestor statue of the human race on cerulean planet by Qi. Treasure grade, legendary tier. Treasure effect, place it in the shrine of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and you can activate the enhancement effect of the ancestor statue on the territory, subject, or lord. Treasure introduction, by Qi, a famous general in China's Warring States period, an outstanding military strategist, a representative of the army scholar. Tisk. It's the killing god, by Qi. I wonder what his ancestral effects are like? Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he didn't think too much about it and teleported directly into the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Imperial Ancestral Temple, Zhou Zhou looked at the scene in front of him. 12 red shrines more than 20 meters tall were neatly placed on the altar. 5 of the shrines worshipped the ancestral statues of the Yellow Emperor, Sun Simiao, Gong Shiban, Liu Bei, and Zhang Heng. The other 7 shrines consecrated 7 brand new ancestor statue. There were people from Huaxia and other countries on the cerulean planet. It was the ancestor statue of the human race on the cerulean planet, not the ancestor statue of the human race in China. Therefore, it was quite normal for the ancestors of the cerulean planet to have other countries. These 7 statues were all dropped by Zhou Zhou through the war. He chose the highest grade and placed it in, providing protection for the territory. At that moment, he looked at the foreign ancestor statue among the 7 statues and pondered for a moment. In the end, he still bowed politely to express his respect for these human ancestors. Then, he chose to take down the ancestral statue of the ancient Roman general, Gnaeus Pompey. To be honest, Gnaeus Pompey was a famous general in ancient military history. But I will still choose Bai Qi. He had no choice, it was completely guided by his bloodline. Then, at the moment Bai Qi statue was placed in the shrine, the entire hall shook, then a cold male voice sounded. I'd rather die under heavy punishment for doing what I think is right than to turn around like a coward. Zhou Zhou was stunned when he heard this. Then, he shook his head slightly. These words came from Zhang Qiuas, Zhong's Hans, Prince Zhao, how to appease the people and use troops wisely. It means, I'd rather die under heavy punishment than be a useless general. Bai Qi used this sentence to reject the Qin king's order to lead troops into battle. Unfortunately, he later died because of this sentence. He didn't think too much about it and looked at the following text notification. You have placed a legendary tier ancestor statue of the human race on the cerulean planet in the shrine of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Bai Qi has activated the exclusive ancestral enhancement effect, Killing God. Current offering of ancestor statue has been updated. The current ancestral enhancement effect has been updated. Zhou Zhou curiously clicked on the current ancestral enhancement effect. Ancestral enhancement, Killing God. Grade, legendary tier. Enhancement effect 1, when the soldiers in the territory go out to fight, every time they kill an enemy of the same level, they can gather a trace of the Killing God aura on their bodies. The Killing God aura can deter and even kill the enemy. The more the Killing God aura, the more obvious the effect of deterring the enemy and the stronger the lethality to the enemy. When 9 million strands of Killing God Qi were gathered, they could condense the Killing God Dharmalaksana and let it fight with the soldiers on the battlefield. The more Killing God Qi gathered, the stronger the combat strength of the Killing God Dharmalaksana. Enhancement effect 2, when the soldiers in the territory go out to fight, when they encounter a fatal disaster, they will enter an undead state. They will maintain normal movements for 10 minutes, most of the corpses will lose their effect. The soldiers will only enter true death after 10 minutes. Enhancement effect 3, the soldiers under your command have the title of God of Slaughter. This makes them famous and can deter weak enemies. When fighting the enemy, there is a small chance that the other party will collapse without attacking. After reading it, Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. The enhancement effect of Bai Qi ancestors was really not bad. As for killing 9 million enemies, how was this possible? It was naturally difficult to achieve on the cerulean planet and Earth. However, in a world like the Supreme Continent where all races competed for supremacy, the number of enemies Zhou Zhou and the others destroyed in a day was at least a trillion. Killing 9 million enemies of the people of foreign races and gathering 9 million strands of Killing God's Qi to form the Killing God Dharmalaksana was the simplest thing for the soldiers under him. Thank you, Ancestor Bai Qi. Then, he did not stay any longer. After respectfully offering 3 incense sticks to Bai Qi ancestor, he returned to the imperial palace. As for the reward of 3 mythical reputation rating and 1000 reputation rating, Zhou Zhou directly ignored them. In the central imperial palace, Zhou Zhou opened the requirements to upgrade the high-tier deity level elementary grade territory to the high-tier deity level intermediate grade territory. Construction upgrade, 10 million trillion units of wood, 10 million trillion units of fine sand, 10 million trillion units of metal, 10 million divine crystals, 10 trillion origin crystals, 10 billion units of time elemental gems, 10 billion units of spatial elemental gems, 10 high-tier deity territory, 10 high-tier deity god spirits, 100,000 racial heroes, 10 high-tier deity territory tokens. I'll meet all the other conditions. It's still the time-space elemental gem. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the requirement for the elemental gem. A total of 40 billion space-time elemental gems. It was twice as much as the previous upgrade requirements. Fortunately, he had begun to attack the Divine Kingdom Lord faction, and the efficiency of collecting space-time elemental gems had greatly increased. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to collect such a large number of space-time elemental gems. Then, he looked at the number of space-time elemental gems he had left. After the upgrade just now, he still had more than 18.57 billion units of space-time elemental gems in his hands. I'm still short of more than 20 billion space-time elemental gems to upgrade my territory again. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, a smile appeared on his face. According to his gains today, as long as nothing unexpected happened tomorrow night, he would be able to collect enough space-time elemental gem resources tomorrow night to upgrade the territory again. Then, he took a deep breath and muttered to himself. It's time to upgrade my empire. Chapter 1289 Upgrading the Summoning Gate. Upgrading the original Dragon Abyss. Advancing to an advanced empire. Before Zhou Zhou started the upgrade to a high-level empire, he first came to the Gate of Summoning and spent 200,000 trillion, which was 20 capital units of basic materials and 10,000 high-tier deity-level divine crystals to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to high-tier deity-level elementary grade. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has successfully been upgraded to a high-tier deity-level elementary grade building. You can summon plus 500,000 subjects every day. You will summon 30,000 professionals every day. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 11, you can summon 32,620,500 subjects every day. 30,011 professionals will definitely appear among the subjects you summon every day. Zhou Zhou nodded after reading it. The basic number of subjects summoned by the mid-tier deity level advanced grade summoning gate was 2,965,500. After being buffed by the Glory of the Pioneer 11, it directly increased by 11 times, becoming 32,625,000 people. I'm one step closer to summoning true god-tier subjects every day. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements of the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade: wood 20 capital units, fine sand 20 capital units, metal 20 capital units, stone 20 capital units, 10,000 high-tier deity grade intermediate divine crystals, territory level upgraded to high-tier deity level intermediate grade. Note: 1 capital unit equals 10,000 trillion. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze. Then, he spent 2 capital units of basic materials, 5 billion mid-tier deity level advanced grade crystals, and 5 billion basic elemental gems to upgrade the original Dragon Abyss in the Gate of Summoning to the high-tier deity level elementary grade. Then, he looked over. Building name: Original Dragon Abyss. Construction level: high-tier deity level elementary grade. Construction effect: you can summon 6 billion white silver tier advanced grade pure-blooded dragons, 600 million yellow gold tier advanced grade pure-blooded dragons, 60 million white platinum tier intermediate grade pure-blooded dragons every day from the original Dragon Abyss. 6 true god tier elementary grade dragon gods will become subjects under the Lord and have a 12% chance of summoning legendary dragons. Construction upgrade: wood 1 capital unit, fine sand 1 capital unit, metal 1 capital unit, stone 1 capital unit, high-tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals 5 billion, basic elemental gemstone 10 billion. After reading it, Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, he would be able to summon 6,666,666,666 pure-blooded dragons. This was quite an explosive number among the dragon race. Soon, I'm afraid I'll have to summon all the dragons in the myriad worlds. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Then, he took a look at the upgrade requirements of the original Dragon Abyss and could not help but gasp. Good Lord! 5 billion high-tier deity-level elementary grade divine crystals. 10 billion basic elemental gems. If not for the fact that he had the King of Loots and the effect of various titles stacking, allowing him to have 3.5 times the harvest, he might not have been able to upgrade this original Dragon Abyss. I'm probably the only one who can level up the original Dragon Abyss amongst all the lords, right? Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. Then, he didn't think too much about it. He came to the golden imperial tablet in the shrine and took a deep breath. Then, he silently chanted the advancement in his heart. The next second. Prompt: you have met all the requirements to advance to an advanced grade empire. Do you want to advance to an advanced grade empire? Upgrade. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Prompt: you have one chance to change the location of the imperial capital. Do you want to change/retain it? Retain. Zhou Zhou answered without hesitation. After absorbing the true god-tier regional territories of a few Divine Kingdom Lord factions, the current imperial capital had already advanced to true god-tier advance grade regional territories, not to mention the special status of the capital in the hearts of all the citizens of the Blazing Sun Empire. It was impossible for him to abandon this treasure land for nothing and choose another place to become his capital. Prompt: your choice has been confirmed. Prompt: your lord's territory intermediate grade empire Blazing Sun Empire is advancing. Prompt: level up successful. Congratulations, your intermediate grade lord's territory Blazing Sun Empire has officially advanced to an advanced grade lord's territory Blazing Sun Empire. Prompt: you can display your empire territory level on any channel. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally officially advanced to an advanced grade empire. He was only a step away from becoming a Divine Kingdom Lord. At this moment, the announcement of the new Lord of all races appeared on the entire channel. Lord of all races Lord announcement: kudos to the human race, the Lord of the Blazing Sun, for successfully establishing the first advanced grade empire. Rewards: Lord of all races mythical tier treasure chest +1, intermediate kingdom treasure chest +1, reputation rating +100. Mythical reputation rating +10. Lord of all races announcement: congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord of all races announcement: congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. When Zhou Zhou saw this, the smile on his face widened and then him opened the various channels he was in with a smile. Unsurprisingly, they were all discussing the matter of his being promoted to an advanced grade empire. In particular, the reaction on the Lord's channel was extremely intense. He advanced to an advanced grade empire tier Lord faction just like that? I'm only a beginner kingdom. As far as I know, among the lords of all races, even the true Lord, the Great One Lord, and the Heaven-Chasing Lord haven't become a beginner empire Lord faction, let alone an advanced grade empire faction. The difference is too great. My heart aches for them, competing in the same era as the perverted Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Logically speaking, the true Lord, the Heaven-Chasing Lord, and the Great One Lord were all very strong. One of them alone was enough to compete for the position of the Lord of all races. However, the Lord of the Blazing Sun was too abnormal. A human lord beat the three of them until they didn't even dare to appear. I strongly suggest that the Lord of the Blazing Sun be excluded from the Lord of all races. How can this still be a competition? I strongly agree. The highest level Lord faction among my ethnicity is only an advanced grade empire tier Lord faction. How is this Lord of the Blazing Sun still a Lord of all races? It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a race faction. Based on the speed at which he is advancing as a Lord, I reckon that it won't be long before we call him His Excellency, Lord of the Divine Kingdom. No, a Divine Kingdom Lord faction is completely different from an Empire tier Lord faction and a Kingdom level Lord faction. There are too many advancement requirements. It will be very difficult for the Lord of the Blazing Sun to advance to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction in a short period of time. Are you sure? I also think that it shall be very difficult for the Lord of the Blazing Sun to advance to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. A ethnicity faction with a Divine Kingdom Lord faction can at least call themselves an intermediate grade bloodline race faction. The Lord of the Blazing Sun has the backing of the human race. His foundation is too weak, so it will be very difficult for him to advance to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. I think it's a little difficult too. I think this Lord of all races competition shall end soon when he advances to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Who can withstand a Divine Kingdom Lord faction mixed in with our level? Zhou Zhou acknowledged slightly when him saw their discussion. Chapter 1290, Mythical Tier Treasure Chest of the Myriad Races. Requirement to advance to a beginner Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom Lord factions were indeed very different from the previous Empire Lord factions and Kingdom Lord factions. It was extremely difficult to advance to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. This could be seen from the 5 human empires. They clearly had the protection of 5 true God tier existences, but none of them have ever been promoted to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Thinking of this, he opened the Advanced Empire interface. Empire name, Blazing Sun Empire. King, Blazing Sun Emperor. Empire level, Advanced Grade Empire. Imperial flag, all stars cover the sun. Imperial Army, Blazing Sun Army, True God Tier Advanced Grade, Monster Army, True God Tier Advanced Grade, Dragon God Army, True God Tier Advanced Grade, 10,000 Races Army, True God Tier Advanced Grade, Heavenly Map Army, True God Tier Advanced Grade, Homeland Defense Army, Mid-Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade. Requirements for advancing to the Beginner Divine Kingdom: Territory level advances to the True God Tier Elementary Grade, Capital Region level advances to High Tier Deity Level, 1000 True God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Crystals, conquer 10 high-level Scarlet Empires under the Crimson Overlord, 0/10, conquer 5 high-level empires that are not under the Crimson Overlord, 0/5, conquer any beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction and obtain its True God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Token. 0/1, 10 million independent regional territories. 100,000 racial heroes, 1,000 God Spirit worshippers of your own race, 1 racial divine artifact of your own race, 1/1, 10 worshipped true God spirits of your own race. Strength of the Lord yourself reaches True God Tier Elementary Grade and complete a founding war once, 0/1. Zhou Zhou frowned deeply after reading it. There's something wrong with this promotion request. Ordinary advanced grade empires definitely don't have so many requirements to advance to a beginner grade Divine Kingdom. And so many perverted requests. He looked at the conditions needed to advance to a beginner Divine Kingdom. The first part was fine. However, something was wrong with the last 3 lines. Under normal circumstances, one only needed 3 true God tiers to consecrate an elementary grade Divine Kingdom. However, this actually required 10 worshipped true gods? It had more than tripled. The second last rule, the Lord's strength to reach True God Tier Elementary Grade. This was definitely not a requirement for the natives. One only needed to have 3 worshipped true gods. There had never been any requirements for the individual strength of a lord. It was extremely difficult for the lords to increase their strength due to the special reasons of the lords themselves. This could be seen from how slowly Zhou Zhou's strength increased in the early stages. Therefore, even the Supreme Will was lenient to the lords and did not have any requirements for their individual strength. It was fine as long as there was a worshipped true god in their lord's faction. This condition actually changed. Was this change applicable to all the lords or was it only targeted at the lord of all races? Zhou Zhou could not understand, so he asked the Supreme Will cautiously. The Supreme Will did not reply to him, so Zhou Zhou could only pay the price of an ordinary question and ask Bodhi Supreme. In the end, he received an answer that made him sad. The newly added and modified promotion rules were only targeted at the lord of all races. The promotion requirements of the local lord factions had not changed. Isn't this targeting me? Zhou Zhou had a mental breakdown. He was the only one who was most likely to advance to the Divine Kingdom Lord level at this stage among the lords. However, such a change suddenly appeared. Wasn't this targeting him or something? At this moment, a line of text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. The text notification was very short and Zhou Zhou broke out in cold sweat. Special notification from the Supreme Will, do you have a problem with that? Zhou Zhou. He forced a smile on his face and clapped his hands. Hehe, there's no such thing. I know that this is a test for us. Lord Supreme Will, don't worry. I will definitely complete the requirements to advance to a beginner Divine Kingdom and strive to advance as soon as possible. Special notification from the Supreme Will, this is not targeted at you. It's just that I've placed a lot of hope on the lords of all races. If your advancement requirements are the same as the local lords, why did one choose you to participate in the competition of the myriad races? Special notification from the Supreme Will, I want the most outstanding and powerful lord of all races, not an ordinary lord. I understand. Thank you, Lord Supreme Will, for clearing my doubts. Zhou Zhou immediately said. The Supreme Will did not reply. Zhou Zhou waited for a while. When he realized that there was still nothing, he secretly wiped the cold sweat off his head. Damn, you scared me to death. This was the first time the Supreme Will had asked him such a human-like question. In the past, he could not clearly feel that he had obtained the favor of the Supreme Will, unlike now. It seemed like this big shot was paying attention to him at all times, so much so that even his complaints were heard. At this moment, another line of text appeared. Special reminder from the Supreme Will: in the future, ask the Bodhi Supreme directly if you have ordinary questions. Don't ask me casually. I'm very busy, understand? I understand. I understand. Zhou Zhou hurriedly said, and could only forcefully divert his attention and look at the last condition for establishing the Divine Kingdom. Complete a founding battle. I've never heard of this. Zhou Zhou had a headache. He subconsciously wanted to ask the Supreme Will, but then he thought of something and shivered. He immediately changed his words and asked Bodhi Supreme. As for this question, well, you'll naturally know when you want to establish the Divine Kingdom. It's not good for me to reveal it because this is the new founding event established by the Supreme Will. Don't ask the Supreme Will either. Bodhi Supreme actually acted as though it could not say anything. Zhou Zhou could only ask. Is it difficult? Is it dangerous? Bodhi Supreme did not speak. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. It could not even tell him that. It seemed that he could only deal with it when the time came. Hopefully, it won't be too difficult. However, with my current strength and faction, if even one can't survive this so-called founding war, all the lords in the world probably won't be able to advance to Divine Kingdom level. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou felt much more relaxed. He should be able to defeat that founding war, right? At this moment, Zhang Yuankai sent a message to celebrate the Blazing Sun Empire becoming an advanced grade empire. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he waved his hand and handed the celebration of the advancement to the empire to the other party. When the time came, he could just get Zhou managed to appear when he was required. Zhang Yuankai immediately accepted the order and immediately went to do it. On Zhou Zhou's side, after this interruption, he stopped thinking about the founding war and turned to look at the reward for building an advanced empire. First was the mythical tier treasure chest. He opened the treasure chest and saw a total of 110 bottles of potions neatly placed inside. Among them, 100 bottles of True God Tier Potential Advancement Potion could increase the potential of a life form to the level of True God Tier Advance Grade. The other 10 bottles were Master God Tier Potential Advancement Potions that could increase the potential of life forms to the Master God Tier Advance Grade. Not bad. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied when he saw this. In the mythical tier treasure chest rewarded by the intermediate grade empire last time, he was only rewarded with 10 bottles of True God Tier Potential Advancement Potion and 1 bottle of Master God Tier Potential Advancement Potion. This time, it was 10 times more, which was really worth it. Chapter 1291, Purchasing a General Race Divine Artifact Venus. Zhou Zhou threw all no bottles of Potential Advancement Potion into the military merit exchange system and set a suitable price for the soldiers to exchange. Then, he looked at the list of insight defections, the list of new god spirits, and the supreme conquest statistics in the war summary. In the entire day, he and the 312 lords of the Star Alliance under him had a total of 5,821,212,333,203 soldiers of the people of foreign races, 17,125 god spirits of the people of foreign races, and 118 true god tier. In addition, in the army under him, 10,600 legendary tier soldiers had advanced from legendary tier advance grade to low tier deity level elementary grade, and 19 high tier deity level advance grade god spirits had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. The Supreme Conquest Lord talent statistics were as follows. In addition, in the army under him, 25,100 legendary tier soldiers had advanced from legendary tier advance grade to low tier deity level elementary grade, and 25 high tier deity level advance grade god spirits had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. No professional subjects, 1,860,150.5 billion 54.06 million 8,721. Professionals, life and battle 6,052,665,067,041. Heroes, 1,852,123. God spirits, low tier deity level and mid tier deity level and high tier deity level 502,122. True God tier, 65 true God tier elementary grade god spirits, 50 true God tier intermediate grade god spirits, 18 true God tier advanced grade god spirits. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading it. He originally had 3,888,837,595,691,689 troops, 3,641,350 god spirits, and 1944 true God tier. If the additional soldiers and God spirits mentioned above were included, he would have 3,893,987,647,575,617 soldiers, 4,143,472 God spirits, and 1,960 true God tier under him. They could reach 5,000 trillion soldiers tomorrow. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. Then, he looked at Zhou Fight and Zhou Marshall's situation. In the entire day, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had conquered a total of 5 Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 182 Empire Tier Lord factions, and a total of 13,570,000 Lord factions around the Cerulean planet. He obtained a total of 22,531,255,000 hegemony points and 1,801,250 obscure Lord shop points. Previously, Zhou Zhou had a total of 20,624,772,000 hegemony points and 1,611,500 obscure Lord shop points. Now, including these hegemony points and the obscure Lord shop points, he now has a total of 43,134,220,000 hegemony points and 3,412,750 obscure Lord shop points. When Zhou Zhou saw so many obscure Lord shop points, he immediately revealed a look of joy. With so many obscure Lord shop points, he could finally exchange for that powerful race divine artifact. Without another word, he immediately opened the hidden Lord shop and spent 2 million obscure Lord shop points without hesitation to buy the only universal race divine artifact Venus. The next second, he felt that the starry sky seemed to have changed. He looked up and realized that a star that emitted a faint golden light had appeared in the starry sky. That star seemed to be no different from the other stars. It only emitted its own light in the starry sky. However, when the light shone on Zhou Zhou's body, he actually felt a sense of comfort from the inside out. It was as if this light was beneficial to his origin. Zhou Zhou was the same. Not to mention the subjects of the other Blazing Sun Empire. At this moment, under the illumination of that star, morning star, tens of millions of subjects of the Empire felt an extremely deep transformation in their physique and souls. His body and soul, which had originally increased by a level under the Sun-Moon Star Sword, actually became restless again at this moment and began to increase rapidly. In less than a few seconds, the subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire were shocked to discover that their potential had increased by another level. Some of the citizens who were at a bottleneck immediately felt that the original bottleneck had loosened a lot after their bodies and souls transformed. They actually felt that they could break through at any time. What happened? One feel that my soul and body have undergone a transformation. The bottleneck that had troubled me for decades suddenly disappeared. Before one could react, one had already advanced to the legendary tier level. I've already broken the barrier between humans and gods and advanced to become a god spirit, haha. Me too. This kind of situation has happened once before. Later on, I found out that it was done by His Majesty's great method. How similar is this situation to back then? This must be His Majesty's blessing for us again. It must be. You're right. Only His Majesty can do such an earth-shattering method and change all the citizens of the Empire. Long live His Majesty! Everyone, look, there's a new announcement on the Empire channel. Just as the entire subject was happy and excited for their potential to reach a higher level, and even their bottleneck had loosened a little, the Empire channel also issued an announcement. Imperial Palace announcement. All subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire, please take note. All citizens should have discovered the changes in their bodies. The reason for this change is that our great ruler of the Blazing Sun Empire has obtained a new race divine artifact Venus. It's this race divine artifact, Venus, that has raised the potential of our citizens by another major level. Moreover, when our citizens make a major breakthrough in the future, the probability of breaking through will increase by an additional 10%. Cheer for the magnificent feat of our great ruler, Your Excellency. Boom. The surprise and doubts in the hearts of countless Blazing Sun Empire subjects were explained. All the citizens of the Blazing Sun Empire went crazy. In the Empire's channel, countless subjects were spamming crazily. In the end, they turned into a string of words. Long live His Majesty! 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 At this moment, no one interrupted the formation. No one dared, and no one was willing. This was because this was the heartfelt action of all the subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire. At the same time, Zhou Zhou looked at the empire announcement drafted and issued by Zero, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. He only wanted the subjects to tell the Blazing Sun Empire's subjects what had happened. How did it end up like this? Great, magnificent feat, cheering. Even though Zhou Zhou was someone who liked others to flatter him, he had not reached this stage. He blushed after reading the announcement. Did he really deserve these adjectives? Of course His Majesty can be called great. In Zero's eyes, no one could compare to His Majesty among the countless heroes of the human race since ancient times. Even Your Excellency Pangu, who led the rise of the human race, is inferior to His Majesty in terms of contributions to the human race. There's no need to feel ashamed, Your Majesty. You can withstand the praise of the people. Zero immediately said after hearing Zhou Zhou's muttering. Zhou Zhou looked at the virtual screen in front of him. The cheers and excited expressions of the citizens of the various races from all over the Blazing Sun Empire, including the human race, gradually faded away, and finally turned into a gentle smile. Chapter 1292, Who will fight me if the Supreme God Realm is not out? Mysterious commodity. At the same time, just as Venus disappeared from the Obscure Lord's shop, the Lord of all races and the upper echelons of the races behind them immediately went crazy. Who exchanged for Venus? One must destroy the other party and snatch the race's divine artifact in his hand. Who else could it be? Only the mortal lord of the mortal empire. This is also a lord of all races from the human race. Only he has enough obscure lord shop points to exchange for Venus, the only commodity worth as much as 2 million obscure lord shop points. That's right, it's him. Just now, my subordinate who specially watched the hidden lord shop told me that this human lord's obscure lord shop points originally had more than 2 million, but it suddenly became more than 1 million. Didn't he use the entire 2 million obscure lord shop points that disappeared to exchange for planet Venus? Where else can he use them? Damn it! Who is this mortal lord? Hasn't the intelligence department gathered information about him? A bunch of trash. How bold! The other party actually dares to intercept what our Titan God race wants. Mortal lord, right? Does he really think he's the second lord of the Blazing Sun? He actually dares to be our enemy. Give the order to gather all the forces in the universe that can join forces and destroy this lord of the mortal empire for me. We must obtain Venus no matter what the price is. All the factions of the 10,000 races were discussing the mortal lord of the mortal empire that had obtained Venus. The mortal lord who had obtained Venus had undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the lords of the myriad races and the factions of the myriad races. Everyone wanted to destroy the mortal lord and obtain Venus. A war against the mortal lords began with astonishing efficiency. At the same time, at the place of origin, one of the 10 great master gods, the original master god, was looking at the information in front of him. This information was about the mortal empire and mortal lords. His eyes darkened after reading it. It's fine if a reincarnated Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm wants to participate in this Lord of all races competition to change his fate. He actually dares to take what our original spirit race wants. Courting death. He communicated with the higher UPS of the original spirit race in his mind and released this information. Then, he ordered the original spirit race to eliminate the mortal lords and obtain the race's divine artifact, Venus, at all costs, before the other races. The higher UPS of the original spirit race immediately accepted the order and went to do it. When Yuan saw this, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the incomparably mysterious Lord Law again. While he had yet to touch the threshold of the Lord's laws, he was still persevering, not giving up any opportunities or time. That was because that represented the possibility of becoming a Supreme God Realm expert. The Shepherd's God race, Chaos God's race, Myriad Spirit race, Dragon race, all the top races were acting against the mortal lords. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was reading the content of the subjects chat on the Empire channel of the Blazing Sun Empire. It was now a high-level Empire channel that could accommodate up to 10 trillion subjects, which was the number of capital units. It was more than enough to pull all the Blazing Sun Empire subjects into this channel. Other than that, after advancing to an advanced grade empire, the upper limit of the subsidiary kingdoms that the Blazing Sun Empire could have had also increased to 100,000 lord factions of the beginner kingdom, 10,000 intermediate kingdom factions, 1,000 advanced kingdom factions, 100 beginner empire factions, and 10 advanced grade empire factions. If these subsidiary kingdom spots were used well, it was enough to gather a batch of good race factions for Zhou Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Zhou, who was enjoying the cheers of the citizens in the Empire Channel, suddenly felt a warning in his heart. After Zhou Zhou sensed this warning, he calmly turned off the Empire's channel and did some divination. Then, he knew the source of this warning. So it's targeted at the mortal empire. There was no panic on Zhou Zhou's face. In fact, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Come on! Come on! The more the merrier. My 10,000 spirit saint has been using a sledgehammer to kill chickens these few days. If you guys didn't come, one wouldn't even be able to use my 10,000 spirit saint happily. If you guys didn't come, my faction would have grown much slower. He muttered to himself with a smile. Small-scale wars were completely meaningless to him with his current strength. Only a large-scale war could allow him to obtain astonishing growth. Using the identity of the mortal empire to exchange for Venus would attract the attention of the myriad races. Didn't Zhou Zhou think of this beforehand? No, of course, he had thought of it. He had even expected this scene. However, he didn't refuse. He even welcomed these enemies very much. In fact, the attack of the myriad races this time was actually created by him. Otherwise, how could he grow so quickly? To the current him, unless there was a high-level bloodline race or even a top-notch bloodline race that used their entire clan's strength to deal with him, ordinary forces would pose no threat to him at all. He would not gain much growth even if he won. Only when all the races attacked would he feel a sense of danger. Only then would his lord power increase by leaps and bounds after victory. Of course, his greatest confidence was still in the War Master God, the Wisdom Master God, and the Machina Master God. These three Master God tier were his greatest confidence in facing the attacks of all races. With the backing of these three Master God tiers and his 5 Master God tier clones, Zhou Fight, Zhou Marshal, Zhou Manage, Zhou Tianming, and Zhou Win. 8 Master God tier level combatants could ensure that nothing major would happen to he and his territory. Since that was the case, then, he would fight against all the races in the world. If the Supreme God realm doesn't appear, who can compete with me? Zhou Zhou's voice was filled with unquestionable confidence and dominance. Then, he looked at the other treasures in the Obscure Lord's shop. 1 low-tier deity-level elementary grade Star Destroyer Cannon, 1 low-tier deity-level elementary grade Basic Sun Energy Cover, 1 low-tier deity-level elementary grade Blue Bird, 10 potential advancement potions, 10,000 kingdom-level soldier type Spacewalker classification certificate, 100 Empire tier soldier type Star Knight classification certificate, 1 Divine Kingdom soldier type Universe legendary class change certificate. Zhou Zhou swept his gaze around and spent 1.15 million Obscure Lord shop points to buy it. At this point, Zhou Zhou still had 272,750 Obscure Lord shop points left. In the next second, a text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Notice, you have bought all the goods in the Obscure Lord's shop on the first day. Congratulations, you have obtained a mysterious good. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Didn't he buy all the goods just for this? Chapter 1293, Abstruse God Forbidden Pill. Zhou Zhou looked at the purple bag that appeared out of thin air in front of him. The bag was the size of a palm, and its surface was engraved with complicated patterns. It looked beautiful and mysterious. He reached out and took it. He opened the bag and saw a pill quietly placed inside. A pill, 11. Zhou Zhou was stunned. According to the hint given previously, the mysterious goods were all treasures needed by the Lord. He was not injured and did not have anything. Why would he give medicinal pills? However, when he saw the pill's information, he was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. Treasure name, Abstruse God Forbidden Pill. Treasure grade, Master God tier elementary grade. Treasure effect, when a high-tier deity-level advanced grade God spirit absorbs it, the Lord will directly break through the bottleneck and advance to a true God tier elementary grade God spirit. He will also comprehend a nomological skill that belongs to his own nomological path. Treasure introduction, create a high-level divine pill personally refined by a supreme God realm. It can allow a God spirit to become a true God tier without any bottleneck and can comprehend any nomological technique on the nomological path. Comprehending any law path's law skill. In other words, even if I walk the rarest Lord Law path, I can still comprehend a Lord Law skill. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. That was a Lord Law skill. Even though he had many fortuitous encounters, he had only grasped 2 Lord Law skills at the moment. He had only comprehended a little of the 3rd Lord Law skill and had yet to completely comprehend it. From this, it could be seen how rare Lord Law skills were. He did not expect that this abstruse God-forbidden pill could not only allow him to advance to the low-level true God tier elementary grade, but also allow him to comprehend a Lord Law skill. Compared to the Lord's Law skill, the effect of advancing to the true God tier elementary grade was not that stunning. This treasure is indeed what one need the most now. Zhou Zhou grinned. Then, he solemnly stored this treasure in his first treasure vault. He was only a high-tier deity level intermediate grade now. He had yet to break through to the high-tier deity level advanced grade and was currently unable to use this divine restriction breaking pill. He would use it when he reached the high-tier deity level advanced grade. Then, he looked at the other ordinary goods. Star Destroyer Cannon, Elementary Solar Energy Shield, Bluebird, Potential Advancement Potion, Spacewalker Class Change Certificate, and Heavenly Knight Class Change Certificate. Zhou Zhou only took a glance and skipped them. He looked expectantly at the only Divine Kingdom Soldier type Universe Legendary Class Change Certificate. A Divine Kingdom Soldier type that cultivates the main body's cosmic technique. He has an incomparably powerful physical body and the #1 telekinesis in the universe. It can attack and defend. As expected of a Divine Kingdom Soldier type. Zhou Zhou sighed. The only pity was that the Divine Kingdom Soldier type could not be promoted on a large scale. Otherwise, he would really want to replace the Forbidden Mage or RHE Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier under him. Even though these two Empire tier soldier types were very strong, they were even comparable to some weaker Divine Kingdom soldiers. However, it was not a true Divine Kingdom soldier type. It would be eliminated sooner or later facing stronger opponents in the future. As for the Divine Kingdom soldier type Holy Dragon Knight that he had recently mastered, due to the training time and the number of dragons, it could not be promoted on a large scale in his massive army of nearly 4,000 trillion. Currently, he didn't have more than 1 billion Holy Dragon Knights under him. This number was enough to be invincible for an Empire tier faction. However, the effect was actually still average against a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. I need monster demons who can drop Divine Kingdom Soldier type Class Change Certificate and Divine Kingdom Soldier type recruitment books. As long as one can find this monster demon and promote it in the Scarlet Brood Mother, one can quickly obtain a Divine Kingdom Soldier type army that can expand infinitely. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he thought for a moment and simply issued a bounty announcement to the Supreme Continent and the entire myriad worlds. There was a reward for fog monsters that could drop Divine Kingdom Soldier type Class Change Certificate or Divine Kingdom Soldier type recruitment books. He had no intention of hiding anything. With his current strength and influence, he no longer needed to hide anything. He would just say what he wanted directly. A faction was secretly obstructing them? It was over just now. The era of timid development is over. It was now Zhou Zhou's era of head-on PK1. If he wanted something, he had to buy it or go to war, which were the most direct ways to obtain them. After throwing the Universe Legend Class Change Certificate into the Military Merit Exchange system, Zhou Zhou casually opened the Obscure Lord shop on the first day and took a look. In the end, he saw something very surprising. Obscure Lord's shop. Day 1. Time limited open goods. Quantity, unique unknown price. Note, this item will be put on sale in 5 days. Lords who are interested in purchasing it, please prepare enough Obscure Lord shop points before the item is put on sale. Day 1 Commodities. Waiting for refresh. Something like Venus will be refreshed again in 5 days. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. This should be a way for the Supreme Will to encourage us to fight each other so that we can fight more frequently and obtain more Obscure Lord shop points. Only then can we exchange for items in time when they respawn. It's an open conspiracy. He lamented. Then, his expression turned serious as he muttered to himself, looks like I'll have to do my best in the next 5 days to collect Obscure Lord shop points. However, he had long had this thought, so he wasn't too affected. Then, he sent someone to call Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Moli over. Greetings, Your Majesty. After the 3 of them arrived, they immediately greeted each other respectfully. This Emperor's territory has already advanced to a high-tier deity level elementary grade now. Tell me about your respective advancements. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. Yes, Your Majesty. The 3 of them said respectfully. Then, Mugu was the first to speak. Your Majesty, the current level of the Scarlet Brood Mother that I'm in has been upgraded from a mid-tier deity level advanced grade to a high-tier deity level elementary grade. The number of Mist Mothers that had evolved from the mid-tier deity level advanced grade Scarlet Brood Mother has increased from 150,000 to 200,000. Every Mist Mother world can now nurture 1 billion fog monsters. 300,000 Mist Mothers can nurture a total of 300 trillion misty monsters. In addition, the quality and efficiency of cultivating high-quality scarlet airs has also increased. Currently, I can nurture 1 low-level True God Scarlet True God tier in a day, or 10 high-tier deity level advanced grade Scarlet God Spirits, or 100 mid-tier deity level Scarlet God Spirits and 1000 low-tier deity level Scarlet God Spirits. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. That was indeed the case. The Scarlet Brood Mother, which had been promoted to a low-level high-tier deity level, could already nurture a Scarlet True God tier. This was a high-tier deity level elementary grade Scarlet Brood Mother, not a True God tier elementary grade Scarlet Brood Mother. He wondered what would happen when the Scarlet Brood Mother became True God tier elementary grade. However, even though it sounded tempting, Zhou Zhou, who did not lack True God tiers for the time being, still had no intention of nurturing the Scarlet True God tier. It was better to nurture ordinary fog monsters with all his might and continuously produce recruitment books and class change certificates. Chapter 1294, Lord Talent Improvement. He thought for a moment and said, among your 300,000 Mist Mothers, leave 60,000 to specially nurture the iron-eating bear and the withered tree. As for the other 240,000 Mist Mothers, 120,000 will be used to nurture the violent storm demon spirit, and the other 120,000 will be used to nurture the yellow talisman Deo soldiers. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, he could not help but look forward to it. That was a total of 240,000 Mist Mothers. It could nurture a total of 240 trillion mother nest monsters. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and other Lord Talents and titles, he could obtain 480 trillion Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier recruitment books, 480 trillion Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier class change certificates, 480 trillion Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books, and 480 trillion Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates tomorrow. If he converted all these recruitment books and class change certificates into new recruits, it would be a total of 1,920 trillion soldiers. There were nearly 2,000 trillion soldiers. He already had more than 3,800 trillion troops. Which meant he only needed 4 days to allow his soldiers to exceed 10,000 trillion troops. His troop size would already be in the quadrillions. Such a force, even the AUS Allied Army back then was inferior to him. Indeed, every time my territory upgrades, it will be a shocking increase for my army. Trillions of troops. I wonder who's stronger against the legendary Overlord level Lord faction. Zhou Zhou's eyes burned with ambition. After a long time. He gradually calmed down after a long time. It just so happens that all the races are targeting me. I have to get the Eternal Mothership to come back quickly and transport my troops back and forth. In that case, the active universe can become my super training ground. What a pity. The active universe prohibits the establishment of cross-border teleportation arrays, only internal teleportation within the active universe is allowed. Otherwise, I'll directly build an alphabet teleportation array on the Cerulean planet and the Supreme Continent and send the army over. Zhou Zhou shook his head. He could understand that the Supreme Will was trying to restrict the entry of the forces behind the lords of the various races. By restricting the establishment of cross-border teleportation arrays, he could hand this active universe to the lords of the myriad races to display their strength to the greatest extent. However, he didn't expect that an accident would restrict him, this perverted lord. But then again, while this restricted him, it also restricted the factions of the myriad races that also wanted to show off their skills in the active universe. Otherwise, if the various races were allowed to continue sending people into the active universe to participate in the war, even if it was a super large universe, it would probably be destroyed in minutes. Even if the active universe didn't explode, the pressure that Zhou Zhou was facing at this moment would probably increase by thousands of times. To Zhou Zhou, this was not an opportunity, but a blatant disaster. Even though the restrictions of the Supreme Will limited him to a certain extent, overall, it still protected him. Therefore, Zhou Zhou did not have any resentment towards the Supreme Will. Yes, Your Majesty. At this moment, Mu Gu heard Zhou Zhou's order and respectfully acknowledged before retreating. Seeing this, Zhang Fugui stepped forward. Reporting to Your Majesty, the number of mysterious merchants has increased from 2 billion to 5 billion after our territory advanced to the high-tier deity level elementary grade. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 5 billion. All of our mysterious merchants' strength has also increased to the high-tier deity level elementary grade. Our treasure hunting ability has improved again. In the future, when we go out to do business, we should be able to bring back at least 2,000 god-tier treasures each time," he said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. He clicked his tongue in his heart. 5 billion high-tier deity-level advance-grade god spirits. What an exaggeration! At the same time, he became much more clear-headed after seeing this number. Perhaps a faction like the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce was the top faction of the myriad races in the myriad worlds. Even though he had a large number of troops, he was still much inexperienced in the face of such a terrifying faction that had hundreds of millions of god spirits. Don't be proud, don't be arrogant. Zhou Zhou, who had woken up, warned himself in his heart. When his faction was stronger than the top faction in the myriad worlds like the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce, perhaps he would have the right to be truly proud. Your Majesty. At this moment, Zhang Fugui suddenly spoke again. The mysterious auction will be held at 2300 hours PM sharp tonight. At that time, His Majesty can participate as if it were a dream. His Majesty was invited to the auction by our mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce. After His Majesty enters the dream entering, there will naturally be internal personnel from our mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce who will personally arrange the follow-up matters for His Majesty. Zhou Zhou nodded. This was the benefit of having an insider. After Zhang Fugui finished speaking, Carol Molly stood up and said respectfully. Reporting to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, after the territory was upgraded to a high-tier deity-level elementary grade, our life arc already has 20 trillion clergymen, 20 trillion priests, 20 trillion nuns, and 200 trillion life holy knights. These clergymen are enough to complete war healing missions and revive wars with 30,000 trillion troops. Also, currently, there are already 500,000 high-level members of the Life Arc God Spirit. Every one of them has mastered the resurrection spells, and they can resurrect the deities of our country alone. As for my strength, I've officially advanced to Master God Tier Elementary Grade. I can already resurrect life forms below that level. Okay. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up and an extremely obvious smile appeared on his face. Carol Molly had finally advanced and reached the elementary grade of Master God Tier. She could revive life forms at Master God Tier Elementary Grade. After his territory level advanced to the high-tier deity level, it was indeed a huge increase. Even Carol Molly, who had not been promoted in 10,000 years, had been promoted. Even though there are no other Master God Tier experts in my territory other than me. However, soon, I will have a group of Master God Tier experts under my command. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Then, he chatted with Mu Gu and company for a while before letting them leave. Zhou Zhou did not continue to comprehend the Lord's laws before the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce began. Instead, he found Liya and spent some time with her. With the Blazing Sun Empire's huge resources, Liya had already advanced to become a high-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit. Moreover, as the mother of the empire, she also had the inheritance of a top-notch god spirit who was a master god tier advanced grade. It was also very likely that she would become a master god tier in the future. After spending time with Liya, the two of them fell asleep with their clothes on. In a lucid dream, Zhou Zhou found himself standing in front of a building about 1,000 light-years tall. This building was mainly purple in color, and on the highest floor of the building, there was a word written with law engravings. Commercial. Chapter 1295, Reincarnation Island. Myriad Race Alliance. Fate Card Association. Zhou Zhou looked at the word and could actually sense an extremely profound nomological aura from it. Moreover, it was the aura of a Lord's Law. The existence who wrote this word probably achieved Lord Law with the law of commerce. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. The essence of a Lord's Law was control. However, there were thousands of forms of governance. A god spirit controlled the mind and became the master of the spirit. A god spirit controlled all flames and became the supreme flame emperor. A god spirit ruled the common people and became the common people's heavenly lord. A god spirit commanded all techniques and became the myriad god emperor. The existence that wrote the word commercial in front of him was obviously a lord who became a god spirit through the law of commerce. As for whether it was born or acquired, Zhou Zhou vaguely felt that it was acquired. Perhaps it was his intuition as an innate lord. The mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce is indeed powerful. There's actually a supreme god realm who walks the Lord's law behind him. It might even be a will-level existence. Zhou Zhou sighed. As for Master God Tier? How was that possible? How could the behind-the-scenes master of such a huge chamber of commerce be only a Master God Tier? He could only be stronger. At this moment, two purple-robed elven maids standing in front of the building walked over. "Greetings, my lord. Today, our mysterious business building is holding the 156th mysterious auction. My lord, can you show me the mysterious invitation? Lords with invitations can enter the mysterious commercial building and participate in this mysterious auction." When Zhou Zhou heard that, he handed over the mysterious invitation letter that Zhang Fugui had given him. This invitation letter was dark purple in color, and there were 3 complicated black patterns on it. The expressions of the two purple-robed elven maids changed slightly when they saw the 3 black patterns. "A black grade level 3 invitation." One of them subconsciously said. "What's a level 3 black invitation?" Zhou Zhou asked curiously. The 2 maids looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. Their expressions became even more respectful. "Honorable guest, black goods refers to the faction closest to our mysterious merchant chamber of commerce. As for the 3rd level, it's a level of importance among all the closest factions. A member of a level 3 black grade faction, which is you. You're already a target that we, the members of the Chamber of Commerce, need to pay attention to. In the heavens, a 3rd level black grade faction is already equivalent to an overlord level lord faction. If you reach the branch of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce, you will need the branch president to personally receive you. If the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce has any special chamber of commerce activities on a daily basis, you have to inform the faction like yours immediately. There are also many benefits, big and small." Towards the end, the purple-robed elf maid on the left even took out a small booklet and handed it to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and flipped through it. The more he read, the more surprised he became. He did not expect the invitation letter that Zhang Fugui gave him to be so important. "I haven't even established a divine kingdom yet, but the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce already views me as an overlord level lord faction." Zhou Zhou was surprised. However, on further thought, he realized that the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce's judgment was similar. His current faction level was definitely stronger than most high-level divine kingdom lord factions. Even though he had yet to personally come into contact with overlord level lord factions, even if there was a difference, it shouldn't be much different. Then wouldn't his Blazing Sun Empire's true rating be just slightly weaker than an overlord level lord faction? Such a good rating! Zhou Zhou looked at the booklet in his hand without changing his expression. He was very solemn in his heart. Even though this was only a small matter, one could already tell how powerful the A/Mysterious Chamber of Commerce was. "Since you said that I'm a 3rd grade dark grade force, there should be 2nd grade and 1st grade forces, right? Can you explain?" Zhou Zhou returned it to the other party and asked with a smile after reading the contents of the booklet. The overlord level lord faction, as the top lord faction in the heavens, could only be ranked at the 3rd level. This made him very curious about the level of faction ahead of him. Upon hearing Zhou Zhou's question, the purple-robed elf maid immediately said respectfully. "With your authority, you have the right to know these contents. Generally speaking, a 2nd grade black grade faction usually refers to a faction that has some relationship with the Supreme God Realm or has Supreme God Realm methods. Among them, the most famous are the Original Spirit race, the Shepherd's God race, and the Chaos Gods race. As for the 1st level black grade faction, it refers to the faction personally protected by the Supreme God Realm. For example, Reincarnation Island, the Myriad Race Alliance, and the Fate Card Association." Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had a certain understanding of these 3 factions through his bloodline inheritance. Behind Reincarnation Island stood the Supreme God Realm of Reincarnation. The Reincarnation Island that he controlled was a top organization that nurtured experts. It strengthened itself by sending trial takers called reincarnators to the myriad worlds and letting them plunder the resources of the myriad worlds. The stronger the reincarnators were, the stronger the Reincarnation Island would be. Over the countless years, Reincarnation Island had long become a super organization with countless experts. Moreover, it was still becoming stronger. The Myriad Race Alliance was ruled by a mysterious expert called the Supreme God Realm. When the Myriad Race Alliance was first established, it was only an organization formed by some weak races who did not want to be exploited and oppressed by powerful races. Later on, this organization absorbed more and more weak races and its power grew. As time passed, it actually became a top-notch organization. Later on, the Myriad Race Organization welcomed the addition of the Supreme God Realm of the Myriad Emperors. With the protection of this top-notch combat power, the Myriad Race Alliance directly became a super organization comparable to the Reincarnation Island. Moreover, because of the foundation of its vast number of weak races, the Myriad Race Alliance was even stronger than Reincarnation Island in terms of reputation in the Myriad Worlds. As for the Fate Card Association, it was personally created by one of the 4 Supreme God Realms, the Fate Supreme God Realm. The Fate Card Association was very mysterious. It was said that a group of special existences who called themselves the Fate Players gathered inside. They used to play with the fate of the life forms in the Myriad Worlds for fun to please themselves. There were also God spirits who called them Fate Mad Believers. As most of the Fate Players were behind the scenes and their actions were very secretive, the factions of the Myriad Worlds knew very little about this organization and the members of he. Even Zhou Zhou, who had many bloodline inheritances, did not know much about the Fate Card Association. "Sir, the mysterious auction is about to begin. Do you want to take a seat now?" The purple-robed elf maid said. "Sure." Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and nodded. "Please follow me." The purple-robed maid smiled and led Zhou Zhou into the mysterious commercial building. 1296 Mythical Tier, the only Lord Talent Mythical Eye. Then, the scenery around the two of them changed and they arrived at a private room. It was more like a manor than a private room. There were all kinds of facilities in the manor, and there were also many rooms and facilities that could only be used by superhumans and god spirits. Above the manor, there was a huge virtual screen that covered the entire sky. At this moment, a high platform was displayed on the screen. There was a red table on the high platform. There was nothing on the table, but there were 2 beautiful maids in blue on both sides. "Your Excellency, this is Black Grade Level 3, Room 102. In 10 minutes, the mysterious auction will officially begin. The specific items for auction will be displayed on the dream screen. Sir, you can bid at any time. If you have any orders, you can summon me immediately. I will appear in front of you immediately and provide you with all the services you want." The purple-robed elf maid said sweetly. Zhou Zhou sized up him and nodded. The purple-robed elf maid smiled and left. Zhou Zhou was the only one left in the manor. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he walked to the main seat and sat down, waiting for the auction to officially begin. While waiting, Zhou Zhou adjusted the view of the dream screen and looked at the other private rooms. In the end, he discovered that there were about 1,000 faction organizations participating in this mysterious auction. Some of them hid their names, while others revealed their origins, as if they were not afraid of being known by other factions. Zhou Zhou took a look and saw many factions who had revealed their identities. Kang Yuan Realm Lord, Fire Wall Race Fire God Venerable, Myriad Law Guest, Chaos Gods Race Heaven Curse Beast, War Race Terrence, Machina Master God Zero, Fate Traveler Xiandu Kama. There aren't many true God tiers. Most of them are Master God tier. They're all true top-notch experts of the Myriad Worlds. Zhou Zhou exclaimed. Generally speaking, those who dared to reveal their identity and origins were existences who were extremely confident in their strength and faction. Most of the weak were obediently hiding their identities. However, he didn't expect to encounter so many old acquaintances at a mysterious auction. Terrence, Zero, Origin, Tritus, First Venerable. Tisk tisk. The 10 Master God tiers are actually all here. Interesting. Looks like everyone values this mysterious auction very much. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. The appearance of so many familiar faces proved that this auction would auction many high-value items. He looked forward to the next item even more. However, since this auction could attract so many powerhouses, he wondered what they would think if they knew that there was a high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade god among the invitees to this mysterious auction. Then, Zhou Zhou didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around and quickly found the button to hide his identity at the obscure auction. Zhou Zhou did not think that he was weak. However, he also chose to press the button. At this moment, he suddenly felt a gaze land on him. He had extremely strong perception. He immediately sensed curiosity, probing, teasing, jealousy, eagerness, and many other emotions from that gaze. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly and immediately adjusted the screen in his dream to look over. Then, he saw a private room that also hid his identity as an auctioneer. The private room of the mysterious auction had an excellent isolation effect. Even if a Supreme God Realm expert descended, they would not be able to see through the private room and see who the auctioneer was and what he was doing. Hence, at this moment, the existences in the 2 private rooms seemed to look at each other across the private room. Zhou Zhou could sense that the other party's gaze became bolder and bolder. He even had the feeling that he would not stop until he saw through it. Zhou Zhou's expression gradually turned cold. The isolation effect of the private room was essentially to protect the privacy of the auctioneer. Generally speaking, since they already knew the use of the private room, ordinary auctioneers would not do such a thing as forcefully probing other people's privacy. However, the other party clearly knew that he could not see through the private room, but he still continued to do so. It could only prove one thing. The other party was deliberately offending him. Since you want to see it so much, then let me see who you are first. Zhou Zhou said coldly. Lines of text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. The supreme sacred body sensed your will and automatically gave birth to the mythical tier 1 Lord Talent Mythical Eye. Lord Talent, Mythical Eye, Mythical Tier, Unique. Talent Effect Mythical Eye, you have a pair of mythical eyes that can see through everything. Any existence can't hide from you. You can even rely on your will to freely use these eyes to see anything you want. Even space-time and fate can't stop your eyes from observing. Zhou Zhou looked at the line of text in front of him in surprise. This was the first time the supreme sacred body took effect in such a situation. He had never expected it. Still, he came at the right time. He immediately looked at the private room with the identity of the obscure auction. At the same time, in the private room with the obscure identity, two mysterious life forms in grey cloaks were talking. That's the common people's regal. He actually has the qualifications to participate in this mysterious auction. Kid said in surprise. According to the note that Mr. Luo gave us, the other party must be the common people's regal. Furthermore, not only did the other party participate in this auction, but they also participated as a black grade level 3 faction. Looks like the other party has a deep relationship with the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce. Another mysterious life form Aspria said indifferently. Interesting. It's so funny. I have to see what he looks like. Kid's eyes were filled with excitement when he heard this. He looked at the black grade level 3 private room without restraint. Then the common people's regal has a high chance of becoming the lord of all races in the future. Don't provoke him with your player talent. Aspria frowned. It's okay. How can I be satisfied if I don't take a look at such an interesting existence? Besides, you said it's the future. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Perhaps one day in the future, he will die at the hands of those high-level bloodline races. The other party is still so weak. It's a pity not to take the opportunity to take a look. As Kid spoke, he looked at the black grade level 3 private room even more unscrupulously. Your jealousy is playing tricks on you. You're jealous of the reputation, potential, faction, and strength of the common people's regal. You want everything about each other, don't you? Aspria said calmly. Shut up. Do you want to play a game of fate with me? Kid cursed. Then, he continued to look at the black grade level 3 private room. At this moment, the fearlessness and jealousy in his eyes were almost unconcealed. Aspria shook his head. At this moment, Kid seemed to have seen something terrifying. His eyes suddenly widened in fear. At the same time, a cold and dignified voice appeared in his mind. Player of Fate Kid. Are you offending this emperor? This emperor will personally go to the Fate Card Association in the future to talk to you. Chapter 1297, Mysterious Chamber of Commerce's Little Gift. With that, Zhou Zhou snorted. Humph. This cold snort sounded ordinary to others, but to Kid, it was like thunder from the sky. It directly blasted him until his eyes and ears bled. Drops of golden blood flowed out of his eyes and ears, looking very terrifying. Ah! Kid let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground uncontrollably. He kept rolling around, looking like he was in great pain. Kid. Aspria, who had been calm, finally changed his expression. He immediately tried to help Kid up, but Kid couldn't help but use his divine power and throw him to the side, causing him, the Master God tier, to almost fall. How are you? Aspria did not dare to approach the other party, so he could only stand on the spot and ask. However, Kid only cared about wailing to ease the pain of his will and could not answer Aspria's question at all. Aspria's expression changed as he took out a purple card. The purple card had a purple vertical pupil engraved with complicated purple patterns. It looked mysterious and noble. Fate Card Observer's Eye. He whispered and threw the card out. After the card flew out, it immediately floated above Kid, emitting waves of purple light that illuminated Kid's body. A few seconds later, the purple card returned to Aspria's hand. At the same time, he knew what had happened to Kid. Kid's will is damaged. Aspria's expression was ugly. At their level, they had gradually understood that the soul was not the core of life. Only willpower was the true core of life forms. Therefore, it was actually easier to recover from the injuries to one's soul. However, once one's will was injured, it would take a lot of time and resources to recover. Moreover, it could not guarantee a 100% recovery. Even if it was recovered, there might be some consequences, such as becoming stupid, temperament becoming sluggish, intelligence decrease, spout nonsense, and not being able to control one's divine body. Such symptoms usually only appeared in old life forms. However, if a god spirit's will was injured, there was a high chance that the same or similar symptoms would appear. God spirits were all high and mighty beings. How could they accept themselves in such a state? Therefore, god spirits whose wills were injured often suffered psychological blows that were greater than the injuries they suffered on the surface. Who dared to attack the members of the Fate Card Association at the mysterious auction? A question appeared in his mind. Then, he quickly came up with an answer that he wasn't sure of. Could it be that Kid was injured by the common people's regal's willpower? However, how was that possible? According to the information they had gathered, although the common people's regal had made a name for himself in the myriad worlds, he was actually just a god who had yet to become a true god tier. How could he grasp the power of will and even injure Kid, who had also comprehended the will-like light realm? It couldn't be that a god spirit who wasn't even a true god tier had a willpower that was even stronger than a master god tier elementary grade god spirit, right? However, after a long silence, he had to admit that this seemingly unbelievable answer was the one that was most likely to be close to the truth. He's not even a true god, but he has comprehended the power of will. He can even use it to severely injure a master god tier who has also comprehended the power of will. This common people's regal is indeed an innate regal personally conferred by the supreme will. Terrifying indeed. Thinking of this, Aspraya glanced at Kid, who was still wailing crazily, and shook his head. He had no intention of interfering. He had already warned the other party not to provoke that regal, but this fellow still dared to provoke him recklessly. He could only blame himself for ending up like this. The members of their Fate Card Association were secretly called Fate Mad Believer by the god spirits of the outside world. However, being mad did not mean that they were stupid. On the contrary, most Fate players who dared to play with Fate were extremely smart. This Kid could only be said to be addicted to the power of playing with Fate, making him a little too arrogant. He actually dared to provoke an existence he shouldn't have. Aspraya stopped thinking and focused on the auction again. As for Kid, he casually set up a soundproof barrier to block the other party's wails that made him a little annoyed. At the same time, after Zhou Zhou taught the other party a small lesson, even though he looked calm on the surface, he was actually a little surprised. His mythical tier eye could actually see through the other party's private room and see who the unscrupulous fellow was. Weird. Logically speaking, even though his mythical tier eye had the mythical tier unique lord talent, its upper limit was only a master god tier advanced grade. Under normal circumstances, he should not be able to see through the other party's private room. How did he see through it just now? Was it because he walked the Lord's law? Was it because the law was special that he could see through it? Or was it because the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce had sensed his movements here, and because of his identity and other special reasons, they were willing to open the door for him so that he could see the other party's appearance and teach him a lesson? Or could it be both? Many thoughts flashed across Zhou Zhou's mind. And just as he was pondering, the auction officially began. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou could only temporarily put aside his thoughts and focus on the auction in front of him. On the auction stage, a female master god tier of the elven race was standing there. She had fair skin and exquisite facial features. Reddish gold-colored eyes, and she looked aesthetically pleasing. Her expression and demeanor was gentle, but her voice resounded in every auction room. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Having a master god tier as an auctioneer, in the myriad worlds, only top-notch factions like the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce could have such a reputation. At this moment, the female master god tier of the elven race spoke. Welcome, your excellencies, to the 156th mysterious auction held by the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce. I am the auctioneer of this auction, Zhou. I'll be hosting the next auction. This auction supports the use of divine crystals. You can also do barter trading. The chief appraiser of the mysterious auction will personally appraise all the auction items and treasures used for bartering. I guarantee that there won't be any counterfeit items auctioned. Please rest assured. Zhou has something to say before the auction officially begins. Originally, this mysterious auction should have been held earlier. However, because our mysterious auction had found a new batch of goods that could be auctioned during this year's mysterious auction, we took the initiative to postpone the time of this auction in order to make this auction more perfect. In order to express the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce's apology to everyone, the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce will give your excellencies a small gift to express our apology before the first auction item goes on stage. With that, Zioxy clapped her hands. In the next second, a palm-sized circular item appeared in front of all the god spirits participating in the auction, including Zhou Zhou. Chapter 1298, Slave Bracelet. Generic Race Divine Artifact World Breaking All. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, a little surprised. A Master God Tier treasure? Moreover, it was a rare seal-type Master God Tier treasure? This is a slave bracelet personally created by the creator of artifacts of our mysterious Chamber of Commerce, Hyrils. A true God Tier Advanced Grade God Spirit with the potential of a Master God Tier Intermediate Grade is sealed inside. As long as they spend some resources, it's very likely that they will break through the bottleneck and become clan-protecting powerhouses. Furthermore, everyone can rest assured that our slave bracelet is a Master God Tier Elementary Grade slave bracelet. Even if it really advances to a Master God Tier Elementary Grade, our slave methods can still control the other party IOO%. Therefore, you don't have to worry about expending resources to allow the other party to break through. In the end, the other party's rebellion appeared. Zioxy smiled. Oh yes. The true God Tier Advanced Grade powerhouse sealed in the slave bracelet came from an ultimate void life form on the ultimate void battlefield. Don't worry, just use it. There won't be any grudges. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he reached out to take the slave bracelet. After it recognized him as its master, he entered it with his divine sense. Then, he saw a dark purple creature inside. This dark purple creature exuded a ferocious true God Tier Advanced Grade aura, as if it was a natural predator. Zhou Zhou had already received the information from the slave bracelet and knew that the other party's name was Lies. He was an ultimate void life form that walked the path of the void lightning laws. It's okay. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and casually threw it into his first treasure vault. He now had a large group of true God Tier God spirits with Master God Tier potential. Therefore, he was not affected by this small gift. The other Master God Tiers participating in the auction were different. To them and the factions behind them, true God Tier Advanced Grade God spirits with Master God Tier potential were very likely to become super powerhouses like the pillars of their factions in the future. They were very happy that they had obtained such a high potential subordinate for nothing and did not have to worry about him betraying them in the future. Even Terence and company were surprised at how generous the mysterious Chamber of Commerce was. At this moment, at least half of the participants in the auction could not help but think. As expected of the richest mysterious Chamber of Commerce in the myriad worlds. At the same time, on the auction stage, Zioxy waited for a while and smiled. The little gift has been delivered. Then, we'll invite the first auction item. Zhou Zhou's attention was attracted by his words. A black cone-shaped item slowly appeared on the auction stage. This is our first item. A general-purpose racial divine artifact world piercing all. The entire auction venue suddenly fell silent. Almost all the participants in the auction looked at the racial divine artifact on the auction stage with burning eyes. Did they hear wrongly? Was it really a universal racial divine artifact? Generally speaking, the upper limit of general-purpose race divine artifacts was the supreme divine artifact. Some extremely rare general-purpose race divine artifacts had even reached the legendary will divine artifact level. Even though he did not know the upper limit of this racial divine artifact. As long as it was a universal race divine artifact, the lowest value would be no less than a top-notch Master God Tier divine artifact. Good God! Trump cards from the beginning, At the same time, in the private room, Zhou Zhou was also very surprised. Even though he had many race divine artifacts, it was precisely because of this that he understood the value of racial divine artifacts better. Coming to this auction wasn't in vain. Zhou Zhou said in satisfaction. Below, Zioxy was seriously introducing the effects of this race divine artifact to all the excellencies who participated in the auction. A general-purpose racial divine artifact world piercing all. It comes from a high-level bloodline race, the Royal Bee clan. This world-piercing all was originally a true God-tier divine artifacts forged by the first-generation patriarch of the Royal Bee clan, Wei Bai, using his own vital bee needles. Later on, after being refined by the past patriarchs of the Royal Bee clan, coupled with the support of the faith of the past generations of the royal bee clan. This way Bi Needle finally evolved into a universal race divine artifact world-piercing all. Then, the news of the world-piercing all spread. The royal bee clan was wiped out by 16 people of foreign races. After that, this world-piercing all passed through the hands of several owners. In the end, it was sold to our mysterious merchant chamber of commerce by the last owner recently and became the first auction item of our mysterious auction. As for the use of the world-piercing all, it's just as its name says, breaking the world. After our tests, we have finally confirmed that this world-piercing all can break through any world barrier below the Master God tier level. Furthermore, it's not just limited to world barriers, arrays, illusions, and even divine artifact armor. The world-piercing all is also very handy when it comes to breaking through these things, so it can also be used as a pseudo-attack type Master God tier divine artifact. At this point, Zioxy paused for a moment so that everyone could digest the contents of this race divine artifact. Then, she said. Now, the auction officially begins. Universal Race Divine Artifact World Piercing All. The starting price is 2 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Every bid must increase by at least 10 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. No Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Immediately, a Master God tier began to raise the price. Zhou Zhou looked over and he realized that War Master God Terence was actually raising the price. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Well, this guy was waging war all over the world every day. This world-piercing all was indeed very useful to him. Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to bid, so he drank his tea and waited. Soon, the price was increased to 300 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. After reaching this price, the number of bidders suddenly decreased. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this scene. Looks like the upper limit of everyone's valuation of this race divine artifact is 300 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. He thought to himself. Therefore, he raised his hand and said. 350 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. In the private room of the War Master God, Terence. Terence looked at the bidding price of 320 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. There shouldn't be any Master God tier competing with him now, right? With his identity and the price he offered, it would be a little impolite for anyone to compete with him for this universal race divine artifact. With this world-piercing all, it should be much easier to fight cross-border wars in the future. Terence said in satisfaction. At this moment, Zioxy's voice suddenly rose. Guests from Black Grade Level 3 Room 102 have raised the bidding price to 350 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Is there a higher bid? War Master God Terence's face suddenly darkened. Who is it? Just as he was about to flare up, he received a friend message. Terence looked over impatiently and was stunned. So it's this guy. Forget it, forget it. I'll let him get it this time. Terence immediately lost interest in raising the price. Only he would be stupid enough to compete for treasures with a guy who casually took out several top-notch Master God tier divine artifacts. Moreover, when the other party became the ruler of the divine kingdom and he became the other party's worshipped Master God, he would be able to use this world-piercing all. He didn't even need to spend money. At the thought of this, Terence suddenly felt that he had made a killing. Chapter 1299, Intentionless Master God's Book of Cultivation. At the auction, many auctioneers thought that with the War Master God's hot temper, Terence would definitely be furious when he saw that this fellow would actually raise the price without giving him any face. Perhaps after the auction, he would personally lead the army to find trouble with the Black Grade Level 3 bidder in Room 102. In the end, what surprised them was that War Master God Terence did not react at all when faced with the mysterious bidder's increase in price. He directly gave up on raising the price. He didn't even say anything harsh. This didn't seem like Terence's style. Many Master God tiers who understood Terence's temper couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, he was even more curious about the mysterious bidder in Black Grade Level 3 Room 102. Where did this guy come from? He could actually make Terence give in without saying a word? In the Black Grade Level 3 Room 102. When Zhou Zhou saw that Terence had stopped bidding, a faint smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, Terence was one of them. Otherwise, there might be a melodramatic scene between him and the other party. Fortunately, that didn't happen. At this moment, the auction below had already ended. 350 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals had already exceeded the expectations of 99% of the Master Gods present. Therefore, after Zhou Zhou raised the bid, no other bidders raised the price again. Hence, the first auction item of this mysterious auction successfully landed in Zhou Zhou's hands. Soon, the purple-clothed elven maid held the world-piercing awl with both hands. After the announcement, she entered the private room and came in front of Zhou Zhou. "Your Excellency, your item." He smiled. "Thank you very much. You're too kind, Your Excellency." The purple-robed elf maid smiled again. Then, without saying anything, she quietly walked out of the private room. Zhou Zhou carefully played with the world-piercing awl and nodded slightly. With this world-piercing awl, the efficiency of the battle on the cerulean planet should increase a little. As for the 350 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals that he had just spent, he looked at the more than 2.4 million Master God Tier Divine Crystals in his first treasure vault and smiled without saying anything. As for the Divine Crystals from the low-level deity level to true God Tier, there were too many to count. Then, he threw the world-piercing awl into his first treasure vault. At this moment, the second auction item had already been delivered. It was an offensive-type Master God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Artifact that looked like a dagger. As soon as the Master God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Artifact appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many Master God Tier experts. The entire venue instantly erupted into discussion. Many Master God Tier experts were itching to give it a try. They all wanted to fight for this Master God Tier Divine Artifact. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this scene. From the reactions of these Master God Tiers, it seemed that the Master God Tier Divine Artifacts in his hands were still very popular. However, he was also very interested in this Master God Tier Divine Artifact. Even he didn't have more than 100 Master God Tier Divine Artifacts after all. Therefore, he bid again. A moment later, Zhou Zhou once again bid for this dagger-type Master God Tier Divine Artifact at the price of 125 low-grade Master God Tier Divine Crystals. Many bidders noticed the black grade level 3 room 102 again when they saw this scene. Many Master God Tier frowned slightly. However, he didn't say anything. If he were to waste Master God Tier Divine Crystals like this, when the truly valuable treasures came up, he wouldn't have any Divine Crystals to bid for. Let's see how he would cry then? However, the War Master God, Terence, looked as if he was not surprised at all. He smiled strangely as he waited for the next item to go on stage. Soon, the third item was also on stage. This time, the auction item was a cultivation book. Zioxy introduced with a smile. The author of this book of cultivation is the Intentionless Master God. 10,000 years ago, the Intentionless Master God was also a top-notch Master God Tier expert infinitely close to the Supreme God realm. He has touched the threshold of the Will Divine Transformation realm at the Master God Tier stage. Unfortunately, in the end, he failed to comprehend the Lord's law and he died in the Skynet Mystic realm fighting other Master God Tiers. After 10,000 years, we obtained this book of cultivation from each other's relics. After our inspection, this book of cultivation records the cultivation experience of Imperial Lord Intentionless along the way. Among them, there's also the other party's experience in cultivating the Will Divine Transformation realm. Your Excellencies who aspire to the Supreme God realm, if you want to understand the content of the Will Divine Transformation realm, you must not miss this auction item. Intentionless Master God's Legacy, Book of Cultivation. The starting price is 200 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Each increment must not be less than 10 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. The auction begins now. Boom. Most of the Master God Tier present were attracted again. Will Divine Transformation Realm. That was one of the conditions to become a Supreme God Realm expert. Among the Master God Tier present, unless they knew that they really did not have the potential to advance to the Supreme God Realm, who would not be tempted by this book of cultivation. Even the War Master God, the Wisdom Master God, and the other 10 Master Gods wanted to participate in the auction again and obtain this book of cultivation. Zhou Zhou, who was in the private room, was even more tempted when he heard the book of cultivation. After he consumed the yellow river fish, he gradually understood how to walk on the path of his will. Coupled with the accumulation of the willpower he had cultivated previously, it could be said that he was only one step away from the Will Divine Transformation realm. Zhou Zhou had originally planned to continue eating the yellow river fish to speed up the process. Now that he had seen the book of cultivation, he suddenly realized that he actually had other choices. The stones of other mountains can attack jade. This intentionless Master God's Book of Cultivation might be my last kick to open the door to the will divine transformation realm. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself and his gaze gradually became firm. This Book of Cultivation was even more valuable to him than the universal race divine artifact the world piercing all. The third item was definitely his. 210 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. 230 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Applications. Your Excellencies, I'm here on behalf of the Skyfire Master God. Please give us face. We will be eternally grateful in the future. 240 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Haha, Junior. This is an opportunity to advance to the Supreme God realm. We wouldn't give your Skyfire Master God face even if he came here personally. 250 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. That's right, this auction item will belong to the person with the most divine crystals. 260 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Zhou Zhou did not bid. Instead, he waited calmly. In the end, the competition for the Book of Cultivation was unexpectedly popular. Its price rose from 200 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals to 400 Master God Tier Divine Crystals. Only then did the rising trend begin to decrease. When the Master God Tiers raised the price to 420 Master God Advanced Grade Divine Crystals, Zhou Zhou raised his hand and bid. 450 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. The entire auction hall fell silent. All the Master God Tier and the True God Tier subordinates who represented the Master God Tier looked at the black Grade Level 3 Private Room 102 with gritted teeth. It's this guy again. Is this guy here to cause trouble? Why is he bidding for everything? And he raised the price so high all of a sudden. Who is this guy in this private room? Investigate. After this auction, I must find out the origins of this fellow. I want to see if he has the divine crystals to buy and if he has the life to use these auction items. In War Master God Terrence's private room. Terrence held his forehead and looked speechless. Even though this guy was rich and powerful, he was too high profile. In the private room of the Wisdom Master God Totbirth. Totbirth looked thoughtfully at Zhou Zhou and Terrence's private room before a smile appeared on his face. In the private room of Master God Tier Tritus. Tritus gazed curiously at the private chamber where Zhou Zhou was. In the private room of the original Master God Tier. Origin frowned slightly as he gazed at Zhou Zhou's private room. He had already comprehended the will divine transformation realm, so he was not interested in this half-baked intentionless Master God inheritance. He was only curious when such a high-profile Master Deity level had appeared in the myriad worlds. I'll get the clan to investigate who will use the world-piercing all in the future. He made up his mind. Fate player Aspria gazed at Zhou Zhou's private chamber with even additional fear in his eyes. The other Master God Tiers also used various gazes to observe that private room. Chapter 1300, Can't spend it all in a lifetime. The way of the world. Zhou Zhou naturally noticed the gazes of the Master God Tiers. He knew that among these Master God Tiers, there might even be Master God Tiers that belonged to some overlord-level lord factions. But he didn't care. Powerful factions and thousands of trillions of troops were his greatest source of confidence. When he was weak, he would naturally develop wretchedly and keep a low profile as a lord. However, if he developed to the point where he became stronger but still coward because of his timid personality when he could clearly obtain something, his instincts would have become stronger, but he would have stagnated because he had missed the opportunity. Then what was the meaning of becoming stronger? That was why he still chose to do whatever he wanted even though he knew that his actions of continuously auctioning would attract the attention of many Master God Tier. Of course, the most important reason was because of this private room that could isolate observation. Zhou Zhou had fewer concerns during the auction because of the protection of this private room. 460 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. At this moment, another Master God Tier bid, raising the price of the auction. 490 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Zhou Zhou said calmly. 500 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. The Master God Tier who was bidding gritted his teeth and said. This was all the divine crystals he had. He would really not have a single drop left if it was any higher. If he didn't really want this Master God Tier Advanced Grade inheritance of soul formation in order to break through to the Supreme God realm in the future, he wouldn't have offered such a high price. 520 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Zhou Zhou said calmly. To him, who had more than 2.4 million Master God Tier Divine Crystals, 520 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals were nothing. Even if the other party forcefully raised the price to thousands or even tens of thousands, he would still calmly raise the price. When he said the price, the bidder finally stopped raising the price. He could already tell that the other party really did not lack divine crystals. Even if he raised the price again, the other party could still easily raise the price to buy it. Since that was the case, why did he have to ask for trouble? Furthermore, the fact that the other party could take out so many divine crystals so easily proved how powerful the other party was. Fortuitous opportunities, as long as one was alive, they would eventually have them in the future. There was no need for him to forcefully provoke such a powerful enemy. Your Excellency, in Black Grade Level 3 Room 102 has bid 520 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Any higher bids? Zhou shouted. At the same time, a pair of golden eyes looked at the surrounding Master God Tiers and True God Tiers expectantly. And yet, no one offered a higher price. This was only a book of cultivation after all. Even if it meant that its price was higher than that of a Master God Tier Divine Artifact or even a general-purpose race Divine Artifact. However, if the price was too high, there was no need. 520 Master God Tier Advanced Divine Crystals going once, 520 Master God Tier Advanced Divine Crystals going twice, 520 Master God Tier Advanced Divine Crystals going thrice. Deal. Congratulations to Your Excellency in Black Grade Level 3 Room 102 for successfully winning this intentionless Master God's inheritance. Perhaps in the near future, there will be a Your Excellency who will become a Supreme God Realm with the help of this book of cultivation. Zhou said with a smile. Then, let's welcome our fourth item. A Master God Level Intermediate Grade Divine Artifact Fire Dragon Flame Sky Bell. After introducing the effects of the Fire Dragon Flame Sky Bell, Zhou auctioned it at the price of 150 Master God Tier Intermediate Grade Divine Crystals. After several rounds of bidding, this Master God Tier Intermediate Grade Divine Artifact was finally successfully won by Zhou Zhou for 270 Master God Tier Intermediate Divine Crystals. At this moment, many Master God Tier looked at the Black Grade Level 3 Private Room 102 with resentment. As for Zhou Zhou, it was as if he did not see their gazes. He looked at the more than 7 million Master God Tier Intermediate Grade Divine Crystals that had not even been spent. He sighed with emotion and said, "I can't spend it all. Master God Tier items are still too cheap. Can we get on the Supreme God Realm or even willpower level items as soon as possible?" Zhou Zhou sighed. He had come this time with the intention of spending all his Master God Tier Divine Crystals. Don't end up disappointed. Then, he didn't think too much about it and continued participating in the subsequent auctions. Hence, the Master God Tiers quickly discovered something that made them speechless. That mysterious bidder from the Black Grade Level 3 Private Room 102 had actually participated in 8 out of 10 auctions. Moreover, he had won that auction item at an extremely high price every time. There was no concept of time in this dream auction of the mysterious Chamber of Commerce. No matter how long the bidders took to participate in the mysterious auction, when he finally woke up, he would realize that only a few seconds had passed in reality. The mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce had originally planned to use more than 20 days to auction a total of 1,075 items. In the end, a total of 157 items were auctioned in the first 3 days. A total of 122 items were won by Zhou Zhou alone. In the end, a total of 157 items were auctioned in the first 3 days. A total of 122 items were won by Zhou Zhou alone. Even the mysterious Chamber of Commerce that held the mysterious auction was dumbfounded. Which force is that bidder from? He's actually so rich. Is it a Supreme God Realm faction? The president of the mysterious Chamber of Commerce, who had never shown his face, began to personally ask about this matter. The member in charge of receiving the bidders immediately told the president of the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce about Zhou Zhou. After a moment of silence, the president of the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce ordered our members to do their best to serve this common people's regal. No matter what requests he makes, we will try our best to satisfy them. We must make him feel at home in our mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce. Don't provoke him and make him hate our mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce." The person in charge of the mysterious auction was shocked when he heard this. Is there a need to do this to him? Wouldn't that be unfair to the other bidders? He asked. Fairness is for outsiders. Without affecting our own interests, we can be generous and talk about fairness. But when it comes to our own people, especially those above us, especially when this person involves our interests, then we have to do our best to make things convenient for the other party. The president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce said earnestly. This common people's regal was someone that even the supreme will valued greatly. Talk about fairness with him? Only a fool would do that. What if he told the supreme will to make things difficult for him? On the other hand, if he treated the other party well and the other party remembered his kindness, he would be able to benefit greatly if he were to put in a good word for the supreme will. I understand. The person in charge of the auction pondered for a few seconds and immediately said respectfully. Then, he suddenly laughed. Then I guess I did the right thing. What did you do? The president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce asked. Previously, Your Excellency Common People's Regal wanted to observe a Fate Card Association member who provoked him through our private room. The method he used is very powerful, but it's still a little lacking. I secretly helped. The person in charge of the auction smiled. I knew you had a future. The president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce laughed in satisfaction. It's all because you taught me well, President. The person in charge of the auction smiled respectfully. Chapter 1301, Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Treasure Soul Suppression Sacred Bell. The auction of the mysterious chamber of commerce continued. In the blink of an eye, 17 days had passed. Of course, these 17 days were only 17 days in the dream. It was only a few seconds in reality. At this moment, the items that appeared in the auction gradually became more high-end. Items at the advanced grade Master God level would often appear, causing top Master Gods like Terrence to frequently auction them off. Zhou Zhou was not inferior to them at all. In the past 17 days, a total of 912 items had been auctioned. A total of 806 items had been auctioned off by Zhou Zhou. As for the expenditure, he had spent more than 300,000 Master God tier Divine Crystals. It was already equivalent to 1/8 of Zhou Zhou's Master God tier Divine Crystals reserves. However, Zhou Zhou did not regret it. He now possessed a large number of true God tiers. If nothing unexpected happened in the future, he would gradually give birth to Master God tier after Master God tier. As for the treasures that he had bought, most of them were Master God tier items that could be used by his subordinates in the future. As a lord, he naturally wouldn't let him regret strengthening his subordinates. Moreover, Zhou Zhou believed that the remaining 2.1 million Master God tier Divine Crystals should be able to buy a few Supreme God Realm items in the upcoming auction. He might even be able to get a share of the willpower level items. Even if it wasn't enough, he still had a Master God tier Divine Artifact, a massive number of Master God tier treasures, and a large number of Divine Crystals of other levels. At most, he would just exchange it for something else. Furthermore, Zhou Zhou already knew that the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce provided Divine Crystals exchange services. If the other party did not accept bartering, he could use his treasures to exchange for some Master God tier Divine Crystals or even Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals to give to the auctioneer. Therefore, Zhou Zhou, who had a massive amount of Master God tier treasures and a massive amount of Divine Crystals, was very confident. Your Excellencies! The next 163 items will be the highlight of our mysterious auction. That is because even the weakest of them is comparable to a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure. At this point, Zioxi's expression became exciting and charming. The Supreme God Realm was not divided into the middle and lower levels. Instead, it was divided into 4 levels, from Grade 1 to Grade 4. Even though a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm expert had just entered the Supreme God Realm, he could still single-handedly defeat the 10 Master God tiers. As for treasures that could be evaluated as Grade 1 Supreme God Realm, one could imagine how precious they were. Our mysterious merchant chamber of commerce will definitely not disappoint Your Excellency. Let's invite our first auction item that's comparable to a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure, the Soul Suppression Sacred Bell. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient grey bell the size of a palm appeared on the auction stage. The surrounding dream space distorted visibly because of the appearance of this ancient bell. It was as if this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure wanted to break through this dream space and return to the main world. This Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure was personally created by the Creation Supreme God Realm. It can at most block 3 Supreme God Realm will attacks. As for Master God tier level willpower attacks and soul attacks, they are completely useless against this Soul Suppression Sacred Bell. It can block Master God tier level Divine Soul attacks and willpower attacks without limit. With this Soul Suppression Sacred Bell, it can be said that if Your Excellency's only enemy is the Master God tier, then your excellency will no longer have to worry about your divine soul and will being injured by the enemy's divine soul and will attack. Other than protecting the soul and will, the soul suppression sacred bell can also emit the soul cleansing sacred sound, allowing the owner to enter the soul cleansing state. Not only will the comprehension of the laws increase slightly under the influence of the soul cleansing sacred sound for a short period of time, but it can even slowly increase the strength of the will. In addition, this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure was also created by the Supreme God Realm and personally engraved with the Degeneration Divine Vein. It can allow the Master God Tiers to barely control this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Artifact. When the Master God Tier heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. It was actually a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure that could be used by a Master God Tier. To Master God Tiers like them, the attraction of this treasure could be said to have increased by more than 10 times. Terence and the other 10 Master God Tiers also looked at the soul suppression sacred bell in Zioxy's hand with burning eyes. Compared to the previous Master God Tier treasures, this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure that they could also use was the highlight they wanted. When Zioxy saw that the atmosphere was almost ready, a bright smile appeared on her lips. Then, she shouted. Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Treasure Soul Suppression Sacred Bell. The starting price is 10,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals or 100 Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. Every increment must not be less than 1,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals or 10 Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the auction hall gasped. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. As expected of a Supreme God Realm treasure. Even the lowest Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure was 100 times more expensive than an advanced Grade Master God Tier treasure. However, he revealed a faint smile, and the depths of his eyes were filled with excitement. The 2 million Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals that he had brought were finally going to come in handy. Previously, he had bought more than 800 Master God Tier treasures. In the end, he had only spent more than 300,000. He had really spent a lot. He could spend them happily now. Following that, he remained calm and didn't bid first. Instead, he waited for the other bidders to bid first. In the end, he waited for a long time before the first bidder began to bid. 11,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. The bidder called out. Zhou Zhou looked over and realized that the private room the other party was in was an auction room that did not hide the identity of an obscure faction. The faction information marked on it was, Moonlight Sacred Land. Zhou Zhou searched through the bloodline inheritance in his mind and quickly found the specific information about this Moonlight Sacred Land. This Moonlight Sacred Land belonged to the Great Lunar Divine Court and was a subsidiary organization. The Master of the Sacred Ground, the Bright Moon Holy God, was a Supreme God Realm cultivator of the Great Lunar Divine Court. So you're from the Great Lunar Divine Court. Previously, you didn't make any sound when the Master God Tier Divine Artifacts were being auctioned. You immediately appeared as soon as the Supreme God Realm treasure was auctioned, right? Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. In the following period of time, another 12 Supreme God Realm factions and 35 top-notch Master God Tier factions bid. Among them were War Master God Terence and the other 10 Master Gods. Even though they knew that they were competing with a Supreme God Realm faction, as the 10 Master God Tiers personally acknowledged by the Supreme Will, they were actually not too afraid of each other. They would still compete for the treasures that they should compete for. Hence, in less than a moment, the price of the Soul Suppression Sacred Bell, which was originally only 10,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals, increased to 33,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. 38,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. The Moonlight Sacred Land directly raised the price of 5,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals, looking determined to win. Upon seeing this scene, Terence and the other 10 Master God Tiers looked at each other and shook their heads silently. With the other party's attitude, it would be a little insensible for them to forcefully raise the price. Furthermore, this price had far exceeded their expectations. Even if they could squeeze out so many divine crystals, they did not want to risk everything and use so many divine crystals to buy such a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure. On the Moonlight Sacred Land's side, Zhu Rong, the holy son of the Moonlight Sacred Land who was in charge of bidding, revealed a faint arrogance on his face when he saw that no one was bidding. Willpower had always been his weak point in cultivation. This Grade 1 Supreme God Realm was a very suitable treasure for him. Therefore, he wanted it very much, even if he had to pay a certain price. However, as the holy son of the Holy Land, he had the capital to pay this price. just as he thought that this treasure was destined to land in his pocket. A calm voice sounded. 4.0,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Zhu Rong suddenly looked in the direction of the sound. In the end, he realized that the other party was none other than the bidder who had not made a sound since the bidding began. Chapter 1302, Two Supreme God Realm Treasures. It's him again. He actually dares to compete with me. Zhu Rong gritted his teeth and looked at the private room where Zhou Zhou was. Even though Zhu Rong did not know who the bidder in that private room was, they had seen how this fellow had taken more than 800 Master God Tier treasures. Buying all 800 Master God Tier treasures would cost more than 300,000 Master God Tier Divine Crystals. This was a rather astonishing number even to his teacher, the Bright Moon Holy God, what more him. Zhu Rong could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. A person from the Black Grade Level 3 private room would be an Overlord level Lord faction at best. Where did he get so many divine crystals to buy so many auction items? Could he have inherited the entire inheritance of a certain supreme god realm? Furthermore, he was so ostentatious at the mysterious auction. Wasn't he afraid of being discovered by other god spirits in the future and attracting their covetous gazes? Most importantly, how could he, a fellow from a Black Grade Level 3 faction, dare to compete with the holy son of a Yellow Grade Level 1 Supreme God Realm faction for the same item? Are you tired of living? Aren't you afraid that our moonlight sacred land will find you and treat you to tea? He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice. Friend, are you sure you want to bid for this item with me? The venue was silent. Everyone wanted to watch the show and see how the super bidder who had won 806 pieces would respond. Or should he withdraw from the auction and give this item to the holy son of the Bright Moon Holy Land? Frankly speaking, they were not surprised at all even if the other party retreated. After all, that was the holy son from the Bright Moon Holy Land with a supreme god realm teacher behind him. Who would dare to provoke him? However, if such a thing really happened, they would definitely feel great. That was because when Zhou Zhou had bid for the 806 items, although they did not say anything on the surface, they had already accumulated some resentment towards Zhou Zhou. It was probably the mentality of hating the rich. Therefore, they were very happy to see Zhou Zhou suffer. Soon, the bidder from the Black Grade Level 3 Private Room 102 spoke. He seemed surprised that the other party would say such a thing. He pretended to be puzzled. Am I not allowed to bid? As soon as he finished speaking, an uproar immediately broke out in the auction hall. Some gods were excited, some were shocked, some were gloating, and some were laughing heartily. Terence held his forehead. This guy was actually not giving any face to the holy son of a supreme god realm faction, as expected of the future ruler of their divine kingdom. It was true that Zhu Rong was the holy son of the Bright Moon Holy Land. However, the common people's regal was someone favored by the supreme will. The difference between the supreme will and the Bright Moon Holy God was like the difference between Superman and an ordinary person. From the looks of it, it was normal for common people's regal to not give him face. On the other side. Good. 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 Zhu Rong laughed in anger when he heard Zhou Zhou's words. 41,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. He said coldly. 43,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Zhou Zhou said calmly. 44,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. 46,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. 47,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. 49,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Zhou Zhou's tone was as calm as ever. It was as though he wasn't paying money, but was taking a dump. On the other hand, Zhu Rong's face turned red. He was forced into a difficult position by the other party. If he stopped bidding now and was seen by the Master God Tier forces, Supreme God Realm forces, and even willpower forces present, how would he explain it to his teacher when he returned? What if his teacher felt embarrassed and removed he from the position of Holy Son? He felt that he was in a difficult position. There's only one way out. Zhu Rong gritted his teeth and said, 50,000. Just as he was about to continue, an old man who had been silent suddenly said. Your Excellency! The upper limit of the expenditure that the Holy Lord has given you on this trip is only 50,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Are you sure you want to spend all the divine crystals to buy this soul suppression sacred bell? Zhu Rong opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. How could he be willing to spend all his divine crystals to buy this treasure? One had to know that this was only the first Supreme God Realm treasure. There would definitely be better Supreme God Realm treasures in the future. What if he ran out of divine crystals when he met someone better? I understand. Zhu Rong said after a long time. He looked at Black Grade Level 3 Room 102. He had lost this competition. He might be unwilling to lose, but that was the only way. At the same time, when the auctioneer, Zioxi, saw that Zhu Rong was no longer raising the bidding price, he also began to count down. After the countdown ended, this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure landed in Zhou Zhou's hands under the envious gazes of countless Master God tier experts. Zhou Zhou looked at the palm-sized ancient grey bell in his hand and could not hide the smile on his face. This was the first Supreme God Realm treasure that he had obtained. Even though it was only a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure, it was still extremely precious. As for the reaction of the outside world? Why would he care so much? As a Supreme God Realm treasure that protected the soul and will, the soul suppression sacred bell also had the ability to increase the power of will. It was naturally very important to him, a cultivator of the power of will. He would not give up such a treasure that could increase his strength for the sake of not being ostentatious. It was fine if he couldn't afford it without divine crystals. Since he could afford it, why should he give it up? Moreover, even if his actions attracted the attention of those Supreme God Realm forces, he now knew that he was favored and protected by the Supreme Will. This was the thickest thigh in the myriad worlds. With this thigh to hug, what was there to be afraid of? Then, he didn't think too much about it. He diverted a portion of his attention to the auction in the outside world. He then focused most of his attention on refining this Supreme God Realm treasure. Just as auctioneer Zioxi had said, due to the existence of the inferior divine patterns, this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure could be refined and used by Master God tier. After Zhou Zhou used King and Moon Demon to forcefully raise his strength to the Master God tier elementary grade, he easily refined this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure. Ridiculous. I'm a high tier deity level intermediate grade God spirit, but I'm actually starting to use Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasures. Zhou Zhou only came back to his senses after refining it. He realized what a ridiculous thing he had done and muttered to himself with a strange expression. Then, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He continued paying attention to the auction in front of him. The second Supreme God Realm treasure was also a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure. Unlike the Soul Suppression Sacred Bell, this treasure was an offensive Supreme God Realm treasure. Its form was in the form of a green gold rod. It could release a rod strike that was comparable to the full strength strike of a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm God Spirit. The starting price of this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure was 11,000 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals or 110 Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. It was 10% higher than the Soul Suppression Sacred Bell. After a round of intense bidding, this treasure was finally won by Zhou Zhou for 31,000 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Chapter 1303, Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact Mending the Heavens. In the next 3 days, a total of 151 Supreme God Realm treasures were auctioned. The weakest among them was a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure, while the highest was a Grade 4 Supreme God Realm treasure. A Grade 4 True God tier treasure, even if it could only unleash the power of one strike, was comparable to the full strength strike of a top Supreme God Realm. With such a treasure to protect him, as long as he did not provoke willpower level existences in the myriad worlds, he was invincible. Hence, Zhou Zhou spent all his Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals and took out more than 20 billion True God tier Divine Crystals. He exchanged more than 2 million Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals from the mysterious auction and obtained 135 Supreme God Realm treasures. This action stunned almost all the participants present. They thought that this mysterious auctioneer had a huge appetite, but they did not expect it to be so big. He didn't want to leave anything good for them. Almost all the items left behind were auction items that the other party did not like. For a moment, Zhou Zhou's actions pushed him to the forefront of this mysterious auction. Now, it was not only the Master God tier and Supreme God Realm factions that were paying attention to Zhou Zhou. Even the only 3 bidders from willpower level factions noticed Zhou Zhou. With the power and channels of a will level faction, they quickly found out that the bidder in the Black Grade Level 3 box was the common people's regal Zhou Zhou. So it's that little guy. Recently, this little fellow has been quite famous among the myriad races. I've heard Our Excellency mention him. I heard that the Supreme will values this lord from the human race. His future is limitless to be able to become a regal at such a young age. In the future, he might even be able to become a supreme god realm. It's just that he's a little too ostentatious. His table manners are a little ugly. He almost doesn't leave anything for others. Hehe, the huge mysterious auction has almost become a place for the other party to perform alone. He's in his 20s and has such great achievements. It can be said to be unprecedented. I have such achievements and even know that the Supreme Will is protecting me. I'm even more arrogant than him. Ha ha ha, you're right. Even though the will level factions had noticed Zhou Zhou, they did not pay much attention to him. They had existed for countless years and had seen all kinds of things. Naturally, they would not be disturbed by the little wind and waves in front of them. At this moment, it was time for the highlight. Zioxy's gaze lingered on the black grade level 3 private room 102 a few more times. Then, she retracted her gaze and smiled at all the bidders. The next 12 items are our absolute best. And the last item is the reason why we delayed the auction this time. This is the finale of the auction. I guarantee that it won't disappoint your excellencies who came to participate. As soon as these words were spoken, it aroused the curiosity of all the bidders. Even the people from the willpower level factions were attracted by Zioxy's words. His tone was actually so loud. Will level forces like them were included. As a will level force, there were almost no treasures in the entire myriad worlds that could move them. That was because they were truly standing at the top of the myriad worlds. The two supreme existences, the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord, were the only ones higher than them. Other than that, there were no other forces that could compare to them. How could they be tempted by the treasures of the myriad worlds? The reason why they came here was not because they were interested in the auction items here, but simply out of respect for the Supreme Will. The mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce was the direct subordinate of the Supreme Will after all. As subordinates of the Supreme Will, they had to give face to their superiors and support their businesses. That was why they were standing here. Most of the previous 100 or so mysterious auctions were like this. They had thought that the auction this time would be the same as before. Unexpectedly, there was a new change. They were now very curious about what final item the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce would take out to interest them. On the other hand, Zioxy did not waste any time. Soon, the last 12 items were auctioned. That auction item was a blood-colored handkerchief. As soon as this blood-colored handkerchief came up, a strong blood energy rushed into the entire mysterious auction hall. In the entire auction hall, even the bidders in the private rooms could feel the blood energy that was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At the same time, they actually felt a soaring aura of will from the blood-colored handkerchief. That willpower seemed to be telling everyone present that it wanted to mend the heavens with one hand. Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact, Mending the Heavens. Zioxy introduced solemnly, at the beginning of this universe, the Crimson Overlord once sent an army to attack the newly born Supreme Great Cosmos. The two armies are fighting in the ultimate void outside the Great Cosmos. In that battle, both sides fought with all their might, causing countless god spirits to die. Even two will-level existences died. Even the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord were injured. Later on, the Crimson Overlord's army broke through the outer wall of the newly born Supreme Great Cosmos. At that time, Crimson Overlord's army almost invaded the inner part of the Great Cosmos through the crack in the outer wall. If it weren't for the fact that the Supreme Will later split out a trace of its own will and derived into the sacred tool of will, the Great Sky Mending Path, to repair that crack, I'm afraid that the Great Cosmos we're in now would have already become the territory of the Crimson Overlord. Now that countless years have passed, the crack in the Great Cosmos back then has already been repaired by the Great Heaven Mending Deo. The Great Heaven Mending Deo has successfully retreated. The will that belongs to the Supreme Will has already been retracted by the Supreme Will. As for his sacred weapon of will, after his will retracted it, it split into 12,900 fragments. These 12,900 fragments are ranked by the Supreme God Realms according to their size and function. The Mending the Heavens that I'm introducing now is a part of the Great Heaven Mending Path. Now, it's ranked 267th among its many fragments. Its level has fallen to the level of a Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact. The Master God Tiers were fascinated. It was the same for Zhou Zhou. He did not expect a Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact to have such a background. This additional value was maxed out. At this moment, Zioxy said loudly. Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact Mending the Heavens. The starting price is 2 million Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals or 20,000 Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. Every increase in price must not be less than 100,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals or 1,000 Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. Chapter 1304. Candle Fusion of Combat Spirit. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. What an exaggeration! The starting price was 2 million Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. It was almost comparable to the total auction value of the 137 Supreme God Realm treasures that he had just bought. However, it was normal thinking about it. Supreme God Realm treasures were only treasures with Supreme God Realm power. They either had a limit on the number of times they could be used, a time limit, or a limit on how they could be used. In short, there were all kinds of limitations. It was equivalent to a time-limited item. As for Supreme God Realm Divine Artifacts, unless they were violently damaged, they could be used continuously without any wear and tear. It was equivalent to a Supreme God Realm treasure that could be used countless times. Therefore, even the lowest Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Artifact was far more valuable than a Grade 4 Supreme God Realm treasure. From the looks of it, the starting price of 2 million Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals was indeed a reasonable price. Speaking of which, the forces below the stage had already started bidding. An auction involving a Supreme God Realm Divine Artifact was not something that a Master God Tier faction could participate in. Those who dared to participate in the Supreme God Realm Divine Artifact auction were all Supreme God Realm factions. Occasionally, when they encountered good treasures, the 3 willpower level factions would also follow. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he did not say anything, nor did he have any intention of participating. He dared to be fearless in front of Master God Tier level factions and even dared to have no scruples in front of 1 or 2 Supreme God Realm factions because he was confident that he wouldn't suffer any losses if he provoked them. Most importantly, the treasures he bought were all useful to him. That was why he insisted on raising the bidding price when facing the Holy Sun of the Moonlight Sacred Land. However, the current auction of the Supreme God Realm Divine Artifact was no longer something that lords at his level could participate in. If he were to participate, it wouldn't be confidence, but stupidity. As a lord who knew how to live another day, he deeply understood a principle. If he wanted to live well and be safe, he had to understand which faction he could provoke, which faction he could not provoke, which faction he could be friends with, and which faction would be his enemy. Fortunately, he had always been very good at this. Of course, the most important reason why he did not participate in the auction of the Supreme God Realm Artifact was the Supreme Divine Artifact was useless against him. At the very least, it wouldn't be of much use to him for the time being. He could barely use a Master God Tier Divine Artifact now after all. Some of the top-notch Master God Tier Divine Artifacts couldn't even be controlled and could only watch helplessly. Under such circumstances, how could he have designs on a higher-level Divine Artifact? Even if he had the ability to buy it, would he take it home and use it as an ornament? With that Divine Crystals, he might as well stay behind and wait for an opportunity. Perhaps he would encounter another opportunity similar to the mysterious auction. At that time, the Divine Crystals left behind by he could be used. Therefore, he was very calm. Even though he couldn't buy these Supreme Divine Artifacts, it was still very satisfying to take it as an eye-opening experience. Zhou Zhou wanted stability, but there were annoying fellows who didn't want him to have stability. Just as the auction reached the 9th Supreme Divine Artifact from the bottom, an accident happened. The 9th Supreme Divine Artifact was a second-stage Supreme Divine Artifact called the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor. It was said that this was once the Supreme God Realm of the Black Tortoise. After it died, it was refined and created by other Supreme God Realms with the Supreme Divine Body. The Black Tortoise Supreme God Realm's forte was defense. Once it was refined into a Supreme Divine Artifact, its defense could be said to be top-notch among Supreme Divine Artifacts of the same level. Zhou Zhou originally did not intend to participate in the auction of the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor. In the end, an idiot insisted on provoking him, so he could only retaliate mercilessly. The Level 2 Supreme Divine Artifact, the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor, has been raised to 53,000 Level 2 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals by Your Excellency. Is there any higher bid? Zioxi raised her voice. In the private room of the Moonlight Sacred Land, the Elder One behind the Moonlight Sacred Land's holy son Zhu Rong was about to bid. The main reason why he brought Zhu Rong to participate in this mysterious auction was not only to broaden Zhu Rong's horizons, but also because the Bright Moon Holy God behind them had received news that this mysterious auction would be auctioning off this Black Tortoise Sacred Armor. As a Supreme God Realm, the Bright Moon Holy God was best at powerful nomological offensive techniques. However, Even though he had very strong offensive abilities, he had very weak self-preservation abilities. Therefore, after the Bright Moon Holy God received this news, he immediately ordered his trusted aide to bring Zhu Rong to participate in this mysterious auction. He also ordered the Elder One to obtain the Black Tortoise sacred armor no matter the price. As long as he obtained this Black Tortoise sacred armor, he was confident that he could advance to a higher level in the future. Hence, the Elder One did not dare to be negligent and immediately brought Zhu Rong here. Seeing that the Black Tortoise sacred armor had already begun to be auctioned, the Elder One did not dare to waste any more time and immediately raised the price to buy this supreme divine artifact. "Uncle Zhan, can I make the bid?" At this moment, Zhu Rong suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Zhan glanced at Candle Melt and saw through his thoughts at a glance. He shook his head inwardly. This direct disciple of their holy master could be said to have peerless aptitude. It was a pity that he was too petty. At this time, he was still conflicted about the combat spirit with the mysterious bidder. However, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. It was just a bid, there shouldn't be any problems. However, he still reminded him lightly. "Your Excellency, the current price is already the premium price of this level 2 Supreme God Realm artifact. Don't improve too much, or we'll suffer a huge loss." "Don't worry, Uncle Zhan." A proud smile appeared on Zhu Rong's face. He also knew that Uncle Zhan had seen through his thoughts, so he did not hide his intentions. He glanced at the private room where Zhou Zhou was and said, "More than 50,000 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals are equivalent to more than 5 million Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. I don't believe that a fellow from an Overlord level Lord faction is capable of take out so many Divine Crystals to bid against us." Zhan fell silent at that. It could be considered as tacitly agreeing with the other party's thoughts. Over 50,000 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. Even the Bright Moon Holy God behind he would feel heartache for a long time if this individual took it out. If it wasn't for this defensive Master God Tier Divine Artifact, the Bright Moon Holy God wouldn't have gritted his teeth and bid so many Divine Crystals. He also felt that the bidder from Black Grade Level 3 Room 102 did not have so many Divine Crystals. When Zhu Rong saw Zhan tacitly agree with his thoughts, his face could not help but reveal a hint of joy. Uncle Zhan was the confidant of his teacher. Since the other party had no objections, this individual had nothing to worry about. 54,000 Level 2 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. He shouted. Then, this individual took the initiative to open the private room and walked out under everyone's gaze. Then, he looked provocatively at the private room where Zhou Zhou was. The meaning was very obvious. "Since you bought so many treasures and additionally dared to bid for the same treasure as me." Chapter 1305, Admit Defeat. The final auction item goes on stage. When the various factions saw this scene, they immediately found it interesting. Most of them could see Zhu Rong's confidence at a glance. Zhu Rong was only the holy son of the Bright Moon Sacred Ground. He definitely couldn't take out so many Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. Then, the reason why he could bid now was definitely because he was buying something for the Moonlight Sacred Land behind him. It was even very likely that his teacher, the Bright Moon Holy God, was bidding for the Supreme Divine Artifact. Even though it was a little like a fox using the tiger's might, the faction they belonged to was also a part of their own strength. Therefore, although they despised the other party for using the tiger's might, they did not say anything. They looked at the private room where Zhou Zhou was, wanting to see how this mysterious bidder would react. "Do you think that mysterious bidder will retaliate against the Bright Moon Holy Sun's provocation? How do we counterattack? This is a true difference in strength. No matter how gorgeous the counterattack on the surface is, it's useless. Only counterattacks with the same strength are the most direct and powerful." That's right. In the world of the god spirits, strength ultimately speaks. I'm afraid that the mysterious bidder will lose face. Speaking of which, Zhu Rong is really petty. If it was a normal auction, so be it. Why did he have to do this? Haha, if you don't calm down, your heart won't be at peace. It's said that this guy's willpower is weak to begin with. If his heart is still not at peace, I'm afraid he won't have the chance to become a Supreme God Realm expert in the future. Haha, if you don't calm down, your heart won't be at peace. It's said that this guy's willpower is weak to begin with. If his heart is still not at peace, I'm afraid he won't have the chance to become a Supreme God Realm expert in the future. Who asked him to have a Supreme God Realm teacher? The members of the various factions discussed spiritedly. They did not think highly of Zhou Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was planning to watch the entire mysterious auction with the intention of broadening his horizons. He did not expect that there would be something that would implicate him. He listened to the discussions of the members of the various factions and looked at the bright moon holy sun who walked out of the private room and looked at him provocatively. He could not help but shake his head. Did this guy not experience many storms? He was actually acting like a child. However, this fellow's personality was so childish. He could actually cultivate to the master god tier level. This showed how high his aptitude was and how rich his cultivation resources were. However, he revealed a smile. You want to play? Then I'll play with you. 60,000 Level 2 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. A calm voice sounded from his private room. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire auction venue fell silent. What? Zhu Rong suddenly stood up and looked at the private room where Zhou Zhou was in disbelief. Zan was also stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something terrifying, his face instantly turned pale. Impossible. How can a member of an overlord-level lord faction like you have so many Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals? Zhu Rong said angrily. Then, he looked at Zioxi on the auction stage. How can you let this guy bid? He is disrupting the auction's order. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase he out of the auction venue. Shut up. Just as he finished speaking, before the other god spirits could react, Zan, who was behind him, had already roared in extreme anger. Then, he slapped he on the head, causing him to fall to the ground. Uncle Zan, how dare you hit me? Zhu Rong looked at Zan in disbelief. A trace of resentment appeared in his eyes before disappearing. However, as a top master god tier who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, how could Zan not see the expression in his eyes? His heart sank, but he didn't show any strange expression on his face. Instead, he angrily said. Do you know what you just said? How can the forces under the supreme will of the mysterious auction not have the means to verify resources? Since the black grade level 3 bidder, number 102, is able to bid this price, and the fact that the members of the mysterious auction did not refute, it proves that the other party indeed has the capital to bid for this second stage supreme divine artifact. How dare you question the mysterious auction? Even the bright moon holy god doesn't dare to do this. How dare you? Zhu Rong was stunned. Then, his face turned pale. Zan suppressed his anger and returned his gaze to black grade level 3 private room 102. He politely said. Your Excellency, please forgive our holy son's impolite actions just now. Zan apologizes to you. However, this black tortoise sacred armor is a divine artifact that our holy lord personally requested. Therefore, even though I'm very sorry, we still have to bid for this treasure next. It's fine. Zhou Zhou's voice sounded. He smiled faintly and said, in an auction, everyone competes fairly based on their strength. The so-called supreme treasures belong to those with divine crystals. Name your price. Zan nodded, his eyes filled with surprise. He did not expect the other party to be so easy to talk to. This gave him a much better impression of this mysterious bidder. At the same time, his impression of his holy son became much worse. 61,000 Level 2 Supreme God Realm Sutras. He called out the price. Then, she carefully looked in Zhou Zhou's direction. What reassured him was that the other party didn't bid this time. Thus, this second stage supreme divine artifact successfully landed in his hands. He looked at the black tortoise sacred armor and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked indifferently at Zhu Rong, who had his head lowered. Anger flashed in his eyes. It was precisely because of this retard that 6,000 second stage Supreme God Realm scriptures were forcefully added to the second stage Supreme God Realm divine artifact that should have only cost 54,000 second stage Supreme God Realm crystals. This was enough to buy more than 10 Supreme God Realm treasures. When he returned, he would definitely be criticized by the Holy Master. Who asked he to spend so much money? Zhu Rong, your performance this time has truly disappointed me and the Holy Master. I will tell the Holy Master everything that happened in this auction. He said indifferently. Then, he ignored Zhu Rong's pale face and bowed to the private room where Zhou Zhou was. Thank you, Your Holiness. You are too kind. In the private room, Zhou Zhou's expression was strange. This top master god tier of the Moonlight Sacred Land probably treated him as an existence on the same level as him. However, he didn't explain further. If the other party misunderstood, so be it. In the following period of time, the remaining Master God tier divine artifacts appeared one by one. From level 2 Supreme God Realm divine artifact to level 4 Supreme God Realm divine artifact, there was everything. Finally, it was time for the final auction item that all the Master God tier were looking forward to. Zioxy slowly said to the bidders. The next auction item is not a Supreme Divine Artifact. Of course, it's not a will divine artifact. But it's related to the inheritance of a will level existence. As soon as he finished speaking, all the god spirits present were in an uproar. Even the 3 will level factions stood up from their seats in shock. Will power level inheritance. How is this possible? Countless god spirits exclaimed. The inheritance of a will level existence was much more valuable than a will-based saint artifact. When Zhou Zhou heard the other party's words, for some reason, his heart began to beat faster. When Zhou Zhou heard the other party's words, for some reason, his heart began to beat faster. Zioxy, let's not talk about the details for now. Everyone, let's take a look at the last auction item first. Just as Zioxy finished speaking, in the next second, a token slowly appeared on the auction stage. This token was yellowish-brown in color, and there was a faint yellow river emitting the aura of reincarnation carved on it. Zhou Zhou's pupils constricted when he saw the token. He subconsciously touched the number 1 treasure vault on his chest. Zioxy's voice followed. Chapter 1306. Yellow River Token and Yellow Spring Will Inheritance. Yellow River Token. It's a supreme holy token that represents the will of Yellow River. A living being with the Yellow River token is equivalent to becoming the spokesperson of the Yellow Spring's will. They can have an extremely high status in the Yellow Spring and the Netherworld. All life forms of the Yellow Springs and the Netherworld must respect the owner of the Yellow River token. Otherwise, they will be punished by the will of the Netherworld. Zioxy said slowly and solemnly, however, this is only the most basic function of the Yellow River token. Some of us, Your Excellency, might already know that not long ago, the will of the Yellow River had already fallen, and the land of the Yellow River had also fallen. Before the will of the Yellow River perished, in order to leave the last hope for the Yellow River, it specially left his inheritance in a mysterious land of inheritance. And the key to opening that mysterious land of inheritance is this Yellow River token. All the Master God tier held their breaths as they stared intently at this dim yellow token. Their eyes were filled with greed. Even the 3 will level forces were no exception. That was a will level inheritance. It could be said to be the top inheritance in the myriad worlds. The supreme will was only at the willpower realm after all. If he could obtain this inheritance and cultivate it to the highest level, he could completely become a will level existence in the future. He might even be comparable to the supreme will. At the thought of this, the deity's breathing quickened. Even the auctioneer, Zioxy, looked at the Yellow River token with desire in her eyes. He had been an auctioneer in the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce for so many years. It was no exaggeration to say that this Yellow River token was the rarest and most precious treasure he had ever seen. Even in the entire history of the auction of the mysterious chamber of commerce, this will level inheritance was ranked in the top 3. How could she not be tempted? The only person who could remain calm was probably Zhou Zhou. He thought of the Yellow River token that he had lent to Yan Luo. He did not expect that this token that could only be used to fish for the Yellow Spring fish after the death of the Yellow Springs will was actually related to the inheritance of a will level existence. At the thought of this, he immediately closed his eyes to sense the current situation of the Yellow River token. Soon, he opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. There was nothing wrong with the Yellow River token. It was still in Yan Luo's hands to assist them in fishing the Yellow Spring fish. He began to think. He had long recognized the Yellow River token as his master. As long as he wanted to, he could teleport the Yellow River token from Yan Luo's hand to his own. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to immediately take it back. He would leave it with the other party and use it to catch Yellow River fish for the time being. Now, he was considering a problem. Where was the location of the mysterious land of inheritance? What if he used the Yellow River token to open the mysterious land of inheritance? At this moment, as if she had heard Zhou Zhou's words, she continued. Of course, just possessing the Yellow River token is still not enough to immediately obtain the inheritance of the Yellow Springs will. In addition to possessing the Yellow River token, the owner also needs to have 4 conditions to enter the land of inheritance and obtain the inheritance of the Yellow Springs will. Our mysterious merchant chamber of commerce knows what these 4 conditions are. As long as any Your Excellency can bid for this Yellow River token, we can tell the other party these 4 conditions after the auction. However, I have to remind you that there are a total of 4 Yellow River tokens. Currently, the enemy who captured Yellow River has 2 of them. The third one's right here. As for the fourth one, it's said that it was given to a god spirit from the outside world by the will of Yellow River. We still don't know which Your Excellency it is. In other words, Your Excellency, who bought the Yellow River token and prepared to obtain the inheritance of the will of the Yellow River with it, has to face 3 opponents after entering the land of inheritance in the Yellow River. Only by defeating those 3 opponents can I truly obtain the inheritance of the Yellow River's will. I believe Zhou has already explained the conditions and risks of obtaining this Yellow River's will inheritance very clearly. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Zhou now. Zhou desire definitely tell everyone what she can. Perhaps it was because the Yellow River token was the most precious final auction item. Therefore, the mysterious auction was not in a hurry to auction immediately. Instead, they gave everyone enough time to react and answer the questions of the bidders. The 3 will-level existences looked at each other. Then, without another word, they immediately contacted the will-level existences that belonged to their faction. The other top Master God tier bidders also began to silently contact their willpower level connections. The bidders did not expect it either. They had thought that the 20-day auction would come to an end with the appearance of the last item. They did not expect that this was the beginning of the climax. This mystic auction was destined to become a storm because of this Yellow River token. Zhou Zhou looked at the slightly chaotic auction venue below and sighed inwardly. He had the faint urge to retreat. The following competition would involve existences at the level of willpower. He didn't want to come into contact with such an existence at this stage. He wanted to run as a lord who knew how to escape. But he didn't know how to run. He only knew how to enter this lousy dream auction by sleeping. He didn't know how to leave. Do you want to go back to sleep? Zhou Zhou thought hesitantly. Perhaps he would return to reality when he woke up? At this moment, a Master God tier finally couldn't help but ask, his voice slightly terrified. When did Yellow River die? Who killed that great existence? 2 days ago. Zhou smiled and said, as for what kind of existence it is, I'm sorry, but I can't say much. Only Your Excellency, who is qualified to know, knows about this. Those who are not qualified, knowing will only add to your worries. The Master God tier who asked the question collapsed silent. The other Master God tiers who wanted to ask the same question also quietened down. Even Master God tier couldn't know? Didn't that mean that if he wanted to face such an enemy, he had to be at least a Supreme God Realm expert? When Zhou Zhou heard her words, he had other thoughts. Lord of the Yellow River is a top Master God tier, but he knows who his enemy is. Could the Lord of the Yellow River be forced to know because the other party had already attacked? Before he could think further, another Master God tier asked. If the Yellow River falls, won't the souls of the myriad universes be unable to return to the netherworld? What about these dead souls? Chaos, there's a elevated chance that it desire be chaotic for a while, Zhou said cautiously. However, the Supreme Will has already begun to gather his subordinates and prepare to counterattack the Yellow River. Perhaps it won't be long before the Yellow River returns to our hands. During this period of time, Your Excellency, the Supreme Will, is prepared to find another temporary place for the spirits to ferry them and let the souls of the myriad universes find another path to the netherworld. So don't worry too much. Chapter 1307, The Will of the Immortal World. The Will of the Heaven World. The Final Will. Just as the other Master God tiers were about to ask other questions, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Even though Zhou Zhou was in a dream, he could still feel the terrifying pressure that seemed to cause the universe to collapse. In addition to the pressure, Zhou Zhou also felt the suppression of the power of will. Zhou Zhou, who was only one step away from the next realm of will, immediately realized what realm this indescribably powerful willpower was. Will Divine Transformation Realm. If will like light could allow a life form to live forever after losing its body and soul, it could rely on the will like light realm's will body to live forever. Even if the laws were added to his body, his will would never be harmed by the laws, let alone killed by the laws. This was also the reason why will-level existences were stronger than God spirits. This was because willpower was above the laws. Compared to willpower, the existence of laws was like a flower in the water or a moon in the mirror to a cultivator with willpower. Cultivators with the power of their will could easily pierce through the laws of all things with their own will. The reason why the existence of will was eternal. It was because the laws of the world could not be augmented by the other party. Not to mention the 2 laws of life and death, he transcended life and death, transcended the natural laws, transcended all living things, transcended everything, and only his will existed forever. This was a will-level existence. The will-like light realm could be indestructible forever. In that case, the will-divine transformation realm meant that on the foundation of eternal indestructibility, will-level existences could have the ability to interfere with reality with divine techniques. Modify reality, travel through the past and present, make falsehoods come true. As long as my will wants it, the world will change according to my will. He was like an omnipotent God. This was the will-divine transformation realm. In fact, in this aspect, the execution of words was somewhat similar to him. However, the execution of words relied on the environment of laws. If the surrounding nomological environment failed or changed, the execution of words would also fail. Just like how the imperial sword of the previous dynasty could not cut down the officials of the current dynasty. And the ability of will cultivators to interfere with reality came from his own thoughts. This was equivalent to the execution of words without the help of external objects. I don't care which dynasty you're from. If I say you're dead, you're dead. The two seemed to be similar on the surface, but they were actually completely different in essence. In terms of power, there was also a difference between clouds and mud. It could be said to be a dimension-reducing attack. Which supreme god realm has come personally? Zhou Zhou felt this shocking pressure and could not help but click his tongue. At this moment, a voice spoke. Welcome, supreme god realm of the Aurora Kingdom. Before he could finish speaking, another terrifying will descended. This will was thousands of times more terrifying than the will just now. There was also a supreme aura of supremacy. When Zhou Zhou sensed this even more terrifying will, there was only one thought left in his mind. This will aura of supremacy. A supreme will realm existence has descended. He muttered to himself. The supreme will realm was the third will realm above the will divine transformation realm. This kind of existence had already transcended everything and could only exist forever by relying on will. The nomological path that the god spirits were proud of was just a toy to them when they were young. They were no longer god spirits, but existences of a higher level than god spirits, or even a higher dimension. Abyss will, immortal world will, netherworld will, yellow river will, heaven will. These will-level existences were all supreme will-level powerhouses. It was even recorded in Zhou Zhou's bloodline inheritance that even the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord were existences of this realm. However, on this path of Supreme Will, they had far surpassed other will-level existences, which was why many will-level existences treated them as their masters. At this moment, a figure in a starry robe suddenly appeared above the auction venue. He was the president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce, and he bowed towards the sky and said with a smile, "Welcome, Will of the Immortal World. Shang, you don't have to be so polite. I'm here for the inheritance of Yellow River's will." A dignified voice came from the sky. "Then please take a seat." The president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce pointed into the distance and saw a blessed land filled with an immortal aura not far away. In the next second, a mysterious existence in a white robe with golden edges sat on the main seat. All the master god tier wanted to see what that existence looked like. In the end, Zhou Zhou saw that the other party looked like a human Dao ancestor. The myriad spirit race looked at the other party. The goblin race looked at him like a goblin elder god. The elves looked at each other like the elven mother tree. The more than 1,000 bidders present looked at the will of the immortal world and actually automatically matched the most majestic, idolizing, and intimate image in their hearts. The more he looked at it, the more infatuated he became. Even Zhou Zhou was the same. Fortunately, the will of the immortal world did not have the intention to fool the divine spirits present. Soon, the divine spirits woke up. Then, there was a wave of fear. The feeling of life and death just now was too terrifying for the god spirits who had always been high and mighty. Zhou Zhou was also very shocked. It had been a long time since he had felt such an uncontrollable feeling. His will realm was already close to the will divine transformation realm, but he was still captivated by a look from the other party. How terrifying was the other party's willpower! He immediately lowered his head, not daring to look again. At this moment, another will that was not inferior to the will of the immortal world descended. "We welcome the descent of the will of the heaven realm." 2. The voice of the president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce sounded above Zhou Zhou's head. "You're welcome, old friend." The will of the heaven realm chuckled. Then, he sat down in the exclusive world that the president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce had created for him. When Zhou Zhou heard this, some information about the will of the heavenly realm appeared in his mind. The will of the heaven realm, the existence of the will of the heaven realm. In the other party's heaven realm, the elven race was the main resident. In addition, the Master God tier of light among the 10 Master God tiers came from the will of the heavenly realm. Zhou Zhou also knew that the will of the heaven realm and the will of the immortal world were opposites. The exact reason was unknown, however, the two had been fighting for countless years. Countless life forms from the immortal world and the heaven realm had died. Even if there was no enmity between them, they had already fought. At this moment, another supreme will descended. When the president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce saw the newcomer, his tone clearly became a little surprised. Lord Final Will, why are you here too? Can't I be here? The Final Will asked. Zhou Zhou felt that the other party was a girl with an indifferent voice. How can that be? Your Excellency, you're always welcome. The president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce laughed dryly and hurriedly created a battlefield environment for the other party to sit down. At this moment, Zhou Zhou, who was trying his best to pretend to be dead in his private room, suddenly felt a gaze on him. Zhou Zhou was shocked, but he did not make any movements on the surface. However, a few thoughts flashed through his mind. Who had that gaze come from? Will of the immortal world? The will of the heaven realm? Or was it the final will which just arrived? Final will? Then, an idea popped up in Zhou Zhou's mind. Chapter 1308, 5,000 Trillion Soldiers. Legendary Dragon Zombie Ancient Dragon. 2 more will-level existences descended after the final will. They were the will of the mulberry and the will of the laurel. Their main bodies were the mulberry divine wood on the sun star and the moon laurel divine wood on the great lunar star. They belonged to the sun divine court and the great yin divine court respectively. They were 2 will-level subordinates under regal great solar and regal great lunar. The 2 of them had naturally come to the mysterious auction for the will of Yellow River. As they represented the regal great solar and regal great lunar behind them, even the will of the heavenly realm and the immortal world, which were of a higher status than them, had to be polite to them. There won't be any more will-level existences descending. Let the auction begin. The will of the laurel said elegantly. The president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce nodded and announced that the last auction item would officially begin. In the next second, Zhou Zhou felt his vision go dark. When he saw the scene in front of him again, he realized that he had returned to the shrine. Lying beside him was Li Yi, who was sleeping soundly. He was stunned for a few seconds before he heaved a sigh of relief. I'm fine, I'm fine. Looking at an auction of this level, we little fellows are not allowed to participate. Hee hee. Other Master God tiers might find it a pity, but I wish I wasn't involved. Zhou Zhou laughed happily. His laughter seemed to have been heard by the sleeping Li Yi. She instinctively hugged Zhou Zhou tightly. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he hurriedly hugged her and coaxed her for a while before she fell asleep again. After Li Yi fell asleep, Zhou Zhou immediately entered his first treasure vault. When he saw the 806 Master God tier treasures and 137 Supreme God realm treasures in the first treasure vault, the smile on his face almost reached his ears. With so many Master God tier and Supreme God realm treasures, not to mention the factions that were active in the universe, Zhou Zhou had the confidence to fight the entire original spirit race head-on even if they were to launch a full-on attack on him. This mysterious auction was well worth participating in. Zhou Zhou sighed. Even though he had spent more than half of his divine crystals on this trip to the mysterious auction, the returns he received were astonishing. In the myriad worlds, there were probably very few Master God tiers who could have so many treasures like him. Even the 10 Master God tiers might not have as many Master God tier and Supreme God realm treasures as he. Therefore, he didn't feel that it was a pity to spend the divine crystals. Divine crystals? Aren't they for the sake of spending? Otherwise, he would be keeping the divine crystals for his collection. The only pity for Zhou Zhou was that this mysterious auction only happened once every 10,000 years. He would have to wait for a long time if he wanted to participate in the next mysterious auction. With these treasures, I will have a way to counterattack even if the Supreme God realm descends. Zhou Zhou felt more confident about his future. Then, he was excited for a while before hugging Li Yi and falling asleep. As for the Yellow River token, he would ask Bodhi Supreme tomorrow. Bodhi Supreme should know some inside information. The next day, after Zhou Zhou woke up, he had breakfast with Li Yi. Then, he bade farewell to Li Yi and came to Mugu. Coincidentally, at this moment, Wu Xin had already led the Homeland Defense Army to clear all the nest monsters in the Scarlet Broodmother and collected all the spoils of war. He was waiting for Zhou Zhou's arrival. "Greetings, Your Majesty. These are all the spoils of war from the Scarlet Broodmother today." Wu Xin held the 3 world rings with both hands, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. He knew how many soldier-type recruitment books and class change certificates were inside. As long as they used up all these recruitment books and class change certificates, the Blazing Sun Empire's military strength would once again increase explosively. Zhou Zhou swept his gaze across the 3 world rings and saw that there were a total of 480 trillion copies of the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier recruitment books, 480 trillion copies of the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Class Change Certificate, 480 trillion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books, and 480 trillion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate, as well as a large number of other loots from the nest monsters. He could not help but smile. Then, he immediately took away the world ring containing the 960 trillion recruitment books and loot. At the same time, he ordered Wu Xin to prepare the recruits for the job change. He rushed to the gate of summoning and called over a Cosmos Emperor. Then, he spent 100 high-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine crystals to recruit all the 960 trillion recruits and let them descend into the Cosmos Emperor's internal world. Then, he spent another 100 high-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine crystals to summon today's new subject. In the end, he summoned more than 35 million new subjects and 12 high-tier deity-level elementary-grade god spirits. This was more than 3 million people than usual. After Zhou Zhou got the officials around him to arrange their residences, he opened the original Dragon Abyss and spent 100 high-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine crystals to summon 6,666,666 pure-blooded dragons in one go. He also arranged for them to appear in the Cosmos Emperor's inner world. Then, he casually swept his divine sense across the 6,666,666 pure-blooded dragons. He was stunned for a moment before he became overjoyed. This was because he had discovered that among the 6,666,666 pure-blooded dragons, there was a unique pure-blooded dragon. This pure-blooded dragon was a light year tall. Its skin was rotten, and its body emitted an extreme stench. Some of the dragon bodies even had their skin peeled off, revealing the blood-colored bones inside. His eyes were dim and yellow. Rotten liquid was constantly dripping from his hideous dragon teeth. His entire body emitted a terrifying apocalyptic aura that exterminated all life. The surrounding dragons wanted to escape from this special dragon, causing a vacuum to appear around him. These pure-blooded dragons looked at this pure-blooded dragon that emitted the aura of doomsday. Their eyes were filled with fear, desire, disgust, and reverence. Zhou Zhou looked at the pure-blooded dragon and could no longer hide the smile on his face. "I've finally summoned a legendary dragon," he lamented. The probability of summoning a legendary dragon was low. He had actually been summoned after so many days with his providence. Then, he looked at the other party, and information appeared in his eyes. Dragon's true name, Ancient Evil. Race, Legendary Dragon Zombie Ancient Dragon. God name, Doomsday Dragon God. Divine duty, Doomsday, Zombie, Destruction, Death, Final Will, Rotation, Disease. Growing stage, Youth. Strength level, High tier deity level elementary grade. Skills, Doomsday Dragon Breath, Zombie Dragon Power, Law Divine Body, Doomsday, Disease, Finality, Decay, Law Skill Fire of Doom, Law Skill Zombie Virus, Law Skill Light of Doom, Law Skill Disease of the World, Law Technique Corrupted Flesh, Law Technique Doomsday Advent, Law Technique Summon Sea of Zombies, Doomsday Fear, Final Slumber, Summon Zombie Dragon, Doomsday Advent, Dragon Language Magic Mastery, Doomsday Magic Mastery, Zombie Magic Mastery, Decay Magic Proficiency. Master God Tier Elemental Immunity, Awakening Level 70%, Master God Tier Physical Immunity, Awakening Level 80%, Master God Tier Soul Immunity, Awakening Level 70%, Doomsday Will Condensation Method, Incomplete. Potential, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, World Limit. Faith Points, 91. Personality, Manic, Calm, Bloodthirsty, Cold-Blooded, Battle Fanatic, Silent, Disdainful of Death, Doomsday Faith, Little Brother Collector. Chapter 1309. Commodity. Zombie Ancient Dragon. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly after reading the information about this legendary dragon. He knew very little about this dragon even though he had the inherited memories of many dragons. He only remembered two things. First, when the first zombie ancient dragon had descended, the primordial dragon First Venerable had personally expelled the infant zombie ancient dragon Ancient Evil from the original dragon abyss. It had also announced to the myriad worlds that he would permanently expel Ancient Evil from the dragon registry. This legendary dragon, which had been abandoned by its race since birth, then began to wander the heavens. Second, it was the start of its tragedy and its fate became even more treacherous. The zombie ancient dragon that had yet to fully mature would be killed by the mysterious god spirit every once in a while wandering the world, stripping its bones, taking its flesh, and refining its soul. Legendary dragons were full of treasures, so the death of the zombie ancient dragon was very tragic and terrifying. According to the history of the myriad races, the zombie ancient dragon Ancient Evil had experienced death a total of 13,512 times, and had also been reincarnated 13,512 times. Even ordinary dragons did not die so frequently. If not for the fact that the legendary dragons were the embodiment of the laws of the universe, it was impossible for it to be truly killed. It probably wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. The strength of the zombie ancient dragon had never grown because it had been killed many times. In the past 10,000 years, the zombie ancient dragon had almost disappeared without a trace. Only occasionally, did they vaguely hear traces of its appearance in the rumors of the apocalypse of the infinite worlds. They did not know if it was true. That was all the information recorded in Zhou Zhou's dragon heritage. There was nothing else. It could be said to be pitifully few. I didn't expect it to be summoned. Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, he thought of something. Hadn't the zombie ancient dragon long been expelled from the original dragon abyss by the First Venerable and even expelled from the dragon registry? How did I summon it from the original dragon abyss then? It seems like there's something fishy about First Venerable expelling the zombie ancient dragon back then. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the zombie ancient dragon calmly standing alone and ignoring the strange gazes of the surrounding dragons. He could not help but feel a little touched. He was silent for 2 seconds before he teleported in front of the other party. The man and dragon locked gazed. Suddenly, Zhou Zhou raised his hand and gently stroked its forehead. Ancient Evil, you've suffered. He said as the power from the light sacred dragon erupted from his body, causing him to emit a faint white light. This light brought with it the power of light and warmth. It shone into the zombie ancient dragon's eyes and into the depths of its heart. The zombie ancient dragon had been wandering around all its life and had suffered all kinds of hardships. It was deeply entangled in death threats and schemes. It had never felt light or warmth before today. This was the first time in its life that it had experienced such a feeling. Its dim yellow eyes moved slightly, and a clear reflection of Zhou Zhou appeared in its eyes. Boo-hoo! The ancient evil chirped softly at Zhou Zhou. It was clearly the dragon god who could bring doomsday to the world, but it roared like a child who had been wronged. Zhou Zhou had the bloodline of the legendary dragon race, which made him feel sad hearing the hurt in its emotions. It's fine now. From today onwards, you are this emperor's subject. This emperor, common people's regal, will take good care of you. There will no longer be any gods who can take your life from this emperor's hands. This emperor will make those gods who hurt you in the past pay up. Zhou Zhou said solemnly. The world rumbled at this moment. Regal's words were constitutional. His words could be said to carry great weight. Even the origin of the universe would not ignore it. The zombie ancient dragon looked at Zhou Zhou, and its eyes gradually lit up. After a long time. Zombie ancient dragon Ancient Evil greets your majesty. Ancient Evil whispered. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. There will be war today and you will fight with the army. This emperor will also send a clone to fight together with you. He said. Ancient Evil nodded seriously. Zhou Zhou nodded and flew out of Cosmos Emperor. Then, he ordered Zero to lead the violent storm spirit to change its class to a forbidden mage. Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought after they left. Today, there were 1,920 trillion soldiers and 6,666,666 pure blooded dragons. He originally had 3,893,987,647,047,057,005,617 soldiers, 3,687,970 god spirits, and 2,081 true god tier under him. It had directly broken through 5,000 trillion, reaching 5,813,987.6,047.57 million 5,617 soldiers, 3,687,970 god spirits, and 2,081 true god tiers. Over 5,000 trillion soldiers. It's considered half a capital unit of soldiers. In 2 or 3 days, the number of soldiers under my command will officially reach 10,000 trillion, which would be 1 capital unit of military strength. 10,000 trillion troops. It's already comparable to the total military power of a weaker overlord-level lord faction. Zhou Zhou was satisfied. Then, he didn't think too much about it and walked towards the lord shop. At the lord shop, Zhou Zhenmin was at the door, lying on an armchair and playing with a handheld console. Zhou Zhenmin immediately stood up and smiled respectfully when Zhou Zhou appeared. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Any good stuff today?" Zhou Zhou waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. "There are really good stuffs today. And it's piping hot out of the oven." Zhou Zhenmin smiled. Zhou Zhou was stunned. "Is it really that good? Are you serious? I've just returned from the mysterious auction. Are you sure the goods you mentioned are good enough for me?" Zhou Zhou asked doubtfully. When Zhou Zhenmin heard this, the smug expression on his face immediately froze. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "Mysterious auction? Then Your Majesty must have seen Supreme God Realm treasures and even divine artifacts, right? Not to mention Supreme God Realm treasures and divine artifacts." Zhou Zhou shook his head. "I even saw will-level inheritances. It's even in my hands," he muttered inwardly. However, he naturally wouldn't say this. Zhou Zhou did not intend to tell anyone about this secret for the time being. Will-level inheritance. Zhou Zhenmin was surprised. "Then Your Majesty is really lucky. Such a top-notch auction item is rare even in the history of the mysterious auction. A mysterious auction that happens once every 10,000 years. His Majesty encountered it on his first time participating. This is really fate favoring you." Zhou Zhou shook his head. "Luck. There's a saying in my hometown, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. I think the luck this time should be called an eventful period." Zhou Zhenmin nodded thoughtfully. "Your Majesty is right. All right, bring up today's goods." The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. Zhou Zhenmin nodded and took out 3 purple boxes from under the counter. Zhou Zhou opened the first box and saw a core that exuded the aura of doomsday. A faint dragon might spread out, causing Zhou Zhou to be stunned. Then, the corners of his mouth twitched. "Good lord! What a new commodity! Isn't this the legendary dragon bloodline of ancient evil?" Chapter 1310, Fusion of the bloodline of the ancient zombie dragon. Bloodline name, Zombie Ancient Dragon Bloodline. Bloodline level, enhanceable. Unique. Bloodline effect, after absorbing it, the user can obtain the enhanceable, unique bloodline Light Sacred Dragon Bloodline. After fusing with this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken the race ability of the Light Sacred Dragon during the growth process. Your merchandise is timely. Zhou Zhou looked at Zhou Zhenmin and said. Our lord's shop has always been the fastest to update our goods. Zhou Zhenmin said proudly. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth curled up, but he could not refute. Then, he looked at the other 2 items. The other 2 items were also dragon bloodlines, but they were not legendary dragon bloodlines. Instead, they were the bloodlines of ordinary pure-blooded dragons. They were the bloodlines of a mid-tier deity-level elementary grade dragon mountain barbaric dragon. The other was the bloodline of an armored Tyrannosaurus, a high-tier deity-level advanced grade dragon. Zhou Zhou was not very interested in the bloodline of ordinary pure-blooded dragons. However, it was better than nothing. Today's products are not bad, right? Zhou Zhou said this to Zhou Zhenmin. Zhou Zhenmin was speechless. You're probably the only one in the myriad worlds to evaluate the legendary dragon bloodline commodity as not bad. It really felt like His Majesty was floating in the air after going to the mysterious auction. Zhou Zhenmin only dared to complain in his heart. Naturally, he did not dare to say it out loud. How many divine crystals are these 3 items worth? Zhou Zhou asked. Enhanceable unique legendary dragon bloodline zombie ancient dragon bloodline. Worth 10,000 master god tier advanced grade divine crystals. Mid-tier deity level elementary grade dragon bloodline mountain barbarian dragon bloodline, worth 350 mid-tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals. High-tier deity level advanced grade dragon bloodline armored Tyrannosaurus bloodline, worth 500 high-tier deity-level advance-grade divine crystals. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he took out divine crystals from the first treasure vault and handed them to Zhou Jinmin. At the same time, he was secretly glad. Thankfully, when he was exchanging for divine crystals at the mysterious auction, he had chosen to use a large number of low-level divine artifacts to exchange for some low-level divine crystals and Master God tier divine crystals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford these 3 items. Thanks for your patronage, Zhou Jinmin said with a smile after he received the divine crystals. You also have a commission for the divine crystals I gave you, right? Zhou Zhou suddenly asked curiously when he saw his happy expression. Of course. Zhou Jinmin looked at the divine crystals in his hand, his eyes glowing. Otherwise, where would I get the divine crystals to become a game member? Zhou Zhou ignored him and teleported back to the throne of the shrine. He sat on the throne and looked at the 3 items floating in front of him. Then, he absorbed the first 2 dragon bloodlines. The Chaos human bloodline had been strengthened by absorbing these 2 bloodlines, but it still did not break through to the true God tier level. Zhou Zhou didn't pay much attention to it. His gaze fell on the last drop of the ancient zombie dragon bloodline. After some hesitation, he finally decided to absorb it. He had the Chaos human bloodline and the supreme sacred body, so he shouldn't become ugly because he absorbed the zombie ancient dragon bloodline. Following that, he no longer hesitated. He held the zombie ancient dragon bloodline that emitted the aura of decaying doomsday and slowly pressed it into his heart. Then, he felt a cold and refreshing aura surge into his heart. Following that, it beat along his heart and flowed to various parts of his divine body. He began to transform his divine body and soul. A moment later, a text notification appeared. You have absorbed 1 legendary dragon zombie ancient dragon bloodline, enhanceable. Unique. Your Chaos human bloodline has been unearthed with more potential. Your 6 senses have been slightly strengthened. You have awakened the Master God tier advance grade enhanceable Chaos human race talent Fire of Doom. You have awakened the Master God tier advance grade enhanceable light sacred dragon talent Zombie Virus. You have awakened the Master God tier advance grade enhanceable light sacred dragon talent Zombie Dragon Might. You have awakened the Master God tier advance grade enhanceable light sacred dragon talent Doomsday Dragon Breath. You have grasped the legendary dragon race's secret inheritance. You have mastered the Master God tier advance grade racial skill Summon the Sea of Zombies. You have mastered the Master God tier advance grade racial skill Doomsday. You have mastered the Master God tier advance grade law skill World Disease. You have mastered the Master God tier advance grade racial skill Master God level physical immunity, awakening level 1%. You have mastered the Master God tier elemental immunity, 1% awake. You have mastered the Master God tier advance grade racial skill Master God level physical immunity, awakening level 1%. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. He did not look happy. Instead, he looked rather gloomy. A bunch of people who deserve to die. He gritted his teeth. Just now, when he was reading the zombie ancient dragon's legendary dragon heritage, he discovered something extremely detestable. Those fellows who had killed the zombie ancient dragon 13,512 times actually used his flesh and blood soul to create countless pseudo-zombie dragons after killing the zombie ancient dragon. These zombie dragons could not even be considered pure-blooded dragons, let alone legendary dragons. At most, they could be considered divine hybrid dragons. And it was these gods who killed the zombie ancient dragons that actually used these fake zombie dragons to spread the apocalypse to the myriad worlds in the name of the zombie ancient dragons. Then, they used the wealth of the myriad worlds and the origin of the world to strengthen themselves. Then, they would turn the tables and frame the zombie ancient dragon ancient evil for all the evil deeds they had done. Then, they once again killed the reincarnation of the zombie ancient dragon in the name of ridding the myriad worlds of evil, obtaining their flesh and bones, and then creating a fake zombie dragon again. This continued until now. In the zombie ancient dragon's memories, he had clearly done nothing, but he had become the apocalyptic beast that all life forms hated. As for those fellows who had personally created the apocalypse, they had become the saviors praised by the life forms of the myriad worlds. They had even created an organization called the Salvation Society to collect information and resources for them. From the secret memories of the ancient evil, this Salvation Society seemed to have some method to lock onto the zombie ancient dragon's location. Therefore, not long after every reincarnation, the zombie ancient dragon would inexplicably be found by the gods of the Salvation Society. Then, it would be killed by the Salvation Society again and become the material for them to create the zombie dragon. It won't be long before the Salvation Society finds me, right? Just as well, saves me the trouble of looking for you. Zhou Zhou's expression darkened. He rarely had any emotional fluctuations when it came to external matters. However, this time, he was truly enraged. After a long time, he took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Then, he opened the Obscure Lord's shop to check today's items. Obscure Lord's shop. Day 1. Time limited open goods. Quantity, unique unknown price. Chapter 1311, the second day's commodity. God Summoning Scroll. 6 conditions. Day 2 commodities. Star Destroyer Cannon, low tier deity level intermediate grade, quantity, 5 same as before price, 10,000 Obscure Lord shop points. Elementary Sun Energy Shield, low tier deity level intermediate grade, quantity, 5 same as before price, 10,000 Obscure Lord shop points. Blue Bird, low tier deity level intermediate grade, quantity, 5 same as before price, 10,000 Obscure Lord shop points. Potential Advancement Potion, low tier deity level intermediate grade, quantity, 10 same as before. Price, 1000 Obscure Lord shop points. Spacewalker Class Change Certificate, Kingdom Level Soldier Type, Number, 20,000 same as before. Price, 100 Obscure Lord shop points. Heavenly Knight Class Change Certificate, Imperial Tier Soldier Type, Quantity, 200 same as before price, 1000 Obscure Lord shop points. Universe Legendary Class Change Certificate, Divine Kingdom Soldier Type, Quantity, 2 same as before. Price, 10,000 Obscure Lord shop points. God Summoning Scroll, Low Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade, Quantity, 1 After using this scroll, you can summon a low tier deity level intermediate grade God Spirit who is completely loyal to you. Price, 10,000 Obscure Lord shop points. Note, after purchasing all of them, you can obtain mysterious goods. Mysterious goods are formed according to the situation of the Lord of all races. You can obtain goods that meet the needs of the Lord of all races. After reading it, Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. The merchandise on the second day did not change much compared to the first day. It was mainly because there were more goods that could be bought on the first day. The only change was that there was an additional God Summoning Scroll that could summon a low-tier deity level intermediate grade God Spirit. He pondered for a moment before muttering to himself. This God Summoning Scroll is almost useless to me. However, to the lords of the other races, it's a commodity that can greatly increase their strength. 99% of the lords of the myriad races don't have God Spirits. This God Summoning Scroll can allow the current lords of all races to have trillions or even more God Spirit level experts. The Supreme Will was really generous. Zhou Zhou sighed with emotion before a smile appeared on his face. If it was the him from yesterday, he wouldn't dare to face trillions of gods head-on even if his military strength and God Spirits were 10 times greater. However, after returning from the mysterious auction, he, who had grasped a large number of Supreme God Realm treasures, was no longer afraid of the gathering of ordinary God Spirits. For Supreme God Realm techniques, no matter how many God Spirits below the true God tier level there were, it was impossible for ants to bite an elephant to death. It was just like how no matter how strong the strong people in comics were, it was impossible for them to jump out of the comics and kill the people who read them. The two were not from the same dimension and could not be compared at all. Of course, it was impossible for him to rely on the Supreme God Realm means to wipe out trillions of God Spirits in one go. He was a god who had walked the path of laws, not an ant after all. Venus is already in my hands. There should be many Lord factions and local Lord factions that want to attack the mortal empire. Coupled with the God Summoning Scroll that came out today, there should be a large number of God Spirits in the active universe. Now that my 10,000 Spirit Saint is here, I should have a good harvest. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he roughly calculated how many Obscure Lord shop points he would need to spend to buy the second day's goods. In the end, he discovered that he needed a total of 2.39 million Obscure Lord shop points. 2.39 million Obscure Lord shop points, that's a lot. I only have 272,750 Obscure Lord shop points now. I'm still short of more than 2 million. However, I have so many Master God tier and Supreme God Realm treasures. It shouldn't be difficult for me to quickly obtain a large number of Obscure Lord shop points in a short period of time. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he took out the Bodhi Supreme and asked the question he had wanted to know the answer to yesterday. Bodhi Supreme, what are the conditions to enter the secret land of inheritance of the Yellow River token? Zhou Zhou asked. 3 formal questions. The Bodhi Supreme said solemnly. 3? That many? Zhou Zhou was shocked. In the past, no matter how difficult the problem was, it would at most be resolved with a formal question. What else? This is an inheritance that involves willpower. Giving you an answer with just 3 official questions is basically a steal. The Bodhi Supreme said lazily. Zhou Zhou could not refute. Fine. I'll do it. He finally agreed. Who could resist the temptation of a will-level inheritance? In any case, Zhou Zhou could not tolerate it. After obtaining the Yellow River token, if you want to enter the land of inheritance of the Yellow Springs will and obtain the inheritance of the Yellow Springs will, there are actually not 4 conditions, but 6. After Bodhi Supreme received the reward, he immediately gave Zhou Zhou a huge blow. 6 conditions. Zhou Zhou was shocked. Then why did the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce say 4? The mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce's ability is also limited, but I'm the only one who knows everything. The Bodhi Supreme said proudly. The first condition is, defeat the other 3 opponents who are competing with you for the inheritance of the will of the Yellow Spring. Collect their Yellow River tokens and fuse them into the Yellow Spring Sacred Token. This is the key to opening the inheritance of the will of the Yellow Spring. You have to obtain it. Otherwise, you won't be able to open the door to the inheritance. The second condition is to find the Yellow River Slate. The secret language of the Yellow River is engraved on the Yellow River Slate. After opening the door to the land of inheritance, you have to recite the secret language of the Yellow River in your heart in the land of inheritance of the Yellow River's will before officially becoming the inheritor of the Yellow River's will. The third condition is to find the Yellow River Emperor's Sword. The Yellow River Emperor's Sword is the Law Saint artifact of the Yellow River. With it, one can rule the entire Yellow River and become the actual master of the Yellow River. They can even kill all the souls of the Yellow River with a word. It can even reincarnate and save trillions of souls. At the same time, with it, your inheritor's status will increase by another level, and it will be closer to the Yellow River inheritance. The fourth condition is that the inheritor's nomological path must be related to the rules of the Yellow River, such as death, dusk, darkness, reincarnation, soul. Only the gods who walk these nomological paths are qualified to accept the inheritance of the Yellow River's will. With these 4 conditions, you can obtain a pseudo-will inheritance. Gods who have cultivated the inheritance of pseudo-will can at most raise their God spirit realm to the Supreme God realm. But they will never be able to raise it to the will realm. Only by completing the last 2 conditions can I obtain the complete Yellow River will level inheritance. The 5th condition is to fight the Illusionist clan and take back the Yellow River. The Illusionist clan. Zhou Zhou muttered this name silently. Was this the mysterious faction that had occupied Yellow River? What a strange name. The 6th condition. Only those who care about all living beings can obtain the final inheritance of the Yellow River's will. Bodhi Supreme said slowly. Those who care about all living beings. Chapter 1312. Keto Te Lai recovers the strength of a Master God Tier Elementary Grade. You should know where the Yellow River Slate and the Yellow River Emperor's Sword are, right? Zhou Zhou asked. Of course. Bodhi Supreme said matter-of-factly, if you want to know, you can officially answer a question. Zhou Zhou nodded. This way, he would directly satisfy 2 of the 6 conditions. Among the other 4 conditions, defeating the other 3 competitors depended on who it was, so he didn't talk about it for the time being. The 4th condition was that the inheritor's nomological path had to be related to the Yellow River law. This condition was not a problem for Zhou Zhou. He was a Lord-type law god spirit. With the law skill, King, he could possess billions of laws. If he wanted to display any laws, he could directly switch them. The 5th condition was to fight the Illusionist clan and take back the Yellow River. It was a long-term mission, so Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry. As for the 6th condition, it required that the inheritor only cared about all living beings. Zhou Zhou believed that he was a person who treated his subjects well, so it shouldn't be a problem. Looks like obtaining the inheritance of the Yellow River's will is not something that can be done in a day. However, it doesn't matter. I'll try my best to complete these conditions first and obtain the Supreme God Realm inheritance of the Yellow River's will. It's not a loss as long as we can get the Supreme God Realm inheritance, even if we can't get the rest. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. At this moment. Boom. An earth-shattering divine power fluctuation suddenly erupted from the direction of the reincarnation sacred palace and quickly spread in all directions. The world suddenly changed color. In particular, the billions of stars in the sky had even turned a demonic dark purple. Amidst the billions of demonic dark purple stars, a dark purple divine kingdom star that emitted a terrifying aura rapidly expanded. Boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, this dark purple star quickly expanded to 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. When it expanded to 10,000 times its size, it slowly stopped growing. At this moment, it appeared especially huge among the stars. Roar. A roar that terrified trillions of life forms in the heavens sounded. It also reminded the billions of life forms of the fear of being ruled by the monster demons. This commotion naturally attracted the attention and shock of the god spirits of the various races. A god spirit has become a master god. This aura is familiar. Oh no! A member of the monster demon clan has become a master god tier. No! This aura! This aura! It's the aura of the first generation monster demon emperor King Keto Talai. Not only has monster demon emperor King Keto Talai recovered, he has also recovered to the strength of a master god. Kedotali's revival has been brought forward. Is another disaster coming to the infinite worlds? That's not right. Didn't the common people's regal Zhou Zhou become the monster demon emperor king? Then there's only one possibility. The former monster demon emperor king, Keto Talai, was revived by Zhou Zhou, and with his help, he recovered his master god tier strength. Otherwise, if Zhou Zhou didn't allow it, the monster demons wouldn't have been able to recover their master god tier strength by themselves. The common people's regal wouldn't let Keto Talai revive in advance for no reason and help him recover to the strength of a master god tier. However, combined with Zhou Zhou's current identity, I think I've already guessed the reason. Keto Talai might have already submitted to the common people's regal and worked for him. Gasp! Doesn't that mean that the Blazing Sun Empire, which is only a high-level empire now, already has a worshipped master god? This is an expert that only top-notch divine kingdoms can have. Sigh. Now that the common people's regal's Blazing Sun Empire has a true worshipped master god tier, it has completely left the ranks of lord of all races and officially became a powerful lord faction. It's too late to kill him now. The other party has completely grown up. Wait. This, how is this possible? At this moment, something else seemed to have happened in the Blazing Sun Empire's territory, causing the god spirits watching from all over the universe to be dumbfounded. A few minutes ago, Zhou Zhou stood in the sky above the Divine Kingdom and looked at the Divine Kingdom phenomenon in the sky. A smile appeared on his face. Kedotali's timing is quite accurate. He said that he would regain his Master God tier elementary grade strength within 2 days. He smiled and muttered to himself. His Blazing Sun Empire eventually had a true Master God tier combat power. As a high-tier deity level intermediate grade God spirit, he no longer had to forcefully become a Master God tier. Keto Talai was a Master God tier expert of the Monster Demon clan and the previous Monster Demon Emperor King. He was naturally stronger than other Master God tier existences. Back then, if there weren't more than one Master God tier attacking Keto Talai together, Keto Talai wouldn't have died right after he was born. Keto Talai, who is now a Master God tier elementary grade, is probably no weaker than a Master God tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. At this moment, he appeared to sense something as he looked into the distance. After Keto Talai recovered to the Master God tier level, the monster demons who were countless light years away all let out earth-shattering roars in excitement. Amidst the roars, their bodies grew rapidly. At the same time, their auras became stronger, and even the genetic potential hidden in their bodies began to increase rapidly. At this moment, at least thousands of monster demons had been promoted to god spirits, and more than 10 high-tier deity-level advanced-grade god spirits had been promoted to true god tier of monster demons. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this scene. The reason why master-level experts were called clan-protecting experts. Apart from the fact that they could be stated to be at the peak of the infinite worlds, it was also because of the scene before them. After a main god leveled up, the bloodline of the people who had the same bloodline as a main god leveled up would also undergo a transformation. For example, before the birth of a master god tier, a very average low-grade bloodline race would immediately undergo a bloodline metamorphosis after the birth of a master god tier and become a high-grade bloodline race. If there were multiple master god level experts who came from the same bloodline race, it was very likely that this race would become a top bloodline race comparable to the original spirit race, the chaos gods race, and the shepherd's god race under the impact of the bloodline metamorphosis of many master god tier. For example, the number 1 original spirit race. There were at least 100 master god tier divine level experts in their clan. It was precisely because they had more than 100 master god tier powerhouses that almost all the people in their race were geniuses. Their possibility was not even lower than a low-tier deity level elementary grade. That was why they could steadily sit on the throne of the number 1 race in the myriad worlds for countless years. As for the Chaos Gods race and the Shepherd's God race, even though they were inferior to the original spirit race, there were definitely more than 50 main god level experts in the race. Zhou Zhou recalled this information and looked at Kidotali's advancement phenomenon in front of him. His eyes burned with aspiration as he muttered to himself. One day, my human race will also have more than 100, 200, or even 1000 master god tier experts. The original spirit race can be the number 1 race in the myriad worlds. Chapter 1313. Blood Moon Sun advancing to master god tier. Explosive increase in strength. At this moment, the phenomenon in the world slowly returned to normal. The Divine Kingdom star that was as big as a small sun gradually shrunk and finally became a dark purple star that looked much brighter than the surrounding stars. A dark purple figure flew out of the reincarnation sacred palace and immediately teleported in front of Zhou Zhou. He knelt on one knee respectfully and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty, Kidotali. You really didn't disappoint this emperor." Zhou Zhou chuckled. "If His Majesty hadn't given me so many resources to recover my strength, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly." Kidotali was not proud. At the same time, he felt His Majesty's aura and was secretly alarmed. It had to be known that he had now recovered his strength as an elementary grade master god tier. With such strength, he was confident that he could protect him and even win against ordinary intermediate level master god tier powerhouses. However, he could still feel a deep sense of danger from His Majesty. It was as if as long as he dared to attack Zhou Zhou, His Majesty would kill him in an instant. How strong is His Majesty? Even top-notch master god tier experts don't give me such a strong sense of threat. Could His Majesty be a hidden supreme god realm expert? But His Majesty is clearly only a high-tier deity level intermediate grade god spirit. Strange. Kidotali muttered to himself. Then, his expression turned solemn. As a master god tier, his intuition would most likely not be wrong. That could only prove that His Majesty indeed had methods comparable to the supreme god realm. At the thought of this, the smugness he felt from recovering his strength as master god tier elementary grade immediately disappeared without a trace. At the same time, he was even more convinced of His Majesty. He felt that he had made a wise choice back then with such a powerful backer. Your subject Zhang Zhijian's loyalty has increased to 100 and he has become your fanatic believer. Zhou Zhou looked at the loyal Kidotali and then at the text notification in front of him. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Kidotali was really strange. When other people's strength increased, they would more or less be a little arrogant. However, not only was he not arrogant, he was even more humble on the surface. The faith in him had even risen to the level of a fanatic believer. Strange. Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart, but he did not mind. This was a good thing after all. Today, I'll hold a celebration for all of you. Congratulations on becoming a master god and becoming a master god tier revered elder of our blazing sun empire. Come to this emperor's side first. We'll wait for another excellency. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Wait for another excellency? What kind of excellency was worthy of His Majesty's personal waiting? Kidotali was taken aback, but he didn't dare to ask further. He silently came to his side. At the same time, Zhang Yuankai and the other generals and officials of the Blazing Sun Empire also flew over from all directions to congratulate Kidotali on becoming a master god. Kidotali was very experienced in greeting and chatting with Zhang Yuankai and the others. Soon, they became one with each other. One could not tell that this was a monster demon emperor king that made all the life forms in the world tremble in fear. A moment later. Boom! An earth-shattering divine might fluctuation erupted from the direction of the reincarnation sacred palace again before quickly spreading in all directions. At the same time, a blood-colored pillar of light erupted from the reincarnation sacred palace and shot towards the starry sky. The abnormal phenomenon of the world that had originally calmed down appeared again. A blood-colored moon rose high into the sky, emitting endless blood-colored moonlight, illuminating the huge starry sky into a blood-colored starry sky. When the gods of the myriad worlds saw this scene, they hurriedly looked towards the source of the divine might. Then, they saw the blood-colored pillar of light that soared into the sky from the blazing sun imperial capital and the reincarnation sacred palace again. The gods and spirits were all stunned. This. 2 master god tiers in a day. The blazing sun empire is heaven-defying. How can a mere empire produce 2 worshipped master gods in a day? Normally, only top-notch divine kingdom lord factions would have such a lineup. I didn't expect him to have such a lineup as an empire tier lord faction. It's really ridiculous. As long as the supreme god realm doesn't appear, master god tier is the top powerhouse in the myriad worlds. At this moment, the blazing sun empire has truly risen. The situation of the myriad races in the world is about to change because of this new talent. All the god spirits were discussing fervently. After the original spirit race, the chaos gods race, the shepherds god race, and other top bloodline races and high-level bloodline races received this news, after experiencing the initial shock, the leaders of these top bloodline races and high-level bloodline races all regarded Zhou Zhou as a great enemy that challenged the status of their race. When the intermediate races and weaker races heard this news, their thoughts also increased. They had long known about the new era brought by the lords of all races. They knew that the person who played the greatest role in the new era was this common people's regal. Now that the common people's regal's power had been strengthened again, it was even comparable to a high-level bloodline race. This was the time of the turn of the era. They chose to watch coldly from the sidelines and only wanted to protect themselves. Or should they choose to take the initiative to join the Blazing Sun Empire and try to overthrow the top bloodline races and high-level bloodline races that had been oppressing them? These races were a little hesitant. No matter which choice they make, once the choice fails, the outcome awaiting them would not be good after all. In the Blazing Sun Imperial Capital. Greetings, Your Majesty. After the phenomenon, the Blood Moon Sun, who had officially been promoted to Master God Tier Elementary Grade, approached in front of him and stated respectfully. Congratulations on becoming a Master God, Blood Moon Sun. You're much faster than this Emperor imagined. Zhou Zhou smiled. Unlike Kido Talai had recovered his Master God Tier strength as a new life form, the Blood Moon Sun was actually relying on himself to become a Master God Tier. Zhou Zhou was very surprised that he could successfully advance in one go. It's all thanks to Your Majesty's help that I was able to successfully advance. The Blood Moon Sun was very grateful to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly and nodded. Then, he gazed up at the stars that filled the sky, as if he could see the gods of all races staring at him. Even though Zhou Zhou didn't know what the outside world was thinking about the birth of 2 Master God Tiers in his territory, he could roughly guess. However, he didn't mind. All he needed to know was that his influence and strength had become stronger again. His ability to deal with various unexpected situations had also become stronger. Most importantly, with the 2 Master God Tiers, Kido Talai and Blood Moon Sun, around, I can completely include the 2 of them when I use King. In that case, there's no need for me to become a Moon Demon or wait to become a true God Tier. I can also rely on the strength of these 2 worshipped Master Gods to directly reach the God Spirit realm. Coupled with top-notch Master God Tier divine artifacts and even supreme divine artifacts. With my current strength, even the 10 Master God Tiers might not be able to compare to me. Even if it's a supreme God realm, it shouldn't be a problem to escape, right? Zhou Zhou was a little uncertain. At this moment. Chapter 1314, The Shocking Lowest Potential of the Human Race. Su Yuan is about to return. What appeared in front of Zhou Zhou was a divine runic formed by magical elements. I'm about to reach the Blazing Sun Empire and serve Your Majesty. Forbidden Mage Master God, Su Yuan. Su Yuan? Zhou Zhou was stunned as he looked at the statue of the Forbidden Archmage standing tall not far away. Su Yuan is coming to my empire? No. This isn't the most important thing. Most importantly, he actually called himself the Forbidden Mage Master God Tier. Su Yuan had actually become a Master God. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and looked happy. If what the other party said was true, this was probably the first chief god-level existence in the history of the human race, right? Su Yuan had always been a nobody in the entire history of the human race. Unexpectedly, he suddenly made a big deal out of it. What a pleasant surprise! As for why the other party had suddenly come, Zhou Zhou had a faint premonition that the other party might have come because of the faith that his soldiers had contributed to him. Now that you mention it, we humans can now call ourselves a high-level bloodline race. Zhou Zhou smiled. He had just been wondering when his human race would be able to give birth to a master god tier existence that would allow humans to become a high-level race. Unexpectedly, it was realized in the blink of an eye. Haha! Unexpectedly, it was realized in the blink of an eye. Then, after a long while, he retracted his smile. Don't be proud. The myriad worlds are all in the stage of war right now. A high-level bloodline race with only one master god tier existence is only the weakest high-level bloodline race. He has an advantage in the war between races, but it's not big, so there's nothing to be proud of. When our human race has 10 or even 100 high-level bloodline races that are comparable to top-notch bloodline races, we will truly be able to relax. Zhou Zhou woke up and muttered to himself. But then, he suddenly thought of a problem. That's not right. If we humans give birth to a master god tier and improve our human bloodline, as the master of the human race, why wouldn't I know? He raised his eyebrows slightly. I think I know what's going on. At this moment, Zhou managed suddenly teleport to his side. Zhou Zhou wasn't frightened. What happened? He asked. According to the bloodline inheritance in our minds, when a master god tier is born in a race, the bloodline of the race that comes from the same bloodline as the master god tier will undergo a metamorphosis. The bloodline potential will be strengthened or even promoted. And the fundamental reason for this bloodline metamorphosis is the Divine Kingdom Star. Zhou Manich pointed at the Divine Kingdom Star in the sky. When a master god tier is born, the Divine Kingdom Star will also undergo a qualitative change. The light emitted by the Divine Kingdom Star will illuminate billions of life forms in the myriad worlds. If it's not a race that shares the same bloodline as the master god tier, there won't be any special feeling even if it's illuminated by the light of the Divine Kingdom's stars. However, if a race that shares the same bloodline as the master god tier is illuminated by the starlight of the Divine Kingdom, their bloodline will slowly strengthen or even advance until the transformation is complete. Forbidden Archmage Zhou Yuan should have just advanced not long ago. Coupled with the fact that the spread of light requires time, the entire human race has not improved greatly. However, the Supreme Continent is located in the center of the myriad worlds and can receive the light of the Divine Kingdom stars immediately. Therefore, our human subjects on the Supreme Continent should have already undergone a transformation. That was because I received a memorial the night before yesterday. Some human subjects' potential inexplicably advanced. Even their strength realms broke through. If there are no surprises, it should be influenced by Zhou Yuan's advancement to Master God tier. Zhou Manich said. Really? How much has his potential increased? Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up and he immediately asked. According to Zero's statistics, it's about half a rank. Zhou Manich said. Half a step. Half a level is not bad either. Zhou Zhou smiled when he heard that. The Chaos God's race and Shepherd's God race only allowed their subjects to have the lowest potential to reach the low-tier deity level elementary grade after they had more than 50 Master God tier experts. The first Master God tier of the human race had raised the potential of the entire human race by half a level. It was already a huge increase. What's the lowest potential of our human race now? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. Now, all the humans in the High Continent had joined the Blazing Sun Empire under Zheng Yuankai's arrangements. Therefore, Zhou Zhou's question about the human race's lowest potential was basically the same as asking about the Blazing Sun Empire's human race's lowest potential. Lowest. Zhou Manich smiled and said, White Platinum tier elementary grade. So high. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. Back then, he still remembered the first batch of 10 soldiers that he had summoned back then. Among them, the soldiers with the lowest potential even had Black Iron tier elementary grade potential. Soldiers with such potential meant that they would never be able to advance after stepping onto the extraordinary tier path. After that, he was overjoyed to obtain a White Platinum tier mental potential talent ball. Now, the lowest potential of the entire human race has already reached the White Platinum tier elementary grade. My God, what a huge improvement! This doesn't include the increase in Zhou Yuan's advancement to Master God tier. Otherwise, it should be White Platinum tier intermediate grade. Zhou Manich sighed. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he did some calculations in his heart. The first was the Race Divine Artifact, the Xian Yuan Divine Sword. It raised the potential of the sword-wielding lord and his subjects by a large level. Next was the Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Heavenly Blessed Divine Bodies, which could increase the potential of the subjects under him. Then, there was the Race Divine Artifact King of 10,000 Kings Lord of the Blazing Sun rewarded by the King of 10,000 Kings event, allowing the potential of himself and his subjects to increase by a large level. Finally, there was the newly obtained race divine artifact, Venus, which allowed the potential of the entire human race and its subjects to increase by a large level. Under the 4 layers, the lowest potential of the human subjects was directly raised to the white platinum tier elementary grade. It was simply terrifying. This was still not the outcome of many treasures that only targeted the increase in the potential of some subjects. For example, one of the effects of the Yellow Emperor's ancestral statue was to increase the potential of the Blazing Sun Empire's subjects. Zhou Manage did not count because it was only effective for lifestyle professionals. The lowest potential of a white platinum tier elementary grade. Tisk tisk. Just by looking at this data, we humans are already quite strong among the myriad races. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Among the myriad races, there were races that could easily give birth to people with high potential. However, their bottom line was also very low. For races like the human race, the lowest potential was lower than the white platinum tier. It could be said to be quite rare. A high lower limit meant that a middle and upper level race expert could be steadily born after all. If the upper limit was high, there was a small chance that a true god tier or even a master god tier expert would be born. However, it was still a small probability and unstable. It was like drawing the lottery. Therefore, compared to the latter, Zhou Zhou, who did not like to draw lottery tickets, actually preferred the former. Oh yes. I'm not here to explain the reason to you. I just want to tell you something else. Zhou Manage said. What is it? Zhou Zhou asked casually. He was still thinking about how the lowest potential of the territory's subjects had reached the white platinum tier elementary grade. This made him extremely excited. Chapter 1315. Pangu's Revival. Chaotic Origin Lord's Sneak Attack. Oh, Emperor Pangu has revived, Zhou Zhou subconsciously nodded. Then, he was suddenly stunned and hurriedly looked at he. Emperor Pangu has revived. Right, where is him now? Zhou Zhou asked expectantly. He had long wanted to meet this leader who had led humanity to rise. Even though he has revived, he hasn't woken up. Zhou Manage said. Why isn't he awake? Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. Is it because the divine medicine we prepared for Imperial Lord Pangu is not enough? That's not it. Zhou Manage shook his head with a smile. The reason why he hasn't woken up yet is because he was prepared to become a master god tier the moment he woke up. Emperor Pangu is astonishingly talented. Before we came to the higher continent, he could be said to be the most talented human. I think there's a high chance that he can advance to the master god tier level this time. Is that so? Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, a smile appeared on his face. If Imperial Lord Pangu could also become a master god tier and in addition to the letter that Su Yuan had just sent, then he would have a total of 4 master god tiers in the Blazing Sun Empire. The combat power of 4 clan protecting experts. A lord faction with so many clan guarding experts was not weak even among the factions that had just entered the overlord level. Including myself and my 5 clones, that's the power of the 9 master god tier lords. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. With the combat power of 9 master god tiers and the 10,000 trillion soldiers that he would have in the future, he wouldn't be afraid of even an ordinary overlord level lord faction. I'm getting stronger and stronger. Maybe I can really try to become the lord of all races. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. In the past, no matter how strong he was, no matter how much he was ahead of the other lords of the myriad races, he didn't dare to say that. At most, he felt that he was closer to the position of the lord of all races. But now, he really felt that he had the possibility of becoming the lord of all races. This was because his growth speed was a little ridiculous. It was ridiculously strong. Then, he stopped thinking and returned to the reincarnation sacred palace. He closed his eyes and began cultivating. The Cerulean planet. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu also started the base camp battle the next day. We'll start the base camp defense battle now. Zhou Fight said. A new text notification appeared in front of Zhou Fight as soon as he finished speaking. Match in progress. In less than a second, the words match successful appeared. At the same time, a continent with a diameter of 1 light-year suddenly appeared 100 kilometers away from Cerulean planet. Under the modification of Zhou Fight and the other god spirits, the Cerulean planet was already hundreds of times larger than the original Cerulean planet. The promotion energy density on the ground had reached the level of a low-tier deity level elementary grade territory. Even some of the blessed lands in the immortal world might not be comparable to the current Cerulean planet. However, compared to the larger Cerulean planet, this continent seemed to be a colossus. Zhou Fight and the rest were naturally not surprised. However, when the natives of the cerulean planet saw this continent that was more than 6 million times larger than the Sun appear not far from Earth, all the humans on the cerulean planet could not help but feel suffocated and even terrified. When Zhou Marshall saw this scene, he calmly waved his hand and cast a large-scale appeasement spell on all the native humans on the cerulean planet. Only then did the native humans on the cerulean planet stop panicking. However, he also looked at this continent in shock, as if he had seen something new. If we hadn't cast a fixed array on the cerulean planet, our cerulean planet would have been attracted to this unknown continent the moment it appeared. Bai Yun said with a frown. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu looked at the match notification that had just appeared. Match successful. The opponent you face is the Sword Spirit clan of the Sword Continent, the Origin Lord. This Lord has 1,253,000 hegemony points. This Lord has Obscure Lord Shop points, 51,100. The number of consecutive victories of this Lord, 2. From now on, you will defend against the enemy's attack until the end of this day or the other party is destroyed. You will obtain victory. Otherwise, you will fail. The base camp defense battle has officially begun. When Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu saw the other party's name, the corners of their mouths twitched. The Origin Lord. What a bold name! In some cultivation systems, this was the title of the highest level cultivator. With this name, wasn't this guy afraid of being cursed by fate and encountering misfortune? At the same time, the Origin Lord on the other side also received the match information. Match successful. Your opponent is the Mortal Lord of Earth. This Lord possesses 63,121,000,1500 hegemony points. This Lord possesses Obscure Lord Shop points, 501,100. The number of consecutive victories of this Lord, 2. From currently on, you will attack the enemy's base camp as the offensive party until the end of today and successfully occupy the enemy's base camp. Otherwise, you will be judged to have failed. If your offensive fails, you will automatically lose your status as the Lord of all races. The main camp's offensive battle has officially begun. Origin Lord's expression was originally filled along with confidence. But when he saw the 60 billion hegemony points, his confident face froze. Could this guy be? He immediately opened the rankings and looked at the top position. Then, his face immediately turned extremely pale. It's really a mortal lord. Why am I so unlucky? He muttered to himself. I am the 6th general of the Mortal Empire Mortal Army Luo Sheng. Are you ready to fight us? At this moment, the unparalleled ghost god Luo Sheng's cold voice sounded from the sky. The Origin Lord looked up and saw Luo Sheng standing in the sky, looking at them coldly. Wait. I surrender. The Origin Lord hurriedly shouted. Oh. A wise choice. Luo Sheng nodded in surprise. Then, he flew towards the Origin Lord alone. Since that's the case, follow me to meet. Swoosh. The Origin Lord's eyes flickered along with resplendent sword light. A sword light flew out, and tens of thousands of thread-like sword chi followed. The sword chi thread. Not only was Luo Sheng not surprised by this, he even smiled. Boom! A three-headed, six-armed ghost god silently appeared behind Luo Sheng. Each of the ghost god's 6 arms had a weapon. When the thousands of sword energies flew over, the ghost god also waved the 6 weapons in an instant, drawing an airtight weapon light. Clang, 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 clang. Under the disbelieving gaze of the Origin Lord, the myriad of sword chi at the realm of his sword chi thread were every blocked. How is that possible? He cried out. With sword chi thread's sword Dao realm, he was absolutely invincible among the younger generation of the sword continent. Even among the lords of the myriad races, they rarely met their match. Now that he had encountered an unknown general of the Blazing Sun Empire, he had actually been easily blocked by the other party. The Origin Lord could not accept it. However, he felt a sense of danger in the next second. Just as he was about to escape, he realized that his perspective had flipped. Then, he saw his headless corpse. A faint voice entered his unconscious brain. His Majesty uttered that you will encounter misfortune if you give this lord's name. His Majesty was correct because meeting me is your misfortune. The Origin Lord widened his eyes unwillingly and then died completely. The three-headed, 6-armed ghost god behind Luo Sheng grinned when it saw this. This continent seems to be helpful for sword cultivation. Put it away and bring it back to the Empire. Luo Sheng glanced at the sword continent and ordered. Chapter 1316, 10 Divine Blessings Goddess of Life Tritus's Protection. Zhou Fai looked at the world rings that Luo Sheng handed to him. There was a vast continent floating in the ring. It was the Sword Continent. A divine light flashed in his eyes. Then, he raised his brows slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The true form of this Land of Swords is actually a Master God level intermediate grade divine artifact 10,000 divine swords. For some reason, the 10,000 divine swords hid itself. After countless years of tempering, it became this vast Land of Swords. Life forms were born in the Land of Swords. These life forms were nourished by the invisible sword aura naturally emitted by the 10,000 divine swords. Generations of genetic inheritance passed down, causing these sword spirits to be born with a special physique, the body of a sword spirit. No wonder it's called the Sword Spirit Clan. They're really a race favored by the heavens. Zhou Fai sighed. The sword spirit body was actually not a very strong physique in the myriad worlds. However, it was a pity that every single member of this clan had the body of a sword spirit. This was very shocking. It could only be said that it was indeed worthy of being a Master God tier divine artifact. Even the slightest bit of kindness that it casually emitted could submerge billions of life forms, and it could even extend this blessing to future generations. Zhou Fai did not expect this either. Such a weak opponent could actually give him a Master God tier divine artifact. The myriad races in the world were really filled with opportunities. It all depended on whether he had the ability to obtain it. Then, he conveniently placed the continent into his first treasure vault. As for continuing to let it be the continent for the benefit of future generations, Zhou Zhou naturally did not have such thoughts. This was a Master God tier divine artifact. If he was used well, the impact it could create would be thousands of times greater than that of the Land of Swords. Zhou Fai continued with an offensive battle after that. The opponent he encountered this time was a lord of all races with 3 consecutive victories. Clearly, he had just finished today's offensive battle at the headquarters and wanted to complete the defense battle at the headquarters in one go. Unfortunately, he met Zhou Fai and the rest. The other party was very smart. After seeing the name of the Mortal Empire, he directly said that he wanted to surrender. However, Zhou Fai ignored him and eliminated him. What was the use of surrendering in an active universe? Once the guard time was up, the other party would directly teleport back to their territory. Unless he knew the location of the other party's territory, he would never accept the surrender of any opponent. Congratulations, you have defeated the Sura race's Lord Tian Kui and obtained the victory of this base camp's offensive battle. You have obtained all the hegemony points and Obscure Lord shop points that the other party has. You have received 10,000 hegemony points and 1,000 Obscure Lord shop points as a reward for defending the base camp. Your latest hegemony points are 63,123,153,900 hegemony points. Your latest Obscure Lord shop points are 721,000. You have completed today's base camp defense battle. You have received 2 consecutive win point. Your current winning streak is 4 points. In the next match, you will be matched with an opponent with at least 4 winning streak points. You have completed all the offensive and defensive battles today. You can now choose to go out and invade the racial territories of other lords to obtain more hegemony points and Obscure Lord shop points. Zhou Fai stroked his chin. It seemed that in the upcoming battle, he would only be matched with stronger and stronger opponents. However, this was meaningless to him. This was because no matter how strong the lords of all races were, they were not his match. Leave some soldiers on Cerulean planet. The remaining soldiers will go to the universe with this emperor and conquer all the enemy forces. Zhou Fai ordered. The next battle was the highlight. Yes. The soldiers shouted fervently. Time passed quickly. At noon, in the blazing sun imperial capital. In the shrine, Zhou Zhou, who was comprehending the Lord's laws, slowly opened his eyes. Lines of text appeared in front of him. Supreme Sacred Body, you have cultivated the Supreme Sacred Body and awakened the mythical tier unique talent. The Goddess Tritus Holy Protection. 10 Sacred Blessings Goddess of Life Tritus's Holy Protection. Specific Talent Effect 1 Tritus Supreme Blessing, the Goddess of Life, one of the 10 chief gods under the Supreme Will, Tritus, has performed the Supreme Blessing on you and your subjects. Your and your subjects' potential has increased by 1 small level. Specific Talent Effect 2 Limb Restoration, when you and your subjects are mutilated, the mutilated limbs will automatically grow out within 24 hours. Specific Talent Effect 3 Exuberant Life, you and your subjects contain abundant vitality. When you and your subjects are injured, it can greatly increase the speed of recovery. Specific talent effect for Life Cathedral. Every regional territory under your command will automatically have an additional Life Cathedral. The subjects under your command can save people by treating illnesses and obtain the favor of the Goddess of Life. There is a 30% chance of changing to a kingdom-level clergyman, a 1% chance of changing to an empire-level clergyman, a life apostle, and a 0.01% chance of changing to a divine kingdom-level clergyman saint of salvation. Specific talent effect 5 Master God's protection. The development process of your Lord's faction will not be hindered by other Master God-level powerhouses. The Goddess of Life Tritus will secretly protect you and your Lord's faction, stopping or killing any Master God-level powerhouses who dare to come and have malicious intentions. Specific talent effect 6 Protector of the Divine Kingdom. When your Lord faction advances to the beginner-level Divine Kingdom, the Goddess of Life Tritus will automatically join your Lord faction and become a worshipped Master God loyal to you. However, you have to promise her that you will help the Goddess of Life Tritus advance to the Supreme God realm in the future. I've finally awakened another mythical Tier 1 Lord talent. When Zhou Zhou saw the notification of the Supreme Sacred Body appear in front of him, a smile appeared on his face. After he finished cultivating this morning, he realized that he had not awakened the mythical Tier Lord talent. He thought that something had happened. From the looks of it, it was probably just that there was not enough time. Is it the 10 Sacred Blessings Lord talent of Tritus? Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw the specific name of the Lord talent. In this way, after he upgraded the Blazing Sun Empire to a Junior Divine Kingdom, he would have 4 top Master God tier subordinates. War Master God Terence, Machina Master God Zero, Wisdom Master God Totbirth, Goddess of Life Tritus. He obtained 4 of them amongst the 10 Master Gods. Who would it be? After Zhou Zhou's excitement, he began to look at the specific effect of this mythical tier unique Lord talent. Chapter 1317, Titan God Race Attack. The Goddess of Life's 10 sacred blessings can actually increase the potential of my subjects by a small level. That makes sense also. The Goddess of Life is in charge of the Law of Life domain. Her potential is also a part of the Law of Life domain. It's normal to have such an effect. In that case, including Zhou Yuan becoming a Master God tier and increasing the potential of the human subjects by a small level, wouldn't our human race's lowest potential reach White Platinum tier advanced grade? Tisk. He's about to reach Diamond tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. In a race, the lowest potential of the clansman was Diamond tier elementary grade. Without looking at the upper limit of potential, this was considered rare among the high-level bloodline races of the myriad races in the world. As for talent effect 2, Limb Restoration and Talent Effect 3 Exuberant Life, they were both extremely powerful combat-type Lord talents. Especially for lords like him, who had to lead high-intensity soldiers every day, the innate abilities of these 2 lords could greatly reduce the medical pressure in his territory. In addition, the Life Arc gave the territory's subjects a free resurrection every day. The resurrection altar was built into the Life Arc. In the future, the soldiers under him could fight even more desperately. As for the class advancement ability provided by Lord Talent, it was also quite top-notch. This was especially so for the Divine Kingdom Divine Duty Profession Saint of Salvation who had a 0.01% chance of changing occupations. Zhou Zhou had never expected this. The probability of 0.01% sounds very low, but I have a huge base. With more than 10 trillion subjects, even if we need to treat illnesses and save people, it shouldn't be a problem to produce a few 100 million saints of salvation, right? Zhou Zhou thought happily. Hundreds of millions of Divine Kingdom clergy professions. It was comparable to dozens or even hundreds of trillions of ordinary soldiers. Empire-tier combat professions, such as Forbidden Mages and Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers, could fight 10,000 people alone on the battlefield after all. Divine Kingdom clergy professions should have no problem fighting hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people on the battlefield. As for the final protection of the Master God tier and the Guardian of the Divine Kingdom, there was naturally no need to say anything. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied with the new mythical tier unique Lord talent. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly had an inexplicable premonition. He frowned slightly as he made a mental divination. Then, he smiled. Qi Xian Tian. He suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome figure with a sword on his back appeared in front of him. It was Qi Xian Tian. Qi Xian Tian had already reached the potential of a Master God tier advanced grade. Coupled with the help of his inheritance and lord talent, his strength had already increased to the level of a true god tier advanced grade. He only needed to comprehend his own sword Dao laws to break through the bottleneck and become a master deity, becoming a clan-protecting expert. However, this step was extremely difficult. True god tier had only comprehended the laws of the heavens in the past. As for the master god tier, he wanted to create his own laws and open a new path for the heavens. The difficulty could be said to have increased by more than 10,000 times. How many top-notch true god tiers had been stuck at this stage for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, unable to break through? Fortunately, Qi Xiantian had the potential of a top-notch master god tier. Even though it was also very difficult for him to break through the bottleneck of a master god tier, compared to other top-notch true gods, the chances were already quite high. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Qi Xiantian said respectfully. "A great enemy is about to descend. Command all the main combat legions and prepare for battle," Zhou Zhou said calmly. "Yes, Your Majesty," Qi Xiantian said with a sharp sword aura. Then, he immediately turned around and flew away. Qi Xiantian has already comprehended the Dharma creation sword and Dharma breaking sword. If I combine the two and walk my own path, I should be able to advance to the master god tier. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's back and muttered to himself. The master god tier path of the sword Dao laws, or rather, the master god tier path of all weapons laws, was relatively clear. As long as such cultivators had a certain inheritance, most of them knew which direction they should work in. This was already very good. Unlike some people like the law of fate, the law of space-time, and the law of the five elements, the path of advancement was too profound. Even the high-level bloodline races with many god spirits found it difficult to summarize it for the later generations. Then, he raised his right hand, and a racial divine artifact appeared in his palm. It was Venus. "These guys got here really quick for you, but that suits me," Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. In the starry sky hundreds of light years away from the high continent, tens of billions of Titan troops and tens of trillions of allied forces of the various races gathered together. They rode on several god spirit-level cosmic battleships and headed towards the high continent together. Among these cosmic battleships were 10 true god tier advanced grade cosmic battleships. And among these 10 top-notch true god tier space battleships, there were actually 10 god tier exalts. Among the 10 exalt gods, 6 of them were master god tiers from the Titan god race, while the other 4 master god tiers were master god level experts from the vassal races of the Titan god race. In the 6th true god tier advanced grade battleship on the left, a Titan master god tier was sitting on the main seat, looking at the supreme continent displayed on the virtual screen in front of him. There were also 9 screens around him that were connected to the other 9 master god tiers. "Uriel, my disciple. I've come to avenge you and your father. This time, our Titan god race came all the way here. No matter how capable that common people's regal is, he will only die. This time, he will definitely not be lucky enough to continue living." Overlord Sacrifice to God said softly. His eyes were cold. Another master god tier of the Titan god race sneered through the video call. "Now, all the races in the universe are saying that the Lord of the Blazing Sun is going to lead all the races to establish a new era in the great cosmos. The myriad races are about to face a reshuffle. High-level races like us will be defeated. Hehe, the hope of a new era? What a joke. This time, let's show the weaker races. How did the common people's regal, who was like a god in their eyes, fall at the hands of the Titan god race? That's right. Rumors stop at the strong. After destroying the common people's regal and his empire, we have to teach those restless and weak races a lesson. We were too gentle in the past. Those weak races actually want to resist us. They're really impudent." The master god tiers discussed animatedly. "Don't forget our second goal in eliminating the common people's regal, this time to obtain the universal race divine artifact Venus." The patriarch of the Titan god race, who was also the #1 expert of the Titan god race, Dis, said calmly. Then, his voice became high-pitched and fanatical. "With Venus, we will definitely be able to surpass other high-level bloodline races in the future and become top-notch bloodline races like the original Spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, and the Shepherd's God race. When the time comes, every Titan can become a god. The future will also belong to us." "That's right. Ha ha ha, you're making my blood boil. I really look forward to that future." The 6 master god tiers of the Titan god race were extremely excited. Chapter 1318 Persuading surrender. Just as the army of the Titan gods was about to descend upon the high continent, tens of thousands of spaceships also flew over from the high continent and flew straight in the direction of the Titan god race army. These 10,000 spaceships were led by the 5 cosmos emperors. The flag of all stars cover the sun was engraved on the surface of each spaceship. This is the flag of the Blazing Sun Empire. Soon, the Titan spaceships also noticed these spaceships flying towards them. Warning! Found the Blazing Sun Empire's space fleet heading towards our fleet. Should we start counterattacking according to the Sun Extermination battle plan? The intelligent god spirit of the spaceship sent a message to the Titan god race. The 6 master god tiers of the Titan god race and the 4 master god level experts of the affiliated races sneered. You actually dare to take the initiative to leave the high continent to fight with us? Not bad, not bad. This is exactly what we want. Fighting outside the higher continent can also prevent me from accidentally injuring the higher continent's main body. This way, I can avoid violating the high continent's agreement and save myself a lot of trouble. Furthermore, after taking down the common people's regal, we can also take over his complete Blazing Sun Empire. It's said that there are countless divine artifacts in the Blazing Sun Empire, and there are even Master God tier divine artifacts. With those divine artifacts, the strength of our Titan God race will definitely rise to another level. When the 6 Master God tiers of the Titan God race saw the Blazing Sun Empire's army taking the initiative to attack, they weren't shocked. Instead, they were delighted. All of them laughed loudly and began to discuss their gains after taking down the Blazing Sun Empire. When the Lord-level experts of the 4 subsidiary races saw this scene, they did not dare to enter and interrupt at all, let alone divide the spoils of war of the Blazing Sun Empire. Even though they were said to be Master God tiers and had a very high status in the Titan God race, they were still outsiders after all. Furthermore, they were outsiders from vassal races. These Master God tiers of the Titan God race looked polite on the surface, but they actually looked down on them in secret. There were even 2 Master God tiers among them who had relied on the resources of the Titan God race to advance, so they did not dare to say anything. Soon, the distance between the 2 sides was only about 10 million kilometers. At this distance, the cosmic warships of both sides stopped. They faced each other, and the atmosphere froze. At this moment, the voice of the Titan God clan's patriarch, Dis, resounded throughout the starry sky and reached the hearts of every soldier of the Blazing Sun Empire's army. Common people's regal. I am the patriarch of the Titans DIS. I admire your courage to lead an army into battle. However, the gap between you and me is already very obvious. Surrender. You're going to lose. Your talent can be said to be the best in history. If you're willing to become a citizen of the Titans and serve the Titans, not only can I consider sparing your life, but I'll also confer you as the Holy Son of the Titans. Therefore, you can use the resources at your will. I can even contract the resources for you to become a Master God tier. How is it? As soon as he finished speaking, there was no reaction from the Blazing Sun Empire. The Master God tiers of the Titans looked at their patriarch Dis in surprise. Patriarch, are you really going to take in that common people's regal? A Master God tier of the Titan God race said with a dark expression. The number 1 genius of the Titans, Uriel, had died in his hands. Ever since this matter was known by the Titans, they had always regarded it as a great humiliation. During this period of time, they had been thinking about how to kill common people's regal to avenge their previous humiliation. They didn't expect their patriarch to persuade the other party to surrender before they even started fighting. It really caught them off guard. Dis did not speak. Instead, he looked at the silent Overlord Sacrifice to God. Overlord Sacrifice to God noticed his patriarch's gaze. After a second or two of silence, he said in a low voice. I understand what you mean, Patriarch Fiu Novo. Patriarch, you're right. Common people's regal's gift is indeed astonishing. He's clearly not even a true god tier, but he already has the battle record of defeating a Master God tier. If such a gift becomes a citizen of the Titans and continues to fight for the position of Lord of all races as a lord, he might turn into a Lord of all races for us in the future. At that time, not to mention comparable to top races like the original spirit race, even surpassing them won't be an extravagant hope. Patriarch, just do it. However, I have a request. Shoot. Dis spoke. I want to take common people's regal as my disciple. Overlord Sacrifice to God smiled. As shortly as these words were spoken, all the Master God tier's expressions were a little interesting. They even gazed at Overlord's sacrifice to God in disbelief. However, there were also many Master God tiers who cursed in their hearts for being shameless. Just by sacrificing a disciple, you want a fellow who has the potential to turn into the Lord of all races to become your disciple. This deal was too easy. It made them want to do it too. Dis's expression did not change when he heard that. After a while, he smiled. Okay. He agreed. Seeing that the Patriarch had agreed, the other Master God tiers of the Titan God race were all dejected and gave up. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. This fellow had profited from such a huge benefit. Unwilling to accept this. However, even though they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Patriarch, look! What are they doing? At this moment, one of the Master God tiers of the Titan God race, Monrose, suddenly pointed at the virtual screen in front of him with a gloomy expression. All the Master God tier immediately gazed over. A massive number of soldiers, heroes, and even god spirits flew out of the Blazing Sun Empire's various spaceships. In less than a moment, a total of 3,000 trillion troops appeared around the universe ship and quickly formed. Zhou Zhou's main combat army now had a total of more than 5,800 trillion soldiers, more than 3 million god spirits, and more than 2,000 true god tiers. Now, more than 2,800 trillion soldiers, more than 2 million god spirits, and more than 1,000 true god tier had already followed the Eternal Mothership back to Cerulean planet. Therefore, the Blazing Sun Empire's army that stood tall in the starry sky only had an army of more than 3,000 trillion soldiers, more than 1 million god spirits, and more than 1,000 true god tiers. As for the army of the Titan God race and its affiliated races, they had more than 30,000 trillion soldiers, more than 20 million god spirits, more than 10,000 true god tiers, and 10 exalt gods. It was more than 10 times the number of soldiers in the Blazing Sun Empire. The two formed a stark contrast in the starry sky. It even felt like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ha 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 ha. Is that it? The Blazing Sun Empire, the number one of all races, is only so-so. The Titan God race soldiers, god spirits, and even Master God tiers chuckled and mocked. The difference between the two armies was too great. It was so big that he could not bear to look at it. This was one of the reasons why the Titan God race was so confident. If they did not have absolute confidence in winning, why would they come all the way here? Common people's regal. With such a huge difference in power, aren't you going to surrender? Are you really going to die before you can recognize the situation? In front of the army, a true God tier advance grade Titan God race general stood at the front and dubbed out to the Blazing Sun Empire's army. Chapter 1319, Bet. 10,000 Spirit Saint failed. Where did this little slut come from? How dare you talk to this emperor? This emperor has killed at least a few hundred true god tiers. What kind of pig are you? Zhou Wen's voice was filled with disdain and cold laughter. The Titan God race general's face was flushed red, and he felt extremely humiliated. He was a dignified true god tier of the Titan God race. This was the first time the enemy had used pigs as an analogy. Common people's regal. He said through gritted teeth. However, he did not dare to continue clamoring. This common people's regal had a battle record that surpassed Master God tier. He didn't dare to continue provoking him. Common people's regal. What about me? Have you thought about it? Dis voice sounded. Zhou Wen flew to the front of the army. He was dressed in blood-red clothes and held the blood-colored sacred spear of Longinus in his hand. With the enhancement of his status as a regal, he looked cold and bloody. Do you think this place is suitable to be the burial ground of the Titan gods? Zhou Wen did not answer the other party's question. Instead, he asked coldly. Good. 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 What a tough bone. Then we'll have to beat you into submission. Dis was not surprised by Zhou Wen's answer. As a regal, if he were to surrender with just a few words, he wouldn't be worthy of being a regal. How about we make a bet? Zhou Wen suddenly said. What bet? Tell me. Dis thought that victory was in his grasp, so he was not anxious at all. Instead, he asked calmly. If this emperor can lead an army and defeat you here, from now on, your Titan God race and your vassal races don't have to resist anymore after the battle. Just surrender and join this emperor's empire. If you defeat this emperor, you can name your conditions. How is it? Zhou Wen asked. The Titan God race was one of the top 10 powerful races among the high-level bloodline races. Its forces and subsidiary races were spread throughout the myriad worlds. If he could take it down in one battle, not only would he be able to save a lot of time and energy, but he would also be able to greatly increase the strength of his lord faction. On the other side, when Dis heard Zhou Wen's words, his blood-colored pupils narrowed slightly. Why was this guy so confident? Could it be that he has some trump card that I don't know about? Dis carefully recalled the information he had researched about the common people's regal and the Blazing Sun Empire in the past few days and confirmed that he had done nothing wrong. He couldn't possibly suddenly become several times stronger overnight, right? Then, he thought of the 30,000 trillion-odd troops in his hands, the massive number of god spirits and true god tiers, and the trump cards he had prepared long ago to deal with the strange methods of the common people's regal. With his army and trump cards in hand, he didn't think that he would lose to the other party at all. At the thought of this, he was finally relieved and felt that the common people's regal might be deliberately putting up a strong front to scare him away. It's a deal. Contract with the Supreme Will. Zhou Wen said. At their level, the former god of contract was no longer qualified to make a contract for them and required them to abide by the contents of the contract. The former god of contract was no longer qualified to make a contract for them and required them to abide by the contents of the contract. Okay. Dis was also afraid that common people's regal would go back on his word, so after hearing Zhou Wen's request, he immediately agreed. Then, he grinned, but his smile was very cold. Attack. Destroy all the Blazing Sun Empire's armies. If anyone can take down the common people's regal, the Titans will provide him with all the resources for him to become a Master God tier advance grade in the future. He ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers, heroes, god spirits, true god tiers, and even Master God tiers had a fiery glow in their eyes. They looked at Zhou Wen with greedy eyes. Even though they were also Master God tier, most of them were elementary grade Master Gods and intermediate grade Master Gods. There were only 2 advanced grade Master God tier Master Gods among the 10 supremacies. I am the Patriarch of the Titans DIS. The other was Uriel's teacher, the Overlord sacrificed to God. It was precisely because of this that Dis specially asked for the other party's opinion. The other 2 also had supreme statuses in the Titan God race. One was the Patriarch, and the other was the Deputy Patriarch. If what Dis said was true, it meant that they would also have the same strength, power, and status as the Overlord sacrificed to God in the future. How could they not care? Kill. With the first shout, the Titan God race army was the first to fly towards the Blazing Sun Empire army. When Qi Xiantian saw this scene, he also shouted the word kill. He split into billions of sword chi and took the lead to charge towards the Titan God race army. Then, more than 3,000 trillion soldiers, more than 1 million god spirits, and more than 1,000 true god tiers immediately followed. In the starry sky, usually, only superhumans above the yellow gold tier level could ignore the vacuum environment and fight in space. As for the soldiers below the yellow gold tier, they rode on their personal spacecraft and charged towards the Titan God's army to fight them. A vast number of yellow talisman Deo soldiers were at the front of the army, fighting with the Titan God race. Countless forbidden mages stood at the back and chanted forbidden spells silently, releasing forbidden spells at the Titan God's army. Kill. Under Zhou Zhou's orders, the 20 million final will guards no longer guarded their masters whose combat strength far exceeded theirs. Instead, they charged towards the Titan God race army with the army and killed them in the internal strife. As Divine Kingdom soldier types, their strength was equivalent to Zhou Zhou's. They had all reached the intermediate grade high tier deity level and grasped the 2 combat laws, shattering and instant death. Fighting above their level was nothing to them. Even Titan life forms of high-level bloodlines would be injured and instant death upon contact with the final guards. Occasionally, there would be gods or even true god tier who refused to believe in the supernatural. They wanted to destroy these high-tier deity-level final guards, but they were also easily destroyed by the law of shattering, destroying their weapons and armor, and depriving them of their lives with the law of instant death. On the other side, crush them. More than 5 million Divine Kingdom soldier types, the power heavenly gods, also followed the yellow talisman Deo soldiers into the Titan God race army. They were also Divine Kingdom soldier types. They grasped the terrifying nomological ability to break all techniques and create all techniques, as well as unparalleled physical strength. Although the Titan God race was also a top-notch race with maxed out strength attributes and was not inferior to Behemoth, who was number 1 in strength among all races, when facing the power heavenly god, they actually suffered an inhuman suppression in terms of strength. Roar! There were more than 100 million Divine Kingdom soldier types Holy Dragon Knights riding more than 100 million pure-blooded dragons. They flew towards the Titan God race army and fought with them. The Holy Dragon Knight could attack and defend at the same time. It could both attack from afar and engage in close combat. Its body was strong, and its spirit was invincible. They charged into the Titan God race army and could destroy an army of 10 billion. Seeing this, Zhou Wen raised his hand and executed the 10,000 Spirit Saint. In the next second, a notification that exceeded his expectations appeared in front of him. Lord Talent notification: your 10,000 Spirit Saint Lord Talent has been interfered with by an unknown treasure and is unable to produce any effect. Seeing this, Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Chapter 1320, Regal Soul Heaven's Ribs. Master God Tier Strikes. The 10,000 Spirit Saint actually lost its effect. Zhou Wen frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation ever since he obtained this Lord Talent. However, he relaxed his brows. The upper limit of the mythical tier Lord Talent was only Master God Tier Advanced Grade. It was not invincible and it was normal to encounter higher level treasures and be restrained. It's most likely a Supreme God Realm technique. If that's the case, let's fight with our strength. Zhou Wen looked at the two armies fighting with an indifferent expression. Even without the 10,000 Spirit Saint, he was also very confident in the army under his command. And so far, no enemy he encountered had forced his soldiers and god spirits to their limits. He was very much looking forward to how far this Titan God army could force his army to. Maybe it's good to lose. Zhou Wen even had such a thought. Ever since the end of the Lord Arena, he had not felt the feeling of losing for a long time. It was not bad to experience it again. Continuing to win might not be a good thing. In any case, he still had a few battle resurrection scrolls. Even if the entire army was destroyed, they would all be revived with one battle resurrection scroll. He had never used these treasures that came from the Novice Lord test. At the same time, the Patriarch of the Titan Gods, Dis, saw the golden rib bone in his hand emit a golden glow before it dimmed. Upon seeing this, he immediately looked at his army. He couldn't help but laugh out loud seeing that his army was fine. The method that the common people's regal used to make the army rebel finally made me guard against it. He laughed out loud. The other Master God tiers were also pleasantly surprised when they heard this. That's great. In the past, common people's regal had almost always been successful with this move. Now, we finally know how to restrain the other party. The Patriarch is indeed the Patriarch. He can actually find such a supreme treasure and block the other party's strange methods. Patriarch, what treasure is this? The Master Gods discussed happily. In the end, they looked curiously at the golden rib in Dis' hand. When Dis saw this, he didn't avoid it. He pointed at the golden rib and said, "This is Regal Soul Heaven's rib. It can resist the effects of bewitching law skills. Even Lord Law skills can resist it. It can resist the effects of bewitching law skills. Even Lord Law skills can resist it. Heavenly Soul Regal. Could it be the regal with the law of the Lord of Souls?" A Master God exclaimed. "That's right." Dis nodded. When the Master Gods heard this, they started discussing in low voices. It's said that at the peak of the Soul Heaven Regal Realm, he only needs to transform his will to the Supreme Will Realm to become a will-level existence. At that time, the Supreme Will even handed over the reincarnation matters of the Supreme Great Cosmos to Regal Soul Sky to manage. That was why he had the reputation of Regal Samsara. Unfortunately, when the other party was fighting against the Illusionist clan, they were ambushed and killed by the experts of the Illusionist clan. Only their remains were snatched back by the will of the Netherworld. Later on, there was an internal strife in the Netherworld. Regal Soul Heaven's remains were divided into several parts and left behind in the heavens. I got a copy by chance. Dis briefly explained the origins of this golden rib. Then, he looked at the golden rib cherishingly. His eyes lit up as he said with a cherished expression, "This remains of Regal Soul Sky is comparable to a Supreme God Realm treasure. The Lord Talent grasped by the common people's regal is only at the Master God tier advanced grade. Naturally, it can't break the effect of Supreme God Realm treasures." I see. All the Master God tier came to a realization, then, they reluctantly retracted their gazes and continued to pay attention to the battlefield. However, their expressions soon turned gloomy. That was because they realized that even though the army they brought was 10 times larger than the other parties, from the performance on the battlefield, the other party's combat strength was not inferior to theirs at all. The soldiers of the Blazing Sun Empire were all super soldiers who fought against 10 or even 100 of them. It was the same even for god spirits. The master gods of the Titan gods looked at it for a long time and understood what was going on. Their soldiers are at least of the Empire tier soldier type, but their actual combat strength has already far exceeded that of the Empire tier soldiers. They are even about to catch up to the combat strength of the Divine Kingdom soldiers. We also have a Divine Kingdom soldier type, the Titan King, but compared to their Divine Kingdom soldier type, the difference is not small. They have 3 Divine Kingdom soldier types, especially the guards in grayish-white armor. They should be the guards of the common people's regal, the final wool guards. I didn't expect these 20 million final wool guards to all be high-tier deity intermediate grade god spirits. In terms of the number of god spirits, the other party actually has more god spirits than the Titan gods. The common people's regal has only descended to the high continent for such a short period of time, and he has actually accumulated such a foundation. If we continue to let him grow, even if we attack him with all our might, we probably won't be able to do anything to him. It doesn't matter. At this moment, Dis spoke with a gloomy expression. So what if their individual combat strength is stronger than ours? So what if their number of god spirits is greater than the number of god spirits we brought? We have over 30 trillion soldiers. We still have more than 10,000 exalt gods in our 10 strongest master god tiers. No matter how powerful the other party is, they will still be destroyed by us. He stood up with a cold expression. Let's do it. Let's show the common people's regal a complete defeat since he is asking for it. I don't want him to be unconvinced after submitting to us. Okay. Even though the master gods were a little surprised to hear this, they still stood up one after another. I'll let that common people's regal know that the ones who decide victory on the battlefield aren't those weak low-level soldiers, but true top-notch experts. I haven't fought in a long time. Let me stretch my muscles. Hurry up and take down the common people's regal and his Blazing Sun Empire. I want to see how many divine artifacts there are in his empire. The master gods all laughed, feeling very relaxed. Dis didn't care. Then, under Dis' lead, they turned into 10 shocking streams of light and flew out of the cosmic battleship, arriving on the battlefield. Zhou Fight also saw this scene. Dis. He spoke, and his voice spread throughout the entire celestial battlefield. As Master God tiers, are you sure you want to violate the Supreme Agreement and participate in the battle? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Supreme Will? Common People's Regal. Dis laughed and said, since we're already in front of you, and there's no reaction from the Supreme Agreement, doesn't that prove that our participation in the battle is in line with the Supreme Agreement's rules? Common People's Regal, you've been relying on your strength and realm that far exceeds the lords of the myriad races to suppress the lord of all races. Now that you've been crushed by us, I wonder how you feel. Zhou Fight said nothing. He had a premonition that the Supreme Will must have wanted to sharpen him, which was why it allowed the various races to attack him. Chapter 1321. War Master God Terrence appears. The lords of all races were far from being his match after all. To him, the benefits of defeating them were pitifully low. Only these tens of thousands of races that had developed for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, or even longer could be his opponent. At the same time, if he could defeat an opponent of this level, he could also provide him with food to continue growing. In Zhou Zhou's heart, as long as he could continue to develop at a high speed, he would even welcome all the factions of the myriad races to deal with him. However, he naturally wouldn't say what he was thinking. He only extended his right hand and curled his index finger. Come here. Such contempt for the other party immediately made Dis's face red. Kill. Exterminate all the Blazing Sun Empire soldiers and god spirits in front of us. He ordered coldly. It should have happened long ago. Overlord sacrifice to God said indifferently. Then, he directly activated his Overlord domain, wanting to envelop all the tens of billions of soldiers in front of him into his domain. As long as he entered his domain, he could kill all these soldiers who weren't even god spirits with a thought. This was the terrifying aspect of the Master God tier domain. Numbers were meaningless to existences at their level. The other Master God tiers followed suit and spread out their domains, wanting to kill all the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Empire. Common People's Regal. Provoking our Titan God race is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Dis grinned. Oh. You think so? Zhou Wen asked calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-colored domain and a dark purple domain suddenly appeared and spread out, protecting the Blazing Sun Empire soldiers who were about to fall into the Master God tier domain, preventing them from entering the other party's Master God tier domain. Immediately after, 2 experts who also emitted the aura of Master God tier appeared in the sky above the blood-colored domain and the dark purple domain. They were Blood Moon Sun and Keto Talai, who had just advanced to Master God tier. At this moment, they looked coldly at Dis, Overlord Sacrifice to God, and the other Master Gods. Even though they were new gods who had just become Master Gods, they did not show any fear in the face of these veteran Master Gods who had cultivated for countless years. Instead, their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. This was because they had all received rewards from Zhou Zhou, a Master God divine artifact that was compatible with their nomological path. Even though the 2 of them were newly advanced Master Gods, under the circumstances that they had obtained Master God tier elementary grade divine artifact that was compatible with their own nomological path, their combat strength was already enough to crush Master God tiers of the same level. Even if they were facing Master God tier intermediate grade powerhouses, they would still have the courage to fight. As the saying went, if one had a sharp weapon in their heart, their killing intent would arise. Therefore, not only were they not afraid of the 10 Master God tiers of the Titan Gods, but they also wanted to test their combat power. Dis, Overlord Sacrifice to God, and the other 10 Master God tiers also noticed the Blood Moon Sun, Keto Talai, and the Master God tier elementary grade divine artifacts on them. Their eyes immediately lit up. There really is a Master God tier divine artifact. They're clearly just 2 newly advanced Master God tiers, but after obtaining the Master God tier divine artifact, I actually feel a faint sense of threat when facing them. How troublesome! But I like it. We kill the 2 of them. We'll distribute these 2 Master God tier divine artifacts fairly. Fair distribution my ass. Whoever kills the other party first belongs to them. Just as well. Dis looked greedily at the Master God tier divine artifacts in the hands of the Blood Moon Sun and Keto Talai. Greed flashed across his eyes. One had to know that even the Titan God race only had 5 Master God tier divine artifacts. Furthermore, 3 of these 5 Master God tier divine artifacts did not conform to their nomological paths. Only 2 Master God tier divine artifacts could be used by them. Currently, they were in the hands of him and the Overlord Sacrifice to God. He didn't expect that a lord who had just risen to power would actually have 2 Master God tier divine artifacts. Moreover, they were Master divine artifacts that could be used. This most likely proved one thing. The Lord of the Blazing Sun might have even more Master God tier divine artifacts. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. This guy really has a lot of divine artifacts. He swept his gaze across the god spirits of the Blazing Sun Empire. The result left him tongue-tied. This was because he discovered that more than half of the more than 30 million god spirits in the Blazing Sun Empire actually had divine artifacts. At a glance, there were at least 100 million divine artifacts in the hands of the god spirits of the Blazing Sun Empire. The number of divine artifacts this guy has is almost comparable to the holy empire of creation that created the supreme god realm, right? Dis's eyes lit up. He didn't even dare to imagine to what extent the Titan god race's might would increase if he could take down the Blazing Sun Empire. At that time, even if it was the original spirit race, they would probably have the courage to fight them for the position of the number 1 race in the myriad worlds. Overlord Sacrifice to God and him looked at each other, then nodded slowly and firmly. This time, even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to take down the Blazing Sun Empire. Just the benefits in front of them and the future that was visible to the naked gaze were enough for them to give it their all. As an Empire Tier Lord faction, it's not bad for your Blazing Sun Empire to have 2 Master Gods. But how can they stop us, the 10 Great Lords? Dis laughed out loud. However, in the next second. Oh! What about if you add me? A mocking voice came from the starry sky. Then, a pair of sharp yellow gold tier axes flew over from the distant starry sky, turning into 2 beams of yellow gold tier divine light that looked at Dis. Dis' pupils constricted. He felt an extremely strong sense of threat from the yellow gold tier dual axes. At the same time, he also felt that the pair of yellow gold tier axes looked very familiar, as if he had seen them before. However, he didn't have time to think. He immediately took out his Master God tier intermediate grade divine artifact. Dis Master God tier intermediate grade divine artifact was a silver white giant hammer. This hammer was called the Titan's Deo Annihilation Hammer. It was a Master God tier divine artifact that the Titans had paid a huge price to specially ask the Supreme God Realm to create for them. This hammer was engraved with the law of strength, the law of hegemony, and the law of destruction at the Master God tier level. Even among the Master God tier intermediate grade divine artifacts, it was considered an extremely good divine artifact. Dis brandished the Titan Dao destroying hammer in his hand. He took a deep breath and activated his divine power, wanting to repel the pair of yellow gold tier axes. When Zhou Win saw this, he activated Heart Thief. The yellow gold tier rib in Dis's arm suddenly flashed with light, and then nothing happened. Zhou Win looked at the notification that his Lord Talent had failed and frowned slightly. Then, his expression returned to normal. Supreme God Realm techniques are not something that someone with Master God tier Lord Talent can deal with, he thought to himself. However, he also had many Supreme God Realm techniques, so he did not panic. At this moment, Dis had previously brandished the Titan's Dao Annihilation Hammer and sent the yellow gold tier's dual axes flying. Dis panted heavily. Before he could rejoice, he saw the two golden axes that he had sent flying actually fly towards another Master God tier elementary grade God spirit of the Titan gods. The Titan Master God tier didn't even have time to react before his head was chopped off by the yellow gold tier's double axes. His divine body stiffened. Then, under the destruction of the laws of war that came with the yellow gold tier dual axes, his divine spark was quickly destroyed and he stopped breathing. A Titan Master God was dead. As expected of the Patriarch of the Titans. He killed a Master God tier of his own race the moment he attacked. Impressive, impressive. Accompanied by teasing laughter, a mighty God spirit wearing yellow gold tier armor, sitting in a yellow gold tier carriage, and carrying a yellow gold tier bow on his back appeared from the starry heavens and flew to the blazing Sun Empire's camp. It was the War Master God, Terence. Chapter 1322. The Shock Titan God Race. Master God tier. Terence. Dis looked at Terence's face, and a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Then, he looked at the killed Master God tier of the Titan race, and his eyes flashed with heartache. That was one of the Master God tiers that the Titans had accumulated after countless years. The Titan God race only had 6 Master God tiers after so many years. The other 4 Master God tiers were merely Master Gods of the people of foreign races, and their combat strength was far inferior to the Master God tiers of the Titans. In terms of rarity, they naturally could not compare to the Master God tiers of the Titans. One of them actually died just like that. Moreover. Or did he kill it by accident? At the thought of this, he was instantly enraged. Terence! He shouted angrily. As one of the 10 Supreme God realms appointed by the Supreme Will, how can you interfere in the war between us and the lords of all races? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Supreme Agreement? The 10 Master God tiers were already infinitely close to the Supreme God realm. It was even given a special mission by the Supreme Will. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they were not allowed to participate in the Lord War of the myriad races. Oh! The War Master God, Terence, looked at him with a faint smile. Dis, I can appear here, but the Supreme Agreement doesn't have any reaction. Doesn't this prove that my appearance is in line with the Supreme Agreement's rules? Dis's tone froze. How familiar were these words? Didn't he say this to the common people's regal previously? He didn't expect these words to return to him so quickly. His expression darkened. What the War Master God Terence said made sense. If there were no rules that conformed to the Supreme Agreement, even if War Master God Terence was one of the 10 Master Gods, he would never dare to appear here. Being able to appear here proved that the other party's appearance was in line with the rules. Which meant the common people's regal had used some legal method to make the War Master God Terence fight for him. Dis took a deep breath. As one of the 10 Master God tiers, Terence was the leader of the 10 Master God tiers in terms of combat strength. If the other party really wanted to against Terence, he would probably have to send 3 to 4 Master God tiers to stall the other party. However, he heaved a sigh of relief at the thought of this. Splitting out 3 to 4 Master God tiers to stall the other party, he still had 5 Master God tiers on his side. It should be more than enough to destroy the army of the common people's regal. He secretly sent a mental message to the 4 Master Gods of the people of foreign races, asking them to hold back the War Master God Terence. After the 4 Master God tiers of the people of foreign races received Dis's order, they could not help but complain in their hearts. How could the War Master God Terence be provoked? That was the number 1 irritable big brother in the myriad worlds. If the Supreme God realm did not appear, all the races in the world would not dare to speak loudly. Even top-notch bloodline races like the original spirit race did not dare to rashly provoke this fellow. It could be seen how fierce his combat strength and personality were. Even though the Master God Tiers said that they would hold the other party back, if they did not pay attention, the War Master God would attack heavily and the Master God Tiers would be in danger of dying. However, they could not refuse. Who asked them to be the Master God Tier vassals of the other party and have long been controlled by them? If they dared to disobey orders, the consequences they would face in the future would only be even more terrifying. They could only fly in front of the War Master God immediately with a solemn expression. Your Excellency Terence, excuse me. The Master God Tier intermediate grade in the lead said with a solemn expression. Terence looked at the two Master God Tier intermediate grade God spirits and the two Master God Tier elementary grade God spirits with a mocking expression. He immediately thought of what Dis was thinking. Dis. Terence ignored the other party and looked at Dis. Dis, don't tell me you think you'll be fine after stalling me. It's enough to destroy the army of the common people's regal. Dis grinned. Then I'm afraid I can't do as you wish. Terence said with a strange expression. What do you mean? Dis frowned slightly. What he means is that other than him, we are also behind the common people's regal. In the next second, a voice came from the depths of the starry sky. Then, 3 streams of light flew over at high speed and halted above the blazing Sun Empire's army. It was the Wisdom Master God Totbirth, the Machina Master God Zero, and the Life Master God Tritus. Hello, Dis. Totbirth smiled faintly. In the long years he had lived, he had even interacted with him. You're here for? Dis looked at the 3 gods in disbelief and had a bad feeling. What else could it be? Of course it's because we're also on the common people's regal's side. Totbirth smiled. Dis opened his mouth wide in disbelief. 4 of the 10 Master God Tiers behind the common people's regal are actually here. How did he do it? Looks like the Master God Tier we defeated last time didn't spread the news about us. As the Wisdom Master God, Totbirth easily guessed why Dis didn't know. Zhou Wen nodded to himself, he had a guess in his heart. Previously, on the Cerulean planet, 10 of the 33 supremacies who had caused trouble for him had been killed by Terence and the others. The remaining 33 supremacies had escaped with their own abilities. The War Master God was only in charge of protecting Zhou Zhou, so he did not take the initiative to chase after them. They originally pondered that the 23 Lord Gods who had escaped would publicize their battle results. He did not expect it to be kept a secret until now. Even a high-level bloodline race like the Titan God race still did not know. The leader of the previous attack was the original spirit race. Not leaking their battle results. They were probably ordered by the original spirit race. Zhou Wen guessed. Then, he laughed. It seemed that there were benefits to not revealing it. If it was leaked, these guys from the Titan God race might not dare to come. When the time came, where would he find such a good opponent to give him resources? At the same time, the appearance of the 4 Master God Tiers also shocked all the Master God Tiers brought by the Titan God race. They looked at Terence and the others in shock, unable to accept the reality in front of them. 4 of the 10 Master God Tiers were actually all working for the common people's regal. If this news spread, it would definitely be enough to shock all the races in the world. With these 4 Master God Tiers around, it was no exaggeration to say that even if the original spirit race desired to touch the common people's regal, they had to consider carefully if they had to pay such a huge price. At this moment, the patriarch of the Titan God clan, Dis, gazed at Terence and the other 4 Master God Tier with a faint expression. Then, he looked at Zhou Wen. Common people's regal. You actually hit it so deeply? 4 of the 10 Master God Tiers are actually willing to work for you. I'm convinced. Dis said. Not only was Zhou Wen not happy, but he also had a bad feeling. As expected, Dis suddenly uttered fiercely. However, I will definitely defeat you even if you are protected by the 4 Master Gods. Everything you have is mine. He yelled crazily. Chapter 1323. 5 Elements Destruction Banner. Dis falls. The yellow talisman emitted an extremely terrifying aura the moment it appeared. Then, the starry sky where they were actually turned into a yellow starry sky. An incomparably dignified existence wearing a crown and a yellow robe slowly appeared and stood in the yellow sky. A terrifying pressure shook the starry sky, suffocating the 2 armies under the starry sky. Even god spirits were no exception. Sacred Lord Huangtian, please take action. Dis's face was pale, but he still begged the terrifying existence called Sacred Lord Huangtian. Zhou Wen narrowed his eyes. A god among gods was a sacred lord. Sacred lords usually referred to supreme god realm existences. This dis actually had a supreme god realm trump card. However, Zhou Wen thought about it and was not surprised. The Titan god race was one of the top 10 high-level bloodline races after all. It was normal to have the foundation of a supreme god realm. At the same time, just as the phantom of sacred lord Huang Tian appeared in the void, the expressions of Terence and the other master god tiers changed slightly. Just as they were hesitating if they should also take out their supreme god realm trump cards, a voice sounded in their ears. "Everyone, please move aside." A smile appeared on the faces of Terence and the other master god tier. Then, he gave up his seat without hesitation. They saw Zhou Wen holding a blue flag behind them. Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Treasure Black Sea Abyss Banner. This was one of the Supreme God Realm treasures that Zhou Zhou had auctioned off at the mysterious auction. He did not expect to use it so quickly. At this moment, Sacred Lord Huang Tian's phantom in the sky finally moved. He raised his palm. There were very complicated talisman patterns on his palm. He slapped down at the Blazing Sun Empire's army and his palm kept expanding. In less than a few seconds, his palm had become hundreds of light years in diameter. With this palm, Zhou Zhou's 3,000 trillion odd troops, more than 1 million god spirits, and more than 1,000 supremacy gods. If they could not dodge in time, most of them would probably die with a single palm strike. However, at this moment, whoosh! The sound of waves roaring suddenly resounded through the entire starry sky. The tens of thousands of trillions of troops present heard the terrifying roar of the waves at this moment. In the next second, half of the starry sky that had originally changed to a yellow sky suddenly seemed to have been invaded and turned into the dark blue of the sea. The dark blue color was even a little black. It was so black that it was even a little terrifying. Right on the heels of that, the army of the Blazing Sun Empire discovered that a black barrier had suddenly appeared above the starry sky where they were. This black barrier was nearly 1,000 light years in diameter. As soon as it appeared, it enveloped all the Blazing Sun Empire's army and the surrounding starry sky. In the next second, Sacred Lord Huang Tian's palm smashed heavily onto the Black Sea Abyss banner. Rumble! Incomparably terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions from the center of the collision like ripples. The army of the Blazing Sun Empire was still fine. With the protection of the Black Sea Abyss banner, they were not affected by this fluctuation. The Titan God race army outside the Black Sea Abyss banner was in trouble. All the Titan God race soldiers who were affected by the fluctuation were completely helpless and were almost instantly crushed into dust. Even his soul could not be preserved and was killed by the aftershock of the collision of the two Supreme God Realm treasures. As for the God spirits, even though they were stronger than the soldiers, their strength was limited in the face of the aftershock of Supreme God Realm attacks. The God Spirit's divine body and divine spark were almost instantly shattered. Even if a true God tier did not die, he would be severely injured. Only when a Master God tier defended with all his might could he protect himself from the aftershock. Protect our soldiers and God spirits. Overlord sacrifice to God roared. Then, he immediately activated his Master God tier domain to protect the soldiers and God spirits in the range of the Master God tier domain. The other Master God tiers also realized what had happened. Their expressions changed drastically, and they did not have the time to deal with the soldiers and God spirits of the Blazing Sun Empire. They immediately activated their Master God tier domains to protect their soldiers and God spirits. However, they only had 9 Master God tiers after all. There was still a limit to the number of soldiers and God spirits they could protect. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly as the soldiers and God spirits who were not under protection suffered heavy casualties from the aftershock of the collision of the Supreme God Realm treasures. They could not bear to watch any longer and could only look at their patriarch, one of the instigators. Dis was staring at the spot where Sacred Lord Huang Tian and the Black Sea Abyss banner collided. His eyes were even bleeding from staring, but he still stared fixedly. He didn't even activate his Master God tier domain to protect his people. Finally, Sacred Lord Huang Tian's palm shattered the barrier of the Black Sea Abyss banner. The remaining power turned into a smaller palm and continued to hit the army of the Blazing Sun Empire. Ha 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 ha, common people's regal, I win this bet. Dis thought that he was about to win the bet and was about to laugh crazily. Zhou Zhou calmly took out another flag. The Dragon Gold Void Splitting Flag. It was a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure like the Black Sea Abyss banner, and even belonged to the same series of treasures as him. It was 2 parts of a Grade 2 Supreme God Realm treasure, the 5 Elements Destruction banner. Zhou Zhou could not directly activate the 5 elements destruction flag, so he could only use the 5 flags separately. Seeing that the Black Sea Abyssal Banner could not protect his army, he could only put away the Black Sea Abyssal Banner and take out the Dragon Gold Void Breaking Banner to continue protecting his army. The Dragon Gold Void Breaking flag emitted an endless golden light that formed a golden barrier. After blocking Sacred Lord Huangtian's palm, it protected his army again. Sacred Lord Huangtian attacked the barrier of the Dragon Gold Breaking flag with all his might. After a long time, he finally disappeared into the starry sky because he was too weak. The yellow sky phenomenon in the sky dissipated. Zhou Wen also put away the flag and restored the starry sky to its original appearance. Then, he looked at Dis. Dis gazed at the restored starry sky in a daze. Then, he noticed the way Zhou Wen looked at him. Dis. If that's all you've got, you've lost. Zhou Wen said calmly. Surrender. This last sentence seemed to have agitated Dis. He roared at the sky. You want me to surrender? I'm the patriarch of the Titan God race. You want me to surrender to your human lord? In your dreams. The Titan God race only has people who died in battle. There are no people who surrendered. You haven't taken my life yet. I haven't lost yet. He immediately waved his Master God tier divine artifact and rushed at Zhou Wen as soon as he finished speaking. Zhou Wen looked at the other party calmly. In the next second, the Blood Moon Sun and Keto Tali emerged in front of him. Right on the heels of that, Wisdom Master God Taught Birth, Goddess of Life Tritus, Machina Master God Zero, War Master God Terrence. A total of 6 supremacies emerged in front of Zhou Wen. They gazed at Dis calmly. The meaning was very simple. Want to touch the common people's regal? Get past us first. Dis smiled sadly and rushed over without caring about anything else. In less than a minute, Dis had tumbled at the hands of the 6 supremacies. After seeing Dis die, Zhou Wen gazed at the entire celestial battlefield calmly. Chapter 1324. Skin of Garlos. Incomplete Legendary Tier Sage Seal. Regal Soul Heaven's Ribs. Zhou Wen waved his right hand, and Dis's corpse teleported in front of him. He looked at the corpse and directly chose to extract it. In the next second, Dis' corpse disappeared. At the same time, there was a huge amount of loots in the first treasure vault in his body. Zhou Wen looked at the huge amount of loots and smiled. As expected of the patriarch of the Titan God clan, Dis indeed had a shocking number of treasures on him. There were tens of billions of loots including the spoils of war in his world ring. Moreover, most of the loots were of good quality. Now, with the enhancement of the King of Loots and the title of Lord, had directly become more than 100 billion spoils of war. I'm rich. I'm rich. He grinned. Then, he looked at the top-notch loots. The first was that Master God tier intermediate grade divine artifact, the Titan Dao destroying hammer. With the enhancement of the King of Loots, it directly became 4 Master God tier advanced grade divine artifacts Titan Gokudo hammers. The original Titan Dao destroying hammer was engraved with the law of strength, the law of hegemony, and the law of destruction of Master God tier intermediate grade. Now, the Titan Gokudo hammers had directly advanced to the law of strength, the law of hegemony, and the law of destruction of Master God tier advanced grade. Moreover, the core of the Master God tier divine artifact contained an extremely terrifying will of the divine artifact. He had also reached the extreme of the will-like light realm. If this Titan Gokudo hammers is forged by an expert, it might be able to advance to a supreme divine artifact. Zhou Wen thought. Then, the first name of the forger that appeared in his mind was Creation Supreme God Realm. That person was one of the 4 Supreme God Realms and was the most proficient in forging among the Supreme God Realms. Most of the supreme divine artifacts in the myriad worlds were forged by the other party. He could be said to be the #1 god in the myriad worlds who forged supreme divine artifacts. By forging this Master God tier advanced grade divine artifact, he could almost easily upgrade it to a supreme divine artifact. However, Zhou Wen quickly shook his head. How could he have the means to know the other party? He stopped thinking and looked at the other loots. Dis was indeed worthy of being the patriarch of the Titan God clan. Just the Master God tier treasures alone had given him more than 4,000 items. Apart from the already scrapped Heavenly Yellow Saint Talisman, there were also 3 other Supreme God Realm treasures. A dark purple cloak. A fragment of the seal. There was also a slightly dim golden bone. Zhou Zhou first looked at the purple cloak. Treasure name, Skin of Garlos. Treasure grade, Level 2 Supreme God Realm. Treasure Effect, from the fallen ultimate void creature, Gadilos. As a level 2 Supreme God Realm, after the other party died in the ultimate void battlefield, his skin, flesh, and bones were treated as loots and divided equally by the 3 Supreme God Realms of the Supreme Great Cosmos. The skin of Gadilos was rewarded to Dis by one of the Supreme God Realms. Treasure Description, the skin of an ultimate void god spirit at the Supreme God Realm. High-quality spatial materials can be used to forge spatial supreme divine artifacts. They can also be draped over any creature and material surface. They can be undetected by existences below the level 2 Supreme God Realm. In addition, there are many other divine artifact effects. Supreme God Realm Materials. Zhou Wen nodded slightly. He had seen many of these things at the mysterious auction, so he wasn't very surprised. He thought of something. If Dis had worn this layer of skin back then, even I would have had to use a Supreme God Realm treasure that specialized in breaking concealment to find his location. He probably doesn't know that I have a Supreme God Realm treasure that specializes in breaking concealment. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he chose to die generously. It seems that he really doesn't want to surrender to me. Zhou Wen sighed faintly and felt some respect. Then, he cut off this trace of respect. It was better for the other party's clansmen to remember the other party. I'm being pretentious. It's not appropriate. Then, he looked at the seal. This seal was formed by illusory lines and looked very magical. Treasure Name. Treasure Grade, unknown. Treasure Effect, unknown. Treasure Description, unknown. Zhou Wen raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was the first time he had seen a treasure with so many unknown words. Illusionary Legendary Tier Sage Seal. Could it be a treasure of the illusionist clan? Zhou Wen thought of the mysterious race that currently occupied the Yellow River. Wasn't that the illusionist clan that even Bodhi Supreme was unwilling to say much about? He looked at the seal and thought for a moment. He placed it into a world ring and threw it into the first treasury. He did not understand what use this thing had. He was unwilling to say more even if he asked the Bodhi Supreme. He would keep it first. Then, he looked at the last Supreme God Realm treasure, which was the dim golden bone. Treasure Name, Regal Soul Heaven's Ribs. Treasure Grade, Grade 1 Supreme God Realm. Treasure Effect, Regal Soul Heaven's ribs are engraved with Regal Soul Heaven's incomplete law engravings. By injecting Supreme God Realm Divine Power or self-recovering Supreme God Realm Divine Power, you can use the Supreme God Realm Law Skill Great Soul Palace Technique. Treasure Description, Regal Soul Heaven's Ribs. If one's comprehension is high, they might be able to comprehend a portion of Regal Soul Heaven's inheritance from the incomplete nomological patterns. Prompt: the Great Soul Palace Technique is currently recovering divine power. This should be the treasure that Dis used to resist my 10,000 Spirit Saint and Heart Thief. If one's comprehension is high, one can actually comprehend the regal inheritance. Zhou Zhou looked at the last introduction of the treasure and could not help but be interested. This was the inheritance of a Supreme God Realm Regal. Even if it was only a portion, it was enough to move him. The only pity is that I can't use his Supreme God Realm Law Skill, the Great Soul Palace Technique. It will probably take some time to recover before it can be used. Zhou Wen said regretfully. Then, he threw the rib into the first treasure vault and prepared to let his main body comprehend it in the reincarnation sacred palace. Then, he retracted his gaze and looked at the battlefield in front of him. Then, he frowned slightly. This has been because he discovered that with Dis's death in battle, not only did the Titan God race's will to fight not weaken, but it also became even crazier, as if they would not rest until one of them died. On the other hand, the soldiers of the vassal races that they had brought saw that after Dis died, some of the soldiers had already lost their will to fight. During the battle, most of them were protecting themselves and did not want to kill the enemy at all. Zhou Fight's expression has been cold. He would rather fight to a death than surrender, right? Then let this place become your true burial ground. I announce to an entire celestial battlefield that the patriarch of the Titanic God clan is dead. The enemy's defeat is set. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who don't want to surrender will be executed immediately. Zhou Wen ordered coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. Qi Xiantian spoke in a low voice. Then, he immediately announced this order to an entire battlefield. Chapter 1325, Departure. Then, he saw that the soldiers of the Titan God's vassal races were getting weaker and weaker. Some soldiers had even begun to give up on fighting and retreat to the side to surrender. As for the tens of billions of Titan God race soldiers, they had no intention of surrendering at all and were still fighting with all their might. When Zhou Fight saw this, even he, who was an enemy, could not help but praise him in his heart. These Titan God race soldiers were indeed good soldiers. At the same time, Terence and the other 6 Master God tiers did not stay idle after Dis died. They immediately rushed towards the other 8 enemy Master God tiers. The first target they chose was the Master God of the Divine Wings race, a subsidiary race of the Titan God race 6 Heavenly Mystic Wings Master Gods. When this Master God tier of the people of foreign races saw Terence actually charging towards him, he was immediately terrified. He was just a Master God tier elementary grade God spirit. Among those of the same level, his combat strength was even inferior to the Titan God race's Master God tier elementary grade. How could he defeat this Master God tier, Your Excellency Terence, who killed Master Gods like they were dogs? Your Excellency, I surrender. God Lord 6 Heavenly Mysterious Wings hurriedly begged for mercy. In the name of the Supreme Will, join the Blazing Sun Empire and become the worshipped Master God of the Blazing Sun Empire. War Master God Terence stopped and said calmly to him. God Lord 6 Heavenly Mysterious Wings immediately followed the War Master God's instructions. After he finished speaking, the expression on Terence's face eased a little. Then, he said solemnly. Come with us to deal with the other Master God tier. Yes, Your Excellency. God Lord 6 Heavenly Mysterious Wings did not resist this matter. After all, the Master God tier of the Titan God race was no longer capable of dealing with the Master God tier of the Blazing Sun Empire. There was only one possibility of he winning if he fought with Terence and the others. He just had to be careful in the next battle and not accidentally die. Then, the 6 Heavenly Mystic Wings God Lords followed Terence and the others to deal with the other Master God tiers. The first person they chose was Overlord Sacrifice to God, the Deputy Patriarch of the Titan God race. Sacrifice Gauntlet. Terence said, You can't win against us. Surrender. I've seen your combat heroism. Your potential is not bad. You might be able to become a Supreme God Realm expert in the future. Follow us. The Titan God race might create unprecedented glory under the lead of the common people's regal. It would be a pity if you died at our hands. Overlord Sacrifice to God looked at them and said after a long time, the Titan God race only has Master God tier who died in battle. No Master Gods surrendered. With that, he immediately held his Master God tier elementary grade divine artifact and charged at the War Master God. You guys go deal with the other Master Gods. Leave it to me. Terence said to Tritus and the other Master God tiers before fighting Overlord Sacrifice to God. Tritus and the others did not say anything and went to look for the other Master God tiers. By killing a Master God tier, they could use his corpse to exchange for a Master God divine artifact that they needed from Zhou Zhou. They naturally did not forget this matter. Now was the best time to obtain the Master God tier divine artifact. A moment later, Terence held the yellow gold tier dual axes and quietly looked at the corpse of Overlord Sacrifice to God in front of him. He raised his hand and saw a yellow gold tier array appear in his hand. Then, this yellow gold tier array covered Overlord Sacrifice to God's corpse. Under the cover of the yellow gold tier array, the Overlord Sacrifice to God's corpse emitted an increasingly dazzling yellow gold tier light. A moment later, the Overlord Sacrifice to God's entire corpse turned golden, looking like a yellow gold tier statue. Immediately after, Overlord Sacrifice to God's fingers moved slightly. Then, he slowly opened a pair of yellow gold tier eyes. He suddenly stood up and respectfully said to Terence. Greetings, Your Excellency. From now on, you are the 15th Divine Kingdom Soldier type yellow gold Divine General under me. Terence said indifferently. Yes, Your Excellency. Overlord Sacrifice to God said calmly. Terence said in satisfaction. He was quite happy. On this trip, HR actually encountered such a seedling suitable to transform into his Divine Kingdom Soldier type. He had another general under him. Even though he would miss a Master God tier divine artifact like this, it didn't matter. Then, he immediately went to find other hostile Master God tiers to fight. Zhou Win was not idle either. Seeing that there was no great enemy on the battlefield that could threaten him, he simply used King and directly borrowed the power of the Blood Moon Sun, Kido Talai and the 6 Heavenly Mysterious Wings Divine Lords. The power of these 3 Master God tier elementary grade God spirits enhanced his body. Coupled with the power of the other subjects, Zhou Win's strength instantly broke through the Master God tier elementary grade and reached Master God tier intermediate grade. In addition, he was currently equipped with a Master God tier divine artifact. Even if it was an ordinary Master God tier advanced grade expert, Zhou Win felt that he had the confidence to win. As for the 10 Master God tiers, if he did not use his trump cards at the Supreme God realm, Zhou Win was confident that he could exchange a few moves with them now. Sensing his confidence, a smile appeared on Zhou Win's face. Then, he swept his gaze around and quickly saw a Titan Master God tier who was a Master God tier advanced grade. He immediately turned into a 9-colored stream of light and flew over to fight the other party. In less than a moment, Zhou Win killed the other party. As for he himself, he was unharmed. At this moment, Terence and the other Master God tiers looked at Zhou Win in unison. Sensing the divine spirit level on him, as well as the faint sense of threat, Terence and the other Master God tiers did not say anything on the surface, but they were actually shocked. Our future emperor really hit it well. Terence's eyes were filled with deep meaning. Who would have thought that the god spirit in front of him who emitted the aura of a god tier intermediate grade was actually not even a true god tier and was only a high tier deity level intermediate grade god spirit? A Master God tier intermediate grade faction, in addition to the Master God tier treasures and Supreme God realm treasures that he had auctioned at the mysterious auction. At this moment, even Terence, who was publicly acknowledged as the leader of the 10 Master God tiers, had to admit that he did not have 100% confidence in defeating this common people's regal. There was even a high chance of defeat. However, Terence did not mind at all. He was even very happy. It was better to be strong. In this world, only by being powerful could one have the value of being followed. Common people's regal. I approve of you. Terence said to Zhou Win in his heart before going to fight the other hostile Master God tiers. Half an hour later, 4 of the remaining 6 Master Gods had died, leaving only 2 Master Gods of the people of foreign races. They could not defeat them or escape. In the end, they could only choose to surrender. Terence and the other Master Gods brought these surrendered Master Gods and their corpses to Zhou Win. Your Excellency Regal. The rules haven't changed, have they? Terence smiled faintly. Of course it hasn't changed. A Master God tier corpse for a Master God divine artifact. Zhou Win smiled. Terence and the other Master God tiers' eyes lit up, and they immediately took out their spoils of war. Terence, Totbirth, Zero, and Tritus each took out a Master God tier corpse to trade. As for the Blood Moon Sun and Keto Talai, they regrettably did not obtain any corpses. There was nothing the two of them could do. Who asked Terence and the others to be too strong? The battle ended before they could attack. Zhou Win saw the 4 Master God tier corpses. He did not delay and directly took out 4 Master God tier divine artifacts that were suitable for them and handed them to them after all. After obtaining the Master God tier divine artifact, the smiles on Terence and the others' faces increased. We've already helped you deal with a threat at the Master God tier level. We shouldn't be needed for the rest. We're leaving. Terence said. Thank you, everyone. Zhou Win nodded. This is a contract. There's no need to stand on the ceremony, Your Excellency. Tritus smiled faintly and left with Terence and the others. Your Excellency. Before Terence left, he suddenly turned to look at Zhou Win. When can you establish the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom? Soon. A smile appeared on Zhou Win's face. Chapter 1326, End of the War. Class Change Certificate of 3 Divine Kingdom Soldier Types. After Terence and the Master God tier left, only Zhou Win, the Blood Moon Sun, Keto Talai, the 6 Heaven Mystic Wings God Lords, and 2 other Master God tiers of the people of foreign races were left on the battlefield. There were a total of 6 God tier supremacies. Only Zhou Win, the Blood Moon Sun, Keto Talai, the 6 Heaven Mystic Wings God Lords, and 2 other Master God tiers of the people of foreign races were left on the battlefield. There were a total of 6 God tier supremacies. Even though he couldn't use the 10,000 Spirit Saint to incite defection today because of Regal Soul Heaven's ribs, he was already very satisfied with the gains in front of him. Let's go and deal with the remaining gods who are unwilling to surrender. Especially the true gods. Zhou Win said. Even though the other party's Master God tier combat power had all died and surrendered, the other party still had more than 20 million God spirits and more than 10,000 true God tiers. This was still a shocking number. Zhou Win and the others naturally could not ignore it and let them hurt their soldiers wantonly. Then let them do it themselves. Even a Master God tier could crush a true God tier, not to mention ordinary God spirits. With their participation, the fall of this group of hostile God spirits and Master God tiers would only be a matter of time. Yes, Your Majesty. The Blood Moon Sun and the other Master God tiers said respectfully. Then, under Zhou Wen's lead, they immediately began to deal with the remaining enemy God spirits and true God tiers. With the help of Divine Kingdom soldier types like the Final Will Guards and the Power Heavenly Emperor, who had reached the God Spirit realm, they quickly dealt with most of the God spirits brought by the Titan God race. The remaining small number of God spirits saw that their death was imminent and very willingly chose to surrender. Then, Zhou Wen led all the God spirits to deal with the 10,000 true God tiers. In the end, they killed more than 6,000 true gods, and the remaining 3,000 true God tiers chose to surrender. Finally, only then did they turn around to deal with the 30 trillion soldiers brought by the Titan God race. When dealing with these soldiers, Zhou Wen did not let the true God tier and Master God tier attack. That would be bullying the other party after all. Of course, the most important thing was that he wanted to give the promotion energy produced after the death of the 30,000 trillion odd soldiers to the ordinary soldiers under he who had yet to become God spirits. There were too many new recruits among the soldiers under him. They urgently needed this promotion energy to help them grow quickly. As for the true God tier and Master God tier, they were actually more concerned about their own law comprehension. Even though they had a need for promotion energy, it was not that great. It would not be too late to obtain promotion energy when there was a need. Time passed quickly. With the help of more than 25 million God spirits, the Titan God's 30 trillion soldiers began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for the tens of billions of Titan God race soldiers at the beginning, they had long been wiped out. Now, what they had destroyed were all the people of foreign race soldiers brought over by the Titan God race. Now, what they had destroyed were all the people of foreign race soldiers brought over by the Titan God race. In the end, they even began to eliminate the soldiers of the people of foreign races while accepting the surrendered soldiers. Late at night, more than half of the 30,000 trillion people of foreign races had been killed by them, and the remaining soldiers had all chosen to surrender. At this point, this attack launched by the Titan God race against the Blazing Sun Empire was officially resolved. The gods of the various races who were secretly observing couldn't help but be incomparably shocked when they saw that the soldiers brought by the Titan God race had really been conquered by the Blazing Sun Empire. That was the Titan God race, which was ranked in the top 10 among all the races with high bloodlines. Such a powerful race was actually wiped out by the other party in a day. The Blazing Sun Empire's military strength had unknowingly become so powerful. He was clearly a lord of a myriad race who had just arrived in the high continent, but now, he was actually comparable to or even surpassing a high-level bloodline race like the Titan God race. They felt that their worldview had been overturned. Moreover, these were not all the reasons for their shock. The reason was for these two Supreme God Realm treasures. Even Overlord-level Lord factions had very few such treasures. Now, the other party had actually used it. Moreover, he had used two at once. In addition, the other party currently controlled the 5 supremacies and the Lord tier combat power that the common people's regal had. There were a total of 6 Master God tier combatants. At the thought of this, they finally realized something. The arrogant child whom they regarded as a rising star had unknowingly grown to the point of being comparable to an Overlord-level Lord faction. Overlord-level Lord faction. That was a terrifying faction that 99% of the races had to look up to. They had mixed feelings. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Then, they thought of the rumors recently. Maybe the situation of the myriad races in the world is really going to change. This common people's regal will really lead the lords of all races to start a new era in the myriad worlds. Many god spirits thought to themselves. At the same time, the Master God of Death, Thanatos, Original Master God tier Source, Primordial Dragon First Venerable, Master God of Light Hilu, King of all gods De Huang, Chaotic Beast God Heaven Curse Beast as well as the other gods who had participated in the mysterious auction. After seeing the 2 Supreme God Realm treasures used by the common people's regal, they almost immediately recognized that they were items from the mysterious auction. So it's him. They immediately guessed that the bidder who had won a large number of mysterious items was the common people's regal Zhou Zhou. However, they found it unbelievable. Where did this guy get so many Master God tier divine crystals to buy so many Master God tier treasures and even Supreme God Realm treasures? This common people's regal is becoming harder and harder to deal with. The original spirit race's ancestral star. RUBNVE.C. The original Master God, Source, looked at the Blazing Sun Empire's army that was cleaning up the battlefield with a gloomy expression. He had to admit. The common people's regal and the Blazing Sun Empire had grown to a level that even he found troublesome. This can't go on. I have to think of a way to deal with him. Source began to think. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with Zhou Zhou, the other races and factions were also thinking about how to deal with the lords and factions of the myriad races, especially the common people's regal Zhou Zhou. Now that Zhou Zhou had grasped the trump card of the supreme god realm, he was completely worthy of their attention and even admiration. If this wasn't worth paying attention to, their race wouldn't have survived until now. After the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Empire finished cleaning up the battlefield, they immediately flew their airships back to the Blazing Sun Imperial capital. During this period, Zhou Wen and the others held a war conclusion meeting. Everyone was chatting excitedly. This was a rare victory after all. It could even make the Blazing Sun Empire's reputation resound throughout the myriad races. As they chatted, they talked about the 25 million God Spirit level Divine Kingdom soldier types. Your Majesty, you should have said that you had such a trump card. Qi Xiantian said helplessly. This emperor saved it up over the past few days. Zhou Wen shook his head and explained. A few days. You can save it up. The generals were shocked when they heard this. Zhou Wen nodded. There was nothing to hide. When you conquer a kingdom and lord-level faction, there will be at least one final will guardian and the power heavenly god who will become the divine kingdom soldier type under this emperor. Moreover, their strength and realm will be the same as mine before they become true god tier. Think about it. How many such forces have you conquered recently? The generals looked at each other. How would they know? Recently, they have been conquered by several racial level forces every day. In the territory of a racial level faction, there were at least 1 million kingdom level lord factions, not to mention empire tier lord factions and higher level divine kingdom lord factions. In this case, it was reasonable to have more than 25 million divine kingdom soldier types in total. Seeing that the generals had nothing to say, Zhou Wen felt a little helpless. In the beginning, he had also neglected these divine kingdom soldier types. He thought that they still had a small number of troops. In addition, he did not need they to obtain promotion energy, so he did not send they out to fight. If not for the fact that he was facing a super powerful enemy like the Titan God race today, he would probably take a long time to realize that he had already accumulated such a huge foundation unknowingly. Your Majesty. At this moment, a forbidden mage walked over quickly. These are the class change certificates of the 3 divine kingdom soldier types that we obtained on the battlefield. Your Majesty, please take a look. Chapter 1327, 3 Divine Kingdom Soldier Types. War Summary. Zhou Zhou reached out and took the 3 Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Class Change Certificate recruitment books. Then, he looked at them one by one. Treasure Name, Titan King Class Change Certificate. Treasure Level, Divine Kingdom. Treasure Effect, Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Class Change Tool. After using it, you can become a Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Profession Titan King. You will also have 3 sets of enhanceable equipment of low-level black iron, 1000 years of combat experience of the Titan King, and the initial strength of yellow gold advance grade. Item description: a Divine Kingdom Soldier type of the Titan Gods. It is famous for its strength and close combat. It is undoubtedly the king of the land. Note: this soldier type class change certificate can only be used by the Titan God race. The Titan King soldier type. Zhou Zhou nodded. Wasn't this the strongest soldier type of the Titan God race that was famous in the myriad worlds? This soldier type was indeed very strong. In fact, it could even slightly suppress his Divine Kingdom soldier type Holy Dragon Knight. However, the condition that it could only be changed by the people of the Titan God race limited it. It was a pity. Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity. Then, he looked at the next soldier type class change. Treasure Name, Holy Sage Class Change Certificate. Treasure Level, Divine Kingdom. Treasure Effect, Divine Kingdom Battle Profession Class Change Tool. After using it, you can become a Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Profession Divine Sect Saint. You will also have 3 sets of enhanceable equipment of Black Iron Elementary Grade, 1000 years of combat experience of Divine Sect Saint, initial strength of Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade, and a combat beast with the potential of a True God Tier Advanced Grade. Item description: a Divine Kingdom Soldier type of the Sect Clan. They are famous in the myriad worlds for their sealing techniques and controlling magical beasts. Peak Divine Sect Saints can at most control 10 beasts of the same level at the same time. Their combat strength is astonishing. Note: this soldier type class change certificate can only be used by the Titan God race. Zhou Zhou shook his head again. It was another restriction. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the last Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Class Change Certificate. Treasure Name, Battle God Class Change Certificate. Treasure Level, Divine Kingdom. Treasure Effect, Divine Kingdom Battle Profession Class Change Item. After using it, you can become a Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Profession Battle God. You will also have 3 sets of enhanceable equipment of low-grade black iron, 1000 years of combat spirit combat experience, the initial strength of a yellow gold tier advanced grade, and a super heaven combat spirit manual. Item description: a Divine Kingdom Soldier Type of the Combat Spirit Civilization. A Battle God Profession in the name of combat. It can control combat spirit and unleash extremely shocking combat and destructive abilities. Its combat strength crushes most Divine Kingdom soldiers. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up and showed. He finally encountered a Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Class Change Certificate that could be used. Battle God. It sounded like its combat ability was very strong. As expected of a combat profession with the name Fight. How much have we gained from this Battle God Class Change Certificate? Zhou Zhou looked up and asked. Reporting to your Majesty, this Battle God Class Change Certificate comes from the people of the Battle God clan. We eliminated about 21,312,502,360 Battle God professionals and obtained a total of 85,250,9440 Battle God Class Change Certificate and Battle God Recruitment Books. The soldier said. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. There were more than 20 billion Divine Kingdom soldier types? Good God! This race is so fierce. He recalled the Master God level corpses that War Master God Terence and the others had given him today. He quickly recalled that one of the corpses seemed to be the Master God tier from the War clan. Oh, then it is fine. It was indeed normal for a high-level bloodline race protected by a Master God tier to have tens of billions of Divine Kingdom soldier types over the years. For example, the Divine Kingdom soldier type of the Titan Gods, the Titan King, was calculated in terms of trillions. Tens of billions was already considered a small amount. Hand the class change book to Legion Commander Wu. Give this Emperor the recruitment books. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. Yes, Your Majesty. The soldier immediately went to get the class change certificate and recruitment books. A moment later, Qi Xiantian personally came over and handed them to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou looked at the 85.25,009,440 Battle God recruitment books in his world rings and couldn't help but smile and nod slightly. Tomorrow, he would have another Divine Kingdom soldier type under him. Then, Zhou Zhou chatted with the generals for a while before Zero's voice sounded. Your Majesty, generals, we have already returned to the Empire. In the Blazing Sun Imperial capital, Zhou Zhou looked at the war summary organized by Zero in front of him. Over the entire day, Zhou Zhou and Zhou Zhan had eliminated a total of more than 21,000 trillion soldiers, more than 11 million god spirits, and more than 5,000 true god tier. He obtained tens of trillions of mist cores, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials. There were also 1,203,642,650,600 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 1,300 legendary tier and below Scarlet Lord Talent spheres and a large number of other Lord Talent crystal fragments. 2,523,600,100,000 units of divine crystals from the low tier deity level to the high tier deity level. 133.2 million 1,500 true god tier divine crystals. 8,132,100 master god tier divine crystals. There were more than 860,160,000,000 low tier to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 12,100,000 true god tier divine artifacts. 1,510 master god tier divine artifacts. There were a total of more than 120 million divine spark fragments, god tier medicinal herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. 123.2 million 356 master god tier herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. The number and strength of the enemies they encountered today were unprecedented. However, he would gain a lot after winning. The harvest of divine crystals alone made up for all the divine crystals he had consumed in this war. Even the consumption of divine crystals at the mysterious auction previously had been made up for, or even greatly exceeded. But then he noticed that there were no elemental gems on the list, which made Zhou Zhou feel a little regretful. The Titan God race probably hasn't thought of establishing a new country in the Supreme Continent. Instead, they're only prepared to take away the treasures in my empire. That's why they didn't bring the elemental gems of all levels necessary to establish a country. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he laughed again. But he probably didn't expect this. If this battle continues, not only will the army led by the Titan God race be defeated. They even lost the entire Titan God race and all their subsidiary races to me. Zhou Zhou smiled. The bet between Dis and him was signed under the witness of the Supreme Will. The Titan God race and his subsidiary race did not even have any room to go back on their word. Send an army tomorrow and bring back all the treasures of the Titan God race and his subsidiary races, especially the elemental gems. The storage of elemental gems of the Titan God race and the subsidiary races of his should be enough for me to upgrade my territory to the true God tier territory, right? At that time, I can officially promote the empire to a divine kingdom lord faction. Zhou Zhou rubbed his chin and thought. Chapter 1328, Zombie Ancient Dragons Battle Results. Hegemony Points and Obscure Lord Shop Points. Zhou Zhou looked at the list of Insight defections and God Spirits. In terms of the Insight defection list, it was not used during the war with the Titan God race because of the Golden Ribs. However, on the Cerulean planet, they had used the Insight defection on the Lord factions of the 10,000 races and the local Lord factions in the active universe. However, the gains were not great. He had only instigated the Insight defection to 1,155,015,006,982 soldiers of the people of foreign races, 26.5 million 1,540 God spirits of the people of foreign races, and 56 true God tiers. Even though this number was small, that was enough. There was another piece of good news. During the war, because the Titan God race's defeat was set, many of them took the initiative to surrender to the Blazing Sun Empire and were subdued by them. They had a total of 11,023,221,052.5 million people of foreign races, 8,121,250 God spirits, and 5,125 true God tier. And among these soldiers, not a single one was a Titan God race soldier or God spirit. The soldiers and God spirits of the Titan God race actually chose to die in battle instead of surrendering to save their lives. This made Zhou Zhou, who was used to war, praise the other party's unyielding personality. In addition, after today's battle, on the Blazing Sun Empire's side, a total of 1,125,430 legendary tier advanced grade soldiers were promoted to low tier deity level elementary grade God spirits. There were also 263 high-tier deity-level advanced-grade God spirits who had advanced to true God-tier elementary-grade God spirits. Qi Xiantian, Feng Luo, Ying Ning, Yuan Kong, and the other true God tiers had all improved greatly. He was not far from becoming a Master God tier. They had already accepted the Master God tier inheritance. When they reached the Master God tier stage, as long as they digested Zhou Zhou's reward or exchanged for the Master God tier inheritance, it would not be difficult for them to advance to the Master God tier. When the time comes, Zhou Zhou would have another batch of Master God tier subordinates. And he originally had 5,813,987.6 billion 47 to 57,005,617 soldiers, 3,687,970 God spirits, and 2,081 true God tier. Including the additional soldiers and God spirits mentioned above, the soldiers under him had already reached 16,837,208,698,951,587 soldiers, 12,934,397 God spirits, and 7,469 true God tiers. 10,000 trillion soldiers. 10,000 God spirits. Nearly 10,000 true God tier. In addition, there's me, the main God tier combat power of the 5 clones, the 2 supremacies, the Blood Moon Sun and Keto Talai, as well as the 4 Master God tier foreign aid, War Master God Terrence. Finally, I have a large number of Master God tier trump cards and Supreme God Realm trump cards. Now, my faction level and foundation are probably comparable to a top overlord level lord faction. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face, he could officially announce it. He was officially invincible amongst the Lord of all races where the Supreme God Realm and higher level experts did not appear. Even if the original spirit race attacked, he was confident in fighting them head-on. In fact, if the original spirit race, Chaos God's race, and Shepherd's God race joined forces to deal with him, he might have a chance of winning. Indeed, only by fighting against a true opponent can I truly increase my strength and the strength of my faction. Playing with the Lord of all races is like an adult with a gun fighting with a child with a wooden stick. Not only did I not gain anything, but I also don't feel any sense of accomplishment. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Then, he began to think. Next, I have to take first place in the event step by step and increase my foundation. The event rewards set up by the Supreme Will are very rich even for the current me. I can totally not be in a hurry to take the first place of the myriad races. You can slowly eat all the rewards set up by the Supreme Will. Thinking of this, he could not help but look forward to it. Even though he could already be said to be invincible among all races. He even had 70 to 80% confidence in fighting for the position of the Lord of all races. He was even being humble. However, he wasn't proud. This was because he knew that above the Overlord level Lord faction, there was an even stronger Supreme God Realm faction. Above the Supreme God Realm factions, there were also top-notch will level factions like the Abyss, the Immortal World, the Netherworld, and the Heaven Realm. And the Supreme Will and Crimson Overlord were the two ultimate factions. There was also the illusory illusionist clan with an unknown background. Even if he really obtained the position of the Lord of all races in the future, naturally, he could be happy. This was something worth being happy about. However, after being happy, Zhou Zhou also understood that the position of the Lord of all races had just begun. The Supreme Will had spent so much effort and taken out so many rewards to nurture the Lord of all races. It was definitely not to let the Lord of all races enjoy life. When the time comes, he would definitely have stronger opponents and more difficult missions to complete. Therefore, even though he was already very powerful, in that case, he had to continue increasing his strength to deal with any dangers and mishaps that might appear in the future. Then, he continued to look at the subsequent battle summary that surprised him. Zombie Ancient Dragon Ancient Evil, in today's war, Your Excellency Ancient Evil used the zombie virus to transform 12,523,502 Titan God race soldiers and people of foreign races, as well as 15 Titan God race God spirits and people of foreign races, into zombie soldiers and zombie God spirits under him. Not only did the zombie soldiers retain the extraordinary tier profession and strength level of the original soldiers, but they were even better than before in terms of constitution and soul strength. Moreover, unless their heads were cut off, when other body parts were injured, they could quickly recover by consuming blood chi. It would almost not have any negative impact on the zombie soldiers. Zombie God spirits are also much stronger than the original God spirits. At the same time, even though zombie soldiers and zombie God spirits are already dead, they can still obtain promotion energy by killing them to increase their strength levels. Zhou Zhou could not help but be surprised after reading it. He naturally knew that the zombie Ancient Dragon Ancient Evil had the zombie virus. However, he did not expect that the other party would be able to infect and transform more than 10 billion soldiers and 15 God spirits. Good God! If he was on Earth, he could turn Earth into a zombie world with no survivors in a day. He's strong. Zhou Zhou sighed with emotion. As expected of a legendary dragon. Then, he looked at the last page of the war summary. In the entire day, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had conquered a total of 20 Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 812 Empire Tier Lord factions, and a total of 56.9 million Lord factions around the Cerulean planet. He obtained a total of 102,026,568,000 hegemony points and 9,126,510 obscure Lord shop points. Previously, Zhou Zhou had a total of 20,624,772,000 hegemony points and 1,611,500 obscure Lord shop points. Now, including these hegemony points and the obscure Lord shop points, he now has a total of 43,134,220,000 hegemony points and 3,412,750 obscure Lord shop points. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading it. Chapter 1329, Hegemony Rankings. Impartation Scroll. Advance to True God Tier. Zhou Zhou then looked at the rankings. The second stage of the Lord of the Races event Lord of a Races Rankings. No. 1. Earthling Mortal Lord Hegemony Points, 145,160,572,000 Hegemony Points. No. 2. True Spirit Stars Original Spirit Race True Lord Hegemony Points, 3,265,035,400 hegemony points. No. 3. Golden Crow Region Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord. Hegemony points, 2,054,103,100 hegemony points. No. 4. Godly King Planet, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord. Hegemony points, 1,538,485,000 hegemony points. When Zhou Zhou saw the rankings, a smile appeared on his face. The difference between him and the rest was too great. He couldn't even imagine what method the other party could use to defeat him. Unless the 10,000 races worked together to support a lord of all races, it was basically impossible to surpass him. However, how was that possible? It was impossible for all races to be united. Then, he closed the hegemony roll and opened the list of obscure lords' shops on the second day. He swept his gaze and muttered to himself, buying all the goods on the second day requires 2.38 million obscure lord shop points. He glanced at his obscure lord shop points, which were as high as 9,399,260 points. He smiled and bought them all without hesitation. At this point, Zhou Zhou still had 272,750 obscure lord shop points left. In the next second, a text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Notice, you have bought all the goods in the obscure lord's shop on the first day. Congratulations, you have obtained a mysterious good. What is it this time? Zhou Zhou rubbed his hands in anticipation. The goods that he had just spent 2.38 million yuan on were directly thrown into the military merit exchange system without any interest in looking at them. These things were treasures to ordinary lords of the myriad races. However, to Zhou Zhou, it was more than that. He looked directly at the mysterious item. Then, he discovered that it was a golden scroll. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Impartation Scroll. Treasure grade, Special tier. Treasure effect, an impartation scroll personally refined by the Supreme Will for the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. After using it, it can increase the Lord of the Blazing Sun's nomological comprehension. Treasure description, a scroll personally created by the Supreme Will. It has the magical ability to increase law comprehension. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up after reading it. It was actually a treasure that specialized in increasing one's law comprehension. This treasure came at the right time. It was too difficult for a lord to increase his nomological comprehension realm. Even a figure with heaven-defying comprehension like he would find it difficult to improve his nomological comprehension to a high-tier deity level advance grade in a short period of time with the help of a treasure like the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. If it were any other law, Zhou Zhou would confidently say that he had already advanced to the Master God tier. Even true God tiers found it difficult to break through the Lord's law. In the past 2 days, he had been worrying about how to quickly raise his nomological comprehension to the level of a high-tier deity level advance grade. This way, he could use the abstruse God forbidden pill he had just obtained yesterday to directly break the peace of a true God tier and become a true God spirit. At that time, his strength would soar again. Unexpectedly, it came without any effort. As expected of a mysterious product that surprised people. It was indeed what he needed the most. Thank you, Lord Supreme Will. Zhou Zhou said respectfully to the air in front of him. He did not mind even though he didn't get any response. His gaze returned to the teaching scroll in front of him. He took a deep breath and slowly opened it. In a flash, Zhou Zhou felt as if he had opened up a starry sky. There were countless stars in the starry sky. Every star corresponded to a law, and there were countless such law stars in this starry sky. In the next second, they transformed into countless starlight and expended all their energy on Zhou Zhou's glabella. Zhou Zhou instinctively closed his eyes and accepted the light of the countless nomological stars. At this moment, Zhou Zhou felt as if he had experienced the reign of laws in the supreme domain again. Under the illumination of the countless nomological stars, Zhou Zhou felt countless nomological insights appear in his mind. In the past, those unsolvable nomological conundrums were answered by he at this moment like snow melting. Zhou Zhou swam freely in this state of recklessly answering the nomological doubts. After a long time, he thought of something and barely split a trace of his divine sense to teleport away. In the next second, he arrived at the Reincarnation Sacred Palace and used the time difference in the time world to carefully sense his current state and comprehension. Zhou Zhou was completely immersed in it and could not extricate himself. Time passed quickly. The next day, at the same time, it was the third day of the second stage of the Lord of the Race's activity. In the reincarnation sacred palace, Zhou Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged on the Dao comprehension futon, opened his eyes. He felt the surging chaos holy power in his body that was even stronger than before, and a smile could not help but appear on his face. Finally! A high-tier deity level advanced grade. He lamented. Zhou Zhou could feel it. Actually, if one had just entered the high-tier deity level intermediate grade, it was impossible to raise one's nomological comprehension to the high-tier deity level advanced grade just by relying on a magic imparting scroll. However, he was already very close to becoming a high-tier deity level advanced grade. He was only a portion away from perfecting his nomological comprehension. Then, after the impartation scroll helped him perfect his nomological comprehension, he successfully advanced to the high-tier deity level advanced grade. That was why Zhou Zhou said that this scroll had come at the right time. After a while, the excitement in Zhou Zhou's heart subsided. Following that, he flipped his right hand and saw a crystalline jade box appear in his hand. And what was stored in this jade box was shockingly a medicinal pill that produced a phenomenon. It was the abstruse God-forbidden pill that Zhou Zhou had obtained yesterday. He carefully sized up the precious pill and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. Then, he raised his head and swallowed it without hesitation. In the next moment, boom! Zhou Zhou felt a surging promotion energy being born from his heart. Then, it quickly surged to various parts of his divine body, including his soul and even his will. At the same time, a large number of Lord's nomological comprehensions appeared in his mind. It was almost instinctive. Zhou Zhou subconsciously absorbed all the promotion energy and nomological comprehension and turned them into his own foundation. A moment later, boom! With sufficient promotion energy and nomological comprehension, Zhou Zhou was unsurprisingly promoted to a true God tier elementary grade God spirit. True God tier God spirits. Even the weakest and weakest true God tier elementary grade God spirits were existences that could casually dominate a world in the myriad worlds. Not to mention a new true God tier like Zhou Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly felt an additional piece of information regarding the Lord's law skill inheritance in his mind. His name was All the land in the world belongs to the king. Chapter 1330. Law skill. All the land in the world belongs to the king. The shocking effect of the law skill. Law skill name, all the land in the world belongs to the king. Law skill quality, true God tier intermediate grade. Introduction to law skill power. When you activate this law skill, the realm you are in will be your absolute law domain. No negative debuffs can be added to your body. Other than the higher level Lord Road God spirits, no one can interfere with the operation of your law domain. When you activate your nomological domain, you can crush all nomological domains of the same level. Even if it's a god on the Lord's law path, as long as the other party doesn't comprehend a domain type Lord law skill, the other party will be suppressed by your domain and their strength will be greatly reduced. You can set up your domain rules in your law domain. You can let it be temporarily preserved or permanently preserved, making it your temporary/permanent exclusive territory. You can forcefully make a territory with the highest true God tier territory your territory every day through the Lord law skill, the land of the king. After using it, you can't use it again on that day. Note, this Lord's law skill can currently affect the coverage of a true God tier territory. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up and showed. Wasn't this the Lord law skill that he had always wanted to comprehend? He did not expect to comprehend it in one go with the help of the abstruse God-forbidden pill. Not bad, not bad. It was very difficult to comprehend a Lord law skill. Zhou Zhou had become a God spirit for a long time. However, he had only comprehended 2 Lord law skills, the king and the myriad method star palm. It could be seen how difficult it was. If not for the abstruse God-forbidden pill, he would probably have to spend another half a month to comprehend this law skill. Now, not only had this abstruse God-forbidden pill advanced him to the true God tier, it had also allowed him to comprehend this Lord law skill that he had dreamed of. This pill was really not bad. It was indeed a high-quality product. As expected of a product of the Supreme Will. Then, he looked at the effect of this Lord's law skill, and the smile on his lips became even more wide. The first effect strengthening the domain. God spirits knew how to use domains. A domain was also called a nomological domain. It was equivalent to creating a nomological environment suitable for him. When fighting in a law environment that was suitable for him, his combat strength would greatly increase. Within the same level, there was a high chance that God spirits who activated their domains could defeat God spirits who did not activate their domains. If two god spirits unleashed their domains at the same time, it would depend on which of their domains was stronger. The stronger one's domain was, the greater the advantage they would have in battle. They could even suppress the strength of the enemy's god spirit to be weaker than usual and have a higher chance of winning. On the contrary, it was easy to lose. It could be seen how important a domain was. And after Zhou Zhou used all the land in the world, he could unleash an absolute domain. This meant that once he unleashed his domain, he could crush 99% of the divine domains. 99% of the god spirits of the same level were most likely not his match. The effects of this domain would greatly increase his combat strength. In addition, establishing an exclusive domain rule in his law domain could allow it to be temporarily preserved or permanently retained, becoming a temporary/permanent exclusive territory. The effect of this law skill was also very good. Zhou Zhou could use this nomological skill to create the type of territory he wanted. In the future, there would definitely be more and more races among the subjects under him. When a portion of the clansmen could not find an environment suitable for their clansmen to live in, Zhou Zhou could use this effect to create an exclusive residence for them. In addition, this effect could also solidify the territory and set up an exclusive suppression law in the territory to achieve an effect similar to the sealing technique. It could temporarily or permanently suppress and seal the enemy. In short, if he thought about it carefully, he could think of many uses. As for the final effect, forcefully depriving him of his territory and making it his own. After Zhou Zhou saw this effect, there was only one word left in his mind: tyrannical. Zhou Zhou had never seen such a domineering law skill. He could actually snatch someone else's territory with a thought. He had many inherited memories of various races in his mind, but he had never seen such an overbearing nomological ability. The Lord's law was indeed different from other laws. It was so domineering that it was unreasonable. In this world, everything belongs to the king. This law skill originally originated from the top-notch superpower I once awakened Emperor's descent. From what I feel, he should have another law skill: Land of Earth, a minister of the king. My fourth Lord law skill can work in this direction. With the third Lord law skill as the foundation, it shouldn't be difficult to comprehend Land of Earth, a minister of the king. Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, he checked the law skills of the other two lords. The myriad method star palm was simple. As he advanced to true god tier god spirit and became a low-level true god tier elementary grade law skill, there were not many changes. It was just that its power had increased to the level of a true god tier. Even though it was only a low-level true god tier elementary grade law skill, it could almost crush 99% of true god tier advanced grade offensive law skills. As for his most important Lord law skill, King, he had obtained an extremely shocking increase. Law skill name: King. Law skill quality: True God tier intermediate grade. Introduction: as a true God spirit on the Lord's law path, you can mark 50% of the territorial subjects and control everything they have, including appearance, bloodline, skills, weapons, law skills, and even illusory fate. When you dominate everything that the marked subject has, the subject doesn't have to suffer any negative effects. Zhou Zhou grinned, feeling extremely happy. Mark 50% of the subjects. Good God! He now had about 100 capital units of subjects under him. 50% of the subjects would be 50 capital units. That was a total of 500,000 trillion. This number meant that not only could he enhance the strength of more than 16 trillion soldiers, 12 million god spirits, and more than 7,000 true god tier under him. He could also gather the full strength of more than 40 capital units subjects to support himself. How strong can I be after I use the king now? At this thought, Zhou Zhou suddenly became curious. Then, he decided to give it a try. He took a deep breath and immediately activated the law skill king at the elementary grade of a true god. In an instant, Zhou Zhou sensed a power that could destroy the entire universe augment his body. Rumble. The space in the Divine Kingdom world faintly trembled. If not for the fact that Zhou Zhou's Divine Kingdom world was a Lord's nomological world and was flawless and incomparably firm, coupled with the supreme domain of the supreme will in the outside world, suppressing and protecting his Divine Kingdom world, he had probably already relied on the power fluctuations that subconsciously erupted to forcefully shatter his Divine Kingdom world. I feel. Zhou Zhou lifted his right hand and gazed at the shockingly rich chaotic sacred power fluctuation on it. He could no longer dominate the smile on his lips. Chapter 1331, More than 17,000 trillion soldiers. The elves' request to join the Blazing Sun Empire. He only calmed down after a long time. Then, he sensed his current strength realm. It was Master God tier advanced grade without a doubt. Even though it had not reached the limit of the Master God tier advanced grade, it was already quite shocking. Quantity change can still produce a qualitative change. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. As worshipped Master Gods, the Blood Moon Sun, Keto Talai, and the other Lord Gods could at most raise their strength to the elementary grade of the Lord God after their strength was enhanced on themselves. The remaining buffs were provided by the other soldiers, God spirits, true God tiers, and the subjects of the more than 40 capital units. Especially the power that the 40-odd capital units subjects had given him. Without the augmentation of every bit of their power, it would be difficult for Zhou Zhou to even reach the Master God tier intermediate grade. Not to mention the Master God tier advanced grade. With my current strength and realm, in addition to the enhancement of my Master God tier divine artifact, the supreme sacred body of an advanced true God tier, the invincible power of the Power Heavenly Emperor, and the various Lord talents on my body that can increase my combat strength. My current strength should be comparable to the 10 Master God tiers. Even if we face War Master God Terrence, the 3 of us lords should be able to fight him head-on for a period of time even if we use our law skills at the same time. We even have a small chance of defeating him. If I use those Supreme God Realm treasures, I should be the number 1 god below the Supreme God Realm. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself and smiled. Then, he stopped thinking and flew out of the shrine to Mugu. He obtained 480 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier recruitment books, 480 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificates, 480 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books, and 480 trillion violent storm spirit class change certificates. He took the recruitment books and came to the gate of summoning. He spent 100 high-tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals and summoned 960 trillion new recruits in one go. Then, he summoned 6,666,666 pure-blooded dragons. Unfortunately, he did not summon the legendary dragon race this time. However, Zhou Zhou was not too disappointed. A legendary dragon zombie ancient dragon had already appeared yesterday after all. It didn't matter if none appeared today. Including the 960 trillion recruits from the class change certificate. Now, the soldiers under my command have reached 1,215,365.61,008,253 soldiers. We're not far from the soldiers of the 2 capital units. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he spent another 100 high-tier deity-level elementary grade divine crystals to summon today's new subject. In the end, he summoned more than 34 million new subjects and 15 god spirits. He summoned 2 million subjects and 3 god spirits more than usual. Zhou Zhou did not care much and handed them over to the professional officials in charge of managing the new population of the Gate of Summoning. Then, he came to the Lord's shop. Unfortunately, the goods in the Lord's shop today were only average. There were only 3 true god tier goods. Zhou Zhou spent a few hundred true god tier divine crystals to buy them. Then, he casually threw them into his first treasure vault. At this moment, Zheng Yuankai ran over and quickly arrived in front of him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Yes, Prime Minister." The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. "Your Majesty." Lord Yuankong has already led the army to the Titan Sanctuary Titan continent to receive the assets and treasures of the Titan God race. The Titan God race has many assets and treasures. The Yuankong has just informed me that we will probably need to wait until night to bring back all the assets and treasures of the Titan God race. In addition, among the vassal races of the Titan Gods, there are a total of 4 high-level bloodline races, 1,031 medium-level bloodlines, 153,765 low-level bloodline races, more than 1 million weak races, and countless unknown bloodline races. I've already sent people to accept these races. Before long, these races will all become vassal races of our Blazing Sun human race. When Zheng Yuankai said this, he felt rather high-spirited. This was something that only high-level bloodline races could do in the past. Now, they could do it too. Furthermore, this was something that only high-level bloodline races could do in the past. Now, they could do it too. Zheng Yuankai believed that under the leadership of His Majesty, the achievements and future of the Blazing Sun Empire would definitely not stop there. Instead, they would walk towards a brighter and stronger future. When Zhou Zhou heard Zheng Yuankai's words, a smile appeared on his face. The loots mentioned in the summary of the war yesterday were just the beginning. The loots that Zheng Yuankai mentioned were the true profits that he had obtained from winning the battle yesterday. That was the entire accumulation and foundation of a high-level bloodline race ranked in the top 10. With their addition, the Blazing Sun Empire would definitely be able to develop faster, better, and have more potential. Tell Uncong. Now that the Titan God race has already become a part of our Blazing Sun Empire, they are already subjects of our Blazing Sun Empire. There's no need to take away all the wealth and treasures of the Titan God race. Just take the portion needed for the development of our territory. Leave the rest to the Titan God race and let them deal with their daily needs. Zhou Zhou said casually. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Yuankai said respectfully. Then, Zhou Zhou chatted with the other party for a while before Zhang Yuankai bade farewell and left. Zhou Zhou did not stay idle and returned to the Reincarnation Sacred Palace to continue comprehending the Lord's laws. He was only true God tier elementary grade now. Even though his combat strength was already quite good with the means of a king, this strength was far from reaching the peak of the supreme great cosmos. He still needed to continue working hard. At the same time, at the Central Emperor Palace, Zhou Manage was sitting on the throne dealing with government affairs. At this moment, he suddenly saw a virtual memorial. The contents of the memorial made him raise his brows slightly. This memorial was sent by the Divine Master of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom, Collier, who was also the current Behemoth Domain Lord. The content was about the ruler of the Ash Elven Empire of the Elves, True God Ash. He requested to lead the Elves to join the Blazing Sun Empire, even if it meant becoming a subsidiary race of the Blazing Sun human race. True God Ash wants to lead the Elves to take the initiative to join my Blazing Sun Empire. Zhou Manage was surprised. How did this fellow suddenly come up with this idea? However, the memorial did not specify the exact reason. Zhou Manage thought for a moment and simply divined with his mind. Soon, a look of realization appeared on his face before he clicked his tongue in wonder. It turned out that ever since the Ash Empire forcibly took away the severely injured mother of the Elves, an internal strife involving the entire Elves had erupted among the Elves in order to fight for the ownership of this new true god. The Elves, whose strength had already been weakened, almost fell to the level of a medium race after this internal strife and entered the level of a weak race. Finally, it was the mother of the Elves, Hedges, who woke up and took the initiative to join the Ash Elven Empire. She also made the ruler of the Ash Elven Empire True God Ash as the head of the Elves and took charge of all the matters of the Elves. True God Tier Ash saw that the Elves were extremely weak internally and surrounded by enemies from the outside. In order to protect the Elves and prevent them from being exterminated, he thought of Zhou Zhou, who had some ties with the Elves. In addition, he had recently heard that the Lord of all races would lead the myriad races into a new era. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. He chose to cozy up to Zhou Zhou and join the Blazing Sun Empire. It didn't matter even if they became a vassal race. He had to protect the race's inheritance first. However, he had no way of contacting Zhou Zhou. They had no choice but to contact their former enemy, God Lord Behemoth, and send this memorial through to him. My main body actually has such a fate with the Elves. Zhou Manage shook his head. Chapter 1332. Attack from the people of the foreign races. Attack the skeleton race. The Elves' surrender was just a small interlude in Zhou Manage's daily life. Neither Zhou Manage nor Zhou Zhou, who was comprehending the laws, nor his other clones took this matter to heart. They did not even specially inform Nadia. At the same time, on the Cerulean planet, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had already led the army to complete today's attack and defense battle and successfully obtained their 6 consecutive wins. Just as they were preparing to head to the starry sky and hunt the enemy to obtain hegemony points and obscure lord shop points, Wu Tu suddenly came over and reported some news to Zhou Fight. Reporting to Your Majesty. The Heavenly Map Army has discovered a large number of races and factions gathering here and approaching our location. According to the information obtained by my intelligence personnel, they are all here for the race's divine artifact Venus. Wu Tu said respectfully. How many high-level bloodline factions, medium-level bloodline factions, and other bloodline factions are there among these race factions? Zhou Fight raised his eyebrows and asked. Your Majesty, please take a look. This is the information we obtained from our preliminary investigation. In the future, this number should increase. Wu Tu opened his personal terminal and projected an intelligence report in the void. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu looked over. It recorded a total of 15 high-level bloodline races gathered because of the race divine artifact Venus. This included the original spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, the Shepherd's God race, the Radiant Angel race, the 6-armed War Devil race, the Devil race, the Leviathan race, the Skeleton race, the descendant of the God Spirit race, the myriad spirit race, the dragon race, the elemental race, the chi race, the underworld emperor race, and the immortal spirit race. There were as many as 112 mid-level bloodline races. There were more than 10,000 other bloodline races. Zhou Fai and Zhou Sheng looked at each other. Then, he could not help but click his tongue. Good God! The attack on the main body is only from a high-level bloodline race other than the Titan God race and the 4 vassal races. There are 15 high-level bloodline races on our side alone, and all of them are high-level bloodline races among the myriad races. Ridiculous! Zhou Marshall sighed. Who asked us to be weak in their eyes? Zhou Fai smiled and said, we're wearing the identity of the Mortal Empire now. If we're wearing the identity of the Blazing Sun Empire, we might have fewer enemies. Zhou Marshall nodded. After obtaining Venus, the alias of their mortal empire was equivalent to a child carrying gold in the bustling city. In the eyes of the people of foreign races, the mortal empire was not qualified to have a treasure like Venus without strength. Naturally, it would attract the covetous and siege of the various races. However, if the powerful Blazing Sun Empire had a treasure like Venus, it was actually reasonable in the eyes of some races. It would attract fewer enemies. The current situation is a little troublesome. Zhou Fai rubbed his chin. Our current military strength is more than 3,000 trillion soldiers, more than 2 million god spirits, and more than 1,000 true god tier. If I were to face a high-level bloodline race alone, I could easily deal with them. However, with so many high-level bloodline races and countless low-level bloodline races attacking together, we definitely won't be able to deal with them. Even if the main body brings the entire army together, we won't be able to deal with it. Who knows how many Master God tiers there are on their side? Zhou Marshall nodded and asked. So what do we do? Zhou Fai said, let's fight guerrilla warfare first and wait for the Eternal Mothership to come. When the Eternal Mothership arrives, our situation will be much safer. Just as well. Zhou Marshall nodded. The Eternal Mothership was a top-notch battleship at the Master God tier level. It was basically impossible for other battleships to catch up to the Eternal Mothership as long as there were no Supreme God Realm battleships. Then, they would be invincible. However, if I bring the Cerulean planet to guerrilla warfare, it will probably be a little difficult even with the Eternal Mothership. Zhou Marshall suddenly thought of this and said awkwardly. The Supreme Will would not let the Lord of all races bring their territories to wander in the active universe. It would definitely restrict them. In that case, even if the Eternal Mothership came, it would be very difficult to move quickly with the Cerulean planet. This would affect their guerrilla plan. Have you forgotten the skin of Garlos? Zhou Fai smiled. That's right. And the skin of Garlos. Only then did Zhou Marshall remember, and his eyes lit up. As the skin of an ultimate void god spirit at the Supreme God Realm, Garlos was a treasure that could be draped on the surface of any creature and matter to prevent existences below level 2 Supreme God Realm from discovering it. All the high-level bloodline races that attacked would not be able to discover them with him hiding the Cerulean planet and the Eternal Mothership. Unless the other party had a Supreme God Realm treasure with a level 3 or even level 4 concealment function. However, the possibility of this was extremely low. Supreme God Realm treasures were extremely rare to begin with. Not to mention high-level Supreme God Realm treasures specially used to break concealment. It shouldn't be a problem for us to protect ourselves with the concealment of the skin of Garlos. However, if I want to hide and fight at the same time, I have to take some risks. However, this risk is still within control. Zhou Fai said softly, since you dare to attack us and plunder our treasures, you have to be prepared to be destroyed in our hands. Zhou Marshall nodded. Then let's begin. Zhou Fai said. Zhou Marshall concurred and immediately gathered the army. Then, he led the Cerulean planet to start searching for the enemy closest to them and most suitable for the first attack. Half an hour later, the Cosmos Emperor brought Cerulean planet, which was invisible by Cosmos Emperor, to a stellar ring. They hid in space and looked at the cosmic fleet in the distance. This cosmic armada totaled in the millions. Their entire bodies were made of white bones, and they were clearly a white bone fleet. A true god-tier advance-grade undead lord warship flew in the center of all the battleships. All the skeletal battleships revered this battleship. The dense aura of the undead fire permeated the surroundings of the cosmic fleet. It actually vaguely formed a mysterious and dignified netherworld domain because the aura was too dense. It's the skeleton race. Zhou Fai said. Even though the skeleton race was a species with an extremely low bottom line, the weakest skeleton could even kill ordinary people on the Cerulean planet alone. However, their racial upper limit was also extremely high. According to the bloodline inheritance in Zhou Fight's mind, there had been a total of 15 Lord-level experts in the skeleton race since ancient times. It was even announced that a skeleton regal had appeared. Unfortunately, the skeleton race was passionate about launching a cross-border invasion war and had made many enemies. So far, 11 of the skeleton race master god tier had died because of the war. It was the same for the skeleton regal. As a result, only 4 skeleton race master god tier were still alive. However, even if the skeleton race only had 4 master god tiers left, they were still a behemoth that the other races did not dare to provoke. No one knew how many trump cards a species with 15 high Lord Divine level experts had after all. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. All the races knew this principle. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu initiated their perception, but they could only vaguely sense the existence of 2 master god tiers inside. In addition, he sensed more than 2,000 skeleton race true god tier and more than 5 million skeleton race god spirits. Chapter 1333, Time Clones. They are a tough nut to crack, but we can fight them, Joe Marshall said. The Radiant Angel race closest to the skeleton race is also more than 5,000 light-years away. Normally, it will take them more than an hour even if they drive a true god tier advanced grade cosmic battleship over. This hour should be enough for us to deal with the other party and clean up the battlefield, Zhou Fight said. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. Bai Yun, give the order to attack, Zhou Fight said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty, Bai Yun said. Then, he immediately ordered all the soldiers and god spirits to fly out of Cosmos Emperor and fly towards the skeleton battleship in the distance. At the same time, more than 5 million high-tier deity-level cosmic battleships flew out of Cosmos Emperor. 1000 Opportunities God, mid-tier deity-level cosmic battleship Giant Spirit God, low-tier deity-level cosmic battleship God's Punishment, legendary tier cosmic battleship Under the Sky. After they flew out of Cosmos Emperor, they immediately activated the weapons on their battleships under Zero's control. Then, they fired at the millions of skeleton battleships of the skeleton race with Cosmos Emperor. There were about 8 million cosmic battleships of the skeleton race. In the end, this round of fire directly destroyed more than 1 million cosmic warships, indirectly causing more than 2 million cosmic warships to fall into an unusable malfunction. Trillions of skeleton soldiers died. Even more than 100,000 god spirits and 10 true god tiers had died, however, in the next second. Rumble. An incomparably terrifying master god tier pressure suddenly erupted from the undead emperor's cosmic battleship in the center. All the soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Empire felt as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their shoulders, making them feel majestic pressure. Humph! Joe Marshall said coldly. He activated the king and directly advanced to a clan-suppressing expert who was a master god tier advance grade. Hey! A surprised voice sounded from the Nether Emperor's battleship opposite. The Azure Emperor has actually advanced to the master god tier advance grade. The Supreme will actually let a true god tier human break through the bottleneck and become a master god, and he even became master god tier advance grade. He was very emotional. The reward of the Supreme will could indeed allow a god spirit to be reborn. However, to be able to promote a reincarnated human from a true god tier to a master god tier advance grade was indeed a huge leap. The older he wanted to send his talented clansmen to join the Lord of all races to try and see if they could come into contact with the opportunity to advance to the master god tier. However, it was too late to do so now. Therefore, he didn't think too much about it and directly said coldly. Azure Emperor. It's not easy for you to cultivate. It's even more fortunate that you can reach this step. I'll give you a way out. Hand over Venus. I can protect your will source and let you reincarnate as a master god tier expert of my skeleton race under the secret technique of my skeleton race. Otherwise, you can die here. Zhou Fight flew out of Cosmos Emperor when he heard this. He held the Xian Yuan divine sword and pointed it at Undead Emperor. I'll give you a way out too. There aren't many skeleton clan's main divine level experts left. Surrender to me. Serve me. I can spare the life of an undead master god tier like you. He said lightly. Where did you get the courage to say such a thing? Oh, 1C. You don't think I came alone, do you? What you have is enough to advance us high-level bloodline races further. There's even a chance of it becoming a supreme treasure of top bloodline races. As soon as he finished speaking. Boom. 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 A total of 5 Dao Master God tier auras emitted from the other 4 cosmic battleships in different locations. Then, 6 dazzling and gorgeous skeleton God Lord tier flew out of the cosmic battleships like the undead emperor and stood in the void together. Among them, there were 4 Master God tier advanced grade, 1 Master God tier intermediate grade, and 1 Master God tier elementary grade. They looked at Zhou fight and their voices rumbled, resounding throughout the world. Azure Emperor! Call out Venus! Zhou fight frowned slightly and looked at them. As expected of the skeleton race. The outside world has said that after the last extermination war, there are only 4 Master God tiers left. How long has it been? There are actually 2 more Master God tiers. The skeleton God Lord who spoke first spoke again. If you're willing to join our skeleton race, you will be the 7th skeleton God Lord of our skeleton race. Zhou fight smiled and did not say anything else. However, the fighting spirit on his body became stronger. Kill! A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the skeleton God Lord who had spoken at the beginning. Then, he immediately teleported in front of Zhou Zhou. At some point in time, a skeleton spear that emitted the aura of a Master God tier had appeared in his hand and stabbed straight at Zhou Fight's brain. Zhou Fight waved the Xian Yuan Divine Sword and repelled the bone spear. Then, just as he was about to give chase, he saw the other 5 skeleton God Lords teleport over and surround him. Then, they attacked him together. A total of 6 skeleton God Lords attacked Zhou Fight together. In this situation, skeleton God Lord's side should have had the advantage. However, the more they fought, the more shocked they became. This was because they realized that under the siege of the 6 top Master God tiers, this Azure Thearch was actually defending and counter-attacking very calmly. His offense and defense were like art. There were no flaws at all. Isn't the siege a little too shameless? Zhou Fight laughed as he fought. As top-notch experts who own large factions, don't you think it's ridiculous for us to say such words that only lone wolves would say? One of the skeleton God Lords said coldly. That's true. Zhou Fight nodded and suddenly teleported out of the encirclement. Then, he looked at them. In that case, come and experience what I feel. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Zhou formed hand seals with both hands, and then a silver divine light flashed in his eyes. In the next second, he saw time ripples appear around him. Right on the heels of that, one after another Zhou Fight walked out of the ripples of time. In less than a few seconds, a total of 36 Zhou Fights that emitted the aura of Master God tier advanced grade walked out of the time ripples. They smiled at each other like very familiar old friends. What secret technique is this? A Master God tier Lord Skeleton looked at the Master God tier Zhou Fight of the 36 supremacies and was extremely shocked. I don't know either. Am I seeing things? What kind of secret technique can summon so many main God experts to help in the battle? At this moment, the leader of the Skeleton God Lords said hesitantly. This secret technique seems to be the legendary dragon race's intrinsic talent secret technique, the Time Divine Dragon Time Clone. I can summon my future self to the space-time I'm in to help me fight. However, the price is that the main body will disappear for a period of time in the future because his existence has been borrowed. He looked at the Green Emperor with a solemn expression. The Time Divine Dragon is mysterious and unfathomable. Even the Primordial Dragon, the first Venerable, rarely sees him. Why would this human Master God tier use his intrinsic talent mystic technique? Chapter 1334 Activate. The 10,000 Spirit Saint. The nomological domain begins to show its might. It's your turn now. Zhou Fight said. In the next second, the 36 Zhou Fight clones teleport to the surroundings of the 6 Skeleton God Lords. The 6 space-time clones began to gang up on a Skeleton God Lord. The scene looked quite intense. The surrounding skeleton true God tiers and God spirits were dumbfounded when they saw the battle between the 36 supremacies. They naturally knew how powerful a Master God tier existence was. It was a power that could not be resisted at all. In a single Zhou Fight, they would have to mobilize 6 Skeleton God Lords to surround and attack the other party, but they still could not take him down. A total of 36 Zhou Fights had appeared. What was the point of fighting? The morale of these Skeleton God Lord spirits immediately plummeted. As for the skeletal soldiers, they didn't understand what those 36 Master God tier masters meant. However, when they saw their Master God tier being beaten up, they immediately felt depressed. The outcome of a top-notch battle could determine the outcome of the entire battlefield. Even though their current military strength far exceeded that of the mortal empire, once the Master God tiers on their side were defeated, the numerical advantage that they were so proud of was just a joke in front of the enemy Master Gods. They silently prayed in their hearts that their Master God tier would win. At the same time, inside the Cosmos Emperor, Zhou Fight raised his right hand to the two sides fighting. 10,000 Spirit Saint. Activate. Invisible ripples instantly spread in all directions with the palm as the center and quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. A text notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your mythical tier unique Lord talent, 10,000 Spirit Saint. All spirits see you as a supreme saint and long to follow you. Lord talent notification 1. There are 3 capital units and 1560, 154, 087, 255, 668 Black Iron Tier Skeleton Clan Soldiers, 1 capital unit and 1, 502, 512, 587, 403, 652 Green Bronze Tier Skeleton Clan Soldiers, 6, 250, 689, 215, 404, 874 White Silver Tier Skeleton Clan Soldiers. 10,268,078,142,326 Legendary Tier Skeleton Clan Soldiers, 1,022,560 Low Tier Deity Level Skeleton Clan God Spirits, 852,656 Mid-Tier Deity Level Skeleton Clan God Spirits, 536,420 High-Tier Deity Level Skeleton Clan God Spirits, 512 Skeleton Clan True Gods, and 3 Skeleton Clan Master Gods who have voluntarily separated from their Lord forces and become your loyal followers. Lord Talent Notification 2, you have obtained a Spellcaster Master God Tier Elementary Grade. Joe Marshall couldn't help but be shocked after reading it. Good God! The 10,000 Spirit Saint had actually directly instigated the incite defection of 5 capital units and 1,510,515,063,931,540 skeleton soldiers, 2,411,636 skeleton god spirits, 512 skeleton true gods, and 3 skeleton god lords. Didn't this mean that the skeleton race had brought at least 10 capital units of soldiers to attack my mortal empire? You really think highly of me. The Skeleton Clan has always been famous for their Sea of Soldiers strategy. It's really better to see than to hear. Joe Marshall shook his head. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. The Sea of Soldiers was good. Lords of other races might be afraid of the Sea of Soldiers strategy. However, he, who had the 10,000 Spirit Saint, couldn't wait for the enemy to have as many soldiers as possible. The first thing he did was to cause trouble for the skeleton race. It was indeed the right choice. Otherwise, if he used the 10,000 Spirit Saint on other races and encountered the skeleton race again, he would regret it to death when he saw that he had so many soldiers and god spirits. Then, he didn't hesitate and immediately got the skeleton soldiers and god spirits who had instigated the incite defection to counterattack their comrades. This internal strife immediately caused the originally unstable army of the skeleton race to be in complete chaos. Originally, the skeleton army could suppress more than 3,000 trillion soldiers of the mortal empire with the advantage of numbers of the 10 capital units. However, after this internal strife, the advantages and disadvantages were reversed, causing the scales of victory on the battlefield to lean towards the mortal empire. What's going on? When the skeleton race's master god tier saw the internal battle below, his eyes could not help but widen. If they did not handle this civil war well, it was very likely that they would all lose here. If it was an ordinary defeat, they would not care. However, they had already used more than half of their race's foundation in order to obtain Venus. Especially in terms of master gods. They had even brought all the master gods of the skeleton race with them. If all of them died here, it would almost mean that the skeleton race would fall from a high-level bloodline race to a medium-level bloodline race. That was equivalent to them personally bringing the skeleton clan into the abyss. At the thought of this, they were instantly terrified. They could not accept such a future. At this moment, they did not even think about racial divine artifacts. They only wanted to protect their race's heritage and future. Fight with all your might. Bring out whatever tricks you have. Then find an opportunity to escape. Even if we can't obtain Venus, don't let all the master god tiers of our race die here. The leading skeleton emperor shouted. Yes. The 3 skeletal god lords immediately responded. In the following second. Boom! 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 At this moment, the 3 master gods activated their nomological domains almost at the same time. Under the superimposition of their master god tier nomological domains, the white bones that filled the sky covered the starry sky, turning this starry sky into a terrifying white bone realm. Boom! Zhou Fight and all the space-time clones instantly felt their strength being suppressed. Now, they could only unleash about 40% of their peak strength. This was the effect of the three Master God tiers working collectively to suppress the laws. At this moment, spatial ripples spread out from each time clone. Following that, the bodies of the 36 time clones slowly turned transparent before disappearing into the ripples. The three Master Gods of the Skeleton Clan were stunned when they saw this. Then, they were overjoyed. This guy's time technique has reached its limit. Hurry! Let's attack together and destroy the Azure Emperor. Don't let him have any time to react, lest he uses any strange methods. The Skeleton Emperor instantly ordered. The other two Master Gods obeyed without hesitation. Then, they suppressed Zhou Fight's main body with their nomological domains. Zhou Zhou smiled, sensing the terrifying pressure. He took a deep breath and used the newly comprehended Lord Law skill as he sent a message to the other three Master God tiers of the Skeleton tribe who had been incited by incite defection, telling them not to take action. All the land in the world belongs to the king. Boom! A Lord's nomological domain that covered tens of thousands of light years instantly spread out. The three Master Gods of the Skeleton Clan and all the soldiers from both sides were enveloped in the blink of an eye. This nomological domain was filled with mountains, rivers, stars, and various phantoms. Upon closer inspection, one could even faintly make out the imperial capital of the Blazing Sun Empire, right in the center of this domain of laws. The law domain created by all the land in the world belongs to the king as a Lord Law skill displayed a law domain phenomenon. It was shockingly the projection of the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. After Zhou Fight activated his nomological domain, the countenances of the three Master God tier experts changed. This was because they were shocked to discover that as Emperor Qing activated his nomological domain, their respective nomological domains were greatly suppressed. Chapter 1335, Aggrieved Zhou Fight. What kind of law domain is this? All the Master Gods said in shock. My strength has been suppressed by 80%. Could this be a regal nomological domain? The skeleton monarch's expression kept changing. In the end, it said in a gloomy tone. He was a top-notch Master God tier advance grade. Now, his strength had been suppressed by 80%. The current him could at most be compared to Master God tier intermediate grade God Spirit. He might not even be comparable to an ordinary Master God tier intermediate grade God Spirit. This kind of domain suppression was too terrifying. It was simply unheard of. Other than the regal domain, I can't think of any nomological domain that can suppress our nomological domain to this extent as soon as it appears. The Emperor's guess should be correct. I once fought with a Master God tier who specialized in domain laws. At that time, even if the other party used domain laws, I didn't feel such a huge suppression from the other party's domain. This should indeed be a regal nomological domain. This Azure Emperor is actually the same as that of the common people's regal. He's actually a god who walks the regal laws. Furthermore, he allowed he to grow to the Master God tier level. Such an existence is even closer to the Supreme God realm than top-notch Master God tiers like the 10 Master God tiers. Why are we so unlucky to actually encounter them? The human race actually has two regal level owners, common people's regal and Azure Emperor regal, at the same time. How unfair is fate to favor the human race so much? They were either in disbelief or indignant. Zhou Fight did not attack them. He only looked at them quietly and said after a while. This emperor will say it again. It's not easy for you to cultivate. Those who surrender will not be killed. This emperor will also leave behind the inheritance of your race in my empire. One won't let your race be wiped out. After a few seconds of silence, the skeleton emperor suddenly sneered. Ever since the birth of the life and death rule, our skeleton race has been born together with the law. We are one of the oldest and most powerful races in the universe. For countless years, we have lost and even been exterminated, but we have never surrendered. You want us to surrender? Dream on. Attack together. We are still 3 Master Gods even if we only have 20% of our strength left. He is only 1 Master God even with the enhancement of the Azure Emperor's domain. 3 against 1, we have the advantage. Kill. At the end, the Skeleton Emperor roared and charged at Zhou Fight with its Master God tier bone spear. The other Skeleton Master Gods also felt that it made sense, so they attacked Zhou Zhou together again. Ha ha ha, good timing. Zhou Fight was Zhou Zhou's main battle avatar to begin with. He loved to fight the most in his life. When he saw this situation, How could he have any fear? Instead, he became even more excited, and the fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. He held the Xian Yuan divine sword and actually turned into a stream of light that rushed straight towards the skeleton emperor, going to face 3 of them head-on. Arrogant! The skeleton monarch sneered and clashed with him without hesitation. In the next moment, he only felt an unstoppable and terrifying force coming from the sword. He was sent flying 4 to 5 light years away before he could react. Crack! The skeleton emperor raised its trembling arm that was holding the bone spear. His diamond skeletal arm suddenly turned into dust before dissipating into the cosmos. At the same time, he also felt that his divine spark and the source of his will had been impacted by a terrifying force, causing his divine spark to dim and his will to dissipate. Top Master God tier level power. He even mastered strength breaks all laws and strength begets all techniques. He has actually taken the Master God tier path of the law of strength. Even the Master God tier of the law of strength of the Titan God race is probably only so-so. For the first time, a terrifying thought appeared in the skeleton emperor's mind. Moreover, hadn't this human Azure Emperor just advanced to the Master God tier advance grade? How could he be so strong? Furthermore, he had so many trump cards and means. He even thought that the Azure Emperor was not a newly promoted Master God tier, but a veteran Master God tier. No, we still have to escape. I can't defeat him, but I can't die in his hands. The skeleton emperor turned around and wanted to escape. However, in the next second, the scenery around him changed. Then, he realized that he had already arrived not far from Zhou Fight. Don't leave since you're already here. Zhou Fight said with a faint smile. Then, he charged at the skeleton emperor again. When the other master gods saw this, they rushed forward to block Zhou Fight from reaching the skeleton emperor. However, under Zhou Fight's terrifying strength, they were sent flying one by one. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Fight arrived in front of the skeleton emperor again and slashed down. This strike contained the power of the myriad method star palm. In the eyes of the skeleton imperial monarch, this sword contained all the laws of the heavens within it, and it was like the sword of the heaven Dao. He would only die if he chose to take it head-on. A purple cloth suddenly appeared in front of the skeleton emperor under immense danger. The purple cloth looked ordinary, but as soon as it appeared, it blocked Zhou Fight's line of sight, preventing him from seeing the skeleton emperor behind the purple cloth. Zhou Fight was shocked. It had to be known that he was currently in his own nomological domain. He was the absolute ruler in the domain. How could he not see the scene behind a mere piece of cloth? This only proved one thing. This cloth was a treasure, and it was at least a supreme god realm treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible to isolate his perception as a top master god tier. At this moment, the purple cloth slowly turned transparent before completely disappearing. The skeleton emperor was no longer there. Zhou Fight frowned slightly. He actually managed to escape. What a pity, if not for the fact that he was in an active universe and could not directly use the various supreme god realm treasures in the first treasure vault, not to mention one mere purple cloth. Even a dozen of them wouldn't be able to save the skeleton emperor's life. As for the skeleton emperor having a supreme god realm treasure, he was naturally not surprised. He was the patriarch of a high-level bloodline race and was not much inferior to the Titan God race after all. It was too normal for a race of this level to have a few supreme god realm treasures. Then, he turned around and looked at the 2 remaining skeleton master god tier, who were in a daze. The corners of his mouth curled into an arrogant and wanton smile. I saw your patriarch abandon you and escape alone. Then what's next? It's your turn to die. As soon as Zhou Fight finished speaking, he immediately appeared in front of a skeleton master god. This master god tier was the only master god tier intermediate grade skeleton master god tier among them. He was shocked when he saw Zhou Fight appear in front of him. Even his patriarch had fled. What else could he do? Thinking of this, he put down his weapon without hesitation and raised his hands. I surrender. Hey! Zhou Fight looked at him in boredom before letting it go. He was about to attack the last skeleton master god. I surrender too. The last skeleton master god was also sensible. He immediately surrendered when he saw this scene. Zhou Fight felt that he had nowhere to vent his strength. This was the first time he felt so aggrieved. Chapter 1336. The Radiant Angel Race. Zhou Fight looked calmly at the 5 skeleton god lords in front of him. The skeleton emperor, who was the patriarch of the skeleton clan, probably didn't expect this either. Not only did their attempt to obtain the race's divine artifact, Venus, fail, they even lost 5 of their 6 master gods. Even though he had escaped the clutches of the Azure Emperor, he had also lost a supreme god realm treasure because of this. It was a huge loss. From now on, even if the skeleton race did not fall from a high-level bloodline race, they would probably become the weakest among the high-level bloodline races. The 5 of you, let your soldiers surrender. Can you do that? Zhou Zhou asked. Your Majesty. I'm afraid that's a little difficult. The skeleton emperor who escaped has a race divine artifact, the skeleton ancestral god scepter, that can command all the skeleton clan. One of the master god tier advanced grade skeleton god lord said awkwardly. Only a skeleton god lord can barely escape the control of that race divine artifact. The skeleton soldiers below the true god tier will listen to the orders of the owner of the skeleton ancestral god scepter. Before he left, he probably used the race's divine artifact to give the order for the skeleton race to fight to the death. That's why our clansmen continue to fight against your Majesty's army. Under the control of that racial divine artifact, these clansmen will never surrender unless they die in battle. You think so? Zhou Zhou could not help but feel that it was a pity. Right now, there were at least 2 or 3 more capital units that had not been incited by his 10,000 spirit saint to become incite defection. If these skeletons could surrender, the strength of his faction would increase further. It was a pity that it didn't work. However, Zhou Zhou soon figured it out. Since they could not all be taken down by the 10,000 spirit saint, then, the remaining skeleton soldiers would all become food for the advancement of his soldiers. It just so happened that he had many new recruits under him, so he lacked the promotion energy needed to advance. These 2 or 3 capital units skeleton soldiers, in addition to those skeleton god spirits and skeleton true god tier, were enough to raise the strength of his soldiers to another level. Go. Help the soldiers under this emperor fight. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, your Majesty. The 5 skeleton god lords respectfully said. Then, they turned to look at their former clansmen. They looked at them, and a look of pity flashed in their eyes. However, this look of pity quickly turned cold. Now, they were already on the Blazing Sun Empire's side. Any hostile faction that dared to attack the Blazing Sun Empire was their enemy, even if these enemies were their former clansmen. Kill. In any case, the skeleton race would not be destroyed because of the deaths of these low-level soldiers and god spirits. As long as master god tier skeletons like them were still alive, their skeleton clan's race inheritance and race would not be cut off in the future. At the thought of this, they activated their respective master god tier domains and charged at the skeleton soldiers and skeleton god spirits without any hesitation. The 5 skeleton god lords unleashed their nomological domains at the same time and instantly covered the entire battlefield, suppressing all the skeleton soldiers and skeleton god spirits on the battlefield. Under the suppression of the master god tier nomological domain, the skeleton true god tier could only maintain 80% of its combat power. The skeleton god spirit could only maintain 50% of its combat power. The skeleton soldiers who were not god spirits were the most miserable. They could barely maintain 20% of their combat power. The skeleton army, which was already powerless to resist the Blazing Sun Empire's army, showed signs of defeat under this powerful suppression. They looked up in a daze as they fought and fled, wanting to see where the suppression came from. Then, they saw the 5 figures that they were unusually familiar with. It was their ancestor. At first, they looked very excited because their ancestor had defeated the Azure Emperor to save them. However, their expressions soon became terrified. Why is the ancestor killing us? Shouldn't they help us? Why, ancestor? The skeleton soldiers and god spirits did not understand. However, their doubts, shock, and indignation were destined not to cause any emotional fluctuations in the 5 skeleton god lords. They only activated their nomological domain and wantonly crushed the skeleton soldiers and god spirits in the nomological domain. With a single thought, tens of billions of skeleton soldiers would die in their domain. Coupled with the joint siege of the Blazing Sun Empire's warriors and god spirits, the remaining skeleton soldiers and skeleton god spirits began to decrease at a visible speed. Another half an hour passed, under the absolute advantage of military strength and high-end combat strength. The surviving skeleton soldiers and god spirits who were still resisting were finally destroyed. Then, under Zero's control, a total of 10 Cosmos Emperors moved out together, absorbing all the loots on the entire battlefield into the internal world of Cosmos Emperor. Then, the army of the Blazing Sun Empire boarded Cosmos Emperor without hesitation and left. Not long after they left, a total of 10 million divine warships emitting resplendent holy light sailed over from the depths of the starry sky and quickly arrived at the battlefield that had already been cleaned up. After these radiant angel race ships stopped, a radiant angel race with 16 wings and a master god tier aura flew out from the lead radiant angel race ship. Behind him were 114 winged true god tier radiant angel race members. After he arrived at the battlefield, he immediately scattered in all directions to search for traces left behind on the battlefield. Soon, they returned and reported the results to the master god tier radiant angel race. Your Excellency Ka-Lna. Not long ago, there was a war that covered an estimated distance of thousands of light years. The total number of troops fighting on both sides has already exceeded 10 capital units. Moreover, there are master gods fighting. However, there shouldn't be any master gods that have died. Judging from the dense undead divine power in the war environment, one of the two parties in the war should be our alliance army, the skeleton race's army. As for the other side, there's a high chance that it's the Lord's faction where the Azure Emperor is. The result of the war was a huge defeat for the skeleton race. The Lord faction of the Azure Emperor won. Speaking of this result, the Radiant Angel race who was in charge of reporting couldn't hide his shock. The Master God Radiant Angel race Ka-Lna frowned slightly. Clearly, this outcome far exceeded his expectations. A Lord faction whose strongest expert was only a true god tier had actually defeated or even annihilated a high-level bloodline race, the skeleton race. How did they gather information? This was completely inconsistent with the power of the mortal empire that they had gathered. At this moment, he looked at the light bracelet on his wrist. Golden words appeared on it. After he finished reading, he calmly said, "There's no need to investigate. The skeleton emperor just sent news. Among the racial forces brought by him, only he remains as a god. The surviving troops and god spirits were all destroyed by the Azure Emperor." After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath. "We have to re-evaluate our opponent, Azure Emperor. He is definitely not inferior to the Lord of the Common People's Regal. Is it possible that the Azure Emperor is the Common People's Regal?" A Radiant Angel race true god tier could not help but ask. "Didn't you hear the latest? The main force of the Common People's Regal is on the High Continent. They just fought with the Titan God race yesterday and destroyed the entire Titan God race. How can he have extra troops to show off in the universe?" Ka-Lna glanced at him and mentioned calmly. "Then where is the Common People's Regal? Could it be that he isn't participating in this Lord's event?" Another Radiant Angel race true god tier asked curiously. "Nothing is certain," Ka-Lna said. "However, we can't underestimate them just because we can't see them moving around in the universe. Common People's Regal is very good at forbearing and keeping a low profile. He is so unknown now. He must be creating something big. We have to be vigilant at all times and find the other party to destroy the Lord faction in the other party's active universe." All the Radiant Angel race members nodded. "Let's go back. We need to contact our other allies and discuss how to deal with the Azure Emperor. This Azure Emperor is no longer someone a high-level bloodline species can deal with." Ka-Lna said. "Yes." The Radiant Angel race true god tier mentioned respectfully. Chapter 1337, War Summary. Ranking. At night, in the Shrine of the Blazing Sun Imperial Capital, Zhou Zhou was looking at the battle report in front of him. Over the entire day, Zhou Zhou and Zhou Zhan had eliminated a total of more than 21,000 trillion soldiers, more than 11 million god spirits, and more than 5,000 true god tier. He obtained tens of trillions of mist cores, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials. There were also 3,154,500,741,510 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 2,545 legendary tier and below Scarlet Lord Talent spheres and a large number of other Lord Talent crystal fragments. 12.5 trillion 125.4 billion 10 million units of divine crystals from low tier to high tier deity level. More than 5.3 billion units of time elemental gems. More than 5.4 billion units of spatial elemental gems. 82,316,500 true god tier divine crystals. 4,083,695 master god tier divine crystals. More than 6,900,741,000,000 lesser to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 4,520,000 true god tier divine artifacts. 695 master god tier divine artifacts. There were a total of about 2 trillion divine spark fragments, God-tier medicinal herbs, God-tier ingredients, God-tier ores, God-tier blueprints, and other treasures. 84,502,302 Master God-tier herbs, God-tier ingredients, God-tier ores, God-tier blueprints, and other treasures. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading it. The gains from defeating the Titan God race yesterday were not much different overall. The only difference was that the skeleton race had brought more than 10.7 billion units of space-time elemental gems, but the Titan God race did not. With these time and space elemental gems, I'm still 10.8 billion units away from upgrading my territory. Yuan Kong should be able to bring back all the treasures of the Titan God race today. When the time comes, one can directly upgrade my territory. Zhou Zhou thought. In addition, he had to get Yuan Kong to go to the Skeleton Clan to take over the territory of the Skeleton Clan and take back all the racial resources of the Skeleton Clan. He didn't know if the entire skeleton race's racial resources were enough for him to upgrade his territory again. If he could upgrade his territory again, he could be promoted to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Then, he looked at the list of Insight defections and God spirits. Today, Joe Marshall alone had used the 10,000 Spirit Saint to incite the Insight defection. There were 5 capital units with 1,510,515,063,931,540 skeleton soldiers, 2,411,636 skeleton god spirits, 512 true god tiers of the skeleton race, and 3 master god tiers of the skeleton race. Later on, 2 master god tiers of the skeleton race took the initiative to surrender. In total, there were 5 supremacy gods. As for the Lords of the Star Alliance, even though they had only instigated some forces along the way on their way back, they had also instigated 3,254,198,264,784 soldiers of the people of foreign races, 1,251,541 god spirits of the people of foreign races, and 35 true god tier. And finally in today's war, a total of 3,111,540 legendary tier advanced grade soldiers were promoted to low tier deity level elementary grade god spirits on the Blazing Sun Empire's side. There were also 351 high tier deity level advanced grade god spirits who had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. Qi Xiantian, Feng Luo, Bai Yi, and the other true god tier advanced grade generals had already reached the limit of true god tier advanced grade. He only needed to comprehend his own nomological path to break through the bottleneck and advance to the Master God tier, becoming a clan-protecting expert. Zhou Zhou wasn't worried at all that they wouldn't be able to break through the bottleneck and advance to the Master God tier realm with the inheritance of a top-notch Master God tier. This was because them, who had sufficient aptitude, only needed to digest the Master God tier inheritance in their mind step by step, and there was an 80% chance of them becoming a Master God tier. They were only a step away from becoming Master God tier. In terms of time, the Reincarnation Sacred Palace was completely satisfied. 2 days at the earliest, 5 days at the longest. There will probably be a new human Master God tier in our human race. Zhou Zhou sighed. When the time comes, the lowest potential of the human race would be increased again, reaching the Diamond tier potential. Diamond tier potential meant that as long as they embarked on the path of cultivation, as long as there were no accidents along the way, they had an almost 80% chance of becoming diamond rank powerhouses. This was a diamond tier expert. Establishing a kingdom only required 3 extraordinary tier heroes. Diamonds were only 1 level away from extraordinary tier. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He continued reading. He originally had a total of 16,837,208,695,1587 soldiers, 19,435,930 god spirits, and 7,525 true god tiers. Including the additional soldiers and god spirits mentioned above, the soldiers under he had already reached 7 capital units with 4,529,830.6,6,219 soldiers, 26,215,547 god spirits, and 8,623 true god tiers. As for the Master God tier, he, the 5 clones, the Blood Moon Sun, Keto Talai, and the 5 Skeleton Master God tiers added up to a total of 13 supremacies. Including Terrance and company, there were a total of 17 supremacies. A Lord faction protected by 17 High Lords and Divine level experts. This is not a weak Lord faction even among Overlord level Lord factions. Zhou Zhou smiled and muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the last page of the war summary. Throughout the day, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had been fighting the skeleton clan. They had almost never fought with the lords of the other 10,000 clans or the local lords. However, just by defeating the skeleton army, the Supreme Will had rewarded him with a total of 300 billion hegemony points and 30 million obscure lord shop points. Previously, Zhou Zhou had a total of 145,160,572,000 hegemony points and 7,119,260 obscure lord shop points. Now, including these hegemony points and the obscure lord shop points, he now has a total of 445,160,572,000 hegemony points and 39,399,260 obscure lord shop points. He opened the rankings. The second stage of the Lord of the Races event, Lord of All Races rankings. No. 1. Human Clan Mortal Lord Hegemony Points, 4,451,605,720,000 hegemony points. No. 2. True Spirit Stars Original Spirit Race True Lord Hegemony Points, 1,255,145,850,000 hegemony points. No. 3. Golden Crow Region Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord Hegemony Points, 9,854,157,700 hegemony points. No. 4. Godly King Planet, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord Hegemony Points, 5,254,155,700 hegemony points. Zhou Zhou took a look and retracted his gaze calmly. Even though they obtained a lot more hegemony points today than yesterday, it was still incomparable to him. Unless they joined forces and let a lord collect all the lord's hegemony points, it was impossible for them to surpass him. Join forces? That's possible. Zhou Zhou rubbed his chin and thought. Now, even if the original spirit race, the number one race in the myriad worlds, dealt with he themselves, they probably wouldn't be a threat to him. Currently, the only way for these high-level bloodline races to defeat him and snatch the position of the Lord of all races was to join forces during the event and deal with he together. Otherwise, the position of the Lord of all races would most likely belong to him. However, they definitely did not want to see that scene, so they could only join forces. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and smiled. Let's join forces then. This will prevent the Supreme Will from thinking that I'm bullying you Lord of all races and increasing the difficulty for no reason. He stopped thinking and looked at the third day's merchandise. Chapter 1338, The Third Day's Goods. The beginning of a Divine Kingdom Lord's Power. Day 3 Merchandise. Star Destroyer Cannon, Low-Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade, Quantity, 20 same as before Price, 50,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Elementary Sun Energy Shield, Low-Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade, Quantity, 10 same as before Price, 50,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Fei Yun, Low-Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade, Quantity, 5 same as before. Price, 50,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Potential Advancement Potion, Low-Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade, Quantity, 10 same as before. Price, 10,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Spacewalker Class Change Certificate, Kingdom Level Soldier Type, Number, 50,000 same as before. Price, 100 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Heavenly Knight Class Change Certificate, Imperial Tier Soldier Type, Quantity, 500 same as before Price, 1000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Universe Legendary Class Change Certificate, Divine Kingdom Soldier Type, Quantity, 10 same as before. Price, 10,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. God Summoning Scroll, Low-Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade, Quantity, 1 After using this scroll, you can summon a low-tier deity level intermediate grade god spirit that is completely loyal to you. Price, 50,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Heaven Origin Spirit Gathering Pill, only for Lords, Legendary Tier Advanced Grade, Quantity 1, after consuming this pill, if the user is a Lord and their strength is below the Legendary Tier Advanced Grade, their strength can be forcefully increased by a large level. The highest level can be raised to the Legendary Tier Advanced Grade, price, 100,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Note, after purchasing all of them, you can obtain mysterious goods. Mysterious goods are formed according to the situation of the Lord of all races. You can obtain goods that meet the needs of the Lord of all races. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the last item, Heaven Origin Spirit Gathering Pill. This pill was naturally useless to him. However, to lords of all races who were slowly improving their individual strength, the temptation was quite great. No wonder he used 100,000 obscure lord shop points to exchange for this legendary tier advance grade item. If I buy them all, I'll need to spend 7.6 million obscure lord shop points. Tisk tisk. That's a lot. If I hadn't destroyed the entire army of the skeleton race today, it would probably be difficult for me to gather so many obscure lord shop points even if I spent all day and night fighting the lord of all races and the local lords. But for the current me, hee. Zhou Zhou could not help but smile. It was a total of 39 million obscure lord shop points, close to 40 million. Zhou Zhou seriously suspected that even if he didn't do anything in the next few days, he could still buy all the goods in the obscure lord's shop in the next few days. Then, he spent 7.6 million obscure lord shop points to buy all the goods in the hidden lord shop on the third day. Then, he still had 31,799,260 obscure lord shop points left. In the next second, a text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Notice, you have bought all the goods in the obscure lord's shop on the first day. Congratulations, you have obtained a mysterious good. What is it this time? Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up with anticipation. Just as this thought arose in his mind, wisps of golden light appeared out of thin air in front of him. They intertwined and quickly formed 3 items. Zhou Zhou took a look and his eyes widened in surprise. This was because these 3 items were none other than the 3 impartation scrolls. The Supreme will really understands me. Since you know that I want to increase my strength, give me 3 magic imparting scrolls to increase my comprehension of Lord's law. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. To the current him, divine artifacts, talents, divine medicines, rare building blueprints, race divine artifacts. In the eyes of other lords, these things were treasures or even treasures, but to him, they were only so-so. After all, sitting in the number 1 treasure vault that contained countless treasures, he already had high standards. Unless it was a supreme divine artifact or even a holy artifact, he wasn't very interested. What he was most interested in, and what he wanted the most, was to increase his own strength. After all, he already had a total of 17 Master God tier combatants under him. However, his own God Spirit realm had just been raised to the True God tier elementary grade. Even though he could rely on his low-level True God tier God Spirit realm to unleash terrifying combat power comparable to a top-notch Master God tier. However, he still hoped that his true strength could be higher. As a Lord of Godaoliu, compared to the countless capable people under him, he still felt that his strength was more important. The Supreme Will had also clearly sensed his thoughts, which was why he had sent over these 3 impartation scrolls. These 3 impartation scrolls shouldn't be enough for me to advance to the True God tier intermediate grade. But it doesn't matter. It's only the 3rd day. There will be many more days in the future. There will be plenty of opportunities to obtain the impartation scroll from the Supreme Will. Zhou Zhou thought happily as he held the teaching scroll. At this moment, a message came from his personal terminal. Zhou Zhou opened it and realized that it was a message from Yuan Kong. The message stated that he had already brought all the treasures and resources he had plundered from the Titan's sanctuary back to the Divine Sun Kingdom and placed them in the Empire's treasury according to their categories. Below it was a specific list of resources. Zhou Zhou took a cursory glance and sighed with emotion at how abundant the other party's resources were. There were so many of them that they were comparable to the resource reserves of 10 Blazing Sun Empires combined. However, in terms of high-end treasures and resources, the Titan God race's resource reserves did not cause any emotional fluctuations in him. It even made Zhou Zhou feel that it was nothing much. It seems that although I've only been in the higher continent for a short period of time. However, in terms of the reserves of top-notch treasures, I'm already not inferior to or even far surpass a high-level bloodline race like the Titan God race. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he looked directly at the space-time gemstone resource that he valued the most. Then, he revealed a smile. Time Elemental Gemstone, 125,615,032,142 units. Space Elemental Gemstone, 156,054,150,120 units. A total of 200 billion space-time elemental gems. It should be enough for me to upgrade my territory to a true God tier territory. Then, I can advance to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and muttered to himself. His eyes burned with ambition. A Divine Kingdom Lord faction. That was the top Lord faction in the myriad worlds. There were no other criterias. Even the Overlord level Lord factions were actually Divine Kingdom Lord factions. However, they were the top-notch Divine Kingdom Lord factions, far surpassing other ordinary Divine Kingdom Lord factions. It was already impossible to describe them with just Divine Kingdom Lord factions. Hence, they came up with the name of an Overlord level Lord faction to describe such top-notch Divine Kingdom Lord factions. As for him, he was finally about to step onto the starting point of this Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Chapter 1339. Upgrading Territory. Chaos Divine Treasure. Zhou Zhou didn't waste any time. He immediately flew out of the shrine and arrived above the imperial capital. He looked down at the imperial capital and silently chanted his advancement. In the next second, accompanied by 80 million trillion units of basic materials, 1000 high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine crystals, 20 trillion origin crystals, 40 billion units of space-time elemental gems, and 10 high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade territory tokens, they disappeared. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your high-tier deity-level elementary-grade shrine, Lord's Law, has successfully advanced to high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade shrine, Lord's Law. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade territory. Your high-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine origin augmentation formation has been upgraded to high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine origin augmentation formation. Territory stone steel durability increased to 200 trillion/200 trillion. Your territory has expanded to 20 billion km times 20 billion km times 2 million km. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Mythical Tier Building Blueprint Treasure Chest, High Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade. Lord Talent Notification, your Scarlet Brood Mother can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint. Your Mysterious Caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent Notification, the strength of the clergy of your life arc has increased. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He had finally upgraded to the high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade territory. Then, he did not upgrade the Gate of Summoning. Instead, he immediately looked at the requirement for the high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade territory to be upgraded to the high-tier deity-level advanced-grade territory. Construction upgrade, 50 trillion units of wood, 50 trillion units of fine sand, 50 trillion units of metal, 50 trillion units of stone, 1000 divine crystals of high-tier deity-level advanced grade, 50 trillion origin crystals, 50 billion units of time elemental gems, 50 billion units of spatial elemental gems, 10 regional territories of high-tier deity-level advanced grade god spirits, 500,000 race heroes, 10 high-tier deity-level advanced grade territory tokens. I can continue to level up. Zhou Zhou's face lit up after reading it. Then, he didn't hesitate to spend another 20,000 capital units of basic materials, 1000 high-tier deity-level advanced grade divine crystals, 50 trillion origin crystals, 100 billion units of space-time elemental gems, and 10 high-tier deity-level advanced grade territory tokens to upgrade his territory to high-tier deity-level advanced grade territory. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your high-tier deity-level intermediate grade shrine, Lord's Law, has successfully advanced to high-tier deity-level advanced grade shrine, Lord's Law. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to high-tier deity-level advanced grade territory. Your high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine origin augmentation formation has been upgraded to high-tier deity-level advanced-grade divine origin augmentation formation. Territory stone steel durability increased to 500 trillion/500 trillion. Your territory has expanded to 50 billion km times 50 billion km times 2 million km. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Mythical Tier Building Blueprint Treasure Chest, Low Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade. Lord Talent Notification, your Scarlet Brood Mother can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint. Your Mysterious Caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent Notification, the strength of the clergy of your life arc has increased. High Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade Territory. I'm only a step away from the true God Tier territory. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Then, he suppressed his anticipation and clicked on the upgrade requirements needed to advance to a true God Tier elementary grade territory. Construction upgrade, 1 Guy unit of wood, 1 Guy unit of fine sand, 1 Guy unit of metal, 1 Guy unit of stone, 10,000 lower true God Tier divine crystals, 1,000 trillion origin crystals, 10 units of chaos divine treasures, 10 lower true god tier territories, 10 true god tier elementary grade god spirits, 1 million racial heroes, 10 true god tier elementary grade territory tokens. Zhou Zhou looked at this upgrade condition and couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw the first condition. Good God! A total of 4 Gai units of basic materials. That's an outrageous request. He mumbled. 10,000 capital units was 1 Gai unit. It was enough to prove how huge this number was now that Gai unit had come into play. Ordinary lords had never even heard of it, let alone owned it. Fortunately, I'm not an ordinary lord. 4 Gai unit basic materials are easy for me. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. He had conquered so many races and could easily produce 4 Gai units of basic materials. He was satisfied with the true god tier divine crystals, origin crystals, regional territories, true god tier god spirits, racial heroes and true god tier territory tokens. Zhou Zhou had never even heard of the 10-unit chaos divine treasure, let alone having one. Chaos divine treasure. Zhou Zhou looked confused. What is that? No one answered his question. However, Zhou Zhou knew who to ask. He took out the Bodhi Supreme and asked. Bodhi Supreme, do you know what a chaos divine treasure is? I do. Tell me. Zhou Zhou immediately asked. An answer to a formal question. Bodhi Supreme said leisurely. Sure. Zhou Zhou agreed without hesitation. He was willing to pay any price for the treasure that would establish the divine kingdom. Bodhi Supreme said. The Chaos Divine Treasure is a treasure condensed from the body of a creature called Chaos Demon God from the chaotic ruins. Chaotic divine demons are special monsters born from the remnant wool of the ruins of primal chaos. Only by defeating the Chaos Fiend Celestials can we take out the Chaos Divine Treasure from his body. Chaotic ruins. Zhou Zhou could not help but be surprised. Wasn't that Ying Ning's hometown, the last shelter where the remaining chaos humans were? He didn't think too much about it and immediately asked. What's the strength of that monster? The uniqueness of the chaotic divine demon's skill lies in this. Bodhi Supreme said with a smile, his force doesn't depend on him himself, but on the enemy who challenges him. If his enemy had the force of a Master God tier, then this Chaos Fiend Celestial would have the strength of a Master God tier. If his enemies lead an army of trillions to attack he will create trillions of chaos monsters and jointly deal with his enemies. If his enemy is just an ordinary person. I'm sorry, but the weakest Chaos Fiend Celestial is at the true God tier. So it is actually such an enemy. Zhou Zhou tapped his tongue in wonder. This was the first time he had seen such an enemy. Where is the chaotic divine demon in the ruins of primal chaos? Zhou Zhou questioned again. Ying Ning definitely knew the location of the chaotic ruins, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to find it. He only needed to find the Chaos Fiend Celestials after reaching the ruins of chaos. The chaotic ruins was extremely vast, far larger than the boundless universe. If he relied on himself to find a chaotic divine demon, it would take him at least 10 days to half a month. Chaotic divine demons won't show themselves. Without a suitable method, you won't be able to find them even if you search the entire ruins of primal chaos. There's only one way to find him. And this method is the reason why he is worth a chance to answer an official question. You have the lost Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron in your hand, and you still remember the sacrificial ceremony of the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron, right? Bodhi Supreme asked. Chapter 1340, Upgrading the Gate of Summoning. Upgrading the original Dragon Abyss. I remember. Zhou Zhou nodded. The lost Chaos Sacrificial Deo Cauldron could transform the divine artifacts of other races into the divine artifacts of their races. As for the Chaos Origin Manual, it was one of the abilities that the Chaos humans had grasped. He had a deep impression of them, so he naturally wouldn't forget. I'll teach you a new Chaos Deo Sacrificial Ceremony. Remember the original version of the Chaos Deo Sacrificial Ceremony. You should be able to master it soon. After mastering it, you can use the Chaos Deo Sacrificial Cauldron to summon the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Kill him and you will obtain the Chaos Divine Treasure. So troublesome. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. Then, he thought for a moment and suddenly felt that something was amiss. Bodhi Supreme. I remember that when a local lord advances to a divine kingdom, there shouldn't be a Chaos Divine Treasure as a promotion condition, right? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. That's right. There wasn't any in the first place. Bodhi Supreme admitted directly, you are the lord of all races that the Supreme will values very much. In the future, you will be one of the candidates to inherit the position of the lord of all races. The Supreme will slightly increase the difficulty of you advancing to the Divine Kingdom Lord faction to choose the most outstanding lords of the myriad races. Is there a problem? No problem. Zhou Zhou was rendered speechless. However, I have another question. He asked again. If I don't have you, I'm afraid I won't be able to know where the Chaos Divine Treasure is for a long time. Then, if it's other lords of the myriad races who don't have treasures like yours, wouldn't it be even more difficult for them to advance to the Divine Kingdom Lord level? Finding and obtaining the Chaos Divine Treasure is one of the missions for lords of all races to advance to the Divine Kingdom level. You should be glad that you have me. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't even know how to advance to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction in a short period of time. The Bodhi Supreme said lazily. Fine. Zhou Zhou nodded. However, he was indeed very glad that he had a supreme treasure like the Bodhi Supreme that could answer questions. Even if Zhou Zhou was confident that he could still reach where he was today, he would definitely spend more time and suffer more without the Bodhi Supreme. Along the way, the Bodhi Supreme had indeed helped him a lot. It's getting late. I'll go to the ruins of primal chaos tomorrow to look for chaotic divine demons. I can also visit the chaos humans and see if I can subdue them. With my current faction, it shouldn't be a problem to subdue and protect the chaos humans. Zhou Zhou thought. The chaos human race's greatest enemy was none other than the chaos god's race. With his current strength and influence, he was no longer afraid of facing the chaos god's race head-on. Then, he flew to the gate of summoning and spent 80 capital units of basic resources and 1000 high-tier deity level intermediate crystals to upgrade the gate of summoning to the high-tier deity level intermediate grade. After which, he spent another 200 capital units basic resources and 1000 high-tier deity level advance crystals to upgrade the gate of summoning to the high-tier deity level advance grade. Congratulations, your gate of summoning has been successfully upgraded to a high-tier deity level advance grade building. You can summon 2 million subjects every day. You will summon 50,000 professionals every day. Prompt, under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 11, you can summon 32,620,500 subjects every day. You will summon 50,012 professionals every day. Zhou Zhou nodded after reading it. The number of subjects summoned by the high-tier deity level advance grade gate of summoning was 5,965,500. After being buffed by the Glory of the Pioneer 11, the number had increased by 11 times, becoming 65,600,500. I'm only a step away from summoning a true god tier subject every day. Zhou Zhou looked at the notification in front of him and yearned to upgrade his territory to a true god tier elementary grade territory. Then, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked at the upgrade requirements of the gate of summoning. Construction upgrade, wood 1 guy unit, sand 1 guy unit, metal 1 guy unit, stone 1 guy unit, true god tier elementary grade divine crystals 1000. Territory level upgraded to true god tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze. Then, he spent 4 capital units of basic materials, 50,000 high-tier deity level intermediate crystals, and 10 billion basic elemental gems to upgrade the original Dragon Abyss in the gate of summoning to the high-tier deity level intermediate grade. Then, he spent another 20 capital units basic resources, 100,000 high-tier deity level advance crystals, and 10 billion basic elemental gems to upgrade the original Dragon Abyss to the high-tier deity level advance grade again. Then, he looked over. Building name, Original Dragon Abyss. Construction level, high-tier deity level advance grade. Construction effect, you can summon 6 billion white silver tier advance grade pure-blooded dragons, 600 million yellow gold tier advance grade pure-blooded dragons, 60 million white platinum tier intermediate grade pure-blooded dragons every day from the original Dragon Abyss. 6 true god tier elementary grade dragon gods will become subjects under the Lord and have a 12% chance of summoning legendary dragons. Construction upgrade, 100 capital units of wood, 100 capital units of fine sand, 100 capital units of metal, 100 capital units of stone, 100 divine crystals of true god tier elementary grade, 10,000 divine crystals, 100 million advanced elemental gemstones, territory upgraded to a divine kingdom lord faction, and also worshipped master god tier dragons. After reading it, Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. From now on, he could summon 66,666,666 pure-blooded dragons every day. Moreover, the weakest was a pure-blooded white platinum tier advanced grade dragon. Not bad. He was one step closer to emptying the original dragon abyss. As for the more difficult upgrade requirements, Zhou Zhou only took a glance and did not care. He believed that after he was promoted to a Divine Kingdom Lord, these seemingly difficult upgrade requirements would become extremely simple for him at that time. Then, he returned to the shrine and called Mu Gu and the others over. Soon, Mu Gu and the rest came over. "Greetings, Your Majesty," the three of them said respectfully. "This Emperor's territory has just been upgraded. Tell me about your improvements. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy." "Yes, Your Majesty." Mu Gu was the first to step forward. "Your Majesty, the current level of the Scarlet Brood Mother that I'm in has been upgraded from high-tier deity level elementary grade to high-tier deity level advanced grade. The number of Mist Mothers evolved from the high-tier deity level advanced grade Scarlet Brood Mother has increased from 300,000 to 1 million. Each Mist Mother's Mist Mother world can now nurture 5 billion fog monsters. 1 million Mist Mothers can nurture a total of 5,000 trillion misty monsters. In addition, the quality and efficiency of cultivating high-quality Scarlet Heirs has also increased. Currently, I can nurture 1 True God Advanced Grade Scarlet True God Tier or 10 Elementary Grade Scarlet God Spirits in a day. As for ordinary Scarlet God Spirits, I can continuously create them without rest. It shouldn't be a problem to create 18,000 Scarlet God Spirits a day." Mu Gu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou was delighted when he heard that.